Chapter 1. The Soul's Transmigration. No, I regret it. I do not wish to die. What will happen to my child if I perish? I find it so difficult to survive in this world. My child is merely 2 years old. Without me, how will they manage? Who will protect them as I do? Bang! Shangyun. Rise and shine. A rotund man clad in a coarse, earthy-hued monk's robe, with a bald head and a face resembling a cherubic countenance, forcefully kicked open the already dilapidated door. He stood just outside the threshold, his portly belly protruding, and with a disdainful expression, he waved his stubby fingers, akin to a pig's trotters, to disperse the dust. Swirling around him, shouting into the room, "Shangyun, get up and start working. On your very first day, you dare to sleep in? We did not bring you here for your enjoyment." As the dust settled, through the door, one could glimpse a dimly lit interior cluttered with weeds, where a small boy lay nestled. His frail form appeared to be about 7 or 8 years old, yet he was so emaciated that he looked younger. The boy lay with his eyes tightly shut, curled up amidst the foliage. "Didn't hear me, did you? Get up." The portly monk kicked a pebble at his feet, and it arced through the air, landing squarely on the boy's forehead. Thud! The boy, jolted by the pain on his forehead, sat up abruptly. His expression one of anguish. He raised his right hand to touch the swollen bump on his brow, and cautiously cracked open his left eye to survey his surroundings. "Ow, my head aches. Where am I? Did I not die? Is this the underworld? Indeed, a person like me deserves to descend into hell. But what about my child? How will they survive without me? Who will protect them as I do?" The room was sparse, easily surveyed. In the 30 to 40 square meters of space, a circle of weeds cluttered the floor against the walls, resembling a chicken coop. Shangyun sat amid the weeds, facing the door and beholding the portly monk standing at the entrance. "Senior Brother Wu?" Shangyun called out, a hint of confusion gracing his features, as if he recognized the figure before him. "Awake? Hurry up and light the fire to cook. It's almost noon, and soon the brothers will return for their meal. Do not think about slacking off. That rascal Clint escaped last night, so all the chores now fall to you. If you fail to complete your daily tasks, you can expect a beating," Senior Brother Wu said, turning away as he walked, seemingly indifferent to Shangyun's plight. Watching Senior Brother Wu's retreating figure, Shangyun closed his left eye and fell into contemplation. Indeed, Shangyun had transmigrated. It appeared to be a soul transfer, entering the body of another boy also named Shangyun. This boy was an orphan, having no knowledge of his parents, raised by the village and surviving on the charity of others for a decade. Not long ago, during the wedding of the village chief's sister, Shangyun had been helping in the kitchen, listening to the crackling of the burning wood, dreaming of the delicious food to come. He had dozed off amidst the firewood, and upon awakening, he found himself in the twilight, only to discover that all the villagers had perished, 167 lives extinguished, including children, and even the beloved dog that often roamed the village. From the wounds, it was evident that they had been shot. Fear consumed Shangyun as he confirmed the absence of any survivors. He retreated to the village chief's kitchen, too terrified to bury the bodies. Fearing the return of the murderer, he was not foolish. He understood the dangers that lay beyond the village. He hesitated to venture out, uncertain of where safety might reside. Remembering that he had remained unharmed in the kitchen, he chose to hide there, reassured by the presence of food that would sustain him for a few more days. Thus, he lived in a state of dread for 3 days until villagers from neighboring areas discovered him in the kitchen and revealed the horrific events that had transpired. A band of mountain bandits had descended from Tsabai Mountain, demanding protection fees from the nearby villages. When the villages refused to pay, the bandits resorted to slaughter, targeting Shangyun's village during the wedding festivities, believing such a brutal act would instill fear in the others. After the massacre, the bandits informed the other villages, who, upon confirmation, feigned compliance to pay but needed 3 days to gather the funds. The bandits agreed. However, everyone knew that the bandits were untrustworthy. If they dared to slaughter one village, they would not hesitate to do so again. Even if the villagers gathered the money this time, what would happen next? Thus, they devised a plan, appearing to collect money openly for the bandits while secretly alerting the authorities. They dispatched emissaries to seek aid from the monks of Duolin Temple, promising to offer the collected funds as tribute to the temple. The monks agreed, and joined by the police, they swiftly eradicated the bandits, allowing the villagers to return and bury their dead. Shang Yun, now homeless, felt compelled to seek refuge with the monks, believing them capable of defeating armed bandits. Upon arriving at the temple, he discovered that mentorship came at a price. One had to pay 10,000 yuan to become a disciple. Without funds, there was no discussion. Unwilling to accept defeat, Shang Yun pleaded desperately, and senior brother Wu finally agreed to take him on as a servant disciple, promising that after 10 years of diligent service, he would recommend him for formal discipleship. Shang Yun was overjoyed and accepted without hesitation. He was subsequently brought to this dilapidated abode, which was to serve as his sleeping quarters. Just as Shang Yun was filled with ambition, motivating himself to work diligently and envisioning a future where he could master martial arts after 10 years, a small bald boy of similar stature entered. This peculiar child, devoid of a nose, introduced himself as Clin. Indeed, it was Clin. Yes, this was the world of Dragon Ball. As these memories flooded back, Shang Yun realized the gravity of his situation. This was not the underworld. He had transmigrated into the realm of Dragon Ball. Clin had informed him that the monks of Duolin Temple were hypocritical villains, and the promise of becoming a formal disciple after 10 years of servitude was a ruse designed to exploit individuals for free labor, even subjecting them to beatings for amusement. The servant disciples could not endure the harsh treatment and fled, while the monks showed no interest in pursuing them. They merely sought someone to do the work, indifferent to who labored or how much. Clin mentioned that he too intended to escape that night to seek a true martial artist for training and urged Shang Yun to join him. Otherwise, he would be the sole servant disciple left, responsible for all the chores, a burden that would surely wear him down. Initially skeptical, Shang Yun dismissed Clin's claims, believing that formal disciples were too precious and limited in number. Clin merely sought to deceive him to eliminate a rival. Thus, he turned away, seeking rest and hoping to foster camaraderie with his brothers the following day. Chapter 2. Past Lives and Present Realities. Clin gazed at the indifferent Shang Yun, perceiving a reflection of his former self, and shook his head, saying, "I shall linger in the village at the foot of the mountain for a day to prepare some essentials. If you come to a realization, seek me out, and we shall embark together." Having uttered these words, Clin observed the still impassive Shang Yun before turning and departing. As this thought crossed his mind, Shang Yun's consciousness crystallized, and he grasped the gravity of his current situation. He had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, a realm where one individual could effortlessly obliterate the earth. Fortunately, it appeared to be the nascent stage of the narrative, where possibilities abounded, and perhaps even the prospect of traversing time and space to return to his original Blue Planet. Supporting his forehead, Shang Yun reflected on his life on Blue Planet. Prior to his traversal, he had been an ordinary individual beneath the Red Banner. Hailing from a modest background, his upbringing had its share of worries, yet he had generally enjoyed a carefree existence. Graduating from a local third-tier university, his family, perceiving him as overly earnest, encouraged him to enlist in the military. After enduring 2 years, his family sought to leverage connections to promote him to a non-commissioned officer. Just as those connections were being established, he, unable to endure any longer, fervently insisted on being discharged. His family, left with no choice, could not reclaim what they had invested in him and thus sought an alternative, securing him a job. The work was leisurely, confined to an office, with a considerate supervisor who rarely assigned him tasks. Even opportunities for side income were directed toward Shang Yun. However, he regarded this as a given, timid and apprehensive, often embroiled in trivial disputes with colleagues, yet consistently attributing blame to others while grumbling incessantly. The supervisor was aware that Shang Yun had obtained his position through connections and, despite some reservations, chose to ignore his shortcomings. Eventually, Shang Yun serendipitously encountered a high school classmate, and they swiftly fell into a passionate romance. Despite parental disapproval from both sides, they resolutely married. Lacking skills or savings, their life was frugal, yet both had jobs, allowing them to maintain a modest existence. However, at the beginning of the year, after surviving 3 years of mask wearing, Shang Yun faced a significant layoff. Yes, at the age of 30, he was dismissed. The reason being the expiration of his contract, with no renewal in sight. At that time, their child was merely a year and a half old. After consulting with his wife, they decided to hire a nanny, costing $6,000 monthly. In the current economic downturn, finding a job that could yield such income seemed futile. So he resolved to care for the child during the day and deliver takeout in the evenings to supplement their finances. This arrangement persisted for 6 months until a recent argument with his wife erupted, again centered around financial strains. While she had not been laid off, she had not received a salary for 6 months, making life difficult. She perceived Shang Yun as ineffectual, while he believed he had done enough, feeling it was commendable for a man to stay home with the child. In this desperate quest for income, Shang Yun fell victim to a telecommunications scam. Lured by promises of cashback commissions, with no savings, he was manipulated into borrowing $500,000 across various platforms and banks. Completely brainwashed. He even urged the scammer to hasten the collection of the funds while transferring money. He had gone a day and a night without sleep, continuously led by the deceitful hands of a swindler, consumed by the singular desire to reclaim his lost funds. Not a moment did he pause to consider whether he had been duped. Even when Uncle Hat called to inquire if he had fallen victim to fraud, he vehemently denied it, simultaneously transferring $50,000 to the con artist. This sum represented the culmination of a night spent borrowing from various lending platforms, the last of the money he could procure. His realization of being scammed dawned upon him only when he found himself devoid of funds, unable to borrow any further. Yet the fraudster persisted, claiming a procedural error necessitated an additional $100,000 to activate the transaction, urging him to find a way to raise the money. But he was utterly out of options. The irony struck him. A man of his intelligence, reduced to such poverty, had fallen prey to a scam. It echoed the adage, not being scammed is not a testament to one's cleverness, but rather to one's fortune in avoiding a fitting narrative. Standing on the balcony, he cursed the swindler, fatigued from a day and a night without respite, his mind oscillating between hope and despair. Thoughts of how to repay the $500,000 loomed large, alongside the disappointment etched on his family's faces, and how he could possibly guide his children with such a bleak reality. Overwhelmed by despair, he leapt from the balcony, even contemplating the possibility of not dying, positioning himself headfirst. Yet, in that fleeting moment of suspension, the image of his child flashed before him. Almost 2 years old. The thought struck him, what would life be like without a father who could protect him as a biological father would? Regret washed over Shang Yun, clarity emerged. He did not wish to die, but as he gazed at the rapidly approaching ground, despair consumed him, and he could only scream in terror. The vision in his mind came to a halt, but the tumult within his heart remained uncalmed. Shang Yun continued to cry out internally. I do not wish to die. I cannot die. I must protect my child. My child, how will you survive without your father? In a moment of realization, Shang Yun understood that he was in the world of Dragon Ball, a realm where time could be traversed, where the Dragon Balls existed to grant wishes. If he could only locate them, he could return and safeguard his child. However, the martial prowess of this world was daunting, particularly with the emergence of Super Saiyans, whose power escalated at a rocket-like pace. A mere snap of a finger could obliterate the earth, while he, an ordinary man, pondered how to survive and gain strength. In his past life, he had been excessively proud, mediocre in ability, yet disdainful of others, oblivious to the vastness of the world. He believed he had thrived solely through his own efforts, unwilling to learn, boasting of a few maxims as if they were profound wisdom. He thought himself indifferent to fame and fortune, devoid of obsessions, thus free from weaknesses or vulnerabilities. Yet, upon introspection, he recognized his yearning for recognition and success, coupled with an aversion to learning. He often acted impulsively, became irritable in times of discontent, and while he acknowledged his faults, he resisted change, repeatedly making the same mistakes. The consequences he faced were, therefore, a self-inflicted fate, an inevitable outcome. Reflect upon the countless instances in life where fate has offered its reminders. How wonderful it would be if even the slightest setback could lead to profound clarity and transformation. Alas, this is not the case. Such is the nature of destiny. Every choice we make leads us to predetermined outcomes. Even if one can evade a particular calamity, another will inevitably arise, perhaps even more formidable and despairing. Since we have been granted a second chance, let us strive for genuine change, altering our mindset and discarding our shortcomings. After all, what we can amend are indeed our flaws. While our weaknesses remain immutable, it is essential to devise a thoughtful plan, forsaking blind wandering without purpose. While fate may be dictated by the heavens, fortune is malleable. With sufficient alteration in fortune, destiny itself will undoubtedly transform. Chapter 3. The Supreme Enlightenment System. Chapter 5. The first encounter with Qin Shang Yun tidied his attire. Though it bore remnants of pudding, at least it remained clean. It seems his previous incarnation was diligent. Now, Shang Yun aspires to cultivate inner purity, though he is not yet capable of achieving it. For now, he can only remind himself through external cleanliness. It is akin to the well-known verse by the sixth patriarch. Huaning, Bodhi has no tree, the bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is not a single thing where can dust alight. This verse is straightforward and encourages a heart free of distractions. The human heart is inherently pure and unblemished. What need is there to discard superfluous thoughts? Yet, with the passage of time, the mind inevitably becomes cluttered. Understanding does not always translate to action. Perhaps it is wiser to adopt the teachings of Shinshio. The body is the Bodhi tree. The heart is like a bright mirror. Diligently polish it at all times, lest dust settle upon it. Few can truly embody this sentiment. Shang Yun, for one, acknowledges his own limitations. Thus, he chooses to focus on external matters for the time being. With his garments in order, Shang Yun hastened from his quarters. His senior brother had already departed for some time. Lingering would surely incur punishment. Although he sought to escape, it would be prudent to minimize suffering beforehand. Recalling that in the original narrative, Qin fled only after enduring unbearable mistreatment. Upon entering the mountain gate yesterday, his senior brother had already guided Shang Yun along the path. With unwavering determination, Shang Yun made his way to the kitchen, spotting his corpulent senior brother blocking the entrance, hands on hips, on the verge of fury. Quickening his pace, Shang Yun feigned breathlessness, exclaiming, "Senior brother, I'm here. I was at the restroom. I shall wash my hands and prepare the meal now. We must hurry, for the eldest brother and the others will return soon." His senior brother waved dismissively, striding away. Understood, Shang Yun replied hastily, fearing retribution. Any injury could jeopardize his impending escape. Entering the kitchen, he beheld 3 cooking stations, each adorned with a large pot. Indeed, they were immense. Large enough for Shang Yun to bathe within. With only a handful of people in the temple, such consumption seemed excessive, yet it was understandable. Those who practice martial arts require ample sustenance, much like the legendary son Wukong. The moment for escape had undoubtedly passed. At this juncture, the senior brother and the others were likely making their ascent up the mountain. Should he run down now, encountering them would spell disaster. Thus, he could only dutifully prepare a meal, but time was of the essence. What to cook? As Shang Yun pondered over the menu, he had already begun to gather firewood, intent on igniting the flames. Regardless of the dish, the first step was to kindle the fire. Glancing at the array of ingredients beside him, he noted the impressive variety. Poultry, fish, and meat were all present. Monks were permitted to consume meat, albeit discreetly. Fortunately, the meat had been cleaned. If he were to prepare each item individually, it would be an endless task. He decided that a stew would be the most efficient solution. Indeed, Shang Yun recalled having seen a video on a certain platform, showcasing the method of combining numerous ingredients in a pot, allowing them to simmer into a single dish, which could yield as many as 18 different plates. With this thought in mind, he quickly set to work, rinsing the ingredients with a simple wash, ensuring no dirt remained. The meat, however, he left untouched. As it was a hassle, he placed everything into the pot, added water and seasonings, and covered it. Next, he steamed a pot of rice and prepared a seaweed and egg flour soup. With everything set, all he could do now was wait. Before long, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Shang Yun sampled the already cooked dishes, recognizing the need for sustenance before his impending escape to maintain his energy. Feeling that enough time had passed, he disregarded whether everything was fully cooked. After all, it was not for him. He ladled the dishes into plates, managing to produce over 20 servings. What has Shang Yun prepared? Hurry and bring it out. We can smell the fragrance from down the mountain. It was the return of the senior brother, accompanied by the other disciples. The senior brother is back. Please take a seat. I will serve you right away. Shang Yun replied with a humble bow and a smile. Soon, a feast was laid out on a long table, with the brothers encircling it, awaiting the senior brother's command. Let us eat. The senior brother spoke as he savored his meal, praising, Shang Yun has truly excelled. His cooking is remarkable compared to the previous servant disciples. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother. Shang Yun responded with another obsequious remark. Senior brother, please enjoy your meal. I shall fetch more firewood. Without raising his head, the senior brother, mouth full, merely grunted in acknowledgement. With a bamboo basket on his back and an axe in hand, Shang Yun descended the mountain, cautious not to attract suspicion by taking too much. At that moment, the senior brother glanced up at Shang Yun and remarked to the fifth disciple, "This Shang Yun is quite capable. Keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't escape." The fifth disciple, seemingly engrossed in his bowl, replied amidst his busyness, "Rest assured, senior brother, Shang Yun is quite earnest, solely wishing to follow our path of cultivation." Shang Yun hurried down the mountain, cautiously making his way to the rendezvous point agreed upon with Kellen, which was at the noodle shop in the village below. Breathless, he arrived at the shop, anxious that if he delayed, Kellen might leave. Thus, he dared not pause for even a moment. Now, Shang Yun felt immensely grateful that he had eaten in advance. Otherwise, his small 10-year-old frame might not have endured the exertion. Upon finally arriving at the noodle shop, Shang Yun hurriedly dashed inside. The establishment was sparsely populated, and at a glance, he spotted Krillin seated by the window. Krillin's distinctive appearance was unmistakable: a small bald head, a flat nose, and a diminutive stature, clad in a training outfit reminiscent of a comic character. At that moment, Krillin was indulging in a bowl of noodles. "Krillin, I'm here," Shang Yun exclaimed, panting heavily as he approached. Upon hearing someone call his name, Krillin abruptly halted his eating, his immediate instinct being to grab the parcel from the table and leap out of the window. Observing Krillin's sudden exit, Shang Yun instinctively followed suit, but by then, Krillin had already sprinted several meters away. At this point, Shang Yun had regained his stamina, having recently begun studying the Heart Sutra, which was sufficient to restore his energy. While in pursuit, he shouted, "Krillin, it's me, Shang Yun." "Shang Yun? Is that really you?" Krillin halted, turning around, his face lighting up with surprise. "Yes, it's me, Krillin." The two embraced with palpable excitement. It was hard to believe that, having only met once, they could feel such a close bond. Perhaps it was their shared experiences, both orphans, both adolescents yearning for a better life, both confused about the future. In their moments of vulnerability, the presence of another soul provided solace against the loneliness. "Krillin, I was worried you would forget about me. Once I descended the mountain, I couldn't afford to pause for a moment. Thankfully, you stayed. By the way, why did you run when you heard me call your name?" Shang Yun was the first to break the silence. "I intended to leave early, but I hesitated, thinking you might suddenly decide to follow me. If you hadn't arrived by dawn tomorrow, I would have gone. As for my sudden flight..." Krillin gestured for Shang Yun to sit beside him on the roadside. "It was because I suddenly realized that if you were to run away, there would be no more servant disciples at Duolin Temple for the time being. Previously, the elder disciples refrained from pursuing me because there were others to keep the work going. But now, without them, they would surely come after us," Krillin explained gravely. Surely that can't be true. Duolin Temple is the most formidable force within dozens of miles. There must be plenty of people coming to learn and train. How could there be no servant disciples?" Shang Yun's initial joy had dissipated, replaced by alarm. If those elder disciples pursued them, the two of them would stand no chance. The reason they hadn't chased before was that Duolin Temple had an abundance of people. Many aspiring disciples came seeking mentorship, including numerous impoverished youths willing to serve as disciples. However, that was no longer the case. Life had become increasingly difficult for the servant disciples at Duolin Temple, a fact that was no longer novel. Rumors had circulated about those who had escaped. Initially, it had been just a few individuals, and people were skeptical. But as more fled, doubt began to spread. Now, fewer people were attempting to visit Duolin Temple for training, especially the poor, who dared not approach. Otherwise, the senior disciples wouldn't have needed to descend the mountain to recruit new disciples. "This was all information I gathered while at the noodle shop," Krillin hastily clarified, noticing Shang Yun's disbelief. "What should we do? We have to run. Do you know which direction to take?" Shang Yun exclaimed anxiously. "No wonder there are only a handful of individuals in the entire Duolin's temple. Do not even think about fleeing just yet. Quickly find a place to hide." Klin's gaze was fixed ahead as he patted Shang Yun, bending down to crawl towards the thicket. "What?" Shang Yun turned to look and saw 3 monks from Duolin's temple swaggering into the noodle shop, with the eldest disciple leading the way. Instantly, he dared not utter a word and followed Klin into the underbrush. The thicket was less than 10 meters from the noodle shop, and neither Shang Yun nor Klin was aware of the circumstances inside, making them hesitant to act recklessly. At that moment, Shang Yun recalled that he possessed the ability of celestial sight, although using it required considerable mental energy. Given his current state, he was uncertain whether he could invoke it. Nevertheless, he decided to give it a try. Concentrating his mind, he focused on the wall of the noodle shop, silently chanting to activate his celestial sight. Suddenly, the wall became transparent before his eyes, revealing the shop owner engaged in conversation with the eldest disciple, who was turning his head towards the spot where Clin had jumped through the window. Xiangyun thought it was not good and was about to warn Clin when he felt darkness envelop him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. It seemed he had exhausted his mental energy. Fortunately, he would soon regain consciousness, but he could no longer use celestial sight. Perhaps this was the nature of the righteous powers. If one could not use it, then one could not. It would not allow one to harm oneself in a desperate attempt to utilize it. Yet, he had only used it for 3 seconds. Clin noticed Xiangyun sprawled on the ground and assumed he had fallen accidentally, rushing to help him up. Are you all right? I'm fine, Brother Clin. They must be here to capture us. What should we do? Xiangyun shook his head. Run. Where to? I don't know. Don't. They're coming out. The two quickly lowered their heads, remaining silent and motionless, their bodies tense. Listening as the footsteps approached and then gradually faded, they still dared not look up. Brother Clin, have they gone far? Xiangyun asked softly, scratching his rear. They should have gone far. To capture just us 2 minor disciples, they actually sent 3 people. They are quite serious. The eldest disciple possesses great strength and defense, but his speed is lacking. He must be leading the team and enjoying a leisurely outing, while the real effort is being exerted by the other 2. Clin, too, refrained from raising his head. After a moment, he said, Xiangyun, I've thought of a plan. We certainly cannot escape if we run together. In a bit, we should split up and run in opposite directions, then meet at the eastern Donglan City. The first to arrive should wait at the easternmost restaurant in Donglan City. Just as Xiangyun was about to agree, they heard, You 2 are lying in the grass like pigs, enjoying a feast? Let us see where you can run now. It was the eldest disciple. What should they do? Xiangyun and Clin quickly turned to flee, only to find 2 individuals already standing behind them, arms crossed, watching them with amused expressions. Xiangyun glanced at Clin, who was trembling all over. Although the 3 surrounded them, the moist soil of the thicket meant they had not entered it, and escape was still possible. Seeing Clin gradually calm down, Xiangyun patted him, and the 2 exchanged a glance. Suddenly, they pushed each other and ran in opposite directions. At this moment, the 3 individuals from Duolin Temple had yet to comprehend the situation, likely astonished that the 2 dared to flee under such circumstances. Quickly pursue them, commanded the 5th senior brother. The other 2 disciples darted off in separate directions. Xiangyun, uncertain of his own trajectory, was nonetheless certain it was not towards Duolin Temple. He thought only of evading his pursuers. As he resolved to accelerate further, a sharp pain surged through his back, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Due to inertia, he skidded forward, tasting the earth, but fortunately, the soft soil spared him from injury. Before he could turn, someone seized him by the neck and hoisted him up. This person dragged Xiangyun before the 5th senior brother and unceremoniously tossed him down. Xiangyun was now incapable of standing. Run. Why have you stopped? With such a slight frame, you dare to resist? If it weren't for your culinary skills, I would have ended you today, the 5th senior brother proclaimed with a triumphant grin. Let us take him to the noodle shop. Xiangyun was once again lifted. As they entered the noodle shop, dusk was approaching, and the establishment was devoid of patrons. The proprietor, a man seemingly in his 30s, hurried over, clasping his hands in greeting. 5th senior brother, you've brought him back? Come quickly, the meal is ready. Upon hearing this, Xiangyun realized that this noodle shop was also an enterprise of Duolin Temple. It was no wonder they had been discovered so swiftly. Surely, there must be many affiliated with Duolin Temple in this village. Good, let us eat. It's nearly dark. First, put this lad in the woodshed. Once we locate Clin, we shall return together tomorrow, the 5th senior brother said, his eyes narrowing with delight at the prospect of food. Yes, replied the disciple, who proceeded to escort Xiangyun to the backyard. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from outside. Through the doorway, a stone pillar was seen embedded at an angle in the ground, and descending from it was an individual with long black hair braided into a single plait. This person appeared to be of middle age, with a grim expression, a triangular face, and a goatee that accentuated a villainous visage. Clad in traditional attire of a rosy hue, as he approached the noodle shop, a single character emblazoned on the front of his garment became visible. Kill. Chapter 7. The assassin Tao Bai by Xiangyun, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, was startled into a moment of clarity by the cacophony, and upon raising his gaze, his heart raced in alarm. The assassin Tao Bai. He exclaimed inwardly. Where am I? The coordinates must be accurate. The target should be nearby. As Tao Bai advanced toward the noodle shop, he muttered to himself, Is this Duolin Temple? His voice was cold, his gaze fixed on the individuals within the establishment, emanating an aura so potent that the shopkeeper was reduced to sitting on the ground in terror. Who are you? What brings you to Duolin Temple? The fifth senior brother's forehead was now beaded with cold sweat. The most formidable assassin, Tao Bai, came the chilling reply. Tao Bai. The assassin Tao Bai, who has never failed in his missions, Tao Bai. The fifth senior brother was momentarily taken aback, but soon seemed to recall, exclaiming, Tao Bai. What are you doing in our Duolin Temple territory? This is not a place for you to act recklessly. It appears I have indeed arrived at Duolin Temple. My calculations remain precise, Tao Bai remarked coolly. Tao Bai coldly instructed, Take me to Duolin Temple to find the abbot. What do you seek from our abbot? Upon hearing that they were looking for the abbot, the fifth senior brother relaxed his body, thinking that perhaps this person was a friend of the abbot. For in his mind, the abbot was no virtuous figure. At that moment, Shang Yun had already been thrown to the ground, lying there, too frightened to move, even breathing cautiously, for he was acutely aware of the terrifying combat prowess of Tao Bai, who could eliminate them without even needing to utter a word. Kill. And leave me there. I will spare you for now. What? You intend to kill the abbot? Just based on your capability, Tao Bai. Do not presume that having slain a few ordinary individuals makes you the unrivaled assassin of the world. The fifth senior brother, perhaps recalling the formidable strength of the abbot, or perhaps emboldened by his previous exploits within Duolin Temple, had shed his earlier panic. He now stood with his hands behind his back, taking a couple of deliberate steps toward Tao Bai to assert his dominance on familiar ground. Yet, he was not foolish. He understood that approaching too closely before gauging the opponent's abilities would be unwise. I despise those who do not cooperate with me. They shall all be eliminated. Tao Bai turned slightly, hands behind his back, no longer regarding the group, and approached the dining table, surveying the abundant spread of food. It appears you have yet to dine. It seems you shall have to become a starving ghost. The fifth senior brother seemed to possess some attachment to food. Upon hearing they could not eat, he was immediately struck by hunger, his mind going blank. No longer testing Tao Bai's strength, he shouted, Let us all attack. Kill him. The monk previously holding Shang Yun hesitated momentarily, but soon joined the charge. Despite his initial doubt, he moved swiftly, surpassing the fifth senior brother in just 3 strides. Racing toward Tao Bai with his right hand raised, fist clenched, preparing to strike down, likely recalling that Shang Yun had previously evaded this very attack. Humph. Tao Bai scoffed disdainfully, his right hand slowly descending from behind before sharply striking the pair of chopsticks laid upon the dining table, sending them flying toward the monk. Thud! Thud! With 2 muffled sounds, the monk was propelled backward at a speed even greater than before, colliding with the fifth senior brother, both collapsing to the ground beside Shang Yun. Shang Yun squinted and saw that each of them had a chopstick embedded in their foreheads, their eyes wide open, dead. Meanwhile, Tao Bai was nonchalantly retrieving a handkerchief to wipe his hands. Shang Yun continued to feign death, while the noodle shop owner had slumped to the ground. A puddle of liquid pooling between his legs, he had soiled himself in fear. Tao Bai frowned, contemplating whether to eliminate the noodle shop owner as well. However, glancing at the nearly lifeless Shang Yun, he addressed the shop owner. Do you know the abbot of Duolin? Lead the way. Yes, I know him. I shall take you there at once. The shop owner, panic-stricken, hurriedly rose, disregarding his wet trousers, and smiled obsequiously. Move. Yes, after you please. The owner hastily led the way. Stay behind. Tao Bai coldly huffed, glancing back at Shang Yun, the dying man, too lethargic to act. Yes. The owner quickly bowed and ran to the back. Shang Yun remained motionless on the ground, squinting as he watched the 2 figures gradually recede into the distance. In truth, Shang Yun was not merely feigning death upon the ground. He was simultaneously channeling the Heart Sutra of Prajna. This profound scripture, derived from the Mahayana Prajnaparamita Sutra, embodies the supreme essence of enlightenment, characterized by a balanced and harmonious nature and the principle of gradual accumulation leading to explosive manifestation. It encapsulates the myriad advantages of Zen internal cultivation. However, to truly comprehend and elevate oneself through it, One's insight and inherent Buddha nature play a crucial role. Having already grasped the fundamentals of the Heart Sutra, Shang Yun now harnessed its full power, swiftly restoring his vitality and mending his physical injuries. After approximately half an hour, he gradually opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Finding the area tranquil, he stood up, clearly having regained his strength. His expression reflected relief from a near escape, grateful for the timely appearance of Tao Bai Bai, which had allowed him to evade disaster. As his tension eased, he suddenly became acutely aware of his hunger. His gaze wandered to a table laden with sumptuous delicacies, still intact and inviting. The feast was indeed lavish, with 3 roasted geese alone. The control exerted by Tao Bai Bai was impressive. Navigating around the bodies of the fallen, he hurried towards the food, eagerly stuffing his mouth. Shang Yun thought it imperative to satiate his hunger before making his escape. Although the circumstances on the mountain were uncertain, he understood that lingering in this place was unwise. The best course of action, as the saying goes, is to flee when safe, but first, he must fill his belly. Once he had consumed his fill, Shang Yun sought out a tablecloth to wrap up the easily transportable fare, roasted goose, crispy duck, and set forth towards the east. As he hoisted the bundle upon his back, he noticed a remarkable surge in his physical strength. Carrying such a load felt surprisingly effortless. Reflecting on this, he attributed it to the Heart Sutra's influence, realizing he had underestimated its power. Clearly, diligent practice was warranted. The Heart Sutra is not merely a meditation practice confined to stillness. It can be integrated into every action of daily life. Indeed, as the saying goes, every motion, standing, sitting, lying down, eating, drinking, playing, or enjoying, constitutes the path of cultivation. However, such practice necessitates mastery over one's mental state, requiring focused engagement. The sutra would operate autonomously, with the speed of its flow contingent upon one's concentration. Should one's mind wander, the practice would cease, and the pace of personal cultivation would depend on innate talent. Such an invincible technique must be mastered, Shang Yun mused. Yet he was also aware that haste could lead to failure. He silently recited the Mahayana Prajnaparamita Sutra, clearing his mind of distractions to grasp its Zen essence and elevate his spirit, awaiting the natural unfolding of events. In that moment, the fear and anxiety that had weighed heavily on his heart began to dissipate. The persistent shadows of survival crises no longer loomed over him. It was not that he was devoid of fear or urgency, but rather that he recognized these emotions would not aid his cause. It was far more beneficial to remain calm and focused on the present. Now, Shang Yun's task was to embark on his journey. Chapter 8. Seeking the turtle sage, Shang Yun ventured eastward, consuming the provisions from his bundle whenever hunger struck and quenching his thirst with the water from nearby rivers. Though he appeared to be hastening his journey, an inner tranquility enveloped him. He harbored no attachments to the past nor fears for the future, embodying the essence of a carefree cloud drifting through the sky. While Shang Yun was drinking by the riverbank, observing the fish frolicking in the water, he found himself unwittingly absorbed in the moment. It was as if he could foresee the fish's next movements and the direction they would take. With closed eyes and a tranquil mind, he sensed a whisper of distant activity. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have grasped the essence of nature and attained clarity of heart. Your state of being has elevated, allowing you to initially enter the realm of unity in knowledge and action, gaining the ability of divine perception and celestial hearing. As Shang Yun was diligently making his way, the voice of 9527 echoed in his ears. My realm has indeed ascended. I have acquired a new skill. Shang Yun exclaimed with delight. 9527. Display the attribute panel. Certainly, host, came the reply, as a transparent panel materialized before Shang Yun. Host, Shang Yun age, 10 mental method. Maha Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra realm. Unity of knowledge and action. Knowledge is the beginning of action, and action is the culmination of knowledge. Divine powers, celestial eye, enables perception of the 6 realms of existence, their joys and sorrows, and the myriad forms of the world without obstruction. Current level, beginner, with a compassionate heart awakened. It allows for clairvoyance within a radius of 10 meters. Celestial ear, enables hearing the joys and sorrows of all beings in the 6 realms, as well as the myriad sounds of the world. Current level, beginner, with a compassionate heart awakened. It allows for clear hearing of all sounds within a radius of 10 meters. Techniques, Prajna Heart Sutra Level 1, derived from the Maha-Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. Current realm, refining essence into Qi, martial arts, Prajna Strength Level 1, derived from the Maha-Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. An unparalleled method of energy manipulation that can be integrated into any combat skill with an unmatched force. Each advancement doubles the power of the previous level. Combat skills, Nun 9527. I don't see much change. Shang Yun observed the attribute panel with a sense of stagnation. The only alteration was the elevation of his realm and the addition of the divine power Celestial Ear, while everything else remained the same. As the host's state of mind entered the unity of knowledge and action, as long as he maintained his disposition, he would not succumb to inner demons. Moreover, during his cultivation, he would not be disturbed by external factors, allowing for a singular focus on his practice. So my efficiency in cultivation has indeed improved. But what about Celestial Ear? The divine power must be formidable, yet it appears to have the same 10-meter limitation as Celestial Eye. Utilizing Celestial Ear must also deplete mental energy, correct? Does that mean I won't be able to use it for long? Shang Yun expressed his concerns. When activated, Celestial Ear does consume mental energy. However, it also passively enhances your hearing. Even without activation, you will still be able to discern nearby sounds, albeit with less clarity. Much like Celestial Eye, even when not in use, it improves your vision. 9527 elucidated. Celestial Eye and Celestial Ear are among the 6 divine powers in Buddhism. Buddhist scriptures state that these 6 divine powers require great wisdom, abundant blessings, and immense perseverance, often only attainable after enduring 500 lifetimes of tribulations. Among them, the power of complete perception is only truly comprehended by the Buddha himself. 9527 added. Thus, the challenge lies in the comprehension of these divine abilities. However, once one achieves understanding, it is merely a matter of maintaining a tranquil state of mind and continuing one's cultivation to enhance one's capabilities. It is imperative to remember not to misuse these powers for nefarious purposes. Otherwise, should one's character falter, the divine abilities will dissipate. Well, I understand now. Shang Yun has grasped the essence of the matter. Every endeavor commences with difficulty. Transitioning from nothing to something is indeed a formidable task. Yet once the initial step is taken, progressing from 1 to 10 becomes considerably easier. Simultaneously, Shang Yun comprehends that he must not employ his divine abilities for malevolent deeds. But what constitutes bad is defined by one's own conscience. Should Shang Yun engage in actions he deems immoral, his character will become flawed. And only through the perfection of one's character can one attain the understanding necessary to wield such powers naturally. Alas, the clairvoyant function of the heavenly eye has become a one-time use. Regaining his composure, Shang Yun continued on his journey. Gradually, he began to see scattered houses, and occasionally, he spotted individuals farming and herding cattle, indicating he was nearing the city. As he progressed, the number of houses increased, and paved roads began to emerge. Upon reaching the western metropolis, he found it truly bustling with life. Shang Yun recalled that Bulma's residence was located in this western city, and coincidentally, it was not far from Master Rashi's Kame house. Shang Yun made his way toward the eastern side of the city. Curious about his surroundings, yet steadfast in his resolve, maintaining focus on his path. While walking, he inquired about local establishments and eventually located the first restaurant on the eastern side, a noodle shop aptly named a Noodle Place. Upon entering, he gathered information but found no news of Krillin. It seemed he had not yet arrived. Shang Yun was not concerned for Krillin's safety. In truth, Krillin's abilities were commendable, though he had been intimidated by his seniors and was reluctant to resist. However, he could certainly flee. For the sake of survival, his speed was commendable. Shang Yun had finished his meal, and although he had cultivated a sense of self-sufficiency, the appetite of a martial artist is insatiable. With the advancement of his Heart Sutra, his hunger had only grown. Contemplating the noodle shop ahead, he fell into reflection. Indeed, Shang Yun sought employment as a dishwasher at the noodle shop, which provided meals and lodging and paid 60 yuan daily. He was quite content, even considering suggesting to the owner that he need not receive a salary, merely the provision of meals, as he recognized his own substantial appetite. Fortunately, the owner was a pragmatic individual who acknowledged that young people working should earn money, and if they ate more, so be it. After all, the vigor of youth requires sustenance. Thus, Shang Yun settled into the noodle shop, where he not only washed dishes but also assisted with other tasks, remaining industrious during the day and finding rest at night. He cleared his mind, devotedly engaged in his work, and contemplated the essence of life. Concurrently, his heart sutra continued to advance. Initially, he was unaware of this progress. Just yesterday afternoon, while feeding cattle, he felt a stirring within, looked up at the sky, and saw a stone pillar passing overhead, upon which stood a figure, none other than Tao Bai. Shang Yun gazed at the swiftly vanishing stone pillar in the sky, his heart untroubled. Initially, he believed his personal growth had enabled him to surmount his fears. However, upon reflection, he realized that the menacing aura emanating from Tao Bai not only did not instill fear within him, but also ignited a flicker of excitement. A yearning to engage in battle with Tao Bai. This perplexed him. It seemed that his enhanced strength had bestowed upon him newfound confidence. Simultaneously, Shang Yun confirmed a significant insight. Since Tao Bai was still alive, it was likely that Abbot Duolin had already fallen victim to him. It must be said that Tao Bai was indeed dedicated to his craft, perpetually either engaged in murder or en route to commit it. Chapter 9. Seeking the Master. The Turtle Sage. After 2 more days, they finally awaited Clin. He did not appear as a harried fugitive, suggesting he had strolled leisurely to their meeting. Clin was burdened with a large package, and upon sighting Shang Yun, he rushed over. The two embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Both relieved that the other had not been captured. While Shang Yun had faith in Clin's ability to escape, seeing him in person brought a sense of reassurance. After exchanging heartfelt sentiments, Clin suddenly revealed with a conspiratorial tone, "Shang Yun, during my journey, I inquired about any illustrious martial artists, and, lo and behold, I have discovered that the legendary Turtle Sage, Master Wu Tian, resides on Turtle Island, located nearby this city, approximately to the east over the sea. Moreover, I've learned of Master Wu Tian's preferences. If we cater to his tastes, we should be able to secure an apprenticeship under him." Heh. Shang Yun listened quietly to the excited Clin, refraining from interrupting his enthusiastic elaboration of the plan. Though he was aware of this information, he understood that each individual has their own destiny. To recklessly influence another's fortune could lead to unforeseen consequences. The greatest kindness one can offer is to focus on oneself, resisting the urge to overly impact others, even if they are enduring hardship, for that too is part of their journey. It is often in one's lowest moments that profound understanding emerges. Extending a hand may inadvertently disrupt their path. Additionally, Shang Yun was acutely aware of the adage that excessive words often lead to misfortune. He could not disclose his knowledge of these matters, for altering the narrative could diminish his advantage of foresight, a risk not worth taking. The two reached a consensus to set off the following morning. Although Clin wished to depart immediately, Shang Yun intervened, explaining that dusk was approaching and the treacherous night seas posed significant dangers. After bidding farewell to their employer, as he would not return the next day, Shang Yun used his earnings from the past few days to purchase a small boat, provisions, and fresh water. That evening, he treated Clin to a meal. Though simple, it was sufficient to satisfy their hunger. That night, the two shared a bed, both possessing open hearts and sleeping soundly. At dawn the next day, before the sun had risen, they awoke, exchanged greetings with their busy employer, and set off, each carrying a bundle. The vast ocean stretched endlessly before them as they took turns rowing, relying on the sun to navigate their way. Perhaps there was a predestined connection between Clin and the Turtle Sage, for before darkness fell, they finally beheld a small island in the distance. The island was modest in size, with a solitary house positioned at its center. Upon closer inspection, 2 figures stood upon the island, an elderly man with a bald head and a gaunt frame, adorned with a thick white beard, burdened by a large tortoise shell on his back, unable to stand upright due to its weight. In his hand, he clutched a wooden cane. Beside him stood a young boy with a mane of hair, dressed in a white vest and blue trousers, carrying a mysterious red stick on his back. At that moment, Shang Yun was rowing a boat, while Clin rested nearby, and the 2 islanders had already noticed them, their faces filled with curiosity. As Shang Yun guided the small boat to the shore, Clin, unable to contain his excitement, leaped off the boat with his pack, only to find himself headfirst in the sand due to the weight of his burden. Shang Yun was left speechless, and Wukong stared in astonishment. Clin nonchalantly extracted his head from the sand and brushed off the dirt as Shang Yun disembarked. After they expressed their intentions, the Turtle Sage initially appeared contemplative, poised to decline their request. However, Upon receiving the offering from their bundle, his demeanor shifted. I seldom take on disciples, yet your sincerity is evident. If you complete one more task, I shall accept you. Wukong greeted the two, and they introduced themselves to one another. Master Wutian, what is the task? We assure you we will accomplish it, Clin declared confidently, narrowing his eyes. The turtle sage, embodying the essence of a hermit, clasped his hands behind his back and instructed. Find a girl and bring her to the island, but she must come willingly. The trio's expressions varied. Wukong, with his innate innocence, failed to grasp the underlying implications, while Shang Yun was aware of the unfolding narrative. Clin, initially taken aback, eventually agreed with a squint. The turtle sage then summoned the flying nimbus and, feigning profundity, demonstrated how to ride it, only to tumble spectacularly. It became evident that the nimbus could only be ridden by those with a pure heart. Each of them attempted to ride, but Clin was unable to mount, as his thoughts mirrored those of the turtle sage, both sharing a similar disposition. Wukong, with his naturally innocent heart, and Shang Yun, who, though not purely innocent, had achieved clarity of mind, both succeeded in riding the nimbus. To accommodate Clin, the trio opted to row back to the shore and then proceed on foot to search for a girl. Their search was lengthy, and they encountered numerous young women, most of whom rebuffed them with accusations of impropriety. Eventually, they spotted a blue-haired girl named Lanchi, encircled by police officers. Misunderstanding the situation, Wukong rushed to her aid, believing the officers were bullying her. After assessing the situation, Clin deemed Lanchi suitable to meet the turtle sage's criteria and decided to escort her back. Shang Yun did not intervene, supporting their search. He understood Lanchi's dual nature but also recognized that her destructive tendencies would not pose a threat to them. In fact, bringing her to the island would neither disadvantage the turtle sage nor diminish the island's lively atmosphere. On their return journey, Lanchi did not sneeze, and Wukong and Clin missed witnessing the true power of the golden-haired Lanchi. Upon seeing her, the turtle sage expressed great satisfaction and ultimately agreed to accept Wukong and Clin as his disciples. At this juncture, the three individuals successfully became disciples of Master Rashi, embarking on a rigorous and extraordinary journey of cultivation. Their initial undertaking was the fundamental physical training, which is the cornerstone of all skills and combat techniques. To wield any power effectively, one must first possess a solid foundation of physical ability. Even the ethereal prowess of Shang Yun's Prajna Palm hinges upon a substantial base. No matter how many levels one ascends or how many times one amplifies their abilities, without a strong foundation, all efforts are in vain. However, Master Rashi's training transcends mere physical enhancement, delving into the purification and elevation of the spirit. Each dawn, the trio would rise early, shouldering heavy milk crates, delivering milk to the island's residents from house to house. They were required to sprint along rugged mountain paths, honing their legs' strength and endurance. Along the way, they encountered various obstacles, steep inclines, muddy trails, and rushing streams, but they were compelled to overcome these challenges to ensure timely deliveries. This training not only tested their physical stamina, but also nurtured their sense of responsibility and perseverance. Next came the arduous task of tilling the land. It was revealed that Master Rashi owned a vast expanse of farmland, which explained the curiosity that had lingered since childhood about how he sustained himself in seclusion. Was it merely fish every day? In Chapter 10, Comprehending New Techniques, Master Rashi instructed the trio to utilize farming tools to prepare the soil for crop cultivation. This labor-intensive task required sustained effort, strengthening their arms and waists. Through the tilling process, they learned patience and meticulousness, as only by diligently tending to each inch of soil could they ensure the healthy growth of the crops. Additionally, they engaged in weighted running training, akin to Master Rashi himself, strapping heavy turtle shells to their backs for long-distance running. Whether on the beach or through the woods, they persevered in their runs, continually challenging their limits. Over time, they incrementally increased the weight to enhance their physical capacity and endurance. Once the trio had fortified their foundational physicality, Master Rashi commenced their training in combat techniques. The initial phase focused on mastering basic moves, with Master Rashi personally instructing them in various martial arts fundamentals, such as punches, kicks, and throws. They were required to practice these techniques repetitively until they could execute them with proficiency and ease. Master Rashi maintained strict standards for their movements. Each technique had to be executed with precision, power, and swiftness, They engaged in one-on-one sparring sessions to assess their learning outcomes, continuously refining their skills through practical application. To enhance their reaction speed, Master Roshi employed diverse training methods. For instance, he would suddenly hurl stones or balls at them, prompting quick evasive maneuvers. Or he would issue abrupt commands during their training, necessitating immediate responsive actions. This training not only tested their physical reflexes, but also sharpened their mental agility. The trio frequently participated in sparring matches under Master Roshi's guidance, engaging in regulated competitions or free combat to evaluate their martial prowess. In the realm of practical combat, they continually experiment with novel techniques and strategies, learning to adapt to various opponents and circumstances. Master Roshi observes their performance closely, offering timely guidance and counsel. These experiences are entirely new to Shang Yun, who has not encountered such challenges in his previous life. They are precisely what he requires. Shang Yun possesses an epiphany system and comprehends that the skills of others ultimately belong to them. No matter how proficiently one learns, there exists a limit. Thus, he aspires to master these techniques, and, through the integration of his former life's cultivation philosophy, endeavor to create his own martial arts. However, Shang Yun is overly ambitious. The resources available for his reference are scant, and even if he were to innovate, it would likely pale in comparison to the techniques imparted by Master Roshi. It would be more prudent to focus on mastering Roshi's methods. In truth, Shang Yun's cultivation of the Heart Sutra is already remarkable. The energy he cultivates resembles a formidable amalgamation of ancient martial arts, akin to the 9-yang divine skill, the Divine Illumination Sutra, and the Muscle Tendon Change, enhancing his foundational strength, comprehension, and rapid improvement in power. This also enables him to swiftly grasp the techniques of his adversaries. However, his own practice lacks specific techniques, with its sole practical function being reminiscent of the King of the North's King Punch, albeit superior in efficacy. Master Roshi also instructs the trio in meditation, guiding them to sit in serene surroundings, close their eyes, and focus their thoughts, dispelling distractions to achieve tranquility and relaxation. Through meditation, they enhance their concentration and willpower, strengthening their inner resolve. Additionally, they learn to endure pain and overcome fear. Master Roshi subjects them to rigorous training, such as standing under the blazing sun for extended periods and immersing themselves in frigid waters, cultivating their endurance and determination. Throughout these trials, they must learn to withstand discomfort and persist without yielding. To assist them in conquering their fears, Master Roshi devises challenging scenarios, such as confronting ferocious beasts or training at great heights. Through these experiences, they gradually surmount their psychological barriers, emerging more courageous and self-assured. During their time on Turtle Island, the trio undergoes comprehensive training, enhancing not only their physical abilities and martial prowess, but also fostering a resilient spirit and noble character. After mastering meditation, Shang Yun scarcely sleeps, choosing instead to sit in quiet reflection each evening following training, harmonizing his practice of the Heart Sutra. This not only bolsters his strength, but also facilitates rapid recovery of physical and mental energy. In his meditative state, he reflects on the day's training, contemplating his shortcomings and mentally simulating combat scenarios, which indeed reveals a notable deficiency: defense. The defensive techniques in Dragon Ball are rather simplistic, either through equipped armor or crossing one's arms to brace against an attack, channeling internal energy to the vulnerable areas, relying solely on physical resilience. Thus, Shang Yun seeks to develop a defensive technique. While offense may indeed be the best defense, the current circumstances are perilous. What he truly needs is a method that allows him to engage in battle with confidence, unencumbered by the threat of ambush. The defensive techniques that can be drawn upon are numerous. Within the realm of martial arts novels from my previous life, countless defensive methods abound. What Shang Yun needs to do is to integrate the combat styles from Dragon Ball and select suitable techniques to create his own. Firstly, there is no need for an excessive number of techniques. The combat skills imparted by Master Roshi suffice. Coupled with the abilities of clairvoyance and clairaudience, he can enhance his combat experience through actual battles. Moreover, the combat techniques in Dragon Ball are rather rudimentary. They do not necessitate exquisite finesse, but rather rely on physical prowess. As long as one possesses robust physical attributes, their combat power is formidable. The techniques remain the same. It ultimately depends on the strength of one's attacks and the swiftness of one's speed. Therefore, Shang Yun seeks skills akin to the Iron Shirt and the Diamond Shield, which can withstand damage and even reflect it. He also desires techniques like the Dragon Elephant Prajna and the indestructible skill of the Heavenly Lake Odd Hero, which can comprehensively enhance one's physical capabilities. Having determined his direction, Shun Yun diligently trains alongside Master Rashi while contemplating the Heart Sutra of Great Prajnaparamita. He also presents some methods for mobilizing internal energy to Master Rashi, who is astonished at how quickly Shang Yun has mastered Qigong, thus piquing his curiosity. After 3 years of training, the combat prowess of the trio has significantly improved. On the surface, Goku appears the strongest, followed by Krillin, with Shang Yun seemingly the weakest. However, Shang Yun has yet to unleash the Prajna force, leaving the question of who is truly stronger after an increase in attack power unresolved. Ding! Congratulations, host. For comprehending a new ability, the Prajna force has ascended to Diamond Prajna force. The long-awaited mechanical voice of 9527 suddenly echoed, and Shang Yun instinctively opened his attribute panel. Over the past 3 years, he occasionally checked his attribute panel to ascertain whether he had grown stronger or acquired new abilities. Chapter 11. The world's greatest martial arts tournament. As he opened the attribute panel, Shang Yun silently called out. Host, Shang Yun, age, 13 years, mind method, Heart Sutra of Great Prajnaparamita realm. Unity of knowledge and action. Knowledge is the beginning of action, and action is the consummation of knowledge. Divine powers, clairvoyance, able to perceive the birth and death, joy and sorrow of all beings in the 6 realms, as well as the myriad forms of the world without obstruction. Current level, beginner, with a heart ignited by compassion and empathy. Can see through a radius of 10 meters. Clairaudience, able to hear the languages of all beings in the 6 realms, encompassing their joys and sorrows, as well as various sounds of the world. Current level, beginner, with a heart ignited by compassion and empathy. Can clearly hear all sounds within a 10-meter radius. Technique, the first layer of Prajna Heart Sutra, derived from the Maha Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. An unparalleled method of Qi cultivation. Currently at the level of refining essence into Qi, martial skill, the first layer of Vajra Prajna force, derived from the Maha Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. An unparalleled method of Qi manipulation, capable of integrating into any combat technique, with unparalleled strength that comprehensively enhances physical attributes. When in operation, a Vajra visage forms externally, which can reflect all damage until the visage is broken, with no upper limit to its realm, with each elevation and level. Physical attributes double from the previous tier. Combat technique, Turtle Sage style, Turtle School energy wave on the foundation of Prajna force. Shang Yun comprehended the Vajra Prajna force, which can enhance physical attributes in all aspects. It is estimated that upon reaching a profound realm, it should be akin to the unfettered ultimate skill, rendering him virtually unharmed. In the 2nd year of training under the Turtle Sage, Shang Yun's attribute panel included the Turtle Sage style, having nearly mastered the combat techniques of the Turtle Sage, collectively referred to as the Turtle Sage style. During his battle with Sun Wukong, he acquired the Turtle School energy wave. On this day, the 3 were well prepared, awaiting the Turtle Sage's special training. The Turtle Sage ambled over and declared, "Today, there will be no training. I have good news. Your training has concluded. From now on, you must cultivate on your own. The master leads you to the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual." "Ah, really? Our training is done. But I don't feel any stronger," Krillin said, clenching his fist and looking at the Turtle Sage with confusion. "Take off your turtle shells and jump with all your might," the Turtle Sage said mysteriously. With curiosity, the 3 complied. "Wow, I can jump so high?" Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Soon, Wukong's voice echoed, equally thrilled. Shang Yun also attempted it, managing to leap about 20 meters off the ground. It was truly astonishing, and Shang Yun wore an expression of excitement, though he did not bounce repeatedly like the other 2. "Your strength is considerable, but you cannot fully control it yet. You must engage in combat to master it completely. Therefore, I want you to participate in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament on May 7th. 750 of the Era of Peace. This tournament will be held on a small island near the southern capital. Now let's set off." The Turtle Sage cast a meaningful glance at Shang Yun. After bidding farewell to Lan Shi, the group of 4 set out towards the southern capital. Upon arrival, the Turtle Sage instructed the 3 to register and await arrangements while he seemingly wandered off. Shang Yun understood that the Turtle Sage would also participate in this tournament, albeit disguised as a contestant named Jackie Chan. The intent was to ensure that the three would face worthy opponents, allowing them to grasp their strength through combat, while also understanding the principle that there are always greater forces beyond oneself. The competition took place in a large arena divided into preliminary and final venues. The preliminaries were held in an indoor sports hall with multiple competition areas, while the finals unfolded on an outdoor platform surrounded by spectators, allowing them to view the matches from various angles. The atmosphere was electric, filled with a multitude of spectators, all brimming with anticipation to witness the unfolding contest and see who would emerge as the supreme champion. Each time a thrilling duel erupted, the audience erupted in cheers, applause, and shouts, rallying behind the competitors. A total of 137 contestants participated, with preliminary rounds organized into groups through a draw, assigning participants to various divisions. Each division engaged in one-on-one contests, where being knocked out of the ring or losing consciousness signified defeat. Matches were limited to 1 minute, with the referee determining the outcome in cases where no clear victor emerged. Each division offered 2 advancement spots, ultimately selecting 8 contenders for the finals. The 8 finalists would then compete in elimination rounds on an open-air stage, where the intensity of the competition would escalate, as they vied for the title of the world's strongest. Each participant was required to give their utmost, showcasing their most formidable abilities. A dedicated team of staff managed the organization and logistics of the event, overseeing the draw and scheduling matches, while the referees ensured fair play throughout, adjudicating victories according to the established rules. A medical team stood ready on site, prepared to transport any injured contestant to the nearest hospital for treatment. Fortunately, the 3 friends were not assigned to the same match, allowing each to leverage their abilities to reach the finals. During their wait, Goku introduced Krillin and Master Roshi to his friends, Yamcha, a striking young man with a distinctive black hedgehog hairstyle, and Bulma, a beautiful girl with flowing blue hair, alongside the chubby pig Oolong. It must be said, Bulma was indeed stunning. At 17, she epitomized youthful beauty. As the preliminary rounds progressed, Krillin encountered his senior from the Dorian Temple. Previously bullied by the upperclassmen at the temple, Krillin was plagued by a deep-seated fear, believing he could never triumph over them. Thus, he maintained a defensive stance, evading rather than retaliating. "Krillin, fight back. He's weak, don't be afraid," Goku shouted anxiously after finishing his own match and noticing Krillin's demeanor. At that moment, Master Roshi, having just concluded his own bout, approached to offer encouragement, but Goku had already spoken, and he chose to remain silent, understanding that sometimes support was best rendered quietly from the sidelines. Yet Krillin remained paralyzed by fear. Perhaps it had become ingrained in his very being. Master Roshi contemplated before calling out, "Krillin, stop dodging and take a hit from him." Confused, Krillin turned to Master Roshi, exclaiming, "Take a hit? Are you serious?" In response to the astonished gazes around him, Master Roshi delivered a reassuring nod. Krillin understood that Master Roshi would not deceive him and recognized that avoidance was not a viable strategy, for time was slipping away. As Krillin hesitated, his senior's attack was upon him. With no time left for doubt, he crossed his arms and braced himself to endure the blow. "Haha, Krillin, are you stunned into silence?" His senior taunted. Puzzled, Krillin suddenly recalled something, turning sharply to look at Master Roshi, who once again offered a resolute gaze of encouragement. Chapter 12. Lan Fang's passed with a resounding crash. The senior brother collided with the wall, having been forcefully expelled by Krillin's kick. Krillin emerged victorious. Ecstatic, he leaped off the stage and delivered a punch to Shang Yun's chest, exclaiming, "Thank you, Shang Yun." Shang Yun merely smiled in response, offering no further words. Curiosity enveloped the crowd as Bulma, unable to contain herself, inquired, "What on earth is happening? We urged him for so long, yet it bore no fruit." Shang Yun suggested Krillin take a punch. Why has he suddenly lost his fear? Shang Yun glanced at Krillin, who chuckled, "Thank you all for your concern." However, at that moment, my mind was clouded with memories of being bullied by my seniors, feeling utterly powerless to resist. Yet, after taking that punch, I realized I no longer felt the pain I once did. It dawned on me that I had grown stronger, and my senior was no longer my match. The others listened in dawning comprehension. Indeed, experiencing it firsthand proved far more enlightening than mere words. Bulma, wide-eyed with curiosity, gazed at Shang Yun. as the tournament progressed. The preliminaries approached their conclusion, and Shang Yun encountered an intriguing opponent, Lan Fong. "Hello, handsome. Do you think I'm pretty?" Lan Fong bent slightly, revealing her fair décolletage. One hand on her hip and the other playfully touching her lips, casting flirtatious glances at Shang Yun. "Indeed," Shang Yun replied, hands crossed behind his back, his demeanor calm. "Beauty is beauty. I speak only the truth. Would you truly strike such a lovely sister? I am but a fragile girl. Why not descend from the stage and allow me to win?" Lan Fong continued her playful antics. At that moment, Yamcha and Master Rashi, disguised as Jackie Chan, were already drooling, while Bulma crossed her arms, disdainfully muttering, "How shameless." The crowd regarded Shang Yun with curiosity, eager to witness his reaction. "No," he replied, maintaining his composed demeanor. In truth, Shang Yun felt a twinge of shyness. After all, he was in the throes of adolescence, full of vigor, and faced with a stunning beauty who seemed to beckon him with an inviting posture. He wondered what experiences had led Lan Fong to employ her allure as a means of seduction in battle. To Shang Yun, she appeared quite formidable. Such skilled individuals typically possessed a sense of pride that dissuaded them from resorting to such trivial tactics. Yet, Lan Fong wielded her charms with remarkable finesse, openly displaying them on the grand stage. Shang Yun recalled from his previous life, having read comic books, that during her battle with Nam, Lan Fong, unable to best him, resorted to disrobing, revealing her undergarments in a bid to distract him, leaving the innocent Nam blushing and cornered. However, Nam, focused on his mission to procure water for his hometown, closed his eyes, achieving a tranquil mind, successfully evading Lan Fong's advances and swiftly incapacitating her with a precise strike, ultimately securing victory. Had Lan Fong endured immense humiliation, compelling her to rely on her beauty for survival, ultimately leading her to adopt this approach. Shen Yun spoke softly, while Shang Yun concentrated fully on the divine abilities of Tian Er Tong and Tian Yin Tong, focusing his mind on Lan Fong, hoping to perceive her inner world through these extraordinary powers. To an outsider, Shang Yun appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly lost in thought. The divine abilities of Tian Er Tong and Tian Yin Tong transcended the constraints of time and space. Despite not showing any visible improvement in his attributes over the past 3 years of cultivation, Shang Yun was aware of his progress. During battles with Wukong and Klin, he could faintly sense their thoughts and anticipated their next moves. Lan Fong was initially taken aback, not expecting a man to remain unmoved by her beauty. As she prepared to change her strategy and continue her seduction, she noticed that although the boy before her maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes were intently fixed on her, devoid of the desire she was accustomed to seeing in other men. Instead, she sensed curiosity and compassion emanating from him, which made her feel as though she were being laid bare. An overwhelming discomfort washed over her, prompting her to abandon her seductive tactics and assume a combat stance. "Ready to strike. That sister is about to attack, young sir. But do be gentle. I'm just a delicate girl." Lan Fong instinctively feigned weakness before launching her assault. As she closed the distance, she delivered a powerful kick, aiming to send Shang Yun off the stage before he could react. Shang Yun, engrossed in the exertion of his 2 divine abilities, was initially oblivious to Lan Fong's attack. However, the sensations brought forth by these abilities guided his body to evade the blow, narrowly avoiding her kick. Upon witnessing Shang Yun's evasion, Lan Fong hastily retracted her leg to prevent herself from overshooting the stage. She turned to glance at Shang Yun, who still stared blankly at her, prompting her to think, so he is merely pretending to be foolish. Anger simmered within her as she continued her assault, which Shang Yun evaded with ease. Unbeknownst to him, his body was responding autonomously while his mental energy waned rapidly. In his vision, he began to see glimpses of Lan Fong's past life. In a northern archipelago, there was a girl named Lan Fong. Her father passed away when she was very young, leaving her with scant memories of him. Later, her mother, struggling to survive alone, remarried, plunging Lan Fong into a childhood shrouded in darkness. Due to her exceptional beauty, she became the target of her stepfather's sexual harassment from an early age. Those days were fraught with fear, her soul eroded by endless torment. However, fate seemed to take a turn one fateful day. After her mother's death, when her stepfather once again harassed her, a passing master appeared as if sent by the heavens to rescue her. The master, filled with compassion, took her in. For Lan Fong, it felt as if she had glimpsed a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. She yearned to change her destiny and resolved to train under the master. Initially, she was filled with hope and anticipation, believing she had found a new direction in life. Yet, she could never have imagined that the master also coveted her beauty. On a silent night, her nightmares returned as the master violated her. In that moment, Lan Fang's world shattered, despair engulfing her like a tidal wave. She contemplated suicide, wishing to end her painful existence. However, the mere thought of allowing the master to continue evading justice ignited a fierce blaze of anger within her. Thus, Lan Fang resolved to endure humiliation and bear the burden. She utilized her beauty to serve the master, all in a bid to earn his trust and learn martial arts. As days turned into weeks, Lan Fang matured through her suffering, her inner strength gradually solidifying, no longer fragile enough to contemplate ending her life. She silently amassed her power, waiting for the opportune moment for revenge. Chapter 13. Mastering combat techniques at long last. When she had honed her skills, Lan Fang personally dispatched the master. In that moment, she experienced a profound sense of liberation, as years of pain and hatred were finally released. From then on, Lan Fang embarked on a journey through the wandering world. She became a champion of the weak, embodying justice. Yet, when confronted by formidable adversaries, her past experiences led her to instinctively employ her beauty to seduce. Seizing the opportunity to strike when they were unprepared, she understood that this might not be the most honorable method, but it was her means of survival in a ruthless world. Gradually, Lan Fang yearned to transform her life, aspiring to attain a brighter existence. Yet she was uncertain of how to proceed. She contemplated participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, hoping to prove herself and earn the respect and admiration of others, thereby validating her worth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for initially grasping the powers of destiny, allowing her to perceive her own and countless other beings' fates across numerous lifetimes, as well as their actions. Not only could she comprehend her past experiences, but she could also discern the circumstances of other beings' former lives, including their identities and deeds, both virtuous and vile. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering a combat technique. The technique description states that when the host realizes she cannot evade an opponent's attack, her mind enters a state of profound tranquility, enabling her to execute the technique, which commands her body's instincts to perform a dodge, albeit at a significant cost to her mental energy. Please, host, name this combat technique. As Shang Yun felt a surge of compassion for Lan Fang and contemplated offering her guidance, the mechanical voice of 9527 interrupted. Zen Awareness Evasion Technique. Shang Yun felt that this combat technique required the mind to attain a tranquil state, allowing for an almost instinctual evasion of attacks, thus inspiring this name. The name has been designated as Zen Awareness Evasion Technique. Please, host, review it. Open the attribute panel. Shang Yun was quite curious about the powers of destiny. Host, Shang Yun Age, 13 Mind Method, Maha Prajna Parmitha Sutra Realm. Unity of knowledge and action. Knowledge is the beginning of action, and action is the manifestation of knowledge. Powers. Heavenly Eye can perceive the suffering and joy of all beings in the 6 realms, as well as witness all forms and colors in the world without obstruction. Current level. Beginner, with a compassionate heart, can see clearly within a radius of 10 meters. Heavenly Ear can hear the words of joy and sorrow from all beings in the 6 realms, as well as various sounds in the world. Current level. Beginner, with a compassionate heart, can hear clearly within a radius of 10 meters. Fate Insight can know one's own and all beings' fates across countless lifetimes and their deeds. Current level. Beginner, with a compassionate heart, can perceive others' experiences in this life. Martial Art. One layer of the Heart Sutra of Prajna, derived from the Mahaprajnaparamita, an unparalleled method of cultivating Qi. Currently at the stage of refining essence into Qi. Combat Technique. One layer of the Diamond Prajna Force, gained from the Mahaprajnaparamita and supreme method of Qi manipulation. Capable of integrating into any combat skill, its force is unparalleled and robust, significantly enhancing physical attributes. When activated, a diamond-like manifestation forms around the body, which can reflect all harm as long as the manifestation remains intact, with no upper limit to its mastery. Each elevation in realm doubles the physical prowess of the previous level. Combat Skills. Turtle Sage Style, Turtle School's Qigong Wave, Zen Spirit Avoidance Technique. This Fate Insight allows one to perceive their own and others' past deeds, even to discern the cycles of life across hundreds or thousands of reincarnations. However, at the current initial stage, one can only glimpse the experiences of the present life, and it necessitates a compassionate heart towards others to utilize this divine ability. Harboring ill intentions would disrupt the process. Indeed, this rudimentary divine power carries numerous restrictions. The Zen spirit avoidance technique can only be employed in a tranquil state, and each successful application requires considerable mental energy, making it unsuitable for teaching to Wukong and the others, as Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan transformation demands a state of anger. Regaining composure, Shang Yun turned his gaze back to Lan Fong, who was now perspiring and in the midst of removing her top, revealing a sweat-drenched undergarment that exuded the allure of a mature woman. In this moment, the turtle sage appeared as though intoxicated, his face flushed to the point of near spontaneity, while Oolong exhibited a foolish expression, drool pooling on the ground. Even Yamcha, shyly bowing his head, could not help but steal glances at Lan Fong, wary of Bulma's observation. "Little brother, please do not tease your elder sister any longer. She is so weary. Just allow her a moment to strike," Lan Fong lamented, rubbing her eyes and feigning tears. "Lan Fong, the anguish of your past has faded. Why burden yourself with it anew?" Shang Yun exerted the first layer of the diamond prajna force, emanating a faint golden light from his being, imparting an aura of majestic sanctity. Lan Fong, somewhat perplexed, was unsure of Shang Yun's intentions. However, witnessing his current demeanor, she refrained from further temptation and assumed a defensive posture. "You possess a kind heart, eager to protect the weak, yet you have wandered into confusion due to excessive slaughter, seeking redemption through acts of release. But do you not know that true release is granting freedom to oneself? Only with a tranquil heart can one truly embrace life and attain genuine happiness. Apart from the suffering inflicted by the body, all other pains are self-imposed through your own thoughts. Everything that transpires in your life is an experience you must endure. Life is merely a journey of experiences. Any tribulations that fate lays upon you will eventually pass, and if you cannot bear them, they shall not be bestowed upon you. You are a courageous girl. You have conquered your own weakness in the past. Now, what you must conquer is not me, but rather the turmoil within yourself." Shang Yun channeled the Heart Sutra of Prajna, amplifying his voice through the diamond prajna force, allowing it to resonate deep within Lan Fong's soul. Lan Fong lowered her arms from her chest and gazed intently at Shang Yun. "Who are you? How do you know this?" she demanded, before launching into yet another barrage of attacks. At this point, Shang Yun no longer evaded her. Instead, he allowed her to strike his body, only raising his arms to deflect blows aimed at his lower regions. The ferocity of a woman can indeed be terrifying, as she ruthlessly targeted the vulnerable areas of a 13-year-old child, clearly provoking Shang Yun to unearth her hidden wounds and incite her wrath. Gradually, Lan Fong came to a halt, her undergarments nearly drenched in perspiration. Exhausted and having vented her frustrations, she sat on the ground, staring at Shang Yun, disinterested in conversation, pondering what manner of creature he was. "Let go of others' faults to liberate your heart. All matters arise from the mind. View them lightly to attain peace." Shang Yun calmly responded, though he too felt the strain. Although uninjured, his internal energy was nearly depleted. The Vajra Prajna technique, while devoid of the side effects associated with the Kaioken, required substantial energy drawn from the Prajna Heart Sutra. Under normal circumstances, Shang Yun's energy reserves would sustain him longer. Yet by refusing to evade and instead absorbing damage, his energy was rapidly consumed. Chapter 14. The Battle Against Namu. At this moment, Lan Fong panted heavily as she contemplated Shang Yun's earlier words, beginning to grasp their significance. Slowly, she rose, donned her clothes from the ground, adjusted her attire, and cast a lingering glance at Shang Yun. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the onlookers, she turned and leapt off the stage. Shang Yun exhaled a sigh of relief, retracting the Vajra Prajna, and signaled to the host that it was time to announce the outcome. "Oh, I declare the winner of this match, Shang Yun." Shang Yun emerged victorious, successfully advancing to the finals. Soon, the 8 finalists were determined. The Turtle Sage Incarnate, Jackie Chan, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Namu, Bartley, and Shang Yun. The finals would be conducted through random pairings. The first match featured Krillin against Bartley, a repugnant opponent who relied on various foul odors and nauseating attacks. Upon learning of Bartley's tactics, Krillin felt a wave of discomfort and hesitated to engage in close combat. The spectators, even from a distance, recoiled in distaste, ultimately leading to Krillin being caught beneath Bartley's weight as he unleashed a noxious fart, rendering Krillin unconscious. Just as Bartley prepared to deliver a final blow, Shang Yun shouted to Krillin, "Krillin, wake up. It's all an illusion, merely a figment of your imagination. You have no nose, you cannot smell the stench." Upon regaining his senses, Krillin swiftly defeated Bartley and, in a moment of poetic justice, retaliated with a fart directed at Bartley's nose, causing the foul man to faint from the stench. The host, donning a gas mask, ascended the stage to announce Krillin's victory. Next came Yamcha, who faced unfortunate odds against the dragon incarnation of Master Roshi. At the outset, Yamcha unleashed a fierce assault, employing his signature move, the Wolf Fang Fist. However, to Master Roshi, this was merely a trivial technique. In a matter of mere exchanges, Master Roshi managed to knock Yamcha off the stage, resulting in Yamcha's regretful defeat. The Turtle Sage advanced. Next, the legendary Sun Wukong faces off against the rotund Pteranodon, Kirin, whose signature move, the Enchanted Chewing Gum, renders those struck immobile, leaving them vulnerable to relentless attacks. As the match commences, the two engage in a fierce exchange of blows. Kirin's imposing size grants him a formidable presence. However, his strength pales in comparison to that of Sun Wukong. Eventually, Kirin employs his magical gum to temporarily ensnare Sun Wukong, unleashing a barrage of assaults upon him. Yet, Sun Wukong ultimately breaks free from his bonds, prompting Kirin to concede defeat by raising a white flag. Thus, Sun Wukong emerges victorious. Following this contest, Shang Yun prepares to battle the esteemed martial artist, Namo. Namo, hailing from a village plagued by severe water scarcity, participates in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament not for fame or fortune, but to secure a prize that would alleviate his community's plight. His noble intentions reveal a compassionate heart and a profound sense of responsibility. Namo is a formidable opponent, resolute in spirit, and a true practitioner of asceticism. In a previous life, he possessed the ability to ride the Nimbus Cloud, a feat reserved for those of pure heart and unblemished spirit, thereby indicating his relatively untainted soul, free from malevolent thoughts. As the two combatants step onto the stage, they bow to one another, adopting their stances without striking, each seeking a flaw in the other's defenses. Time ticks by, and although the final match has no time limit, the spectators grow restless, voicing their impatience with jeers. Both warriors remain steadfast, undeterred by the crowd, continuing their careful observation of one another. Sun Wukong and Krillin, intrigued, watch the unfolding drama, while Master Roshi, previously engaged in conversation with beautiful women, now gazes appreciatively at his disciple Shang Yun, surprised by his remarkable composure. Eventually, the host, feeling the pressure from the audience, steps forward to urge the two to commence their battle, at least to make a move. Shang Yun smiles and nods, bringing his palms together in a gesture of respect as he addresses Namo. "Master Namo, please, you may strike first. I excel in defense." Namo, taken aback by Shang Yun's respectful address, momentarily feels flustered. However, he recognizes the need to secure victory for his village, prompting him to set aside his admiration. With a respectful bow and hands clasped, he waits for Shang Yun's nod before rushing toward him. Namo strikes swiftly with both hands aimed at Shang Yun's chest. Positioned defensively, Shang Yun evades the blows, retreating rapidly to create distance. Namo relentlessly pursues, varying his attacks, yet Shang Yun refrains from countering, continuing to evade with nimble footwork. As they near the edge of the arena, Shang Yun suddenly halts his retreat, propelling himself into the air with a powerful leap, executing a somersault to land behind Namo. With one foot firmly on the ground, he swiftly raises his other leg, preparing to deliver a kick to Namo, who is perilously close to the arena's edge. At that moment, Nanwu felt a surge of panic. He had not anticipated that this seemingly simple-minded lad would resort to underhanded tactics. In a hurry, he retracted his legs and swiftly waved his hands in an attempt to halt his forward momentum. However, as he approached the edge of the arena, despite his efforts to decelerate, he still careened off the side. Just as he was about to plummet to the ground, Nanwu executed a swift turn. Positioning himself at the edge of the platform, his legs bent, preventing any contact with the ground below. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed Shang Yun charging toward him, a foot nearly aimed at his face. In a moment of alarm, Nanwu observed Xiangyun suddenly halt a meter away, smiling at him. With determination, Nanwu climbed back onto the stage, gazing at Xiangyun with a puzzled expression. Xiangyun, maintaining his smile, remarked, "Master Nanwu, you have underestimated me. One must remember that even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. You should not show leniency simply because I am a child." Upon hearing this, Nanwu recognized Xiangyun's respect for him and clasped his hands together, acknowledging, "I have been taught." Meanwhile, the turtle sage, who had been playfully impersonating Jackie Chan, set aside his whimsical demeanor and focused intently on Xiangyun's battle, pondering to himself that this young man was commendable, unencumbered by fame or fortune. Indeed, his future achievements would likely surpass his own. The two combatants resumed their fighting stances and launched their assaults simultaneously. Nanwu's fighting style was characterized by grand, forceful strikes, possessing considerable offensive power. Aware of his own deficiencies in combat experience and recognizing that he was no match for Nanwu's strength, Xiangyun aimed to hone his fighting skills through this match without resorting to the formidable Diamond Sutra technique, opting instead to employ the Turtle School's combat techniques against Nanwu. The two exchanged blows, with each landing hits in return. Initially, Xiangyun found himself on the receiving end of attacks, rarely managing to strike Nanwu. Although Nanwu's techniques were robust and expansive, they were executed with remarkable speed and rhythm, allowing him to evade Xiangyun's assaults while launching counterattacks. Under such relentless pressure, Xiangyun felt as though he were being besieged by numerous adversaries, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, having trained in the Diamond Sutra technique, even without its active application, he passively enhanced his physical defense. After enduring dozens of Nanwu's punches and kicks, Xiangyun gradually acclimated to the rhythm of Nanwu's attacks and began to mount a counteroffensive. Chapter 15. Enlightenment in battle. Every thought and intention stems from a cause, and what one experiences in the present is the effect. The world remains oblivious to the principle of cause and effect. Indeed, has cause and effect ever spared anyone? Xiangyun desired Nanwu to act as his sparring partner, urging him to give his all. Thus he felt he deserved the beating he received. However, this ordeal led him to realize yet another shortcoming: the absence of a powerful, explosive technique. Although he had mastered the Turtle School's Kamehameha wave, Xiangyun felt it lacked the necessary explosiveness and surprise. Furthermore, in its later stages, the Kamehameha wave appeared somewhat ordinary, as the training methods of figures like Sun Wukong involved dispersing energy throughout the body and then concentrating it at a single point for attack. This method, while effective, was rather rudimentary. The speed of energy accumulation was slow, requiring considerable time for gathering, and during an explosive moment, the output could not be excessive due to the sluggish speed of the energy, leading to insufficient endurance. Xiangyun diligently cultivates the Heart Sutra of Prajna, focusing on the upper, middle, and lower dantians. Currently, he has attained the realm of refining essence into qi and continues to practice in the lower dantian, situated 3 fingers below the navel. His internal energy is typically stored within the dantian, allowing for swift mobilization when required, resulting in enhanced output. Yet, he remains hindered by the limitations of his true qi. What he truly seeks is the ability to engage in battles beyond his current level. Fortunately, he possesses the Nirvana Enlightenment system and has already comprehended the Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra, from which he merely needs to glean new skills. The two combatants remain locked in a fierce struggle, with Xiangyun gradually transitioning from being on the defensive to launching counterattacks, occasionally managing to land blows on Nanwu. Xiangyun is aware that, in his normal state without the use of the Diamond Prajna technique, he falls short of Nanwu's prowess. However, considering the likelihood of encountering similar situations in the future, he aims to leverage his formidable physical defense to seize this opportunity to develop new combat techniques. In circumstances like the current one, Xiangyun requires a method to withstand his opponent's assaults while simultaneously executing powerful counterattacks, ideally akin to the Kamehameha or the magic attack light cannon, which could potentially double his offensive strength. With a clear direction comes motivation. As he contemplates, he continues to strike back, while the spectators, including Klin, observe with puzzled expressions. Why has Xiangyun's attack slowed? Just moments ago, he was able to counter several times. Yet now he appears to be merely defending, occasionally retaliating, but failing to connect. Indeed, what could be the cause? Sun Wukong and Bulma share the same confusion. Yamucha, watching the duel, appears contemplative but says nothing, turning to gaze at the character played by Master Rashi, who resembles Jackie Chan. It is a moment of enlightenment. He is experiencing a breakthrough, perhaps in the midst of battle. This young man possesses remarkable potential, Master Rashi muses in astonishment. At this moment, Nanwu also senses something amiss with Shang Yun. Noticing Shang Yun's dazed expression, seemingly lost in thought, he contemplates breaking off the fight to check on him. Nanwu, do not cease your assault. Shang Yun is in a state of enlightenment, likely creating a new technique. He requires your pressure, Master Rashi urgently calls out. Recognizing the significance of this opportunity for his disciple, many may never encounter such a chance in their lifetime. Upon hearing this, Nanwu comprehends the situation, thinking to himself, this lad is indeed blessed with fortune, and thus dedicates himself fully to pressuring Shang Yun. The audience is oblivious to the underlying dynamics at play, mistakenly believing the two are merely performing. The host, feeling the pressure, considers stepping in to remind the fighters, but is stopped by Clin. Meanwhile, Shang Yun's mind races like lightning, continuously channeling his true chi in an effort to unleash an attack beyond his usual capabilities. However, after numerous attempts, he finds he can only achieve an approximate tenfold increase in power at full output, which pales in comparison to future adversaries who may be exponentially stronger. Just as Shang Yun contemplates his next move, Nanwu launches a straight punch. Shang Yun steps back, deftly deflecting Nanwu's fist while simultaneously delivering a swift kick to Nanwu's feet. Caught off guard, Nanwu stumbles and falls to the ground, having become so preoccupied with attacking that he neglected his defense. Upon witnessing the fallen Nanwu, Shang Yun's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Indeed, in his previous life, there were numerous techniques that enabled the weak to triumph over the strong. Redirecting an adversary's attacks back upon them, and even combining these with one's own strikes, akin to the celestial dance of the cosmos or the profound transformations of Tai Chi. Thus, Shang Yun closed his eyes and contemplated these techniques, aspiring to devise a new style within the realm of Dragon Ball. Nanwu, having collapsed on the arena, was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he flushed with embarrassment and, with a nimble turn, leapt to his feet, poised to resume his assault, only to be halted by Master Rashi's urgent call. Do not attack yet. Shang Yun is at a crucial moment and requires tranquility, he implored. Upon hearing this, Nanwu remained still. At this juncture, Shang Yun had a general sense of direction, yet he was uncertain of the fundamental principles underlying this technique. Reluctant to abandon his pursuit, he silently recited the Heart Sutra of Maha Prajnaparamita. As he reached the passage regarding the emptiness of the five aggregates, a tremor of realization coursed through him. He understood. The five aggregates, form, sensation, perception, mental formations, and consciousness, compose the essence of all sentient beings. The notion of the emptiness of the five aggregates conveys that they are impermanent, illusory, and devoid of inherent essence, urging one not to cling to them, thereby attaining liberation from suffering and transcending the cycle of birth and death. This implies that all is but a facade, an illusion. Thus, a realm of ethereal void enveloped him. Any attack that penetrated this spiritual domain would be dismantled and rendered intangible, allowing the dissipated energy to be redirected back into his own strikes. As for whether to absorb these abilities to enhance his own strength, Shang Yun did not ponder this, for each individual's powers possess unique attributes, and the energy unleashed would invariably carry emotional undertones. Indeed, emotions should not be underestimated. They can propel a person to unleash power beyond their own imagination. Just as Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan demands the fury of anger, or Yang's heartbreaking palm in the Return of the Condor Heroes requires profound sorrow. The depth and intensity of these emotions directly correlate to the magnitude of power attained. However, such reliance on emotions is ultimately not the path of righteousness. Each emotion, joy, anger, sorrow, thought, fear, and shock, can yield unforeseen consequences while simultaneously jeopardizing one's internal organs and vital essence. Consequently, Sun Wukong's demise due to heart disease stemmed partly from this imbalance. Anger can easily disrupt the heart. Shang Yun, devoted to Zen, naturally did not need to depend on such emotions. Moreover, should he seek power at the cost of losing his true self, he would find no enemy necessary. He would undermine his own mental state and render his skills ineffective. Chapter 16. The creation of battle techniques. Though time seemed to stretch infinitely, it passed in the blink of an eye. Boom. Namu felt a surge of energy emanating from Shang Yun, instinctively raising his hands to shield his chest. Shang Yun's entire being trembled as his momentum soared. Awakened from his epiphany, he broke through. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the Heart Sutra of Maha Prajna Parmitha. The level of prajna has ascended, achieving the second stage of chi refinement and spirit transformation. The mechanical voice of 9527 resonated with impeccable timing. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have created a unique combat technique. Combat technique description. The host enters a state of serene emptiness, forming a void spiritual domain around themselves, capable of disintegrating, phasing, and absorbing all forms of attack. The absorbed energy can be unleashed in a strike or dissipated into the atmosphere. However, if the attack exceeds the host's strength by a significant margin, the spiritual domain will be breached, resulting in dual damage to both the mind and body of the host. The size of the domain expands with increased strength, allowing it to envelop opponents. Please name your technique. Serene Void Spiritual Domain, exclaimed Shang Yun, overwhelmed with excitement. This was Shang Yun's first time actively creating a combat technique, and such an impressive one at that. Naturally, he was elated. Previously, the method of Zen awareness was merely a product of his body being manipulated by the powers of heavenly eye and ear, devoid of the contemplative journey of creation, and thus not evoking much excitement. Returning to his senses, Shang Yun remembered he was in a competition and refrained from checking his attribute panel. He clasped his hands together and addressed Master Nanwu. Thank you, Master Nanwu. Master Nanwu shook his head repeatedly. No, you are too courteous. What have you comprehended? May I witness it? It is merely a defensive technique. I humbly request your guidance, Master Nanwu. Observing the impatience of the audience below, Shang Yun realized they had lingered on stage for too long. The spectators, being ordinary individuals, had come to witness the spectacle, and with the lack of excitement, their mood soured. Master Nanwu, the audience can hardly wait. Let us settle this with a single move. Please, unleash your ultimate technique. Shang Yun smiled. Ultimate technique. My ultimate move is perilous. The struck individual must slumber for 10 days and nights before awakening. Are you certain? Shang Yun nodded nonchalantly. Very well, prepare to receive it. Master Nanwu, showing respect to Shang Yun, propelled himself into the air with great force, soaring over 100 meters high, evidently exerting all his might. At the apex of his ascent, he crossed his arms in front of him, diving headfirst with incredible speed, shouting, Heavenly Cross Fist. Shang Yun had always been curious about the Heavenly Cross Fist in his past life. This technique possessed formidable offensive power but lacked versatility, relying solely on a downward dive. Easily avoidable. However, as he faced it now, he discovered it was not so simple. Master Nanwu could alter his trajectory mid-air by twisting his waist. The only chance to evade lay when he was about to touch the ground, with no room to change direction. Yet, the arena was limited in size. And no matter how Shang Yun attempted to dodge, he remained within the shadow of Nanwu's Heavenly Cross Fist. Shang Yun chose not to evade. He was eager to test the effectiveness of his newfound technique. Serene Void Spiritual Domain. With hands clasped, a 3-foot radius energy shield enveloped him. He gazed upward at the descending Master Nanwu, contemplating how invoking the skill with a shout indeed possessed a grandiosity. Boom. The two finally collided, or rather, Master Nanwu struck Shang Yun's energy shield, while Shang Yun remained steadfast, hands still clasped, unyielding. Nanwu exerted force with both hands against the energy shield, executing a flawless backflip before landing gracefully on his feet. Observing Shang Yun, he mused, what an impressive energy shield. It can entirely nullify my attacks. Am I to falter here? The villagers await my return. What course of action should I take? Shang Yun retracted his spiritual domain and, with a smile, declared, Master, I concede. The young lad has bested me. What? Nanwu exclaimed in disbelief. Shang Yun smiled gently as he descended from the arena. Below, Master Rashi watched Shang Yun leave the stage, stroking his beard and nodding in approval. Indeed, this young man is remarkable. However, his technique seems to counter my Kamehameha wave entirely. Alas, the student surpasses the master. Shang Yun, are you injured? Krillin and Sun Wukong inquired anxiously. Why did you concede? Bulma asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. I am unscathed. I have attained what I sought, and further competition would yield little additional benefit, Shang Yun replied with a smile. Though the others were perplexed, they expressed their support. In truth, Shang Yun harbored additional thoughts. He wished to witness the growth of Sun Wukong and the others, preferring not to interfere with their destined paths. According to memories from his previous life, Sun Wukong was destined to battle Namo, and for him, each confrontation was vital for his development. Having already lost, Shang Yun, adhering to the rules, could choose to exit or remain to observe. He opted to temporarily withdraw, as he had matters to attend to. At the entrance of the venue, Shang Yun spotted a familiar figure, Lan Fang. "I watched your match. You are truly remarkable," she remarked, her allure as captivating as ever. "Victory and defeat are but fleeting moments. What I seek is continued cultivation," Shang Yun replied nonchalantly. "I find myself in a state of confusion and wish to train alongside you, perhaps gleaning some wisdom to illuminate my path ahead," Lan Fang said, her previously enchanting demeanor replaced by earnestness. "To train with me, desiring to learn from my experience? Very well, but knowledge should not be imparted lightly. Do you possess the means?" Shang Yun thought to himself that he could use the funds, and the timing was fortuitous. "How much do you require? Is 100,000 sufficient?" Lan Fang exclaimed in astonishment, surprised that such a stunning beauty would demand payment. "Not necessarily. Come, assist me in purchasing an item, and you shall cover the cost." With that, Shang Yun turned and walked away, leaving Lan Fang no choice but to follow. The pair arrived at the retail store of the Universal Capsule Company, and upon entering, they were met with an array of dazzling merchandise. The Universal Capsule Company, owned by Bulma's family, was destined to produce one of Earth's most formidable scientists and the world's wealthiest individual. The Universal Capsule is the company's flagship product, appearing as an unassuming small capsule, yet possessing extraordinary functions. By pressing the button on the capsule, one can release the items stored within, whether they be houses, cars, airplanes, battle suits, or spacecraft, along with various tools and weapons, all of which can materialize in an instant. Moreover, items are compressed into an exceedingly small volume for convenient transport. For instance, during their travels, Sun Wukong and his companions frequently utilized a universal capsule to carry various necessities and modes of transportation, significantly enhancing their mobility. The application of this technology alleviates the burdens of carrying numerous items in daily life and work. One merely needs to carry a few small capsules to access everything they require at any moment. Each product is adorned with a blue capsule emblem. Chapter 17. Individual Cultivation. What brings you here? Lan Fang inquired with curiosity. What else could one do here? Naturally, it is to shop. Just ensure you have the money ready, Shang Yun replied, gazing at the dazzling array of capsule products on the shelves, marveling at the brilliance of this technology. What are you planning to purchase? Just so you know, I cannot afford anything too extravagant, Lan Fang exclaimed, her expression resembling that of a frightened little rabbit about to be devoured. Just some daily necessities and transportation tools. I am uncertain of the cost. Did you not mention embarking on this journey together? It is the perfect opportunity for both travel and cultivation, Shang Yun responded, feeling somewhat exasperated. Oh, so it is akin to an ascetic's journey? But wait, do not ascetics typically practice alone on foot? That sounds arduous. I certainly do not wish for that, Lan Fang retorted. Thus, I need you to purchase some tools. I am not fond of hardship. Cultivation should bring joy, not suffering, Shang Yun clarified. Fine. I understand what I need to buy now. You can browse around while I go shopping, Lan Fang stated earnestly. Remember to get me a few new outfits. Understood. Lan Fang called over her shoulder as she made her way toward the salesperson. Shang Yun did not worry about Lan Fang's finances. She was the type of girl who often redistributed wealth from the affluent to the less fortunate, so she surely had money. Even if she didn't, it mattered little. For Shang Yun, the essence of this journey was the cultivation itself. Enjoyment was paramount. The joy derived from overcoming hardships is what truly elevates one's spirit. Girls do tend to take their time shopping, and soon Shang Yun lost interest in the capsules, opting instead to wait by the entrance. As dusk began to settle, it appeared the Grand Martial Arts Tournament had concluded, and the streets were becoming increasingly crowded. The outcome of the competition seemed certain. Master Rashi was likely the victor. At last, Lan Fang emerged from the store, seemingly loaded with purchases and carrying a backpack. The two headed toward the venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, where they coincidentally encountered Sun Wukong and the others exiting. Sun Wukong appeared quite exhausted after a day of combat, having transformed into a gorilla and endured a thorough defeat at the hands of Master Rashi, leaving him quite famished. Master Rashi suggested treating everyone to a meal, and Shang Yun followed suit, resulting in the entire prize money from the tournament being consumed in one sitting. Master Rashi was taken aback, left with a feeling of despair. After the meal, Master Rashi addressed Lan Fong, saying, "Dear lady, may I inquire about your plans? Do you require any assistance?" "No need. I intend to travel alongside Shang Yun," Lan Fong replied coolly, seemingly disinterested in responding to Master Rashi. "Travel? Shang Yun, are you embarking on a journey? Aren't you supposed to be training with Master Rashi?" Krillin asked, perplexed by Lan Fong's words. Did Master Rashi not mention that we have essentially learned what we need? The rest must rely on our own efforts. I wish to embark on a journey of cultivation to encounter other martial artists, Shang Yun remarked with a smile. Indeed. That is one approach. You may each choose your own path forward, Master Rashi pondered. Ultimately, Krillin opted to continue his training under Master Rashi, while Sun Wukong chose to search for the 4-star Dragon Ball. Thus, the three parted ways, agreeing to reunite at the next World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 years. Shang Yun was reluctant to train alongside Sun Wukong, for he understood that the experiences ahead would play a crucial role in shaping Wukong's character, fostering responsibility, accountability, and compassion within him. Such traits could not merely be taught through words. They required personal experience and introspection. Shang Yun did not wish to interfere with Wukong's journey of self-discovery, for should he inadvertently alter Wukong's character from that of the beloved hero depicted in past tales, who would then safeguard the earth? Beautiful Miss Lan Fong, do you truly wish to accompany Shang Yun on this arduous journey? It would be far more enjoyable to train with me. I possess a small island where we could row out to sea. Master Rashi invited once more as they prepared to part. Suddenly, Lan Fong resumed her alluring demeanor and inquired of Master Rashi, "Am I truly beautiful?" Yet, there are those who seem oblivious to it. With that, she cast a glance back at Shang Yun. Bulma, curious, regarded Shang Yun, eager to witness his response. Shang Yun recognized her teasing and, while initially hesitant to elaborate, felt compelled to clarify matters before their journey began to avoid any potential awkwardness. Miss Lan Fong, outward beauty is ultimately ephemeral. Even with rigorous maintenance, it can only last 2 or 3 decades at best. I believe that the most beautiful individuals are those like Master Mutant Rashi, who possess a kind heart and a profound love for all beings. The finest form of beauty. Shang Yun paused deliberately. Master Rashi blushed at being called the most beautiful in front of a lovely lady. Do tell, what is the finest form of beauty? Lan Fong urged, her curiosity piqued, while Bulma eagerly awaited his reply. It is a compassionate heart. When one harbors compassion, their inner beauty radiates outward, Shang Yun proclaimed with hands clasped together and a smile. Compassion? Even this old pervert possesses a compassionate heart. Lan Fong and Bulma exchanged disdainful glances at Master Rashi. Their eyes met, and Shang Yun chose not to continue the dialogue. Bulma departed alongside Yamcha, accompanied by Oolong, suggesting that the plump little creature had joined Bulma's entourage, akin to Poir. From a narrative standpoint, Bulma and Yamcha indeed seemed well suited for one another. Alas, they were both too young and inexperienced to sustain their bond. Shang Yun, your kind heart and excessive mercy are commendable. Take this manual. The techniques within may prove beneficial to you. Master Rashi entrusted Shang Yun with a tome before parting ways. They bid each other farewell and set off on their respective paths. Shang Yun headed southwest. Are you really going to make me, a girl, carry all the luggage? It's quite heavy, Lan Fong complained, a hint of boredom in her voice. Most of this is what you need, and you must practice alongside me. This backpack is also a part of the journey. Shang Yun walked ahead, not glancing back. Ah, such a light backpack is considered part of the training? Lan Fong exclaimed in astonishment. Light? Did you not just say it was heavy? Did I? Oh dear, you a big boy. Why are you quibbling with a little girl like me? You are older than I am. The two engaged in a casual back-and-forth conversation. As the golden sun set in the west and the jade rabbit rose in the east, they ventured into the wilderness, where no inns were in sight. Fortunately, Lan Fong had a universal capsule for a mobile home in her backpack. She took it out, opened it, and stepped inside to rest. Shang Yun chose not to enter. He needed to contemplate his future path. Now, having gained a certain level of self-defense in the Dragon Ball world, he had managed to establish a foothold. Yet, the true crisis had yet to commence. In 3 years, during the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament, the first major antagonist of the Dragon Ball world, King Piccolo, would appear. Given Shang Yun's current strength, he estimated he would struggle to even contend with King Piccolo's egg. Chapter 18, An unexpected encounter with Nam. Shang Yun had once intended to ask Bulma for the dragon radar, but later realized that the dragons on Earth were still too weak. Seeking the Dragon Balls would only lead to two outcomes. One, wishing to return home, which required traversing time and space. From the perspective of the Earth's deity, the dragon he created likely would not be able to fulfill such a wish. Thus, he could only wish to enhance his strength, allowing him to endure until the Namek saga. However, Shang Yun's power must be cultivated through his own understanding. He could not rely on external aids, lest his strength regress, thereby defeating the purpose of his efforts. In truth, Shang Yun was aware of the evil dragon saga, and in his heart, he believed the power of the Dragon Balls was not aligned with the righteous path, which did not resonate with his own mindset and should not be misused. A night passed without conversation, as Shang Yun sat cross-legged in meditation, honing his state of mind and practicing the Heart Sutra. As dawn broke, Shang Yun had already completed his morning exercises while Lan Fang remained asleep in the vehicle. He rummaged through the car for some food to quell his hunger before continuing his meditation. Suddenly, distant footsteps echoed, swift in cadence, indicating the approach of an individual. Shang Yun abruptly opened his eyes, pushed off with his feet, and stood, gazing towards the source of the sound. He saw a figure moving rapidly, stirring up clouds of dust behind. It seemed the person had noticed the mobile home and Shang Yun, gradually slowing down until they halted not far from him. As the dust settled, he could finally discern the identity of the individual. It was Nam. Master Nam, in such a hurry, where are you off to? Shang Yun inquired knowingly. Little Master Shang Yun, I am returning to my hometown. We are in dire need of water. Yesterday, Master Wu Tian provided me with a universal capsule for a water tank, and I spent the night filling it up at the park. I rushed back to the village. Nam replied, his hands pressed together, his face displaying signs of fatigue. Have you not rested for a single night? As far as I know, your hometown lies in the arid deserts of the southwest, a journey that would take several days by car. It appears you are prepared to run all the way there. And considering you fought tirelessly yesterday, can your body withstand such strain? Shang Yun expressed profound admiration for Nan Wu. She was aware of the water scarcity in Nan Wu's village and knew that Master Wu Tian would provide him with a universal capsule for water storage. During her time at the capsule company, Shang Yun had contemplated persuading Lan Fang to purchase an additional water tank for Nan Wu, believing that an extra vessel would offer greater security, as 2 tanks could suffice for the village's water needs for over a year. Yet, she recognized that such measures merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause of the water crisis. Shang Yun understood the primary reason behind the village's water shortage. Having already delayed a night, I must return promptly to save as many lives as possible, Nan Wu stated earnestly. The village still requires your protection. You must not overexert yourself. We are planning a journey, and since our destination is not yet determined, let us visit your village first. You all. Who else is joining? Nan Wu inquired. Miss Lan Fang, may I invite Master Nan Wu to join us in the vehicle? Our first stop will be his homeland. Perhaps awakened by the earlier commotion, Lan Fang emerged from the vehicle, and Shang Yun directly addressed her. Sure, Lan Fang replied, looking quite relaxed, stretching her arms and yawning as she approached the two. Master Nan Wu isn't here specifically to seek me out, is he? Not at all. Nan Wu blushed instantly, hastily raising his hands in front of his chest to deny it. However, upon seeing Lan Fang approaching confidently, he quickly concealed his hands behind him and lowered his gaze. Ha! Observing Nan Wu's flustered demeanor, Lan Fang placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. Miss Lan Fang, since you have agreed, you may take the wheel. Master Nan Wu's village lies in the southwestern desert. Shang Yun interjected to ease the situation. Huh, me? You 2 strapping men expect me to drive? Lan Fang's laughter abruptly ceased. I cannot drive. Master Nan Wu has lived in the desert, so he likely cannot either, Shang Yun replied, shrugging his shoulders. Very well, Lan Fang said, hands on her hips, heading toward the driver's seat. Shang Yun and Nan Wu exchanged a glance before leaping atop the vehicle, sitting cross-legged in meditation. TCH. Lan Fang rolled her eyes in exasperation at the noise from the roof. Shang Yun observed Nan Wu meditating and silently recited the attributes panel in his mind. Host, Shang Yun age, 13 years mental method, Maha Prajna Permitha Heart Sutra realm. Unity of knowledge and action. Knowledge is the beginning of action, and action is the culmination of knowledge. Supernatural powers, heavenly eye, able to perceive the myriad beings of the six realms and their suffering and joy, as well as the myriad forms and colors of the world without obstruction. Current level, beginner. Only when compassion and mercy arise can one see through a radius of 100 meters. Heavenly ear, able to hear the speech of the myriad beings of the six realms and the sounds of the world. Current level, beginner. Only when compassion and mercy arise can one hear all sounds within a radius of 100 meters. Destiny insight, able to know one's own and the myriad beings' destinies across countless lifetimes and their deeds. Current level, beginner. Awakened compassion and empathy, capable of perceiving the life experiences of others. Technique, dual heart of wisdom, derived from the Maha-Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra, an unparalleled method of cultivating qi. Currently at the stage of refining qi to transform spirit. Martial skill, first layer of Vajra wisdom force, understood from the Maha-Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra, an ultimate technique of energy manipulation, which can be integrated into any combat skill. Its might is unmatched, significantly enhancing physical attributes. When activated, a Vajra manifestation forms externally, capable of reflecting all damage until shattered. There is no upper limit to this realm. With each advancement, physical qualities double those of the previous level. Combat skills, Turtle Sage Style, Turtle School Energy Wave, Heavenly Palm of All Nations, Zen Awareness Evasion Technique, Zen Tranquility Void Domain. Upon reviewing the attributes displayed, Shang Yun felt a flicker of delight within. He was unable to gauge the depth of his understanding of the Maha-Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. Yet the system would provide hints based on his comprehension, akin to the enhancement of his heavenly eye and ear. The Heavenly Palm of All Nations was recorded in the manual gifted to Shang Yun by his master, the Turtle Sage, at their parting, which he had mastered the previous night. This technique converts the body's energy into electrical currents, possessing formidable binding and offensive capabilities. Once an adversary is struck by this current, they become ensnared for a period, enduring continuous harm. Although immediate fatal damage is not inflicted, the persistent electric assault subjects the opponent to immense suffering and bodily injury. The Turtle Sage had once remarked on the tremendous power of this technique, warning that it could indeed cost a life. When executing the Heavenly Palm of All Nations, the intense current generates a dazzling light and vigorous energy fluctuations, creating a powerful visual impact that psychologically intimidates opponents. However, this technique is not without its flaws. It necessitates a preparatory phase of bringing the hands together to accumulate energy, which could leave the practitioner vulnerable in the fast-paced chaos of battle. Furthermore, it demands a high level of cultivation and mastery in palm techniques to effectively convert one's energy into electrical currents and accurately strike the foe. The user's strength and condition directly influence the power and efficacy of this technique. The Turtle Sage, recognizing Shang Yun's prowess in qi control and his newly acquired combat skill, Zen Tranquility Void Domain, believed that the Heavenly Palm of All Nations would be particularly well suited for him. Chapter 19. The Kirin Clan Along Their Journey. Shang Yun and Nan Wu engaged in discussions about cultivation insights and combat techniques atop the vehicle, with Lan Fong joining in during their breaks. During this time, they encountered a group of highwaymen, a band of mountain bandits previously dealt with by Lan Fong, numbering over 100. Upon inquiry, they learned that these were the very bandits Lan Fong had robbed, who had gathered to seek revenge after learning of her route. For such scoundrels, Lan Fong need not intervene. They were swiftly dispatched by Shang Yun and Nan Wu, only to find themselves robbed by Lan Fong once again. As they entered the desert, the vehicle became impractical for travel, prompting the trio to disembark and proceed on foot, with Lan Fong donned in a tight-fitting sun protection suit. Namu, in a state of urgency, rushed to deliver water to the village, accompanied by Shang Yun and Lan Fong. The trio ran tirelessly for an entire day and night, finally arriving at Namu's village by midday the following day. The villagers, seeking refuge from the scorching sun indoors, emerged to greet Namu upon his return. He located a vacant space, opened the water tank's universal capsule, and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding thud, a colossal water tank materialized, astonishing the villagers. After Namu elucidated the situation, they eagerly formed a line to collect water. Witnessing the villagers quenching their thirst brought a weary, yet joyous smile to Namu's face. "Master Namu, has the village always been without water?" Lan Fong inquired curiously, observing the satisfied expressions of the villagers after their drink. "Not always. A few years ago, the river nearby suddenly experienced a significant decrease in flow, and eventually, it ceased altogether. The riverbed has long since dried up. Even during rainfall, it remains devoid of water. Namu reminisced. Could there be an issue upstream in the river? Have you investigated the cause? Lanfang asked. We have, but without a water source. We could only venture for a day before returning to the village, so we have yet to ascertain the reason, Namu replied with a hint of resignation. Let us journey upstream together tomorrow. Be sure to rest well tonight, suggested Shangyun. The others agreed, and that evening, the villagers prepared a humble yet delicious dinner for the three guests. After the meal, Lanfang retired to the home of an elderly woman, while Shangyun rested at Namu's house. At dawn the next day, the three set forth, following the river upstream. Thanks to Lanfang's provisions, their journey was not overly arduous. After 3 days of travel, they finally reached the river's upper reaches, only to discover that the stream had been obstructed by stones, forming a lake. From within, faint sounds of commotion could be heard. Namu, eager to investigate, quickly climbed onto the rocks. Shang Yun and Lanfang, hearing the ensuing argument below, hurriedly followed suit. To their astonishment, they found a group of hefty dragons bathing in the lake, while Namu knelt, pleading with them to release the water. Evidently, he had already attempted to confront them without success. Shang Yun recognized the dragons as members of the Kilin tribe, characterized by their stout, pale green bodies, large heads, and equally large eyes. Their leader was Zhelang, famously defeated by Sun Wukong at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, known for expelling magical bubblegum. Before long, Zhelang appeared. After a brief exchange, he flatly refused their request. You three think you can persuade us to relinquish our water source? If I cannot defeat Sun Wukong, what chance do you think you have against us? Zhelang scoffed. Then we have no choice but to fight. Shang Yun signaled for Lanfang and Namu to step back and assumed a combat stance. Humph. Zhelang remained unimpressed and launched the first attack. Towering in stature, he relied on his strength and size, unleashing a fierce offensive aimed at overpowering Shang Yun. Although Shang Yun's speed did not match that of Sun Wukong, it was nonetheless swift in comparison to Zhelang. He adeptly evaded Zhelang's strikes, constantly shifting positions in search of a counterattack opportunity. As Qirang found himself unable to defeat Shang Yun after a prolonged struggle, he resorted to an unusual technique reminiscent of the Sky Cross Punch. This maneuver, potent in nature, generated a cross-shaped energy attack in midair, swiftly directed towards Shang Yun. Initially taken aback by this sudden onslaught, Shang Yun soon discerned that it was a technique unique to the desert. Drawing upon his understanding of Nanwa's Sky Cross Punch, he deftly evaded the strike. As he gradually acclimated to Qirang's rhythm and the characteristics of his attacks, Shang Yun commenced his counteroffensive. Leveraging his speed, he rapidly closed the distance to Qirang, employing agile strikes with his fists and feet. The rapidity of Shang Yun's assaults left Qirang somewhat flustered, exposing vulnerabilities in his defense. After being momentarily unsettled by Shang Yun's retaliation, Qirang attempted to launch a powerful attack to regain control of the situation. However, by that point, Shang Yun had already seized the initiative in the battle. Identifying an opening in Qirang's defense, Shang Yun delivered a forceful punch to Qirang's abdomen. The impact rendering Qirang incapable of further combat and causing his body to sway. Seizing the opportunity, Shang Yun unleashed a flurry of swift strikes, decisively vanquishing Qirang. Why do your techniques resemble that of the one with the long tail? Qirang, seated on the ground and propping himself up with his tail, inquired weakly. Are you referring to Sun Wukong? Both he and I are disciples of Master Wu Tian, Shang Yun replied, panting heavily. What? Master Wu Tian? You are disciples of Master Wu Tian. You should have mentioned that earlier. The water source is yours. Upon hearing the name of the turtle sage, Qirang trembled in fear. Observing Qirang's reaction, Shang Yun felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have invoked Master Wu Tian's name sooner to avoid the conflict. Just moments ago, he had been concerned about being besieged by the group of hefty dragons. Then let us open this stone wall and allow the water to flow, Shang Yun suggested. Having already regained his composure, thanks to the swift recovery of the Heart Sutra. That won't do. These stone walls are formed from our Kirin clan's unique ability to manipulate a rubber-like substance, making them remarkably sturdy and resilient. They are nearly impossible to breach. At least by our means, Qirang replied, shrugging his shoulders with a grin. What shall we do then? Namu asked with a wry smile. Could we perhaps create a small opening to allow some water to trickle down? At least it would be a start, Lanfang proposed. That's not feasible. This rubber possesses magical properties that allow it to gradually self-repair, Kerong retorted, narrowing his eyes at Lan Fong with a smug expression. Seeing the disdainful look on Kerong's face, Lan Fong felt the urge to strike him, only to be restrained by Shang Yun. There's no point. If we merely create a small opening, the rubber would likely self-repair, rendering our efforts futile. This is the desert, and a trickle of water would not suffice to reach the village. It would seep into the ground long before going any distance, Shang Yun elaborated. What are we to do? Nanwu lamented, seated on the ground with his hands clutching his head, clearly distressed. Chapter 20. 3 years later, we must destroy all of this rubber at once to ensure it does not self-repair, Kerong stated, no longer dwelling on the issue and offering his assistance with ideas. All at once, Shang Yun gazed thoughtfully at the stone wall. Shang Yun, do you have a solution? Lan Fong inquired, her face alight with anticipation. Namu, equally anxious, turned his gaze toward Shang Yun. Yes, I shall give it a try. Though I cannot be certain of success, Shang Yun replied before leaping down from the stone wall, advancing 10 paces and turning to face it. You all should come down. I wouldn't want anyone getting hurt, Shang Yun cautioned. However, Jilong dismissed Shang Yun's words with scorn, believing that even as a disciple of Master Wu Tian, it was impossible for him to shatter the stone wall forged by their entire clan's collective effort. Thus, he did not command his kin to descend, but instead watched from the edge of the wall. Observing their indifference, Shang Yun chose silence. Knowing that this group was tough as nails, he then joined his hands in a blossom-like formation, fingers gently bending and converging to create a shape reminiscent of an unopened flower bud. Gradually, he lowered his hands to his waist, steadied his stance, and leaned slightly forward. Focusing his mind and regulating his breath, he channeled the energy within his body through its meridians and acupoints, gradually gathering it to the palms of his hands. As the energy coalesced, a golden sphere of light began to materialize in his palms. Look out! Run! Zhelong exclaimed in horror upon witnessing the aura emanating from Shang Yun, urgently urging his clan to take flight. Ignoring their frantic movements, Shang Yun's golden sphere expanded, releasing beams of light through the gaps between his fingers. Kamehameha. Shang Yun thrust his hands forward, launching the concentrated energy sphere towards the stone wall. The sphere hurtled forth at an astonishing speed, resembling a shooting star with a long tail trailing behind. Boom! The wall was instantly obliterated, vaporized into nothingness. Water cascaded down, enveloping the area in mist. As the vapor gradually settled, the Kerong clan members stood wide-eyed and slack-jawed, frozen in disbelief. Lan Fong and Namu were equally astonished, while Shang Yun and his companions found their garments thoroughly soaked. Moments later, Namu broke the silence, exclaiming, "It's shattered. All of it. There's water. There's water." Ignoring her dampened attire that accentuated her graceful figure, Lan Fong rushed forward to embrace the exhausted Shang Yun, who had collapsed onto the ground. "Shang Yun, you are incredible." At that moment, Shang Yun was too fatigued to speak, signaling to Lan Fong to set him down as he settled into a meditative posture to recuperate. Once he had fully regained his strength and opened his eyes, he noticed Lan Fong and Namu seated beside him but found no trace of the Kerong clan. Upon inquiry, he learned that the timid lot had fled, frightened of retribution from Shang Yun. The three exchanged knowing smiles and made their way back to the village along the riverbank. As they neared the village, they could hear raucous cheers in the distance, indicating that the villagers had discovered the flowing waters. That night, Lan Fong brought forth a variety of delicacies, celebrating with the villagers until the dawn of the next day. Shang Yun and Lan Fong, however, did not partake in rest. After bidding farewell to Namu, they continued on their journey. Time flows unceasingly. Seasons shift like the currents of a river. As 3 years swiftly passed, the time arrived for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament to commence. Shang Yun and Lan Fong set off early to register for the competition, while others had already gathered at the venue. Master Rashi, once again disguised as Jackie Chan, wished to assess the abilities of his 3 disciples. Although everyone had pre-registered, Goku was the last to arrive, nearly missing the registration deadline. Through conversation, it became apparent that Goku's experiences over the past 3 years had been remarkably diverse. Having ventured to the opposite side of Earth, at the venue, they encountered another member of the main cast, Tian Xinhan, easily recognizable with his bald head and 3 eyes. Accompanying him was Kaiatsu, while leading the group was a figure adorned with a crane hat, sporting a goatee, wearing sunglasses. and dressed in a green crane school martial arts GI, exuding an aura of mystery and malevolence. Indeed, he was the Crane Hermit, a rival of Master Roshi. The preliminary rounds proceeded normally, but Shang Yun unfortunately faced Goku during this stage, leading to his inevitable elimination. Ultimately, the 8 finalists included Master Roshi, Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, a werewolf, and a legendary fighter known as Babbitt, a 2-time champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. In the first match of the finals, Yamcha squared off against Tien Shinhan, a contest between disciples of the Turtle and Crane schools. The battle commenced with neither side yielding, their movements intertwining in a fierce exchange. Initially, Yamcha held a slight advantage, but as he unleashed his new Wolf Fang fist, Tien Shinhan countered with ease, landing a punch to Yamcha's abdomen. Subsequently, Yamcha executed the Turtle School's ultimate technique, the Kamehameha, but Tien Shinhan, without flinching, returned the energy blast with his own technique. Yamcha narrowly evaded by leaping into the air, but Tien seized the opportunity to strike, rendering Yamcha unconscious and cruelly breaking his leg while he was incapacitated, thus eliminating him from the tournament. The second match featured the werewolf against Master Roshi. Upon entering, the werewolf fixated intensely on Master Roshi, harboring resentment due to the latter's previous use of the Kamehameha that had destroyed the moon, preventing the werewolf from transforming during full moons. However, the disparity in their strengths was stark, and Master Roshi easily triumphed over the werewolf. He then summoned Krillin to the stage, employing hypnosis to make the werewolf mistakenly believe Krillin's bald head was the moon, allowing the werewolf to transform back into a human and joyfully depart. In the third match, Krillin faced Kaiatsu. The early exchanges showcased a balanced contest of strikes and counters. Eventually, Kaiatsu unleashed the Crane School's signature technique, the Dance of the Sky, gracefully maneuvering in the air, making it difficult for Krillin to land effective blows. He hovered at a height, launching continuous energy blasts at Krillin while simultaneously inflicting abdominal pain upon him. Krillin soon discerned that Kairatsu's unique ability required the use of both hands, and, knowing Kairatsu's struggles with mathematics, he incessantly posed questions that compelled the naive Kairatsu to count on his fingers. Seizing this moment, Krillin managed to kick Kaiatsu out of the ring. In the fourth match, Sun Wukong faced off against Babbitt, a fighter renowned as a legendary super genius and a 2-time champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yet, in the eyes of ordinary people, he merely appeared as a martial arts master, significantly inferior in strength compared to practitioners of the Turtle School and Crane School. As the contest commenced, Babbitt flaunted his formidable power before Wukong, only to be swiftly defeated by a series of 3 elbow strikes. Consequently, Wukong secured the final spot in the top 4. Chapter 21, King Piccolo. The tournament proceeded with Master Roshi confronting Tien Shinhan. Upon the onset of their match, Roshi employed the multi-shadow punch technique, but Tien, possessing a third eye, discerned Roshi's true position and landed a powerful blow. The ensuing clash saw the two engage in a fierce exchange of strikes. Tien unleashed the solar flare, emitting blinding light that compelled Roshi to close his eyes, rendering him visually incapacitated, followed by a decisive attack that knocked Roshi down. Subsequently, Tien executed the Kamehameha, while Roshi, in an effort to protect the spectators behind him, chose to absorb the energy wave and redirect it skyward. This demonstrated Tien's exceptional martial arts talent, as he quickly adapted after witnessing Yamcha's Kamehameha technique. Ultimately, recognizing Tien's prowess, Roshi opted to forfeit, allowing Tien to advance to the finals. Next came the bout between Sun Wukong and Krillin. From the moment they entered the arena, both fighters displayed their utmost commitment, engaging in a fierce contest marked by their formidable abilities. Krillin, displaying ingenuity, employed various tactics, yet Wukong's strength proved overwhelming. In a clever maneuver, Krillin managed to sneak behind Wukong and grasp his tail, knowing that doing so would sap Wukong's energy. However, after 3 years of rigorous training, Wukong had fortified his tail, rendering him impervious to such a tactic. Thus, Krillin's cunning backfired, leading to his defeat at the hands of Wukong. The competition then advanced to the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament, featuring Tien Shinhan against Sun Wukong. Both competitors, formidable in their own right, faced each other on the stage, emanating an aura of intensity as the audience eagerly anticipated this pinnacle confrontation. As they entered the arena and assumed their battle stances, Wukong took the initiative, launching an offensive while Tien adeptly evaded and sought opportunities for counterattacks. Leveraging his agility and immense strength, Wukong relentlessly attacked Tien, who, with remarkable reflexes and combat skills, skillfully dodged the onslaught while looking for chances to retaliate. Wukong unleashed the afterimage technique, which Tien saw through, and he countered with a barrage of strikes. Tien executed his signature technique, the Dodon Ray, striking Wukong and sending him tumbling to the arena floor. Though he quickly regained his footing, seizing the moment, Tien unleashed a series of fierce assaults on Wukong, forcing him into a defensive position. The match escalated into a heated exchange, with neither fighter yielding an inch. In the final moments, Tianjin Fan summoned all his strength to unleash the formidable Kikaho, targeting Sun Wukong. The arena was utterly devastated by the force of the attack. Just before the platform was destroyed, Sun Wukong leapt into the air, evading the onslaught, and then countered with the Kamehameha, utilizing the recoil to propel himself towards the exhausted Tianjin Fan. Ultimately, both combatants fell outside the ring. According to the tournament rules, the first to touch the ground would be declared the loser. Thus, Tianjin Fan landed first, granting Sun Wukong the victory. However, out of respect for their camaraderie and recognition of Tianjin Fan's prowess, Sun Wukong voluntarily informed the referee that he had fallen first. Consequently, the referee awarded Tianjin Fan the championship of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. With that, the tournament came to a conclusive end. After a day of intense battles, fatigue weighed heavily on the participants, especially on Sun Wukong, who was nearly drained of energy. As everyone prepared to dine, Krillin kindly offered to retrieve the Nyoibo and the 4-star ball for Wukong, allowing the others to eat first. Meanwhile, Shang Yun sensed the imminent arrival of King Piccolo, but could not recall the specifics of the unfolding events. Shortly after Krillin departed, a sudden realization struck Shang Yun, warning him that Krillin was in danger. Having been sealed away for 3 centuries, King Piccolo, now aged and frail, was released by the Pilaf gang. Fearing the emergence of a martial artist like Master Roshi who might seal him again, he resolved to seek the Dragon Balls to regain his youth and eliminate all participants of the tournament. He dispatched his subordinate, Tambourine, to locate the competition's roster and carry out his deadly orders. Unfortunately, Krillin crossed paths with Tambourine and was swiftly dispatched. Shang Yun hastily set down his chopsticks and rushed out, while Sun Wukong, amidst his meal, suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart, as if he had lost something of great significance, prompting him to follow suit. Despite his recent exhausting battle, Wukong, propelled by the Nimbus Cloud, surpassed Shang Yun in speed, darting past him to the waiting area of the arena, where he discovered Krillin lifeless in his arms. Overwhelmed with rage and sorrow, Shang Yun cursed his failure to recall this moment, directing his fury towards Tambourine. In deep anguish, Sun Wukong sought Bulma for the Dragon Radar, knowing that the 4-star ball was in his possession and that locating the Dragon Balls would lead him to the culprit. Fueled by anger and disregarding the warnings of Master Roshi and Shang Yun, he leapt onto the Nimbus Cloud to pursue the assailant. After the exhausting battle with Tianjin Fan, Wukong was physically and mentally drained. Upon catching up with the green-skinned Tambourine, he found himself outmatched due to his depleted strength. Tambourine effortlessly incapacitated Wukong with his superior agility, snatched the Dragon Radar, and carelessly discarded Wukong aside. Upon the awakening of Sun Wukong, he found himself in a state of utter weakness. His gaze fell upon a delectable roasted fish, and disregarding all restraint, he indulged heartily. After savoring the fish, his strength was rejuvenated. At that moment, the fish's owner, Yakalobi, appeared, and upon witnessing the devoured fish, a fierce battle ensued between the two. Yakalobi proved to be a formidable opponent. Engaging in a fierce contest with the well-fed Sun Wukong, both evenly matched in strength. Meanwhile, the nefarious influence of King Piccolo began to instill terror across the land. Towering and muscular, with an eerie green complexion, he bore sharp ears and 2 slender antennae protruding from his forehead. His eyes glowed like flames, exuding an aura of coldness and malevolence. With a wide maw revealing sharp teeth, he struck fear into the hearts of many. King Piccolo commanded his subordinates to eliminate all martial artists as per the tournament roster, while simultaneously spawning a dragon-like minion named Tambourine, instructing him to gather the Dragon Balls. Tambourine had already secured the 4-star Dragon Ball. Yakalobi possessed the 1-star Dragon Ball, and Tambourine sought him out. Energized from his meal, Wukong swiftly defeated Tambourine, who was subsequently roasted and consumed by Yakolobi. Sensing Tambourine's demise, King Piccolo was consumed by rage and dispatched another minion, Tambourine, to continue the slaughter. Perhaps due to Tambourine's previous actions against Krillin, Wukong sensed his approach from afar and relayed vital information regarding King Piccolo to Yakolobi. Terrified, Yakolobi hastily tossed the one-star Dragon Ball to Wukong and fled without a backward glance. Chapter 22. The diamond-like energy of wisdom. Tambourine swiftly located Sun Wukong's position using the Dragon Ball radar. This time, invigorated after a hearty meal, Wukong's strength had surged dramatically, turning the tide of battle against Tambourine. He unleashed a relentless assault, and soon, Tambourine found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Ultimately, Sun Wukong employed the Kamehameha Wave, obliterating Tambourine into mere pulp, thus avenging Krillin. King Piccolo, sensing the death of Tambourine, was infuriated and resolved to take matters into his own hands. After boarding Emperor Pilaf's aircraft, he sought out Sun Wukong, delivering a grievous blow that left Wukong severely injured while seizing the one-star Dragon Ball. Yakolobi, hiding behind a rocky outcrop, took advantage of King Piccolo's momentary distraction to rescue Wukong, who was of little concern to Piccolo. At this juncture, Master Roshi and his companions, in their quest to resurrect Krillin, were gathering the Dragon Balls. They had successfully collected 4 and were closing in on the 5th. News of King Piccolo's arrival echoed through the airwaves. Upon learning of Piccolo's intentions, Master Roshi resolved to gather the Dragon Balls to vanquish him. The two forces ultimately clashed, engaging in fierce combat. Aware that he could not defeat King Piccolo, Master Roshi, in a bid to preserve the future, incapacitated Shan Yuan and Tien Shinhan, confronting Piccolo alone. Tien, possessing considerable strength, soon regained consciousness but found himself too feeble to assist, reduced to watching helplessly as Master Roshi battled. In the end, Master Roshi, unable to prevail, summoned the ultimate technique of his master, Mateto, in an attempt to reseal King Piccolo. Alas, his aim faltered, and he succumbed, exhausted and lifeless. Thus, King Piccolo acquired all 7 Dragon Balls. He immediately began to summon the Eternal Dragon to make his wishes. Tien, intending to disrupt the dragon's wish during King Piccolo's invocation, was swiftly detected and ultimately met his demise at the hands of a powerful energy blast. After successfully wishing for the restoration of his youth, King Piccolo unleashed a devastating attack, turning the Eternal Dragon into stone and reducing the Dragon Balls to mere ordinary stones. Once King Piccolo departed, Tien picked up the rice cooker on the ground and commenced rigorous training on the technique inscribed within. Miraculously surviving, Goku, with the assistance of Yachirobe, revisited Korin Tower. Following the guidance of Korin, Goku consumed the ultra-divine water and, upon overcoming its toxicity, experienced a significant enhancement in strength. He received a new flying Nimbus from Korin and promptly set off towards King Piccolo's location. Yachirobe, upon seeing the vast expanse of Nimbus clouds, desired one for himself. Ignoring Korin's warnings, he leapt into the air but fell, demonstrating his resilience akin to a tank, as he merely sustained minor injuries from the fall. Meanwhile, King Piccolo launched an assault on the palace, taking the king hostage and coercing him into announcing his abdication via broadcast, appointing King Piccolo as his successor. He declared a lottery based on regions, vowing to annihilate whichever region was drawn, and invited all martial artists to meet their doom. Confident in his mastery of the sealing technique, Tien believed he could strike the rice cooker accurately and, alongside Yamcha, took to the skies in a plane to confront King Piccolo. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the rice cooker had been damaged during Tien's training. For the sake of world peace, Tien decided to halt the plane mid-air, opting to jump with Yamcha into battle against King Piccolo. Influenced by Master Roshi, Tien no longer harbored the sinister tendencies of Crane Hermit. At that moment, Goku arrived just in time, engaging King Piccolo in fierce combat without hesitation. Yamcha and Tien joined the fray, but King Piccolo unleashed 2 eggs that hatched into formidable foes, challenging Yamcha and Tien, who found themselves momentarily overwhelmed. Goku and King Piccolo fought to a standstill, with Goku even gaining the upper hand during their exchange of blows. In a pivotal moment, Goku extended his power pole, swiftly lunging towards King Piccolo and delivering a significant strike. After recharging his strength, King Piccolo retaliated with a powerful energy blast that shattered Goku's power pole and injured Goku's right leg with a malevolent glare. Seizing the opportunity while Goku was wounded, King Piccolo prepared to unleash another formidable attack. However, Tien managed to escape his opponent and utilized the instant transmission technique to carry the injured Goku to safety in the sky, evading the attack. The adversary who had been battling Tien, upon seeing him rescue Goku, scoffed derisively and turned to join forces with another attacker against Yamcha, leaving Yamcha in a precarious situation. The battle intensified. Shang Yun exerted himself to leap from the encirclement, his hands pressed together, eyes wide with fury. Channeling the true essence of wisdom within him to activate his run and do meridians. A radiant golden light emanated from his being, quickly solidifying into a 1-foot-tall golden avatar behind him, which bore an impressive resemblance to Shang Yun and mirrored his every movement. The two figures unleashed by the evil King Piccolo, upon witnessing the formidable aura exuding from Shang Yun, abandoned their disdainful expressions, exchanged glances, and advanced towards him. One on each side. Unmoved, Shang Yun awaited their approach until they were within 3 feet. He clenched his fists and struck outward, his golden avatar mimicking the action, delivering blows that pierced through the bodies of both adversaries. It became evident that the avatar had magnified Shang Yun's attacking range by an entire foot. Simultaneously, King Piccolo, struggling against the onslaught of Sun Wukong and Tianjin Han, erupted in a burst of energy that repelled the two, seizing Tianjin Han as a hostage to coerce Sun Wukong into surrendering. Left with no choice, Sun Wukong endured as King Piccolo unleashed a malevolent energy that shattered his left leg and arm. King Piccolo, reveling in his triumph over Sun Wukong, cackled heartily, discarded Tianjin Han, and soared into the air, intent on annihilating Sun Wukong with a destructive energy blast. At that moment, both Tianjin Han and Sun Wukong lay helpless on the ground, their eyes wide in despair as they watched the malevolent energy hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Fists clenched yet powerless to intervene. Not everyone was resigned to inaction, however, just as the energy blast was about to strike Sun Wukong. A colossal figure radiating golden light materialized, hands pressed together, positioned protectively in front of him. The Zen Void spirit domain enveloped the golden figure, forming a transparent shield with a 3-foot radius, adorned with gentle golden currents that swirled around, safeguarding Sun Wukong within its embrace. The malevolent energy collided with the shield, dissipating like snow under the spring sun, while the shield remained undisturbed, akin to a tranquil well. The newcomer was none other than Shang Yun. Having employed the diamond wisdom energy and the divine foot technique, King Piccolo, astonished to witness his energy blast vanish as if it had never existed, stared in disbelief. With a surge of determination, Shang Yun unleashed the 10,000 Nations shocking palm. Though his internal wisdom energy had been nearly depleted, the shield formed by the Zen Void spirit domain had transformed King Piccolo's energy into mere vapor. Although this vapor could not be absorbed, it allowed Shang Yun to retaliate in his own manner. He concentrated the vapor into his hands, preparing to execute the 10,000 Nations shocking palm to subdue King Piccolo. The reason for not utilizing the Kamehameha wave was that upon transferring the vapor to his hands, Shang Yun sensed it lacked the potency required to vanquish King Piccolo. In a state of extreme composure, Shang Yun readied himself. Chapter 23, Master Karen. Momentarily taken aback, King Piccolo fell prey to Shang Yun's 10,000 Nations shocking palm, eliciting a cry of shock from him as the electric currents coursed through. Wukong. Shang Yun summoned his last vestige of strength to call out, his golden avatar dissipating as he exited the state of diamond wisdom energy, collapsing to the ground, utterly spent and unable to unleash the 10,000 Nations shocking palm again. As Sun Wukong stood behind Shang Yun, he forcefully struck the ground with his right hand, propelling himself into the air. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong once again unleashed the Kamehameha wave in reverse, utilizing the recoil to thrust himself rapidly towards the demon King Piccolo. Just as Piccolo managed to escape the grip of the universal tremor, he had no time to catch his breath before Sun Wukong pierced through his body. In midair, Piccolo sensed the approach of his demise, and, after praising Sun Wukong's prowess, summoned all his strength to expel his last egg, which subsequently caused his body to explode in the air. Shang Yun, witnessing the egg soaring towards the heavens, recognized it as the new demon King Piccolo, yet felt utterly powerless. As Sun Wukong plummeted rapidly, Shang Yun and Tin Shinhan found themselves too exhausted to intervene. In their moment of despair, a rotund figure suddenly rushed beneath Sun Wukong, catching him, none other than Yachirope. Observing Sun Wukong's grievous injuries, Yachirope hurriedly transported him to Corin Tower for healing. Meanwhile, Shang Yun and Tin Shinhan supported each other as they returned to share the good news of Piccolo's defeat. Through this battle, Shang Yun realized a significant truth. Although maintaining the diamond-like state of the Prajna Heart Sutra was immensely taxing, it bestowed upon him an unparalleled tranquility of mind. While grappling with Piccolo's minions, he struggled to maintain his composure and sought to enter a meditative state, perhaps due to never having faced such a life-or-death struggle before. His mind was restless, preventing him from attaining the state necessary to employ the techniques of Zen awareness and the void spirit domain. Yet, in the state of the Prajna Heart Sutra, he found himself capable of utilizing both techniques. Since Shang Yun had not sustained severe injuries and was training with the Heart Sutra, he fully recovered in merely half a day, while Tin Shinhan required a month to regain his strength. Bulma suggested using the Dragon Balls to resurrect those slain by Piccolo, only to be informed by Tin Shinhan that the Eternal Dragon had been devoured by Piccolo and the Dragon Balls had turned to stone. Upon hearing this news, despair enveloped the group. Once restored, Shang Yun expressed his intent to ascend Corin Tower, hopeful that Master Corin might possess a solution. He requested a refrigerated capsule of universal glue and a backpack capsule from Bulma, then caught an abundant haul of fish from the sea. Upon reaching Corin Tower, Shang Yun swiftly scaled its heights and happened upon Sun Wukong, who had just consumed a Senza bean and was instantly revitalized. Beside him lay Yachirope, presumably having carried Sun Wukong back once more. "Shang Yun, you've arrived," Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Wukong, you have recovered?" "Indeed. Master Corin's Senza beans are remarkable. One can restore your energy in an instant and keep you from hunger for 10 days. Sun Wukong replied with a grin. "Is that so? Master Corin, may I request some Senza beans?" Shang Yun inquired, joining his hands in respect and bowing. "I know you. Your name is Shang Yun, correct? You performed admirably in the battle against Piccolo," Master Corin replied with a smile. "However, Senza beans cannot be given lightly. I can exchange food with you." With that, Shang Yun opened the versatile capsule in the refrigerator, revealing fish that were still lively and vibrant. "I have no need for food, but oh, what a delightful aroma. What is this?" "Fish. It is fish." Master Karen's eyes nearly transformed into heart shapes, as he excitedly seized a fish and devoured it whole, bones and all. "If you could provide me with some Senza beans, all these fish shall be yours, and I will continue to bring you fish in the future. We can maintain this exchange," Shang Yun declared with a smile. "All of them. Splendid. Over there, in those tanks, you may take as many as you wish. Just leave a few for me to plant," Master Karen replied, not even glancing back as he carried a bathtub into his bedroom. Shang Yun proceeded to pour the Senza beans into his backpack, retracting it back into the versatile capsule, leaving a tank of Senza beans as seeds for Master Karen. Shang Yun, mindful of future battles, aimed to prevent the Senzu beans from falling into the careless hands of Yachirope. Having completed these tasks, Shang Yun informed Sun Wukong of the unfortunate news that the dragon had been consumed by the demon King Piccolo, and the Dragon Balls had turned to stone and were no longer usable. He wished to inquire if Master Karen had any solutions. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong rushed into Master Karen's bedroom, calling him out for advice. Master Karen explained that the souls of those slain by the demon race could never find peace, destined to wander in agony throughout the cosmos. However, there was a way to resurrect Master Roshi, Krillin, and Kairatsu. They must find the heavenly god who created the Dragon Balls and beseech him to summon the dragon for their revival. "The heavenly god," Sun Wukong exclaimed. "Indeed, the heavenly god. Above Karen Tower lies the heavenly temple, and to meet the heavenly god, you must first defeat me and earn my recognition. I will then grant you a bell, for only those in possession of the bell may meet the heavenly god," Master Karen declared, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the sky with squinted eyes. "Very well." Shang Yun and Sun Wukong exchanged knowing smiles, eagerly extending their arms towards Master Karen. Wait. You two have already proven your strength by defeating the Demon King Piccolo. You have passed the test," Master Karen hurriedly interjected, stopping their advance with a wave of his hand. He then informed them that the heavenly temple was situated above Karen Tower, and that the magical artifact connecting the two was the Rui Bang. Originally, Master Karen had lent the Rui Bang to Master Rashi, who then passed it on to go on, ultimately reaching Sun Wukong. However, at that moment, Sun Wukong realized he had misplaced the Rui Bang. He quickly summoned the Nimbus Cloud, taking Shang Yun with him, and they raced to the site of their previous battle to search for it, but found no trace of the Rui Bang. Later, he remembered that when in trouble, he could seek assistance from the fortune teller. In the fortune teller's palace, she revealed that no one else was qualified to compete with the two who had defeated the Demon King Piccolo, thus agreeing to provide Sun Wukong with a free divination. Upon learning of the whereabouts of the Rui Bang, the two made their way to Master Rashi's house, only to discover that the Rui Bang was temporarily in the possession of Launch. Sun Wukong reclaimed the Rui Jingu Bang, and Shang Yun informed everyone that they could resurrect Master Rashi, Krillin, and Dent. Before departing, he specifically reminded them to safeguard the remains of Master Rashi and the others. After acquiring the Rui Jingu Bang, Sun Wukong inserted it into the top of the Korin Tower, causing it to elongate until it reached the base of the Divine Temple. Both Sun Wukong and Shang Yun ascended along the Rui Jingu Bang to the Divine Temple. Chapter 24. Mr. Bobo gripping the Rui Jingu Bang tightly. Shang Yun and Sun Wukong allowed it to elevate rapidly. They were unaware of how long they had been ascending when the surrounding oxygen began to thin, and the force of the upward motion nearly prevented them from opening their eyes. Suddenly, Shang Yun spotted a dark speck above, which grew larger with their ascent. It was indeed the Divine Temple. Before long, they reached the Divine Temple, which was 100 times larger than the Korin Tower. Clambering up the ladder with difficulty, they encountered a rotund figure seated on a purple carpet, holding a bowl and feeding beans to a small bird with chopsticks. "I am Sun Wukong, and this is Shang Yun. Are you the divine being?" Sun Wukong inquired as he approached. "No, I am Bobo, a subordinate of the divine being." "You two are quite impressive to have defeated Demon King Piccolo," Mr. Bobo replied. "Mr. Bobo, you seem to know a lot about such matters," Sun Wukong expressed in astonishment. "The divine being is aware of everything. He is truly magnificent." Sun Wukong pointed to a house behind Mr. Bobo and asked, "Is the divine being residing within? I wish to meet him. Have you brought the proof from Master Korin?" "Ah, is it this bell? We have it." Sun Wukong chuckled as Shang Yun produced the bell as well. "Indeed, you are recognized by Master Korin and are eligible to undertake my trial," Mr. Bobo stated, his expression remaining inscrutable. "A trial?" Sun Wukong asked curiously. "Yes, you must compete against me, Bobo. If you prevail, you shall meet the divine being," Mr. Bobo declared, pointing to himself. "Is it really that simple? Let us begin," Sun Wukong said, energetically preparing for battle. "This will be quite enjoyable, the first trial in the Divine Temple." Mr. Bobo remarked. "Very well, we shall continue until one of us concedes," Sun Wukong responded, striking a fighting pose. "Shall I take you both on at once?" Mr. Bobo stood up, releasing the small bird he had been holding. "I can handle this alone. Are you prepared?" "I shall astonish you," Sun Wukong laughed. "So tense. I'm almost about to wet my pants," Mr. Bobo teased. Sun Wukong moved swiftly, leaving behind an afterimage. "Wow, he vanished. Is he here?" Mr. Bobo threw a punch to the left, and it seemed Sun Wukong collided with it, being propelled backward. "Ah, that hurts." "That was merely a coincidence," Sun Wukong exclaimed, clutching his face. "Next time, it won't be so fortunate. Witness my prowess." Sun Wukong accelerated once more, launching an assault directly at Mr. Bobo. "I struck again." Mr. Bobo once again struck a blow to Sun Wukong, taunting, "You are hardly formidable. Indeed, you are quite weak. Did you truly vanquish King Piccolo? How dare you call me weak? I shall take this seriously." Sun Wukong covered his face, gritting his teeth in anger. The little birds around Mr. Bobo were startled into flight. "Your murderous intent has frightened the birds away. Such a demeanor will not lead you to victory against me," Mr. Bobo cautioned. "Enough of your prattling. Do not underestimate me," Sun Wukong exclaimed, propelling himself towards Mr. Bobo with all his might, launching a rapid succession of attacks. Yet Mr. Bobo effortlessly evaded each strike, displaying no significant movement. "I am indeed disappointed. You are truly weak. It baffles me how Master Karen allowed you to ascend. I cannot let you meet the esteemed ones. What about you, Shang Yun? Would you care to accept the challenge? Or shall you both face me together?" Mr. Bobo turned his gaze towards Shang Yun. Just as Shang Yun was about to respond, Sun Wukong interjected. "Ah, let me try this. Kamehameha wave." Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave, Yet Mr. Bobo exhibited no reaction. As the energy wave approached, Mr. Bobo simply inhaled, astonishingly consuming the Kamehameha wave. Sun Wukong was taken aback, but he refused to concede, rushing forward to deliver the very punch that had defeated King Piccolo, only to find his strike miss entirely. To his surprise, Mr. Bobo soared into the air, employing the instant transmission technique. Shang Yun stepped forward, hands clasped. Mr. Bobo, my strength pales in comparison to Sun Wukong's. Since he cannot touch you, I surmise I would fare no better. However, we cannot accept defeat. We seek an audience with the divine being to request the resurrection of those slain by King Piccolo. Might we join forces? Very well. But I hope you will not disappoint me. Otherwise, you shall not meet the divine one, Mr. Bobo replied, his gaze fixed on Shang Yun. Shang Yun and Sun Wukong exchanged determined glances and advanced towards Mr. Bobo. Sun Wukong maintained his rapid assault, now with even greater speed, while Shang Yun, aware of Mr. Bobo's prowess, refrained from reckless assaults. Instead, he waited for Mr. Bobo to evade Sun Wukong's strikes before launching his own attack, hoping to catch him off guard. Yet, Shang Yun's efforts were in vain. He still could not land a blow on Mr. Bobo. The two exerted their full strength in an attempt to overpower Mr. Bobo, unaware that someone was observing their battle through a crystal ball from the safety of an adjoining room. As they prepared for another coordinated attack, Mr. Bobo, seemingly bored, ascended into the air and gazed down upon them. Though you possess considerable strength, you lack the ability to utilize it effectively. This is futile. Even a test would prove worthless. You may return now. Exhausted, Sun Wukong could only rely on sheer willpower to remain standing. Upon hearing Mr. Bobo's words, he collapsed onto the ground, yet his expression remained one of exhilaration. I can hardly believe it. This fellow is truly remarkable. Mr. Bobo, already preoccupied with numerous duties for the divine being, declared, I am quite busy. You should return now. With that, Mr. Bobo turned away, disinterested in further engagement with the two. Wait a moment, I must meet the divine being. I will absolutely not give up. Not ever, Goku exclaimed fervently. Mr. Bobo, please grant us another chance, Shang Yun implored. Are you still unwilling to relent? Your spirit and skills are far too weak. You are utterly unworthy of an audience with the divine being. Return whence you came, Mr. Bobo replied, without turning back, continuing his forward march. Do you believe that vanquishing King Piccolo makes you the strongest in the world? Do not forget the truth that there are always greater powers beyond what you perceive. Mere brute strength cannot conquer me, Bobo, nor can clever tactics. Do you comprehend? Depart at once. As he concluded his words, Mr. Bobo glanced back at Shang Yun, who lowered his head in embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. Returning is out of the question. I shall not retreat until I have met the divine being, Goku declared, clenching his fists in determination. Mr. Bobo, may we utilize this place? Shang Yun inquired. What do you intend to do? Mr. Bobo questioned. We wish to train here to enhance our abilities and defeat you, Mr. Bobo, Shang Yun stated. Training is, in my opinion, utterly futile. However, do as you wish, Mr. Bobo conceded. Haha, thank you, Goku exclaimed excitedly, turning to commence his training. Thank you, Mr. Bobo, Shang Yun followed suit. Chapter 25. Facing the trial meanwhile. Bulma and the others were dining on Master Roshi's small island. What on earth are Goku and Shang Yun up to? Bulma sighed. Goku insists on seeking the divine being to resurrect those slain by King Piccolo, she elaborated. Launch, now a blonde, although temperamental, could still communicate normally with friends. Only the divine being possesses the power to resurrect individuals. But does such a being truly exist in this world? Lan Fong mused, sipping her tea. If there is indeed a divine being, I would be most curious to see. Oolong, the little chubby pig, remarked skeptically as he tasted a piece of cake. Who knows? Since King Piccolo exists, it wouldn't be too strange for a divine being to also be real. Launch quickly reassured everyone. Indeed, I believe they will succeed. Bulma asserted confidently. Yes, that's right, Yamcha concurred. I wonder what a divine being looks like. I truly hope Goku will enlighten us, Oolong said dismissively, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. What exactly is your grievance? Just say it, will you? Lan Fong, thoroughly exasperated by Oolong's tone, landed a punch on him. No, I have no grievances, Oolong hastily retorted. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, a figure was diligently training, his physique defined by sharp, muscular contours, and 3 eyes adorning his forehead from a distance. Indeed, it was Tien Shinhan. Goku, from this moment forth, I intend to train with even greater fervor. Your strength has surpassed mine by such a margin that I cannot accept it. In the next World Martial Arts Tournament, I shall claim the championship. And you, Xiangyun, I never anticipated you possessed such formidable techniques, yet you did not showcase them during the competition. Did you deem us unworthy to be your opponents? As Tianjin Fan engaged in combat, he reminisced about the trio's fierce battles. You must return. Wukong, Xiangyun. Meanwhile, atop the celestial temple, huff, huff, ha, ha, how peculiar. Sun Wukong, after running a lap around the temple, found himself breathless and bewildered by his newfound weakness. In contrast, Xiangyun chose not to exert himself in such a manner. Instead, he sought a quiet space to sit cross-legged, his approach to cultivation differing from Wukong's. He aimed to immerse himself in the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita, yet struggled to find focus, feeling a heaviness in his breath that muddled his thoughts. This was due to the altitude, where the air was thin, making it difficult for humans to acclimatize. Thus, excessive and futile movements, as demonstrated moments ago, proved ineffective. This principle holds true regardless of location. Mr. Bobo advised, you must stand still like the sky, faster than lightning. Mr. Bobo then turned to Xiangyun, let your mind become void. Xiangyun ceased his meditation, rising to join Wukong in observing Mr. Bobo. After a prolonged silence, Wukong exclaimed, how terrifying. It is so eerily quiet, devoid of sensation. All right, Xiangyun, let us proceed. With that, Wukong mimicked Mr. Bobo, standing upright and widening his gaze. Wukong, your approach of emptying your mind seems distinct from the void state Mr. Bobo described, Xiangyun remarked, exasperatedly cradling his head. It is indeed quite challenging. Wukong lamented. Yes, and then you must be faster than lightning. Suddenly, Mr. Bobo vanished, only to reappear behind Wukong, facing away from him. Wow, that is truly impressive. When did you arrive? I didn't even see you. You are incredible, Wukong exclaimed, touching his face in awe. You just touched your face, didn't you? Mr. Bobo did not respond directly to Wukong's inquiry. Wow, how did you know? Do you have eyes on the back of your head? Not at all. How did you perceive that? It is because you rely solely on your vision. Thus, you cannot see me, Bobo. Observing my actions and position, along with the subtle shifts in the air, requires more than mere sight. It necessitates feeling, which is paramount, Mr. Bobo explained. Xiangyun listened intently, affirming the insights contained within the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita. The human body possesses 6 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and mind, which correspond to the 6 external stimuli: color, sound, scent, flavor, texture, and phenomena. These external stimuli serve as distractions and temptations to the inner self, and one must cultivate an understanding of these stimuli without attachment to any, to achieve tranquility and liberation of the spirit, ultimately entering a state of Zen. Wow, you are truly remarkable. No wonder I cannot defeat you, Wukong exclaimed. Of course, I, Bobo, have learned much from the Celestial Lord, hence my prowess. Then, is the Celestial Lord even more formidable than Mr. Bobo? Is that even a question? The Celestial Lord surpasses Bobo by far. Surprising, isn't it? Mr. Bobo chuckled. Oh, what a surprise. Yet, I am filled with excitement upon discovering that there exist beings far more formidable than myself. How exhilarating. Splendid. Truly magnificent. Sun Wukong, brimming with enthusiasm, performed somersaults in delight. Subsequently, Xiangyun and Sun Wukong beseeched Mr. Bobo to impart his wisdom in cultivation. Although Mr. Bobo declined, he offered a suggestion: to place the bell bestowed by Master Karen at their waists and attack, stating that it was an opportunity for another trial. With utmost swiftness, Xiangyun and his companion launched their assault, yet Mr. Bobo effortlessly evaded their efforts. This time, it appeared as though Mr. Bobo exaggerated his dodging movements, seemingly hinting at something crucial for the duo. Reflect carefully, what is different? Mr. Bobo prompted. Xiangyun conceived the idea, but refrained from voicing it, instead gazing at Sun Wukong. It is the bell. Mr. Bobo's movements were so pronounced, yet the bell did not chime. Sun Wukong exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, Wukong. Contemplate the lessons imparted by Master Rashi. Once, at the mountain summit, he balanced a pot of water atop his head, and no matter the movement, the water remained undisturbed. Xiangyun reminded him. Exactly. Only I could achieve that, albeit with minimal motion. Neither Krillin nor I could manage it. Sun Wukong replied with excitement. Could it be that the pot of water and this bell share the same principle? The water would spill if it were disturbed. I understand now. This is what Mr. Bobo meant by excessive, unnecessary movements. Therefore, to ensure the bell remains silent, we must refrain from making superfluous gestures. It appears you still possess hope. However, mere understanding is insufficient. You must continue to cultivate. Who knows how many years of training it may take? Perhaps even after several years. You may still find it impossible to defeat me, Mr. Bobo, he stated. What do you intend to do? Are you willing to strive relentlessly until you conquer me? I am more than willing, Shang Yun replied, gazing earnestly at Mr. Bobo. So am I. Although it may seem unlikely, I truly wish to attempt it, Sun Wukong declared, clenching his fists in determination as he looked at Mr. Bobo. At that moment, a deep and enigmatic voice resonated from the back room. I commend your efforts. Oh, who goes there? Wukong inquired with astonishment. Could it be the Heavenly Lord? Shang Yun turned towards the room. Indeed. Ah, truly. I wish to meet you. Come forth. Chapter 26. The Heavenly Lord Master Rashi and Yachirobe stood atop Korin Tower, gazing skyward. I wonder how Wukong and the others are faring, Yachirobe mused, crossing his arms. Fear not. Wukong and his companions are surely safe, Master Rashi replied, finishing the fish he had been eating. This fish is nearly gone. I sincerely hope Shang Yun descends soon. By the way, you mentioned that Wukong and his friends have seen the face of the Heavenly Lord. What is the story behind that? They are quite familiar with the Heavenly Lord's visage. When they finally behold his face, they will undoubtedly be taken aback. Master Karen said mysteriously. In the dense forest, a small green child observed the three fallen figures before him, fists clenched, murmuring to himself, So, my father has bestowed upon me such formidable power within. Looking up at the sky with gritted teeth, I declared my disdain for peace. Son Goku, it won't be long before I personally end your life. Wait here, the deity will soon emerge. Mr. Bobo guided the two towards the temple entrance. Ah, how thrilling! Goku exclaimed in excitement. Moments before, a series of thuds resonated from within the temple, and a staff resembling that of the turtle hermit appeared from behind the door, followed closely by a green figure. Piccolo, you're not dead. Upon seeing the newcomer, Goku erupted with fury, charging forward. Watch this. However, before he could reach the figure, it extended its left index finger and flicked it lightly, generating a gust of energy that sent Goku hurtling back at an even greater speed. Shang Yun rushed to catch Goku, but was unable to match the velocity. Fortunately, Mr. Bobo managed to catch him. Curse it. Put me down. I will utterly destroy that demon king, Piccolo. Goku struggled in Mr. Bobo's grasp. Goku, calm down. Look closely. That is not the demon king Piccolo. Shang Yun hurriedly approached to soothe Goku's agitation. Didn't Karen inform you of my situation? That mischievous fellow, the deity approached slowly, recounting his past to Shang Yun and Goku. Long ago, I was one with that being, Piccolo. I was a martial artist. Upon hearing of a deity, I ventured here. Much like you. Sadly, even deities can perish, and I yearn to become the new successor of the deity. However, the deity never acknowledged me. I believe no one was more suited than I. Eventually, I discovered that the deity had seen a trace of evil within my heart. After enduring arduous training, I finally expelled the darkness, which took the form of the demon King Piccolo. I then became the new deity, yet he fled to the earth, inflicting great suffering upon its people. I deeply regret this. However, since you have defeated Piccolo, I shall grant your request in return. You must train here for a while. Wonderful, O deity. We are willing, and even if you did not speak, we would implore you to allow us to stay, Shang Yun said reverently, while Goku nodded excitedly, clenching his fists. Very well, but understand that even a deity lacks the power to resurrect the dead. However, I have created the dragon, and I can bring it back to life. You may then make a wish upon it. The deity continued. I originally fashioned the dragon to bestow courage and hope upon the world, but it has instead brought forth greed and warfare. I did not wish to restore the dragon after its destruction, yet you are different. After much hesitation, knowing there are still individuals like you in this world, I am more than willing to revive the dragon. Bobo, please bring forth the dragon. Understood, O deity. Mr. Bobo hurried into the temple and emerged with a shattered dragon model, which he promptly repaired. The celestial being instructed several individuals to step back, extending a finger as a brilliant light emanated from his hand, striking the dragon model. In an instant, The model transformed into a beam of light and soared away. Ordinarily, one would need to wait a year to make a wish upon the dragon. However, this time, you may make your wishes directly. This is all I can assist you with. Do you comprehend? The celestial being gazed intently at Shang Yun, speaking in a solemn tone. Very well, thank you. Esteemed celestial being. After the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone, they remained on Turtle Island. When Bulma and her companions noticed the Dragon Balls regaining their luster, they summoned the dragon and wished for the resurrection of those slain by the demon King Piccolo. The dragon granted their wish and informed them that Shang Yun and Sun Wukong were training under the celestial being in the Celestial Hall. The resurrected Krillin and others, along with Tien Shinhan who tended to them on Turtle Island, were astonished to learn that Shang Yun and Sun Wukong were training with the celestial being. Feeling both incredulous and motivated to intensify their own training, hoping not to fall too far behind the two. Meanwhile, in various parts of the world, individuals emerged from the earth. On the vast, tranquil sea, a child with green skin stood silently on the water's surface, eyes tightly shut. A fish swam beneath his feet, and suddenly, the child opened his eyes, pointing at the fish in the water. The fish leapt from the water and landed in the boy's hand, lifeless. The boy took a bite of the fish, noticing a fishing boat in the distance, seemingly aware of him. With a casual wave of his hand, he sank the boat, snorting disdainfully as he continued to eat the fish. You all possess too many chaotic thoughts. It is essential to calm your minds. Think of yourselves as stones, Mr. Bobo began to guide the two in their training. A stone indeed. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged but found his mind wandering, pondering about Krillin and the others, longing for the delicious food Lan Fong prepared, and wondering if Master Roshi was being teased by Bulma again. Smack. Ouch. A stone does not feel pain nor possess thoughts. Mr. Bobo, noticing Sun Wukong's distraction, struck his head with a stick. Gradually, Sun Wukong entered a meditative state, but soon, he fell asleep. For Shang Yun, achieving inner tranquility was rather simple, as both understanding the Heart Sutra of Maha Prajnaparamita and practicing the Heart Sutra required a calm mind, especially in non-combat situations, allowing him to enter a state of Zen. This boy is quite intriguing. Mr. Bobo was not the only one curious about Shang Yun. Even the celestial being found interest in his state. Once the mind reaches a state of emptiness, many truths become evident. Mr. Bobo turned his attention away from Shang Yun, dedicating more time to instructing Sun Wukong in his training. It seems my own training is insufficient, Mr. Bobo. You mentioned you have trained before. May I partake in the same training as you? I implore you. Sun Wukong pleaded with his large, adorable eyes. It is very arduous. Can you endure it? Yes. Then come with me. Chapter 27. Temple training. Have you made up your mind? The celestial deity inquired again upon learning of Sun Wukong's intentions. It may be more painful than death. Indeed, I do not care. Then go to Kolo Mountain and retrieve the sacred crown. Crown? Is it the object worn upon the head? Sun Wukong asked with confusion. Exactly. All right, I understand. I merely need to bring that crown back, correct? But where is that mountain located? Sun Wukong's heart brimmed with anticipation at this moment. Do not rush. I shall transport you there immediately. Mr. Bobo operated the machine beside him. Suddenly, the machine emitted a dazzling array of colors, and shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong found himself atop a mountain. Shang Yun, your temperament is different from that of Sun Wukong, and your training diverges as well. I have already sent Sun Wukong to Kolo Mountain to retrieve the sacred crown, the celestial deity stated as he approached Shang Yun. At this moment, Shang Yun seemed to have merged with the sky, his aura akin to the gentle breeze that occasionally wafts through the temple, appearing and vanishing intermittently. Ah, Mr. Bobo, following the celestial deity, was taken aback by Shang Yun's state. Even the celestial deity's demeanor showed a hint of fluctuation, no longer as tranquil as before. Shang Yun awakened from his meditation, slowly opening his eyes to gaze at the celestial deity and the accompanying Mr. Bobo. His eyes were like serene pools, crystal clear and devoid of impurities, reflecting a mind free of distractions. Yet, deep within those eyes lay an endless void, profound as the cosmos, concealing infinite mysteries. As Shang Yun's thoughts flowed, he recalled Sun Wukong's upcoming training. The sacred crown rested atop Kolo Mountain. Once dawned, it would summon lightning, securing itself firmly upon the wearer's head until struck by the bolt. Only by surpassing the speed of lightning could one retrieve the sacred crown from Kolo Mountain. Though Sun Wukong ultimately secured the sacred crown, It is important to note that he initially did not fully pass the trial, having been struck by lightning and losing consciousness for 3 entire days. Nevertheless, this experience significantly enhanced his strength, honing his agility and perception of danger. Later, the celestial deity employed the crown's properties by placing it upon Radit's head, thereby restraining his movements to prevent malevolence. Understanding Sun Wukong's predicament, Shang Yun harbored no concerns for his safety. In truth, throughout the entirety of Dragon Ball, while Sun Wukong's talent and diligence are undeniably crucial, many possess even greater diligence and talent, such as the initial Krillin and Tien, as well as the later Piccolo and Vegeta. The former, despite their relentless efforts, remain constrained by their inherent limitations, while the latter not only strive diligently, but also possess talents surpassing that of Sun Wukong. Yet in the end, they can only remain beneath him, forever unable to rise. Shang Yun believes that the greatest fortune of Sun Wukong lies in having someone to guide him, directing him towards the optimal path in accordance with his exceptional talents. With each ascension to the pinnacle of his abilities, superior mentors appear to provide further enlightenment, ensuring he remains steadfastly focused on the right direction, avoiding detours that might lead to stagnation or regression. Without such guidance, even the most remarkable gifts would be rendered futile. Much like Vegeta, the Scion Prince, whose combat prowess is indisputable. However, prior to his arrival on Earth, he relied solely on his own exploration and training, meandering in his methods and direction. His impressive battle power of over 10,000 was solely a product of innate talent. In that context, Vegeta surpassed Sun Wukong, who benefited from the guidance of esteemed teachers, illustrating the extent of his inherent potential. Eventually, under Sun Wukong's tutelage, Vegeta found the correct path, and his strength began to soar as if propelled by a rocket. Yet, he ultimately squandered his youthful gifts, relegating himself to a subordinate role beneath Sun Wukong. This is precisely why Shang Yun desires to train alongside Sun Wukong. Shang Yun, it seems you have grasped some understanding of the concept of nothingness as mentioned by Bobo, the deity observed, noting Shang Yun's contemplative demeanor. Indeed, my lord, Shang Yun replied. The nothingness I perceive is not the absence of thought or self, but rather the integration of oneself within all things. Within all existence, there is me, I am all. I observe the growth of all things and the unfolding of events, neither assisting nor hindering, without any emotional disturbance. How do you manage to remain undisturbed? The deity continued to inquire. Regardless of the thoughts that arise within, I merely observe and then disregard them. Shang Yun maintained his gaze on the deity, his mind unclouded. In truth, what Mr. Bobo describes as the state of nothingness bears resemblance to the concept articulated in the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita. The essence of nothingness does not imply the absence of thought, but rather a departure from reliance on the senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, to discern the myriad phenomena of the world. It calls for introspection, a tranquil heart, the elimination of distractions, and a search for one's innermost feelings and thoughts, seeking the most primal ideas, undisturbed by any extraneous notions, while maintaining faith in oneself. You are commendable. I previously mentioned that your approach to cultivation differs from that of Sun Wukong. Your innate talent may not match his, yet your comprehension is noteworthy. Please share your aspirations for your training, the deity expressed with a nod of approval. I seek to cultivate my heart, for when the heart is awakened, all things come into being. The heart is the most elusive and difficult to grasp. It requires personal insight. How may I assist you in this endeavor? I wish to experience the cycles of reincarnation, to comprehend the essence of countless lives. Reincarnation across 100 lifetimes requires the power of Yama, which I am unable to provide. However, I believe I can assist you in understanding the essence of numerous lives. Thank you, esteemed deity, Shang Yun said, joining his hands in gratitude and bowing deeply. Follow me. The deity nodded, gesturing for Shang Yun to accompany him. This time machine can briefly transport you to the historical eras of Earth, allowing you to witness the experiences of others. I hope you will merely observe and refrain from participating, Mr. Bobo remarked as he led Shang Yun to a machine, with the deity standing beside them. In the realms of time, is it possible to revisit my past? Upon hearing of the ability to traverse time, Shang Yun yearned to return and catch a glimpse of his wife and children. Even if it were but a fleeting moment, even if he could only observe from afar, it would suffice. I can take you to the echoes of your past in this lifetime. Though I am unaware of your origins, I can sense that your power emanates compassion. Thus, I have not declined your request to cultivate in the temple and am willing to assist you in your training. However, I fear I lack the capacity to send you back. The celestial being gazed at Shang Yun, a glimmer of light sparking in their eyes. You already know? At this moment, a tumult of emotions surged within Shang Yun, rendering him unable to meet the divine gaze as he once could. The deity exists to uphold the order of the world, and the divinity bestowed upon them by the cosmos is boundless, unlike the finite nature of divine power. My abilities cannot discern your differences, yet my divine essence reveals to me that you are not as you once were. The celestial being scrutinized the depths of Shang Yun's eyes, as if seeking to uncover something hidden within. I am grateful, esteemed deity, for helping me remain concealed. Nay, I have not assisted you in hiding anything. My duty is to maintain the world's order, matters beyond that do not concern me. If I have aided you, it is solely in your cultivation. What lies in your heart may one day be realized as your strength grows. So, tell me, are you prepared? The celestial being raised a hand to halt Shang Yun's further words. I am ready. Mr. Bobo activated the machine, which erupted in a dazzling array of colors, enveloping Shang Yun. Chapter 28. Cultivating the heart amidst the mortal realm, may you smile and gaze upon the passage of time, returning as a youthful spirit. The village is a sanctuary amid the mundane world, a corner seemingly forgotten by time, tranquil and harmonious. In the early morning, a gentle mist blankets the village, wrapping it in a soft embrace like a delicate veil. The crowing of roosters heralds the awakening of the slumbering world. Wisps of smoke rise from the chimneys of cottages, slowly dissipating in the gentle breeze. In the fields, dewdrops roll upon the blades of grass, refracting a spectrum of colors. An old yellow cow leisurely grazes along the ridge, occasionally flicking its tail. The small river at the village's edge flows gently, producing a crisp sound. Pebbles and small fish are visible at the riverbed, with aquatic plants swaying gracefully with the current. The willows by the bank lean tenderly, their slender branches caressing the water's surface. In the afternoon, sunlight bathes the courtyard in warmth. The elders recline in wicker chairs, squinting against the sun, gently fanning themselves. Children frolic in the alley, their laughter echoing between the earthen walls. Women sit at their doorsteps, engaged in needlework while sharing tales of daily life. As dusk approaches, the setting sun paints the sky in hues of orange and red. Tired birds return to their nests, their calls resonating distinctly in the quiet. Villagers, bearing their farming tools, tread homeward in the fading light. The entire village is enveloped in a serene atmosphere, reminiscent of a utopia. Yet among them, a youth clad in simple monk robes stands unnoticed. His eyes reflect tranquility and profundity as he joins the villagers in preparing meals, chopping wood, tilling the fields, sharing laughter and grievances, and idly passing time. The villagers converse with him, yet none ponder over his origins or whether he remains. He observes the arrival of new life, heralded by a robust cry, the tiny face and clenched fists of the newborn embodying a fearless anticipation of the world that awaits. The laughter of parents and the blessings of relatives weave together into a warm sea, creating a beautiful tapestry of life's beginnings. Yet, not far off on a sickbed, an elderly person fiercely battles against illness, their body growing increasingly frail under the torment of disease, the light in their eyes gradually dimming, while the tears and reluctance of loved ones cast a shadow like a gloomy mist. The impermanence of life, birth, aging, sickness, and death, unfolds as naturally yet ruthlessly as the cycle of day and night, with each scene serving as an annotation on the fragility of existence. In the streets and alleyways, the joys and sorrows of people unfurl like a vibrant canvas before his eyes. The quarrels between couples shatter the tranquility, their faces contorting with anger, and the sweet promises once shared are cast aside in an instant, akin to a tempest sweeping across a serene lake. Meanwhile, young lovers share smiles in a corner cafe, their eyes brimming with affection. In that moment, the world seems to consist solely of each other, embodying the most exquisite form of love. Those who have achieved success in their careers revel in glory amidst cheers and adulation, their spirited demeanor appearing as if they possess the world. Yet, the failures weep alone in corners, their setbacks weighing down upon them like a heavy mountain, plunging them into the abyss of despair. He witnesses the rise of the prosperous as they navigate the arenas of fame and fortune, their lavish lifestyles and the flattery of others resembling dazzling fireworks. However, the wheel of fate turns mercilessly. When fortunes shift, they plummet from the heights to the depths, their wealth dissipating, friends departing, leaving behind solitude and confusion. These fluctuations, in the eyes of the seeker of enlightenment, are akin to fleeting dreams, ephemeral as bubbles. He simply observes, akin to a mirror, refraining from engaging in the strife and emotions surrounding him. Beneath this seemingly indifferent exterior lies a profound understanding of Buddhist teachings. Through countless observations, he feels as though he has traversed the cycles of existence for countless lifetimes, with each scene delivering a jolt to the soul. In this prolonged observation, he perceives the fickleness of life as a constant companion. A healthy body may be ravaged by illness in an instant, and a solid career can collapse due to a single erroneous decision. People struggle against the tides of impermanence, much like solitary boats adrift upon the ocean's currents. He deeply comprehends that desire is an undercurrent in this realm of uncertainty, driving individuals to pursue wealth, status, and fame. In the relentless quest for greater riches, some toil day and night, employing unscrupulous means, losing their inherent goodness in the pursuit, blinded by greed and envy, ensnared in a vortex of desire from which they cannot escape. He also observes the complexities of love. The love of parents for their children is selfless and profound. Yet children may sometimes fail to grasp this affection, drifting further away in the rebellion of growth. The love between couples is sweet and fervent, yet can weaken amidst the mundane realities and temptations of life, with arguments and misunderstandings forming cracks that mar love's original beauty. Nevertheless, within these intricate emotions, he perceives the power of love. It can serve as a pillar of support in adversity, a glimmer of hope amid darkness. He understands that all things in this world are but illusions. What people ardently pursue holds little weight in the face of life and death. Joy and sorrow are merely ripples in the vast river of existence, ultimately fading into the torrents of time. Those who maintain their kindness amidst suffering are like beacons of light in the darkness, illuminating the brilliance of humanity. They are not vanquished by adversity nor beguiled by illusions, steadfastly upholding the purity of their hearts. During his journey, he witnessed the myriad facets of society. In the bustling metropolis, where vehicles swarm like a river, people hurriedly traverse the streets, their eyes filled with fatigue and bewilderment. They weave through towering edifices, tirelessly laboring for their livelihoods, gradually losing themselves in the pursuit of material wealth. In stark contrast, the simple villagers in remote countryside lead unadorned lives. They toil in the fields, coexisting harmoniously with nature, fostering mutual care among neighbors. The waves of grain in the fields and the evening smoke curling from chimneys exude a serene and peaceful atmosphere. This juxtaposition led him to ponder how individuals might seek balance between opulence and simplicity. He encountered many who struggled in hardship. One merchant, once affluent and resplendent, found himself destitute following a failed investment. He sank into profound despair, feeling that life had lost its meaning. He advised the merchant, "Wealth is like fleeting clouds, ever in flux. The suffering you endure is an opportunity for growth. Relinquishing your attachment to riches will reveal the true essence of existence." Guided by his wisdom, the merchant began to reflect on his life, gradually emerging from despair. Another woman, tormented by her lover's betrayal, received his counsel. The impermanence of love resembles the blooming and withering of flowers. His treachery is his own burden. Do not allow his faults to become shackles on your spirit. Releasing resentment will lead to liberation. In time, the woman slowly let go of her pain and rediscovered herself. Through aiding these souls, he gained a deeper understanding of Zen philosophy. He recognized that Zen is not about evading reality, but about maintaining clarity amidst the chaos of life. Unbound by delusion, he is Shang Yun, who, through the time machine, revisits the past repeatedly, experiencing diverse lives, honing his spirit through the trials of the world. Chapter 29. The Peril of Obsession in the Divine Temple. Before the time machine, a kaleidoscope of colors revealed Shang Yun's figure as he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was profound as an abyss, seemingly piercing through the myriad states of existence. In his eyes reflected the shifting tides of time. Witnessing the impermanence of life and death, the intertwining of joy and sorrow, the glory of success and the disgrace of downfall. He observed with a detached demeanor the plight and grief of the unsuccessful, while remaining unperturbed by the emotional fluctuations of the joyful and the sorrowful. Embodying a transcendent state of being, his eyes seemed to harbor the epochs of change. After enduring countless cycles of tribulation, he comprehended the Buddhist truth of emptiness. His gaze suffused with profound enlightenment. It appears you have gleaned much. Will you continue? Mr. Bobo remarked, having observed the transformations that each of Shang Yun's journeys brought forth. Shang Yun did not respond to Mr. Bobo's inquiry. He gently closed his eyes again, hands in prayer position, sitting cross-legged. Do not disturb him. He seems poised to break through a barrier. How many lifetimes has this young man traversed? His gaze is too profound, too devoid of sentiment. He is restraining himself from treading a path of indifference. The divine being appeared behind Mr. Bobo, halting further questions regarding Shang Yun. The machine had been activated 517 times, and in doing so, it experienced 517 lifetimes. Mr. Bobo gazed at the numbers displayed on the machine and spoke to the celestial being. No wonder. He has nearly witnessed the impermanence of life. What he can comprehend next depends on his fate, the celestial being remarked. The two stood in silence, observing Shang Yun, unaware of how much time had passed. At this moment, Shang Yun's state was peculiar. His aura would swell, as if on the verge of breaking through to a new realm, only to contract. Resembling an ordinary person, frail and vulnerable. At times, he seemed to flicker in and out of existence, as if he had never been there at all. Gradually, Shang Yun's aura settled, no longer fluctuating. He rose, his eyes opening, no longer profound, yet still clear. His body remained still, swaying gently as if in the breeze. The wind brushed past him as if traversing an expanse of nothingness, encountering no barriers. Ding! Congratulations, host. After enduring 500 cycles of reincarnation and comprehending 500 lifetimes, you have attained insight into the Heart Sutra of Mahayana Prajnaparamita, recognizing the illusion and transience of self and pursuing personal liberation. Your realm has ascended to the state of emptiness of the five aggregates. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have broken through the third level of the Heart Sutra, currently reaching the realm of refining spirit and returning to void. Ding! Warning! The host has traversed 500 cycles of reincarnation, wavering between profound emotions and detachment, and the eradication of feelings, guided by the supreme truths within the Heart Sutra of Mahayana Prajnaparamita. The host has realized the emptiness of the four great elements and the non-self of the five aggregates. However, the ultimate truth of the void, which does not exist in the objective world, remains elusive. There is a potential risk of falling into madness. The host is advised to contemplate the Heart Sutra of Mahayana Prajnaparamita to find a resolution. Madness. Open the attributes panel. Host, Shang Yun age, 19 mental art. Heart Sutra of Mahayana Prajnaparamita realm. Emptiness of the five aggregates. Form is like a dream, a bubble, an illusion. Sensation flows like flowers drifting on water. Thought is like idle clouds, wandering without a fixed place. Action resembles autumn leaves, drifting at will. Consciousness is like fine dust scattered by the wind. The thought of emptiness of the five aggregates brings peace to the mind. Risk of madness, profound emotions, detachment, eradication of feelings, supernatural powers, heavenly eye, ability to perceive the suffering and joy of beings across the 6 realms, as well as the myriad forms of the world. Without obstruction. Current level, beginner. With a compassionate heart awakened. One can see within a radius of 100 meters. Heavenly ear, ability to hear the languages of beings in the 6 realms and the various sounds of the world. Current level, beginner. With a compassionate heart awakened. One can discern all sounds within a radius of 100 meters. Destiny insight, ability to know one's own and the destinies of beings across the 6 realms, along with their actions over countless lifetimes. Current level, beginner. With a compassionate heart awakened. One can perceive the experiences of others in this life. Techniques. Heart Sutra of Prajna, 3 levels, derived from the Heart Sutra of Mahayana Prajnaparamita. An unparalleled method for refining chi. Current realm, refining spirit and returning to void. Martial technique. Vajra Prajna force, a profound insight gained from the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita. An unparalleled method of cultivating vital energy that can be integrated into any combat skill, exuding an indomitable strength, significantly enhancing physical attributes. When activated, it manifests in external Vajra form, which can rebound any damage until the form is shattered. The level possesses no upper limit, with each elevation. One's physical prowess doubles from the previous tier. Transformation into demon. Combat skills. Turtle Sage Style, Turtle School, Ki Blast, Earth-Shattering Palm of all nations. Zen Awareness Evasion Technique. Zen Meditation in the Void Spirit Domain. Transformation into demon. Having ascended in realms, the mind reaches enlightenment in the understanding of the emptiness of the five aggregates. The cultivation method has also advanced, attaining the level of refining the spirit and returning to the void. In the bygone era of Blue Star, such a being would be considered a celestial figure, capable of maneuvering with ease among mortals. Yet, in the world of Dragon Ball, while initially manageable, one would ultimately face severe challenges. However, within this realm of existence, the emergence of the demonic transformation has raised questions. What does it signify? 9527. What does the term demonic transformation imply? And what purpose does this transformation serve? Shang Yun sensed an unsettling dissonance, yet struggled to articulate it, hastily inquiring of 9527. The host has traversed 500 cycles of reincarnation, experiencing human emotions, with a mindset oscillating between profound affection and detachment. However, both extremes contradict Zen practice and are deemed paths of demonic influence. Thus, regardless of the inclination of the host's disposition, it alludes to a potential descent into demonic realms, posing a risk of nullifying previous efforts. The mechanical voice of 9527 resonated, devoid of any discernible emotion. As for the demonic transformation, it may grant insights into capabilities post-transformation, with the attributes and potency dictated by the host's mental state at the moment of transformation. Is there a method to mitigate this peril? Shang Yun inquired. Indeed, elevating one's mental state is essential. The host need not worry. This is an inevitable journey for practitioners of Zen. The essence of the mind is elusive and fraught with possibilities. Each phase presents its own trials. The host must remain steadfast and composed, lest, here the voice of 9527 abruptly ceased. Lest what? 9527. What is amiss? Shang Yun felt a surge of anxiety. The supreme nirvana enlightenment system was fundamental to his existence in the Dragon Ball world, and it must not falter. After a prolonged silence, the voice of 9527 resumed. Please, host, focus on your cultivation. 9527. What was that about? Upon hearing 9527 return to normalcy, Shang Yun urgently inquired. Please, host, focus on your cultivation. After another disjointed utterance, 9527 fell silent. 9527, are you there? I am here, host. Who is he? Shang Yun felt a chill run down his spine and quickly pressed 9527 for answers. Please, host, focus on your cultivation. Is he preventing you from speaking with me? Or do you not know? Please, host, focus on your cultivation. Is he powerful? Is he the one who created your existence? Please, host, focus on your cultivation. All right. It seems you truly cannot say. Please, host, focus on your cultivation. I shall indeed devote myself to my practice. Chapter 30. The Guidance of Wu Tai-Do. As the conversation with 9527 concluded, Shang Yun turned his gaze towards the heavenly god and Mr. Bobo. Both regarded him with grave expressions, seemingly concerned that Shang Yun might choose the path of ruthlessness. Esteemed heavenly god and Mr. Bobo, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. My powers have significantly enhanced, and the path I cultivate is neither devoid of emotion nor excessively sentimental. If one must delineate it, it lies somewhere in between. Shang Yun, aware of their apprehensions, clasped his hands together in gratitude and sought to alleviate their concerns. Though I may not fully comprehend your path, your strength undeniably embodies compassion, and I hold faith in you, the heavenly god acknowledged with a nod. Will you continue to utilize the time machine to return to the past? May I inquire, esteemed heavenly god, about the current state of Sun Wukong? Rather than responding to the heavenly god's query, Shang Yun shifted the focus to Sun Wukong's present circumstances. Sun Wukong previously employed the time machine to train with Wu Tai-Do, who is the master of your mentor, the Turtle Sage, Mr. Bobo elucidated. Next, Sun Wukong must confront himself in battle to uncover his own shortcomings. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. My current realm cannot be elevated in the short term. I, too, wish to return to the past and witness the grandeur of Master Wu Tai-Do. Comprehending the extent of Sun Wukong's training, Shang Yun articulated his request. Very well, Mr. Bobo manipulated the machine, and amidst a swirl of vibrant colors, Shang Yun vanished. Upon encountering Master Wu Taidu, Shang Yun promptly expressed his purpose and disclosed his connections with Master Wu Tian and Sun Wukong. Master Wu Taidu, recognizing another of his disciples, was elated. After assessing Shang Yun's potential and talent, he promised to keep the information regarding Sun Wukong and Shang Yun confidential and began to instruct Shang Yun in his training. Initially, Master Wu Taidu engaged Shang Yun in rigorous physical training, encompassing running, jumping, and weight-bearing exercises, aimed at enhancing his strength and endurance. The intensity of these workouts surpassed anything Shang Yun had previously endured, presenting considerable challenges, yet swiftly elevating his physical condition. Subsequently, Master Wu Taidu imparted unique combat techniques and maneuvers to Shang Yun, emphasizing not only the application of strength, but also the importance of agility and speed. For instance, he taught Shang Yun how to deftly evade enemy attacks in battle and seize opportunities for counterattacks. Master Wu Taidu also focused on cultivating Shang Yun's mastery over his breath. He explained that the stability and fluidity of breath are vital in combat. Only through mastering breath control can one unleash greater power. Under Wu Taidu's guidance, Shang Yun began to learn how to regulate his breathing and integrate it with his combat movements. In addition to physical and technical training, Master Wu Taidu facilitated Shang Yun's mental cultivation. He instructed him to remain calm and focused, impervious to external distractions during battle, and to maintain a clear mind. Furthermore, Master Wu Taidu imparted the understanding that cultivation is not solely for the purpose of gaining strength, but also for the protection of others and the preservation of peace in the world. After a period of diligent training, Shang Yun's prowess has significantly improved. Not only has he made remarkable strides in combat techniques and breath control, but he has also matured and strengthened mentally. Shang Yun is filled with gratitude towards Master Wu Taidu, fully aware that the invaluable experiences and lessons gleaned from this training will profoundly influence his future battles. Bidding farewell to Master Wu Taidu, and accompanied by a dazzling array of colors, Shang Yun returned to the Celestial Temple. Shang Yun, you have returned. It appears your strength has increased considerably, Mr. Bobo remarked as he observed Shang Yun. Yes, Mr. Bobo, I wish to spar with you to assess the fruits of my training. Of course, I would be delighted, Mr. Bobo replied. The two of them stepped outside the Celestial Temple. Shang Yun initiated the attack, and at first, Mr. Bobo was able to evade with ease. However, as time progressed, he found himself occasionally struck by Shang Yun, prompting him to temper his strength and counterattack. Their exchange was lively and dynamic. Suddenly, leveraging Mr. Bobo's punch, Shang Yun retreated, hands clasped together, eyes wide open. 10,000 nations, earth-shattering palm. Shang Yun thrust his hands forward, unleashing a surge of purple electricity that raced towards Mr. Bobo. In response, Mr. Bobo leaped into the air, rendering Shang Yun's formidable palm strike ineffective. Once more, 10,000 nations, earth-shattering palm. The move had been evaded, and Shang Yun was not surprised. Mr. Bobo's strength far surpassed his own, making such evasion entirely expected. Observing Mr. Bobo's ascent, Shang Yun sensed it was the perfect moment to employ his technique, yet he failed to remember that Mr. Bobo was adept in aerial maneuvers. Without question, he evaded once again. As Mr. Bobo executed his aerial technique to dodge Shang Yun's palm strike, he suddenly transformed into an afterimage and vanished. Realizing this, Shang Yun understood that Mr. Bobo must have perceived his capabilities and sought to conclude their sparring, now determined to showcase his own strength. Shang Yun quickly clasped his hands together, closing his eyes to cultivate inner tranquility, yet he felt every hair on his body stand on end, unable to sense Mr. Bobo's presence or predict his next attack. However, Shang Yun was not without opportunities. Zen awareness evading technique. Mr. Bobo silently appeared to Shang Yun's left, extending his right hand toward Shang Yun's neck. To his astonishment, Shang Yun vanished as if he had never been there. Turtle School Kamehameha Wave. Shang Yun quietly materialized 10 meters behind Mr. Bobo, unleashing his most potent attack. Mr. Bobo, sensing the energy fluctuations behind him, adopted a more serious demeanor. Huh, Mr. Bobo swiftly turned, his hand in a knife-like position, and with a deft motion, he deflected Shang Yun's energy wave, sending it soaring towards the horizon, where it gradually dissipated. Huh, Mr. Bobo is truly impressive. I still couldn't land a hit on you, Shang Yun said. His complexion slightly pale as he gasped for breath. The technique of Zen awareness, which consumes immense mental energy, combined with the recent exertion of the Kamehameha wave, has left Shang Yun in a state of extreme weakness. Fortunately, his mastery of the Heart Sutra has improved, enhancing his recovery abilities. In just a few breaths, a healthier hue returned to his complexion. You performed admirably, Mr. Popo remarked approvingly. Your technique is formidable, a life-saving maneuver, yet it seems to have drained you considerably. Indeed, Mr. Popo, it is quite taxing, and the prerequisites for its use are quite stringent, Shang Yun replied. Flaws do not overshadow brilliance. It remains a powerful technique for self-preservation. Mr. Popo nodded in agreement. Mr. Popo, I have a request. Chapter 31. Learning the void technique rather than basking in Mr. Popo's praise. Shang Yun suddenly recalled something and made his request. Yes? What is your request? I wish to learn the void technique from you, Mr. Popo. I hope you can teach me. The void technique, you need not ask. I shall impart it to you. Even Sun Wukong has mastered it, Mr. Popo replied with a smile. Sun Wukong has learned the void technique. What is he doing now? Oh, he is battling himself. Battling himself? How does one do that? You will come to understand in due time. This is the final trial in the Temple of the Gods. Overcoming oneself, Mr. Popo said mysteriously. Very well. Begin your studies of the void technique. Once you have mastered it, you too will engage in combat with your own self, Mr. Popo instructed before commencing Shang Yun's training. In the world of Dragon Ball, the void technique allows one to soar through the skies. Shang Yun's purpose in mastering this skill is naturally for combat. As battles in the later stages of the Dragon Ball world predominantly occur in the air, otherwise, even the residual energy from a skirmish could obliterate the earth. While Shang Yun possesses the Zen ability of instantaneous movement, which is undoubtedly more powerful than the void technique, it functions more like teleportation, allowing one to transcend time and space at advanced levels. In contrast, the void technique enables one to stand in midair as if on solid ground, making it more suitable for combat. Initially, Shang Yun fantasized about emulating Sun Wukong's mastery of instantaneous movement, charging his combat technique to a critical point before teleporting into the enemy's midsection. The thought alone was tantalizing. However, the reality proved to be more complex. The Zen abilities are acquired through profound cultivation, intended to alleviate the suffering of sentient beings, and must be wielded with a tranquil heart and a spirit of compassion. Should one flaunt these powers for personal gain or inflict suffering upon others, no matter how great the ability, it may elude them entirely, as if it had never been attained. In essence, these Zen powers must never be employed for malevolent acts, violence, or any behavior that harms others for one's selfish interests. Shang Yun had previously devised some lightness techniques akin to those found in ancient martial arts novels, such as the Ladder Cloud Ascend, Golden Goose Skill, and Grasstop Flight, by understanding the fundamental principles of the initial stage of the divine footwork. These abilities allowed him to leap higher and run faster. However, they proved insufficient in the realm of Dragon Ball. Thus, he ultimately had to master the Sky Dance technique. The essence of cultivating this technique lies in the mastery of one's own energy. One must first perceive the existence of this energy and learn to manipulate its flow freely within the body, continually enhancing the precision of its control through combat and training. By concentrating energy at the soles of the feet or other parts of the body, one can adjust the direction and intensity of its release, generating a counterforce that propels the body off the ground and into flight. Much like a jet aircraft harnesses thrust from its engines to achieve lift, the Sky Dance technique employs energy as its driving force for flight. Before long, Shang Yun had mastered the Sky Dance technique, and Mr. Bobo took him to a chamber where they encountered a young man with a hairstyle reminiscent of Sun Wukong. To be precise, it was the grown-up version of Sun Wukong. Unbeknownst to them, the two had been training in the Heavenly Temple for nearly 3 years, and both had matured significantly. At that moment, Sun Wukong was engaged in battle with a doll resembling Krillin. Upon seeing Shang Yun approach, he was filled with joy and eager to greet him. He was abruptly kicked in the face by the Krillin doll and landed beside Shang Yun. Shang Yun, you're here. That's wonderful. How has your training been? Mr. Bobo mentioned you've been using the time machine to travel to the past. Have you met Master Matedo? Did you encounter the young Master Rashi? Sun Wukong exclaimed, shielding his face as he stood up and embraced Shang Yun, his excitement palpable. Indeed, Wukong, it's truly delightful to see you. I have met Master Mateto and even encountered the young Master Rashi, along with the girl he fancied, Shang Yun replied, returning the embrace with a grin. After exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Bobo instructed Sun Wukong to continue his sparring with the Krillin doll while arranging for Shang Yun to battle various other dolls. Through these confrontations, Shang Yun learned to adapt to an array of different fighting styles. Facing agile dolls significantly enhanced his reaction speed, enabling him to evade rapid attacks with greater accuracy while also discovering opportunities for counterattacks during evasive maneuvers. The experience of battling dolls further refined his grasp of combat rhythm, allowing him to discern when to strike and when to defend. Shang Yun also became increasingly adept at utilizing his abilities when contending with strength-oriented dolls. He learned to effectively harness his energy to bolster both his power and defense, ensuring he did not falter in contests of strength. Eventually, after Shang Yun and Sun Wukong had become proficient in confronting various dolls, Mr. Bobo plucked a hair from each of their heads to create dolls that mirrored their likenesses, enabling them to engage in combat against their own doppelgangers. Engaging in combat with one's own effigy proves to be quite intriguing. Initially, Shang Yun finds himself bewildered as he faces a doll that mirrors his own likeness. This effigy is capable of emulating Shang Yun's combat techniques, encompassing not only Zen-like prowess, but also his meditative void domain and the art of Zen perception evasion. Remarkably, it can even wield the formidable Vajra Prajna fist. Throughout his skirmish with this doppelganger, Shang Yun must contend with familiar offensive maneuvers while pondering strategies for overcoming this relentless adversary, which exhibits neither fatigue nor emotional fluctuations. This necessitates that he exerts his utmost effort, continuously searching for vulnerabilities in the effigy's defense, attempting to employ novel techniques or increased velocity in his attacks, thereby honing his martial skills and reflexes. Ultimately, humans possess thoughts. How then can one triumph over a foe that possesses identical strength and combat techniques, especially one devoid of emotions and fatigue, capable of realizing its full potential? The answer is singular. One must transcend to a level beyond that of one's own capabilities. Shang Yun's approach lies in enhancing his power. Although the Heart Sutra has recently ascended in rank, the prospect of rapidly augmenting his strength to surpass that of the effigy seems impractical. Hence, he resolves to focus on refining his martial techniques. After considerable contemplation, Shang Yun concludes that channeling his energy into mastering the Vajra Prajna fist would be prudent. Ultimately, the effigy, being merely a doll, can only mimic Shang Yun's existing prowess, lacking the capacity to replicate his enlightenment. As he repeatedly faces defeat at the hands of his own effigy, Shang Yun's Vajra Prajna fist finally ascends to its second tier, quadrupling his strength. However, this enhancement simultaneously increases the consumption of his internal energy and mental fortitude. He finds that with his current capabilities, he can only maintain this state for a mere 10 seconds. Yet, when unleashing the second tier of the Vajra Prajna fist, he can vanquish his effigy in less than a second, a true testament to his prowess as a genuine 10-second warrior. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Vajra Prajna fist has been elevated to the second tier, augmenting strength by fourfold. Ding! Friendly reminder. With each tier ascension of the Vajra Prajna fist, the consumption of internal energy and mental fortitude doubles. The cost of employing the second tier is twice that of the first. The mechanical voice of 9527 resonates within Shang Yun's mind as he achieves this breakthrough. It is not difficult to comprehend. With each tier increase, strength doubles compared to the previous tier, while the rate of energy and mental consumption only escalates by a factor of 2. For instance, employing the sixth tier of the Vajra Prajna fist results in a 64-fold increase in strength, while the consumption rate is merely 6 times that of the first tier. Without further ado, it is indeed a remarkable skill. Thus, Shang Yun skillfully navigates this challenge through a somewhat ingenious method. In terms of combat aptitude, he may not rival Sun Wukong, but fortunately, Shang Yun is no warmonger. Chapter 32. The Spirit in the Time Chamber. During his battles with the effigy, Shang Yun often engages in tranquil meditation, seeking to attune himself to the essence of nature. The serene environment of the Divine Hall is perfectly suited for cultivating one's inner peace. Shang Yun devotes considerable time to serene meditation, allowing his inner self to attain tranquility, free from distractions and errant thoughts, thereby reaching a state of stillness akin to placid waters. This cultivation of mental composure aids him in maintaining calm during combat and enables swift adjustments in his mindset when confronted with unforeseen circumstances, guiding him into a realm of Zen. The vicinity of the divine temple is adorned with breathtaking natural beauty, where Shang Yun immerses himself in the essence and rhythm of nature, listening to the melodious calls of birds, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze, and observing the ever-changing clouds. Through this communion with nature, he gains a profound understanding of the laws governing all existence, seamlessly integrating this wisdom into his own mental landscape. Moreover, Shang Yun has engaged in training for energy perception, learning to sense the fluctuations and transformations of energy within his surroundings. This training grants him the foresight to detect the presence and energy movements of adversaries, enhancing his ability to anticipate their actions and responses, thereby refining his combat reflexes. He perceives that if this energy awareness were to be harmonized with his mastery of fate, it might even allow him to instantaneously grasp the techniques and skills of his opponents. In this context, Shang Yun has, in fact, utilized Zen Buddhist powers of fate to delve into the pasts of the divine being and Mr. Bobo. Drawing upon his prior knowledge from comics in his past life, he glimpsed fragments of the divine being's former cultivation. Yet, he found himself utterly unable to perceive even a hint of Mr. Bobo's past. Perhaps due to insufficient strength, or perhaps because his mental state did not match that of Mr. Bobo. After defeating their own puppets, Sun Wukong and Shang Yun received new weighted garments from the divine being. It must be said that the magic of the Mechari is truly fascinating. With a mere wave of the hand, an entire outfit materializes, tailored to perfection. Over the past 3 years, both have experienced rapid growth in height, and each time, it has been the divine being who provided them with new attire. Presently, their garments weigh over 100 kilograms, with each wrist adorned by a 20-kilogram weight, and their shoes also weighing 20 kilograms each. They have chosen martial outfits from the Turtle Hermit style, emblazoned with the character for turtle upon their chests. After a week of acclimatization to their new weighted attire, the two have been either training or sparring, constantly conjuring innovative ideas to enhance their prowess. Shang Yun, in particular, approached the divine being with a request to journey to Kelyuash Mountain to obtain the sacred crown, seeking to be struck by lightning in an attempt to harness the power of thunder for a better mastery of the universal thunder palm. However, this notion proved to be but a fanciful whim. The universal thunder palm involves converting the body's energy into tens of thousands of watts of electrical current, which is then unleashed upon an opponent, immobilizing them while continuously assaulting them with electric currents. The crux lies in the mastery of one's own energy and the ability to transmute it into electricity. This requires formidable control of qi and unique techniques, not an uncontrollable and perilously dangerous endeavor like being struck by lightning. Such an act would not only fail to impart the essence of the universal thunder palm to Shang Yun, but could also inflict fatal harm upon the practitioner. Fortunately, the formidable restorative capabilities of the Heart Sutra cultivated by Shang Yun endowed him with the audacity to repeatedly tempt fate by courting the wrath of lightning. Through this relentless pursuit of peril, Shang Yun's resistance to electrical forces significantly improved, in the process of repeatedly healing Shang Yun's charred body from the strikes. The Heart Sutra revealed a trace of purple lightning energy embedded within his inner qi. This subtle surge of electrical power enabled Shang Yun to amplify both the speed and potency of his current's manifold while executing the heavenly palm of all nations. Gradually, the duo's audacious experiments reached their zenith. During their training sessions, whenever Sun Wukong found a moment's reprieve, he would eagerly beseech the celestial being and Mr. Bobo for new training regimens. Initially, both the celestial being and Mr. Bobo insisted that they had imparted all they could, advising Sun Wukong to master the methods already learned and to refrain from biting off more than he could chew. Shang Yun too had advised restraint. Yet Sun Wukong argued that having grasped the techniques, he ought to seize the opportunity for further learning during their stay in the Celestial Palace. Convinced by Sun Wukong's rationale, Shang Yun ceased his objections and even joined in whenever he had the chance. The celestial being and Mr. Bobo were exasperated by the relentless enthusiasm of the two learners. Initially, Mr. Bobo intervened to subdue them, reiterating the necessity of diligence in their training. However, the pair gradually developed an impressive synergy, even hinting at a mastery of some combined techniques, compelling Mr. Bobo to exert his full strength to overcome them. Ultimately, In a state of resignation, the celestial being resolved to send Shang Yun and Sun Wukong to the room of spirit and time for their training. Shang Yun was aware of this unique locale within the Dragon Ball universe, where a year of training equated to merely a day in the outside world. This temporal disparity would afford Shang Yun and Sun Wukong an abundance of additional training time, enabling them to rapidly enhance their prowess. Moreover, the atmosphere within the room was thin, making respiration challenging, thus posing a significant test of their physical endurance and adaptability. The gravity within the space was tenfold that of Earth, subjecting their bodies to greater strain during movement and training, effectively honing their muscle strength, coordination, and reflexes. The temperature fluctuated drastically between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, necessitating the overcoming of discomfort caused by such extremes, thereby demanding high levels of willpower and physical adaptability. The spacious interior, vast like the expanse of Earth, allowed for various forms of training and combat practice without the constraints of space. Additionally, it was well equipped with food, water, and living accommodations, ensuring the duo could reside and train there for extended periods without concern for their fundamental needs. This truly is the most ideal training ground. However, there are certain influences that affect the cultivation within. During one's time inside, the body continues to grow normally, as if an extensive period has genuinely elapsed. Furthermore, hallucinations may occur. Those with weak willpower and a lack of focus are particularly susceptible to such illusions. This not only tests the mental fortitude of the practitioner, but also amplifies the difficulty and unpredictability of their training. Moreover, the spirit and time room is not infinitely accessible. An individual may only accumulate a total of 2 years within its confines throughout their lifetime, lest the exit vanish. Nonetheless, it is precisely this restriction on the exit that confines each person to 2 years inside, a limitation later shattered by Bu, who, with his formidable energy, created an exit that would gradually restore itself. In essence, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can transcend the constraints of time, remaining in the spirit and time room indefinitely, and when they wish to exit, they need only to exert their immense energy to create an opening. However, the paramount characteristic of the spirit and time room is that one day spent within equates to a year of training outside, though the environment may hold less significance for the warriors of the later stages. Chapter 33. Reunion. Only by truly entering the spirit and time room can one comprehend the harshness of its environment. To illustrate, Sun Wukong could not endure more than 3 days before he frantically demanded to be let out, while Shang Yun managed only 5 days before he too could no longer withstand the strain, struggling to even reach a state of zen. Upon emerging from the spirit and time room, both Sun Wukong and Shang Yun were considerably humbled. They recognized their shortcomings and ceased to inquire about new training methods from the celestial beings and Mr. Bobo. Instead, they diligently committed themselves to rigorous practice, honing both body and spirit. At the registration site for the World Martial Arts Tournament, 3 years had passed since Sun Wukong vanquished the Demon King Piccolo, and the tournament was about to commence once more, drawing heroes and warriors from around the globe to register, as each had pursued their own paths of cultivation, including Krillin and Yamcha, who bid farewell to Master Roshi to travel and train alone. No one knew what to expect. At that moment, a light rain fell as the blue-haired Lan Chi stood under an umbrella with Master Roshi, waiting at the entrance of the registration area. What is taking so long? Lan Chi, with her tousled blue hair, glanced about, uncertain whether she was searching for them or for someone else. Surely they haven't forgotten this significant day? Master Roshi, clad in a black suit and a matching hat atop his bald head, raised his hand to check his watch, remarking, "Indeed, these past 3 years have flown by in the blink of an eye." At that moment, a yellow sedan pulled up before them, and Oolong and Poir emerged from the back seat, greeting Master Roshi with, "Long time no see, Master Potato." "Ah, Oolong, do you still have that penchant for collecting women's undergarments?" Master Roshi feigned nonchalance as he teased Oolong. 3 years have passed, and that is still your question?" Oolong's face instantly flushed crimson as he drooped his ears in resignation. "You remain as lecherous as ever, I see." Master Roshi chuckled at the sight. "What nonsense! You are merely a case of the pot calling the kettle black," Oolong retorted, filled with indignation. At that moment, the passenger side door of a car swung open, revealing a youthful, striking girl with blue hair, clad in a purple dress and holding a matching purple umbrella, gracefully approaching with a smile. "Wow, Master Rashi was suddenly flustered upon seeing her. Master Rashi, Miss Lanchi, it has been ages. What about the others? Are they not here yet? Bulma inquired with uncertainty. Oh, simply splendid. I cannot believe that 3 years have passed, and Bulma, you have grown increasingly alluring. Rashi drooled at the sight of Bulma's figure, unable to resist temptation as he reached out to touch her. Cease this at once. How dare you be so disrespectful? Bulma, shedding her previous gentle demeanor, swiftly turned and elbowed Rashi in the face. Ouch, that hurts. How is it that your personality hasn't changed at all? Rashi complained while sitting on the ground, holding his face. Ignoring Rashi, Bulma continued conversing with Lanchi when a yellow-haired woman in blue casual attire strolled over from the distance, approaching Bulma and addressing Rashi. You haven't changed either, have you, Master Rashi? Lanfang, you're here too. Bulma greeted her with a smile, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. Upon seeing her, Rashi also stood up. Observing the 3 girls together, gentle, lively, and alluring, he exclaimed, Wow, such magnificence. This one is even more impressive. Ah, I cannot bear it. Once again, Rashi experienced a nosebleed. The 3 women giggled at his predicament, choosing to ignore him as they turned to exchange sweet words. Is Yamcha not with you? Lanfang inquired. No, that rascal claimed he was off to train and didn't he take me along. Who knows where he has wandered off to now? Bulma responded, fuming at the thought of Yamcha. Yamcha is not the only one. Krillin also went out and has yet to return, Lanchi echoed. Krillin too? It seems that the events instigated by Sun Wukong 3 years ago left quite an impact, Lanfang remarked with a sigh. Have you forgotten someone? Bulma leaned closer to Lanfang, narrowing her eyes with a teasing smile. Have I? Indeed. There's also Shangyun. Oh, right. I wonder how they are faring now? How powerful have they become? Lanfang blushed, as if just realizing it. Indeed. I would love to see how formidable they have grown. Bulma chimed in, no longer teasing Lanfang. A balloon floated past the group, becoming ensnared in a tree branch, followed by a little girl standing beneath the tree, crying heartily. It's all right, sister will help you get it down. Bulma approached to console her. However, due to her height, she was unable to reach the balloon. Yulong, come and get it. Bulma turned to Yulong. Huh, me? Surely you jest. I'm not even as tall as you. Yulong pointed to his own head in confusion. Can you not transform into a tall and handsome boy? Well, that's not entirely incorrect. Wait, don't rush. Allow me to fetch it, but what about the reward? Just as Wukong was about to transform, Master Rashi halted him, smiling as he spoke to Bulma. What? Bulma furrowed her brow and exclaimed. No reward. Master Rashi waved his hands repeatedly. Amidst their conversation, an individual approached Bulma, extending a hand to take the balloon's string and offer it to her. This newcomer, holding a red umbrella and clad in an orange martial arts uniform, adorned with a blue belt and carrying a red staff on his back, had a white cloth wrapped around his head. Who are you? Do you know me? Bulma asked, puzzled, then turned to the others nearby. Do you recognize him? Everyone glanced at the newcomer and shook their heads. Take it, Bulma, he encouraged, handing her the balloon. How do you know my name is Bulma? She inquired as she received the balloon and handed it to a little girl. The girl joyfully thanked her before departing. From behind the first newcomer, another person emerged, dressed identically in a martial arts uniform, sporting a crew cut and holding a black umbrella, smiling at the group. Hello, everyone. Master Rashi, you've returned. The first individual remarked. Grandfather? Who are you? Master Rashi appeared even more bewildered. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tenshinhan, where are they? You are. Goku, Shankuin. The group exclaimed in astonishment. What happened to you all? Of course it's me, with this cloth wrapped around my head. Did you not recognize me? Let me take it off, Goku said, unwrapping the cloth to reveal his childhood hairstyle. Hello, everyone. I am Shankuin, he added, still smiling. How do you like it? Do I look the same as before? Bulma and Master Rashi observed. Have you both grown shorter? Goku pointed at Bulma, puzzled. You have simply grown taller. Indeed, I have grown a little, she replied. With such a change, it's no wonder we didn't recognize you. Shankuin had also grown taller, sporting shorter hair. Are you truly Goku and Shankuin? Chapter 34. Defeating Tao Pai Pai. All participants in the martial arts tournament, please complete your registration promptly. The staff at the registration desk announced through a loudspeaker. You should hurry to register as well, Master Rashi advised Goku and Shankuin. At that moment, the rain had ceased. Yes, grandfather, Shankuin replied. Have Krillin and the others registered yet? Goku asked. They have not arrived. All right then, we shall go ahead. With that, the two proceeded to register. Wow, I can hardly believe it. Goku has grown into such a handsome young man, Bulma said, cupping her face with her hands, shyly watching Goku walk away. Shanquin has also become more handsome, Lanfang reminded her. Indeed, had you not mentioned it, we might not have noticed, she replied, somewhat flustered. Yamcha is destined to become a remarkably handsome young man, is he not? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Humph, fickle women. Ha ha. After Shan Yun and the others completed their registration, they returned to converse with a few friends about their training experiences in the Temple of the Gods. The deadline for registration was swiftly approaching, with merely 5 minutes remaining. The staff once again brandished a megaphone to announce, those who have yet to register. Please do so promptly. This is quite vexing. What are they doing? Why haven't they arrived yet? Bulma pondered aloud. Perhaps Oolong and Puar could transform into their forms to register. Registration is permissible, but each transformation requires a minute of rest, allowing us to register only 2 individuals. Then let us register Krillin and Yamcha. It would be too unfortunate for Tenshinhan and Kaiatsu. While they were deliberating their course of action, Shan Yun and Sun Wukong exchanged a glance, their eyes lighting up, and simultaneously remarked, they have arrived. Several figures swiftly flew past Bulma and her companions, rushing towards the registration area, causing the hair of the 3 young ladies to flutter in the wind. It was none other than Krillin, Yamcha, Tenshinhan, and Kaiatsu. Shan Yun. Wukong, it is truly wonderful to see you, exclaimed Krillin, rushing towards Sun Wukong and Shan Yun, and the 3 embraced one another, expressing their longing over the past 3 years. After the 4 completed their registration, they all proceeded to the room that Master Roshi had reserved, reminiscing and rejuvenating themselves in preparation for the tournament the following day. Early the next morning, everyone gathered at the venue for the preliminaries of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Undoubtedly, they all advanced, indicating their diligent training. It is noteworthy that during the preliminaries, Shan Yun encountered Tao Pai Pai, who, after being injured by Sun Wukong, had been revived by Master Crane. Master Crane had expended his life savings to transform Tao Pai Pai into a semi-mechanical assassin. The purpose of his participation in the tournament was twofold, to exact revenge on Sun Wukong and to eliminate Tenshinhan and Kaiatsu, thereby cleansing his ranks and proving the superiority of the Crane School over Master Roshi's. Thus, Shan Yun found himself on Tao Pai Pai's kill list. Both fighters entered the arena, adopting their battle stances but refraining from immediate action. While waiting, Shan Yun fell into contemplation regarding Tao Pai Pai, harboring a sense of gratitude towards him, as it was Tao Pai Pai who had indirectly saved him back at the Doran Temple. Initially, Tao Pai Pai found himself at a loss when faced with the seemingly flawless Shan Yun. Observing Shan Yun becoming somewhat distracted, Tao Pai Pai seized the opportunity to launch an attack. However, even having lost the initiative, Shan Yun effortlessly evaded Tao Pai Pai's strikes and retaliated effectively. Undeterred, Tao Pai Pai leaped into the air to deliver a kick, only to be effortlessly repelled by Shan Yun's casual gesture. After landing, he refused to concede and charged at Shan Yun with remarkable speed, each of his moves vicious and aimed at Shan Yun's vital points. Recognizing the evident disparity in their strengths, Shan Yun recalled Tao Pai Pai's life-saving deed and decided to switch to a mode of persuasion, advising him to reconsider and cease his futile struggles. Tao Pai Pai, however, could not accept Shan Yun's counsel, interpreting it as a mockery of his resolve. At the critical moment, he directly severed his arm, revealing a sharp dagger from the stump, and lunged toward Shan Yun, who effortlessly evaded the attack and swiftly broke his sword with his bare hands. After the weapon was shattered, Tao Pai Pai quickly distanced himself from Shan Yun and raised his right hand to unleash his ultimate technique, the Super Dong Dong Wave. This was his strongest move. The yellow wave of energy gathered in his palm, and he was confident that this strike would reduce Shan Yun to mere rubble. However, Shan Yun, witnessing Tao Pai Pai's irrational fury, shouted and dispelled the Dong Dong Wave effortlessly, the brilliance fading while he remained steadfast, unmoving, as Tao Pai Pai staggered backward in shock. With a swift burst of speed, Shan Yun delivered a precise hand strike to the back of Tao Pai Pai's neck, rendering him unconscious. Shan Yun chose not to eliminate his opponent, for Tao Pai Pai had once been his savior. Following the announcer's declaration of Shan Yun's victory, he lifted Tao Pai Pai and descended from the arena, handing him over to Master Roshi, who, without uttering a word, cradled Tao bye-bye and departed from the martial arts venue. Soon, the results of the preliminary rounds were revealed, naming the 8 finalists of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament: Sun Wukong, Krillin, Shang Yun, Tian Shinhan, Yamcha, Chi-Chi, Piccolo, and Shun. Piccolo, of course, was none other than the offspring of the ancient Demon King, born from the egg he laid before his demise. He was intrinsically linked to the deity itself, and it was the existence of this egg that had spared the deity from annihilation. His purpose for entering the tournament was to avenge his father by eliminating Sun Wukong. Shun, embodying the divine essence, was concerned that Sun Wukong and Shang Yun might not be able to contend with the new Piccolo. Thus, he resolved to seek out powerful martial artists to unite against the Demon King, preventing him from wreaking havoc once more. As for Chi-Chi, she was destined to be Sun Wukong's future wife, the daughter of the Ox King and Master Roshi's second disciple, who had once made a promise to marry him. With a straightforward and passionate demeanor, she was fearless in love and anger, and her presence at the tournament was to compel Sun Wukong to fulfill his vow. At that moment, Chi-Chi sported long, lustrous black hair styled in a high ponytail, exuding an air of competence and vigor. The ponytail swayed with her movements, adding a touch of vivacity to her character. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with determination and confidence, while also revealing a hint of youthful shyness and indignation. With a petite nose and a cherry-red mouth, her facial features were exquisitely defined. Her round cheeks, bearing a hint of baby fat, lent her an endearing and playful charm. In her youthful exuberance, Chi-Chi donned a pink martial arts uniform, reflective of the turtle school style, with a fitted top that accentuated her figure. The choice of pink not only suited her youthful identity, but also made her stand out among the competitors. A black belt cinched at her waist served as both a decorative element and a highlight of her waistline, paired with black martial arts pants. Her ensemble was simple yet elegant. On her feet, she wore a pair of white athletic shoes, facilitating her agility during the competition. Chapter 35, Krillin vs. Piccolo. The first match pits Krillin against the new Piccolo, henceforth referred to simply as Piccolo. Prior to the commencement of the battle, both Shang Yun and Sun Wukong had informed everyone of Piccolo's identity, his formidable prowess, his techniques, and his connection to the gods. Thus, Krillin was acutely aware of his opponent's strength and was eager to measure the might of the very being who had once taken his life. Even before the match began, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Krillin stood on the arena, facing the icy demeanor of Piccolo. The former Demon King Piccolo had wrought immense devastation upon the world, while Krillin's dear friend, Sun Wukong, had heroically vanquished him. Now, the son of the Demon King, Piccolo, stood before Krillin, intertwining past grievances with present animosity, filling Krillin's eyes with unwavering resolve. The audience held their breath, fully aware that this encounter would be exceptionally fierce. As the bell rang to signal the start of the match, Krillin, adhering to Shang Yun's strategy, resolved to forego any preliminary testing and launched a full frontal assault on Piccolo. In an instant, he unleashed dual energy waves that shot forth like arrows released from a bow, aimed directly at Piccolo. Initially, Piccolo regarded the incoming energy waves as trifling, believing he could easily evade them with a mere leap. However, he was taken aback when he discovered that Krillin's waves possessed a homing capability. As he maneuvered through the air, attempting to dodge, the energy waves relentlessly pursued him. Left with no choice, Piccolo resorted to his laser vision, firing 2 precise beams that neutralized the energy waves. Just as Piccolo dismantled the dual waves, he had no time to revel in his success before Krillin appeared behind him. Seizing the opportunity while Piccolo was preoccupied, Krillin swiftly closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch. The speed and force of the blow were overwhelming. Piccolo was unable to evade it entirely and was sent flying. Seizing the moment, Krillin retreated to the center of the arena, bracing himself for Piccolo's inevitable retaliation. Infuriated by Krillin's audacity, Piccolo soared back into the arena, his eyes ablaze with fury. He realized that Krillin had made significant advancements since their last encounter. Once again, Krillin charged at Piccolo, his punches coming faster and accompanied by a fierce whoosh. Yet, Piccolo, being immensely powerful, deflected all of Krillin's assaults, though he found them increasingly irritating. Determined, Piccolo ascended into the air, and Krillin, undeterred, pursued him closely. Just as Krillin reached Piccolo, the latter delivered a powerful kick aimed at him. The force of the strike was so great that onlookers anticipated that Krillin would be unceremoniously ejected from the arena. To their astonishment, however, Krillin halted just at the edge of the platform. The audience was taken aback, realizing Krillin had mastered the art of flight, a skill that Shang Yun had imparted to him the previous night. Understanding that future battles would predominantly take place in the skies, Shang Yun had deemed it essential for Krillin to learn this technique, thus saving him from the fate of being knocked out of the ring. Piccolo, witnessing Krillin's tenacity, couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. He returned to the arena once more and addressed Krillin. "You have astonished me twice. Now allow me to showcase my full strength." Upon finishing his words, Piccolo's muscles began to swell, rendering him more robust and slightly rounder in form. Through the third eye on Tien's forehead, one could perceive the dark energy emanating from Piccolo. With his transformation complete, Piccolo sneered at Krillin, proclaiming, "Ha! Have you felt my power? Do you tremble in fear? I now offer you a chance to surrender. If you admit defeat voluntarily, I shall spare your life. My true target today is Son Goku. Consider this carefully. It is your only opportunity. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise, just as my father did." Hearing these words, Krillin felt deeply insulted and resolutely declared, "A warrior may be slain, but he cannot be dishonored." With newfound determination, Krillin launched himself at Piccolo once more. His fists rained down upon Piccolo like a torrential storm, yet Piccolo's strength far surpassed his own. Easily, Piccolo parried every blow, mocking Krillin for his sluggishness. In a swift motion, he sent Krillin hurtling through the air. Though Krillin crashed heavily to the ground, he did not yield. Instead, he rose again, charging at Piccolo with unwavering resolve. Piccolo, though somewhat impressed by Krillin's tenacity, understood he could not eliminate him without risking disqualification from the match. Such an act would prevent him from executing his plan to kill Son Goku publicly and proclaim his return to the world as the Great Demon King. Thus, despite his admiration for Krillin's perseverance, Piccolo showed no mercy. He launched another assault, sending Krillin soaring into the air. In that moment, Krillin recognized this as his final opportunity and swiftly gathered energy for his Kamehameha wave. However, when Piccolo appeared behind him, Krillin unleashed the wave, only to realize it was merely a phantom created by Piccolo's afterimage technique. The real Piccolo struck him fiercely from behind, leaving Krillin dazed and plummeting towards the arena floor. Onlookers, including Son Goku, feared Krillin had met his end, their hearts filled with concern. After knocking Krillin down, Piccolo hastily descended, expressing his dissatisfaction. "You truly are persistent. But I still managed to defeat you. What a waste of time." He found Krillin's resilience to be somewhat vexing, complicating the battle. Aware that Goku had been training under the Supreme God for 3 years, Piccolo was uncertain of Goku's strength, but was confident it would not fall far below his own. Furthermore, with the formidable ally, Shang Yun, by his side, he knew he must conserve his energy to ensure he could eliminate Goku. Once Goku was gone, dispatching the others would merely be a matter of time, and time was something Piccolo, the Great Demon King, possessed in abundance. Just when everyone believed Krillin had either been slain or rendered unconscious, to their astonishment, he rose once more. Though he managed to stand, he was devoid of strength. Recognizing his inability to continue the fight, he sat down and surrendered outright. Beside him, Shang Yun and Sun Wukong hurriedly assisted Krillin in descending from the arena. Master Roshi looked on with a sense of pride, reflecting, "This lad, Krillin, has truly proven himself worthy as my disciple." He couldn't help but be transported back to their first encounter. The battle between Bick and Krillin concluded with Krillin's defeat. However, his courage and tenacity garnered the respect of all. Chapter 36. Yielding once more, the second match pitted Shang Yun against Chi-Chi. Aware of Chi-Chi's bond with Sun Wukong, Shang Yun had no intention of underestimating her. Upon entering the arena and assuming their stances, Chi-Chi swiftly charged forward, delivering a stunning sidekick to Shang Yun. In her prime, Chi-Chi executed her movements with grace and poise, showcasing her remarkable prowess. Shang Yun adeptly fell backward, propelled by Chi-Chi's kick, soaring out of the ring. The spectators were astonished by the rapid conclusion of the quarterfinals, with even Chi-Chi surprised at her own strength, having bested Shang Yun, who once fought alongside Sun Wukong against the formidable Bick. The host stood in stunned silence for a moment before announcing Chi-Chi as the victor. As Shang Yun rose, rubbing his head, he chuckled. "Wow, that was impressive. You're incredibly strong." That hurt. After a while, Chi-Chi realized that Shang Yun had let her win, and she playfully admonished. You wait, you rascal. Sun Wukong stepped forward, inquiring, Shang Yun, what happened? I sensed her energy was quite weak. How did you lose? With a chuckle, Shang Yun replied. That's because you are stronger than I. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong muttered softly, impossible. During our battle in the Heavenly Temple, we were evenly matched at best. Krillin, overhearing Wukong's words, exclaimed, what? Shang Yun, you could hold your own against Wukong? Are you truly that formidable? You must have deliberately conceded. Bulma, brimming with excitement and eager to stir the pot, exclaimed, tell me, Shang Yun, do you have feelings for her? She tugged at Lan Fang's side, who remained silent, merely frowning at Shang Yun, awaiting his response. Seeing the absurdity of the conversation escalate, Shang Yun quickly clarified, no, that's not it. This is the first time I've met her. Bulma persisted, first meeting, yet you willingly lost the match? This is love at first sight. She teased, who would have thought? Shang Yun, that beneath your mature demeanor, you could harbor such feelings. Though Lan Fang felt Bulma was going too far, she understood that Bulma was speaking up for her. So she refrained from intervening. Shang Yun, noticing Bulma's flushed excitement, sighed. That girl is a friend of Wukong. Ah, friend? How could I forget? Sun Wukong exclaimed, pointing at himself in surprise. At this, Shang Yun decided to offer no further explanation, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, never mind, you'll find out soon enough. Seeing Shang Yun's reluctance to elaborate, the group ceased their inquiries, albeit disappointed that he had lost the match. Nonetheless, Shang Yun remained indifferent to the outcome. In the distance, Piccolo overheard Sun Wukong remarking that Shang Yun's prowess was on par with his own. Recalling the peculiar techniques possessed by Shang Yun from the memories imparted by his father, a flicker of disdain vanished from his countenance. One must commend the extraordinary sensitivity of the five senses inherent to the Namekians. The third match featured Yamcha facing off against the divine incarnation, Shun. Through arduous training, Yamcha had significantly enhanced his strength. With confidence and anticipation, he entered this martial arts tournament, effortlessly advancing to the top 8. His opponent, the divine Shun, exuded an unfathomable power, yet during the preliminary rounds, he bewildered everyone with a series of seemingly comical antics, such as nearly arriving late and performing unprofessional warm-up exercises prior to the match, leading many to believe he was merely an ordinary contender. As the match bell rang, Yamcha and Shun took their positions on the stage. Observing Shun's unremarkable appearance and eccentric behavior, Yamcha felt a surge of delight, convinced he had drawn an advantageous lot from Shun's outward demeanor and prior performances. He hardly seemed formidable. A confident smile adorned Yamcha's face, tinged with a hint of condescension as he quipped to Shun, Uncle, do try not to take too severe a beating from me. Shun, with a simple-minded grin, scratched his head in a rather amusing manner. Seizing the initiative, Yamcha launched his attack, darting towards Shun with impressive speed, executing his signature technique, the Wolf Fang Fist. His figure appeared as a mere phantom, fist striking with lightning velocity, as if countless punches were aimed at Shun simultaneously. This move had proven pivotal in numerous battles. However, Shun remained remarkably composed in the face of Yamcha's onslaught. Although he seemed to stagger and sway, he deftly evaded Yamcha's punches at crucial moments. As Yamcha's attacks repeatedly missed their mark, a wave of confusion and frustration welled within him. He intensified both the speed and force of his strikes, yet still failed to land a blow on Shun. Following a barrage of attacks, Shun suddenly countered. With an apparently casual kick, he struck with astonishing speed, leaving Yamcha in no time to evade as the kick connected forcefully with his abdomen. The impact was immense, and Yamcha staggered backward, clutching his midsection. A mix of pain and astonishment etched across his face. It dawned on him that Shun was far from the simple adversary he had presumed. Yet undeterred, Yamcha gritted his teeth and regained his fighting stance. Having recognized Shun's formidable abilities through their earlier exchange, he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, the energy sphere. Grasping his right wrist with his left hand, he concentrated his energy into his right palm, forming a radiant sphere of power. The ball emanated a formidable aura, warping the surrounding air. With a mighty shout, Yamcha hurled the energy sphere towards Shun. As the sphere soared through the air, spinning with tremendous force, it bore down on Shun with destructive potential. Upon witnessing the approaching energy sphere, a flicker of surprise crossed Shun's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Unhurriedly, He extended both hands and astonishingly caught the energy sphere with ease. The energy sphere spun incessantly in his hand, attempting to break free. Yet it could not escape Shen's grasp. A faint smile graced Shen's lips as he casually flicked the energy sphere aside. After neutralizing Yamucha's energy sphere, Shen commenced a relentless assault on Yamucha. His speed surged to astonishing heights, his figure flickering like a specter around Yamucha. Each flicker was accompanied by a strike, whether a punch or a kick, delivered from angles so cunning that they left Yamucha defenseless. He could only struggle to evade and block. Yet he was struck multiple times by Shen's onslaught. Numerous wounds marred his body, and his breath grew erratic. After an intense skirmish, Yamucha was battered and exhausted, both physically and mentally depleted. In stark contrast, Shen appeared unfazed and in complete control. Seizing an opportunity, Shen launched a decisive blow. He leapt high into the air, spinning gracefully, before crashing his elbow down onto Yamucha with tremendous force. The speed and power of this strike were overwhelming. Yamucha had no chance to evade. With a resounding thud, he was struck by Shen's elbow, his body propelled like a marionette with severed strings, landing heavily outside the ring. The referee, witnessing Yamucha's ejection from the arena, promptly declared Shen the victor. The spectators were left in stunned silence. They had anticipated a lopsided match. Yet Yamucha had managed to hold his own against Shen for so long. Lying outside the ring, Yamucha's face was etched with frustration and pain. He realized the vast chasm in strength between himself and Shen, yet he also recognized his own shortcomings from this battle. Ultimately, he resigned himself to defeat. Bidding farewell to the crowd as he prepared to leave the martial arts competition in dejection, accompanied by Puer. Noticing Yamucha's despondent demeanor, Shang Yun hurriedly caught up to him and whispered, "Yamucha, do not lose heart. That Shen is an embodiment of a formidable being. It is entirely normal that you could not best him. Even Sun Wukong is no match for him." Yamucha, puzzled, inquired, "An embodiment of a formidable being? Sun Wukong cannot defeat him? Who is he?" Shang Yun shook his head. "It is not the time to explain. I will elucidate later. Come, let us return to watch the matches." With that, Shang Yun guided Yamucha back to the competition arena, mindful of not revealing the identity of the Celestial Hall, fearing that Piccolo might overhear. After all, he was a Namekian with exceptionally keen hearing. Fortunately, Piccolo's attention was elsewhere at that moment. This match profoundly impressed upon Yamucha the realization that he still had a long journey ahead in the realm of martial arts. Chapter 37, Sun Wukong vs. Tian Shinhan. The fourth match featured Sun Wukong against Tian Shinhan, a contest eagerly anticipated by all. After all, Sun Wukong and Tian Shinhan were the champions of the last tournament, and everyone was eager to see who had grown stronger after 3 years of training. The betting odds for this match are currently at their peak. Shang Yun has consistently profited from his knowledge of the outcomes, and this time he borrowed a substantial sum from Bulma, combining it with his previous winnings to secretly wager everything on Sun Wukong's victory. The reason for his discretion, of course, is to avoid being seen by Jiaozi, as the news would surely reach Tianjin Fan, potentially bruising his pride. At the martial arts tournament, the venue is packed with spectators, every seat filled to capacity, as the host announces the imminent commencement of the match between Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan. The atmosphere ignites with excitement. The audience erupts in cheers, eagerly anticipating this thrilling confrontation. Opinions abound regarding the potential victor. Some speculate that Sun Wukong's 3 years of training will grant him superiority, while others argue that Tianjin Fan, as the reigning champion, should not be underestimated. Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan approach the arena from opposite sides. Clad in an orange martial arts uniform, Sun Wukong exudes determination and confidence as he limbers up, preparing for battle. Tianjin Fan, maintaining his signature bald appearance and dressed in a white martial arts outfit, wears a serious expression, his 3 eyes gleaming with intensity. The two stand at the center of the platform, locking eyes, their gazes filled with mutual respect and a fervent desire to fight. The referee, positioned between them, briefly outlines the rules before declaring the match officially underway. As the host's voice fades, Tianjin Fan launches the first attack, unleashing a flurry of punches at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, the wind from his strikes howling with ferocity. Sun Wukong remains unfazed, skillfully evading Tianjin Fan's onslaught with his agile physique and exceptional reflexes. While dodging, he keenly observes Tianjin Fan's tactics and rhythm, searching for an opening. Noticing his strikes failing to connect, Tianjin Fan accelerates both the speed and force of his attacks, his fists raining down upon Sun Wukong like a torrential downpour. Sun Wukong, employing his nimble footwork, continuously leaps and rolls across the stage, artfully avoiding each of Tianjin Fan's blows. After a series of probing exchanges, Sun Wukong resolves to strike back. He leaps into the air, with Tianjin Fan hot on his heels, and they engage in a fierce aerial duel. In the sky, their speed intensifies, and their movements become even more agile, each collision producing a resounding echo. Tianjin Fan unleashes his signature technique, the Kikaho, launching a wave of energy towards Sun Wukong. Unperturbed, Sun Wukong counters by deflecting the Kikaho back with his hand. Tianjin Fan, astonished by Sun Wukong's unexpected ease in returning his attack, quickly adjusts his stance and presses forward with renewed vigor. Sun Wukong, equally determined, employs his own Kamehameha, causing a dramatic explosion as it collides with Tianjin Fan's energy wave, sending shockwaves rippling through the arena, leaving the audience in awe of the immense power on display. As they descend back to the ground, their combat persists, and upon landing, they strike once more, both vanishing from sight atop the platform. Their incredible speed renders them nearly invisible to the audience, who can only hear the ceaseless sounds of their fists and feet clashing in an intense ballet of martial prowess. Tianjin Fan, utilizing his remarkable speed, continually shifted positions in an attempt to launch a surprise attack on Sun Wukong from behind. However, Sun Wukong, relying on his keen perceptive abilities, was able to detect Tianjin Fan's movements each time and respond with swift agility. He would occasionally sidestep to evade, block with his arms, or seize the opportunity to counterattack. After an intense period of combat, both fighters began to feel the toll of exhaustion, yet their spirits remained undaunted. Their figures reappeared on the arena, hands clasped tightly together, initiating a test of strength. Veins bulged on their arms, and their faces bore expressions of exertion. Lan Shi, witnessing the struggle, raised her gun to cheer for Tianjin Fan. At that moment, Sun Wukong smiled faintly, suddenly exerting his strength, leaning back and propelling Tianjin Fan skyward with a kick. After executing several somersaults in midair, Tianjin Fan landed firmly on the ground. Realizing the true extent of Sun Wukong's prowess, he resolved to unleash his ultimate move, the four-body fist. Upon using this technique, Tianjin Fan manifested 3 clones, each possessing its own consciousness and combat ability, with strength not to be underestimated. The 4 Tianjin Fans encircled Sun Wukong, launching assaults from various directions. Initially caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, Sun Wukong quickly regained his composure, meticulously observing the movements and attack patterns of the 4 Tianjin Fans. He discerned that, although the four-body fist had conjured 3 clones, each possessed only a quarter of the original strength. Furthermore, there was always a fleeting moment of discord among the 4 during their attacks. Seizing this opportunity, he unleashed his solar fist, a technique he had mastered in previous battles against Tianjin Fan. By placing his hands on his forehead, he generated a blinding flash of light, rendering all who beheld it temporarily blind. The brilliance emitted by Sun Wukong's solar fist caused Tianjin Fan and his 3 clones to be momentarily incapacitated, losing their sense of direction for their attacks. In that instant of blindness, Sun Wukong swiftly launched a counteroffensive, darting between the 4 Tianjin Fans and targeting their vital points one by one. His fists rained down upon Tianjin Fan and his clones like a torrential downpour, leaving them utterly defenseless. Though Tianjin Fan attempted to resist, his blindness rendered his strikes wildly inaccurate. Ultimately, Sun Wukong succeeded in knocking each of the 4 Tianjin Fans out of the arena, claiming victory in the match. The audience was left in awe by the thrilling contest, rising to their feet to applaud and cheer for the remarkable performances of both Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan. They marveled at Sun Wukong's rapid advancement in skill and expressed admiration for Tianjin Fan's indomitable fighting spirit. Despite his defeat, Tianjin Fan earned the respect of the spectators. After his victory, Sun Wukong did not succumb to arrogance. He approached Tianjin Fan, extending a hand to help him up. Tianjin Fan, undeterred by his loss, congratulated Sun Wukong, acknowledging that his prowess indeed surpassed his own. The two embraced, deepening the bond between them. This competition is not merely a contest of strength. It stands as a testament to the bond of friendship between the 2 participants. Meanwhile, Shang Yun surreptitiously collected his winnings. After exchanging his earnings for Bulma's currency, he found himself with over 30 million. One cannot deny that there exists a plethora of affluent individuals in pursuit of thrill. However, Shang Yun is not inherently avaricious. Those who practice meditation are particularly wary of greed, anger, and ignorance, with money being the most perilous temptation. His substantial sum is intended as a wedding gift for Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, being the daughter of the Bull Demon King, is a true heiress, lacking any skills in earning a living. Subsequently, her father's wealth was obliterated along with a volcano, rendering their lives exceedingly challenging. Sun Wukong, a gluttonous warrior, is solely focused on combat and lacks the ability to generate income. Both are individuals of simple natures, as verified by the Nimbus cloud. It is simply implausible for two innocent souls to engage in business together. After their marriage, Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong settled in Baozi Mountain, where vast expanses of land and forest awaited them. Sun Wukong could cultivate crops for sustenance or hunt for meat, achieving a degree of self-sufficiency. Nonetheless, life ultimately requires funds. And how swiftly Chi-Chi ages is evident. Shang Yun is aware that he cannot provide much and does not wish to alter their circumstances. He merely seeks to lend a helping hand to Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong in his own modest way. Chapter 38. God vs. Piccolo. Thus, the finalists of this martial arts tournament have been determined: Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, Piccolo, and Shun. Once the host confirmed that all four contestants had regained their strength, he announced the commencement of the drawing for match pairings. The first bout pits Piccolo against Shun, the earthly manifestation of the god. The audience at the World Martial Arts Tournament is abuzz with anticipation for this showdown among the final contenders. For Shang Yun, the betting odds for the final four are considerably higher, leading him to the betting table once more, only to be spotted by Lan Fong, who had been observing him closely. Lan Fong, following Shang Yun, was astonished to see him clandestinely placing bets. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she hurriedly approached him for an explanation. Reluctantly, Shang Yun divulged the details regarding Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong's situation and the purpose behind his wagers, urging Lan Fong to keep this information discreet to avoid jeopardizing their union. Upon learning of their story, Lan Fong visibly relaxed and felt a wave of embarrassment for her previous distrust toward Shang Yun. She then decided to invest all her savings alongside him in the bets. By the time they returned to the arena, the host had already declared the commencement of the matches. Piccolo stood on the stage, his demeanor as cold as ice, exuding confidence and arrogance, as if the entire arena lay within his grasp. Clad in a black combat suit, his green skin appeared particularly striking under the arena lights, while a white cape billowed gently in the breeze, instilling a sense of formidable pressure. Conversely, the divine being inhabiting a mortal form appeared unremarkable, yet his gaze revealed profound wisdom and unwavering conviction. He stood quietly opposite Piccolo, emanating an air of mystery. At the moment the referee proclaimed the commencement of the match, an instant hush enveloped the arena, with all eyes fixated on the two competitors. As the contest unfolded, neither Bic nor the celestial deity hastened to launch their assaults. Instead, they moved slowly across the arena, meticulously observing each other's movements and weaknesses. Bic was the first to initiate a simple energy wave attack, seeking to gauge the celestial deity's reflexes. The energy wave shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards the celestial deity, who nonchalantly sidestepped it, effortlessly avoiding the strike. Subsequently, the celestial deity retaliated with an energy wave of his own, which Bic likewise evaded with ease. During this phase of tentative exploration, both competitors exhibited remarkable speed, their silhouettes darting across the arena with such rapidity that it left spectators in a daze. The audience could only perceive fleeting flashes of movement, unable to discern the specifics of their actions. Bic's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness, as he realized that the celestial deity was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, the celestial deity secretly marveled at Bic's prowess, aware that this battle would be exceptionally arduous. After a brief period of testing each other, the two commenced a genuine and intense exchange. Bic unleashed his formidable strength, launching a series of punches and kicks at the celestial deity. Each of his strikes was imbued with power and delivered with astonishing speed, as if he aimed to vanquish the celestial deity in an instant. The celestial deity, employing his exceptional combat skills and agility, deftly evaded Bic's onslaught while counterattacking at opportune moments. Although his counterattacks appeared simplistic, each was precisely timed, effectively thwarting Bic's advances. The force behind his strikes resonated with tremendous impact, creating thunderous clashes against Bik's assaults. The entire arena quaked under the intensity of their battle, as if on the verge of collapse. During this stage of combat, Bik gradually gained the upper hand. His attacks grew increasingly ferocious, and the celestial deity began to struggle to withstand them. A triumphant smile crept onto Bik's face, as he believed victory was imminent. However, the celestial deity refused to concede, persistently searching for Bik's vulnerabilities in preparation for a counteroffensive. Suddenly, Bik unleashed his newly honed ability to enlarge his physique. In an instant, his form swelled to colossal proportions, resembling a mighty mountain standing resolutely in the arena. Each of his movements exuded immense power, causing deep fissures to form beneath his feet. The audience was left awestruck, erupting in gasps of astonishment. Following Bik's transformation, the celestial deity appeared diminutive by comparison. His attacks became nearly ineffective against Bik, whose gargantuan stature fortified his defenses. The celestial deity found himself in a precarious predicament, continuously evading Bik's strikes, but growing increasingly fatigued. Seizing the opportunity, Bik intensified his assault, his fists crashing down upon the celestial deity like boulders, forcing him to barely defend with his hands. Just as Bik believed victory was within his grasp, the celestial deity suddenly spotted an opening. As Bik launched yet another attack, the celestial deity cleverly harnessed Bik's momentum, redirecting his strike aside before swiftly closing the gap and unleashing a rapid succession of attacks. The divine assault descended upon Piccolo like a relentless rain, catching him somewhat off guard. At that moment, his colossal physique became a disadvantage. His movement slowed, rendering him unable to evade the celestial strikes in time. The celestial's counterattacks inflicted damage upon Piccolo, revealing an expression of fury upon his face. Attempting to retaliate, Piccolo found that the divine being had already discerned his vulnerabilities, relentlessly targeting his weaknesses. After an intense exchange of blows, the two combatants found themselves at an impasse. Piccolo reverted to his normal size, panting heavily on the arena, his eyes brimming with defiance. The celestial, though fatigued and breathing heavily, retained his resolute gaze. In this moment, the two engaged in a dialogue through an alien language. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "He is the divine being. No wonder he is so formidable." The crowd inquired about the situation, and Shang Yun kindly elucidated the relationship between the two, leading to a collective realization. Upon learning that Shun was the embodiment of the divine, Yamucha set aside his previous grievances, rekindling his fighting spirit and confidence. Upon discovering the true identity of the celestial, Piccolo erupted with laughter. "You, old god, will never be able to extinguish me, for if I perish, you too shall not survive." The celestial remained silent, aware that Piccolo spoke the truth, yet unwilling to allow him free rein. Their exchange left the audience in bewilderment, uncertain of the nature of their relationship. After a brief dialogue, the two resumed their ultimate confrontation. Piccolo concentrated all his energy, preparing to unleash his most potent strike. A powerful aura enveloped him, resembling a miniature sun. The celestial sensed Piccolo's formidable power and likewise gathered his strength, ready to meet the impending assault. With a fierce roar, Piccolo unleashed his energy wave towards the celestial. In response, the celestial thrust his hands forward, generating a mighty energy wave that collided with Piccolo's. The impact of these two forces resulted in a tremendous explosion, engulfing the entire arena in radiant light. The spectators shielded their eyes, unable to bear the intensity of the brilliance. Once the explosion subsided, the arena lay in ruins, and both Piccolo and the celestial collapsed to the ground. The referee began the countdown, both combatants struggling to rise. Ultimately, Piccolo managed to stand first, albeit severely injured. Just as the referee reached the final second, the celestial barely regained his footing. The battle concluded in a draw. Yet both warriors understood that this confrontation was far from over. Chapter 39. Lovers become united. After the host announced Piccolo's victory, the celestial cast a glance at Sun Wukong, who at that moment was also gazing back at him. They exchanged a knowing nod. The celestial's form was unable to descend to the mortal realm directly. He could only manifest through this vessel. Ultimately, Shun remained an ordinary human, preventing the celestial from unleashing his full potential. Recognizing Sun Wukong's resolve to combat Piccolo, the celestial channeled the remaining energy within him to heal Shun's injuries before departing from his body. Suddenly, Shun's body collapsed onto the ground, and after a brief moment, he awoke, lifting his head to survey his surroundings. In a state of panic, he rushed out of the martial arts arena, exclaiming, where's this place? It's terrifying. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was backstage, grappling with a whirlwind of emotions as she prepared for her turn. She had encountered Sun Wukong in a remarkable way during her childhood. Back then, he was naive and inadvertently offended her, leading to a pledge of marriage between them. Years had passed, yet Chi-Chi held onto that promise. Dedicating herself to rigorous training for the day she would reunite with Sun Wukong and compel him to fulfill his vow. As Chi-Chi gazed into the mirror, she took a deep breath, attempting to quell the tumult of nerves and excitement within her. Clad in a simple martial arts uniform, her hair tied high in a ponytail, her eyes shone with determination and confidence. She understood Sun Wukong's formidable strength, yet she believed that her years of effort would not be in vain. She was resolute in making him remember their agreement. The host announced the entrance of both competitors, and Chi-Chi stepped onto the stage first. With unwavering strides, she ascended the platform, her gaze fixed intently on the opposing passage, eagerly anticipating Sun Wukong's arrival. The audience buzzed with curiosity about this enigmatic female contender, speculating on her identity and prowess. As Sun Wukong stepped onto the platform amidst the cheers of the crowd, he looked at Chi-Chi with a perplexed expression. Despite Shan Yun's prior reminder, he failed to recognize her. Witnessing his reaction ignited a surge of indignation within Chi-Chi, gritting her teeth. She vowed to make him remember her. The referee, positioned between the two, briefly outlined the competition rules before declaring the match to commence. Chi-Chi immediately launched her assault, moving with the grace of a swift leopard as she charged towards Sun Wukong. Her fists sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh, aimed directly at his face. Startled by her sudden attack, Sun Wukong instinctively recoiled, narrowly avoiding her strike. "Why did you attack me out of the blue?" Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. "You idiot. You don't even recognize me. Have you forgotten our promise?" Chi-Chi retorted, seething with frustration. Scratching his head, Sun Wukong remained confused. "Promise? What promise?" "Shanyan just said I know you, but I don't remember." Seeing that Sun Wukong truly had forgotten, Chi-Chi's anger intensified, and she renewed her offensive, each move aimed at his vital points. Although Sun Wukong was perplexed by her fury, he dared not underestimate her and began to respond earnestly to her onslaught. With agility, Sun Wukong evaded Chi-Chi's strikes, his speed allowing him to dodge her punches by mere inches. Frustrated by her inability to land a hit, Chi-Chi escalated her attacks, increasing both the force and speed in an attempt to swiftly overpower him. Sensing her shift in intensity, Sun Wukong also began to exert more power. He slightly crouched, then propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap. Chi-Chi, seizing the moment, followed suit and continued her relentless assault on Sun Wukong. In midair, two figures engaged in a fierce duel, their fists and feet colliding with resounding thuds. As the battle progressed, Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong gradually found their rhythm. Chi-Chi's assaults grew increasingly fierce, each move imbued with formidable strength, as if she sought to vanquish Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong ceased merely to evade. He began to retaliate, his fists as unyielding as steel, each strike delivering an overwhelming force. With a swift sidestep, Sun Wukong evaded Chi-Chi's flying kick and quickly countered, aiming a punch at her abdomen. Chi-Chi, quick to react, raised her arm to block his blow. Yet the sheer power behind it forced her to stagger back a few steps. Steadying herself, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She had not anticipated Sun Wukong's strength to be so great. "You have truly become formidable," Chi-Chi exclaimed in admiration. Sun Wukong chuckled. "You are not lacking either. It's impressive that you have kept pace with me until now." The two charged at one another once more, igniting an even more intense clash. Their forms darted across the arena, leaving spectators mesmerized. The audience watched in awe, erupting in cheers for their spectacular display. At that moment, Sun Wukong began to recall fragments of his past with Chi-Chi, though certainty eluded him. As they battled, he endeavored to unearth more memories. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, was determined to remind Sun Wukong of their promise, her attacks growing fiercer as she sought to release her pent-up frustrations. "Who are you? Why do I feel as though we have met before?" Sun Wukong inquired. Chi-Chi shouted back, "You fool, I am Chi-Chi. You promised as a child that you would take me as your bride." Sun Wukong froze at her words, suddenly recalling their childhood vow. a wave of guilt washing over him. He gazed at Chi-Chi, uncertain of how to respond. "Bride!" Krillin and Bulma exclaimed in surprise, turning to look at Shang Yun, who adopted an air of feigned profundity, arms crossed, gazing forward with a slight nod. In response to Shang Yun's demeanor, the others found little interest in indulging him. "Humph! How tiresome," remarked Piccolo, perched atop a pillar, regaining his strength while surveying the match. Observing the scene, he scoffed, realizing that he could glean nothing about Sun Wukong's prowess from Chi-Chi and acknowledging that Sun Wukong was destined to triumph. Thus, he chose to close his eyes and focus entirely on recuperating his energy. In the fleeting moment of Sun Wukong's distraction, Chi-Chi seized the opportunity, swiftly closing the distance and unleashing a powerful blow. Sun Wukong had no time to evade, and Chi-Chi's fist struck his chest, forcing him to retreat a few steps. Believing she had finally bested him, Chi-Chi felt a surge of pride. However, Sun Wukong remained largely unscathed, quickly regaining his balance. He looked at Chi-Chi, his eyes filled with remorse. "Chi-Chi, I remember now. I truly promised to take you as my bride. I am sorry for having forgotten." Upon hearing his words, Chi-Chi's anger dissipated entirely. A shy smile graced her face as she spoke. "It's all right. It's enough that you remember now." Sun Wukong gazed at Chi-Chi, his heart brimming with emotion. He understood that Chi-Chi had been waiting for him all these years, and he could not let her affections go unreciprocated. Thus, he resolved to cease his battles with Chi-Chi and instead proposed to her. "Chi-Chi, since I promised to take you as my bride, I now ask you, will you marry me?" Sun Wukong declared earnestly. A radiant smile of happiness illuminated Chi-Chi's face as she replied without hesitation, "I will." The audience erupted in fervor upon hearing Sun Wukong's proposal, showering the couple with applause and cheers of blessings. The referee, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, quickly regained his composure and announced the conclusion of the match, declaring Sun Wukong the victor. After the contest, hand in hand, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi descended from the stage, their faces adorned with blissful smiles, as if the world around them had faded into insignificance. Witnessing their joy, Krillin, Yamcha, and others exchanged knowing smiles. Feeling elated for Sun Wukong and wishing for his and Chi-Chi's happiness, they decided to expedite their wedding plans immediately after the World Martial Arts Tournament, embarking on a new chapter of their lives together. Chapter 40. Sun Wukong vs. Piccolo. Next came the exhilarating championship finale. Chi-Chi was aware that Piccolo was none other than the former Demon King Piccolo, who, after his defeat by Sun Wukong, had expelled an egg containing his soul and full power, which had given rise to the current Piccolo. He had come to seek vengeance against Sun Wukong, prompting Chi-Chi to silently pray for her beloved's victory. Though she was uncertain to whom her prayers were directed, she doubted any divine intervention would be of assistance. The atmosphere at the finals of the tournament was electric, with the audience fervently cheering, their excitement palpable. Betting odds soared to unprecedented heights, with Shang Yun placing all bets on Sun Wukong to win, closely followed by Lan Fang, clad in a simple martial arts uniform. Sun Wukong ascended the stage with unwavering confidence, his gaze resolute, filled with anticipation for the battle ahead. After 3 years of rigorous training, he had grown stronger and more formidable. Piccolo emerged in a dark battle outfit, his demeanor icy, exuding a sinister aura. His towering physique and defined musculature radiated immense strength. His presence instantly heightened the tension in the arena, as the audience felt the oppressive energy he emanated. The referee stood at the center of the stage, introducing the competitors' backgrounds. When the connection between Piccolo and the former Demon King was mentioned, the crowd gasped in shock, concern for Sun Wukong's safety washing over them, while anticipation for the outcome of the battle surged. As Sun Wukong and Piccolo locked eyes, animosity crackled in the air. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if the air itself were charged with the scent of impending conflict, causing every spectator to hold their breath in eager expectation of the fight's commencement. The bell signaling the start of the battle rang out, and Sun Wukong launched the first attack. In a swift motion, he appeared before Piccolo, launching a punch with remarkable speed, accompanied by the rush of wind. However, Piccolo reacted with alacrity, effortlessly sidestepping Goku's attack. Immediately, Piccolo countered, extending his palm. A powerful energy wave surged forth from his hand, hurtling towards Goku. Observing this, Goku nimbly leaped aside, the energy wave crashing into the arena with a thunderous roar, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Once Goku regained his footing, he unleashed his signature technique, the Kamehameha. With his hands clasped, he concentrated his entire strength. A brilliant blue energy radiating from his palms. With a resounding shout, a formidable Kamehameha wave surged towards Piccolo. Unyielding, Piccolo thrust his hands forward, releasing his own energy wave, which collided midair with Goku's Kamehameha. The two potent forces clashed, erupting in a cacophony of sound and blinding light, causing the entire arena to tremble under the intensity of their struggle. For a time, the fierce exchange persisted, with both Goku and Piccolo exerting every ounce of their energy. Their faces reflecting the strain, yet their eyes shone with unwavering determination. As the energy confrontation momentarily paused, the two combatants swiftly closed the distance, engaging in close-quarters combat. Goku, with his agility and nimble movements, delivered a flurry of punches and kicks, targeting Piccolo's vital areas. In response, Piccolo utilized his robust physique and exceptional combat techniques to defend and retaliate, each counterattack infused with a force that compelled Goku to remain vigilant. With a deft roll, Goku maneuvered to Piccolo's rear, attempting a surprise assault. Yet, as if possessing eyes on the back of his head, Piccolo swiftly pivoted, blocking Goku's strike with his elbow. Following this, Piccolo unleashed a powerful kick, forcing Goku to defend with his arm, the sheer force propelling him several steps back. After an intense exchange of blows, the two fighters once again created distance between them. At this juncture, Piccolo summoned his ultimate technique, the Demon Energy Ball. He brought his hands together, amassing potent energy, and a crimson beam erupted from his palms, embodying immense destructive power that distorted the very air around it. Aware of the formidable might of the Demon Energy Ball, Goku inhaled deeply, once more channeling his Kamehameha. This time, he infused every ounce of his strength into the technique, the blue energy wave becoming even more resplendent and powerful. As the two ultimate techniques converged in the sky, the overwhelming energy shockwave reverberated throughout the martial arts arena. The audience instinctively covered their ears, evading the splintering energy debris. The arena itself began to fracture under the impact, teetering on the brink of collapse. In the clash of the Demon Energy Ball and the Kamehameha, Piccolo gradually gained the upper hand, relentlessly amplifying his energy output, leaving Goku increasingly hard-pressed to withstand the onslaught. Ultimately, Goku was struck by the residual force of the Demon Energy Ball, his body propelled backwards, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Multiple wounds adorned Goku's form, blood oozing forth. His complexion paled, yet his eyes still radiated an indomitable spirit. He struggled to rise, intent on continuing the battle. Piccolo observed the injured Son Goku, a triumphant smile gracing his features. He began to mock Son Goku, asserting that he could never defeat him, urging Goku to relinquish his resistance. Nevertheless, Son Goku remained unfazed by Piccolo's taunts. Gritting his teeth, he stood once more. Acknowledging Piccolo's formidable power, he did not waver. Memories of his training in the Heavenly Temple and the teachings of his masters surged within him, igniting a powerful resolve. He decided to unleash his full potential and attack with unwavering determination. Son Goku executed his newly acquired skill, the Sky Dance technique. He soared gracefully through the air, evading Piccolo's strikes while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Piccolo, taken aback by Goku's aerial prowess, quickly regained his composure and resumed his offensive. Goku deftly maneuvered in the air, gathering all his strength for a final blow to conclude the skirmish. He clasped his hands together and unleashed the Kamehameha wave, more potent than any he had conjured before. Piccolo sensed the formidable force of Goku's strike and braced himself to meet the attack with all his might. He thrust his hands forward, releasing another wave of dark energy. The two powerful energy blasts collided in a fierce confrontation, their impact more intense than before. The entire arena was enveloped in radiant energy, rendering the spectators nearly unable to discern the events unfolding on the stage. After an intense clash, Son Goku's Kamehameha ultimately triumphed over Piccolo's dark energy blast, propelling Piccolo out of the ring, where he landed heavily. Exhausted from the exertion, Son Goku collapsed onto the stage. As the brilliance of the energy gradually faded, the referee approached to assess the condition of both fighters. Ultimately, the referee declared Son Goku the champion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, rejoicing in Goku's victory. Lying on the stage, Son Goku wore a fatigued yet contented smile. He did not take pride in his victory, but rather acknowledged Piccolo's strength. He understood that Piccolo was a formidable adversary, and this battle had enriched his experience significantly. Meanwhile, Piccolo lay outside the ring, filled with a sense of dissatisfaction. He had believed he could avenge his father by defeating Son Goku, yet he had ultimately failed. However, he recognized Goku's prowess through this confrontation and resolved to continue training, determined to challenge Goku again in the future. Chapter 41. The Wedding Goku. Following the announcement of the results by the host, the crowd rushed onto the stage to check on Son Goku's injuries. "Goku, how are you?" Chi-Chi cradled Son Goku in her arms, assessing his condition. "I'm fine. Just a bit exhausted," Son Goku replied with a smile. "I'm going to kill you, you scoundrel." Krillin, seeing that Goku was relatively unscathed, charged at Piccolo, blue energy swirling in his hands, intent on exacting vengeance. "Krillin, stop!" Xiangyun shouted. "Krillin, no." Sun Wukong swiftly raised his voice to halt the proceedings. "Why?" Krillin gazed at both Xiangyun and Sun Wukong in confusion, yet he reluctantly withdrew the energy wave he had been conjuring. I sensed that his heart was no longer filled with pure malevolence. Rather, I believed he could prove to be a formidable adversary, Sun Wukong declared with unwavering conviction. However, despite trusting Sun Wukong, Krillin remained unwilling to let Piccolo escape unscathed. Observing this, Xiangyun stepped forward and addressed Piccolo with a stern voice. "Piccolo, we shall spare you this time, but you must promise not to harm anyone until you have defeated Sun Wukong." "You will come to regret today's decision," Piccolo retorted, glancing at Xiangyun before disdainfully turning away and flying off unsteadily. As the onlookers watched Piccolo depart, they turned their attention elsewhere, lifting Sun Wukong in joyous celebration as they went to claim their rewards. Xiangyun also approached the betting table to collect his winnings, which amounted to over 1 billion, an impressive sum largely thanks to Bulma's generous initial investment of 10 million. As the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament's clamor and fervor gradually subsided, the air became imbued with another exhilarating atmosphere, the essence of the wedding between Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong. The echoes of the martial arts contest lingered in the hearts of the attendees, who, bearing blessings, flocked to Master Roshi's cozy and nostalgic island. This island held countless memories of Sun Wukong's growth, from his humble beginnings as an inexperienced child to his current stature as a renowned warrior. Now, it was poised to witness the most significant moment of his life. The sunlight danced across the shimmering surface of the sea, casting a golden glow, as if nature itself had meticulously prepared a splendid adornment for the wedding. Boats made their way to the island, each filled with familiar faces. Bulma, with her characteristic confident smile, held a high-tech gift meticulously prepared for the occasion, an extraordinary device capable of capturing every splendid moment of the wedding and projecting these images into the air, creating a dreamlike spectacle. Yamcha assisted by carrying items, occasionally teasing Bulma, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation for his friend's wedding. Master Roshi stood early at the shore, welcoming the guests, his signature floral shirt fluttering gently in the sea breeze. A satisfied smile illuminated his face as he reflected on Sun Wukong's journey from an impetuous youth to the threshold of marriage, filling him with profound emotion. Nearby, a turtle ambled leisurely, seemingly busy with the joyous preparations of the day. Krillin and Xiangyun were the most industrious of all, as Sun Wukong's closest friends. They took on the majority of the organizational tasks for the wedding. They ran about, meticulously checking every detail, from the arrangement of the wedding altar to the seating of the guests. The altar was adorned with a vibrant array of flowers, all gathered from the vicinity of Karen Tower, exuding a mysterious and fragrant aura. The blossoms were strikingly vivid, featuring passionate red roses, pure white lilies, and eternal blue irises, interwoven to create a resplendent sea of flowers. On the other side of the island, Kiki was making her final preparations. She donned a traditional white wedding gown, its fabric as soft as clouds, adorned with delicate diamonds that sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. The gown's design was simple yet elegant, fitting her figure perfectly and accentuating her beauty and grace. Her hair was styled in an updo, with a few strands cascading gently down her cheeks, adding a touch of playfulness. Bulma stood nearby, adjusting her veil, her eyes glistening with tears of emotion. "Kiki, you look truly magnificent today," Bulma whispered. Kiki's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she nervously yet eagerly replied, "Really? I feel as if I am in a dream. I never imagined this day would arrive so swiftly." At that moment, Sun Wukong stood before the mirror in a formal black suit, feeling somewhat out of place. Unaccustomed to such attire, he instinctively tugged at his collar. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling observed him from the side, unable to suppress their laughter. Sun Wukong, you cannot act your usual reckless self today. This is your wedding, Shang Yun remarked. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. I know. But this outfit is rather uncomfortable. As the wedding bells chimed, guests took their seats. A melodious tune began to play, a symphony simulated by Bulma using advanced technological devices. Reminiscent of the most exquisite musical instruments in the world, the music drifted gracefully in the sea breeze, enveloping every ear. Kiki, accompanied by her father, the Bull Demon King, slowly approached the altar. Clad in a magnificent suit, the Bull Demon King's eyes brimmed with both reluctance and blessings for his daughter. With steady steps, he led Kiki toward her happiness. Sun Wukong gazed at Kiki as she approached, his eyes shimmering with pure love and deep affection. When she reached his side, he instinctively took her hand, feeling the warmth and strength of her grasp. The ceremony was officiated by Master Rashi, who cleared his throat and commenced the solemn proceedings. Today, we gather to witness the union of Sun Wukong and Kiki, this young couple in love. Their romance resembles an exhilarating martial arts duel, filled with passion and perseverance. Sun Wukong, do you take Kiki as your wife, to cherish her through life's trials, in sickness and in health, in poverty and in wealth? I do. Sun Wukong replied loudly, his voice resounding powerfully across the island. Master Rashi then turned to Kiki. Kiki, do you take Sun Wukong as your husband, to stand by his side through all of life's challenges? With tears shimmering in her eyes, she smiled and said, I do. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, they exchanged rings. Crafted under the guidance of celestial beings, the rings radiated a mysterious glow, as if imbued with a special power to bless the couple's love with eternal constancy. Following this, the banquet commenced. The tables were laden with a variety of delectable dishes, including Master Rashi's beloved grilled octopus, the specialty barbecue brought by the Bull Demon King from the Fiery Mountains, and an array of exquisite pastries prepared by Bulma. As everyone savored the delectable cuisine, they exchanged fond memories of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. Lepin rose, raising his glass and reminiscing. I still recall the first time I met Sun Wukong. He was just an innocent lad, utterly oblivious to the world. Now he is married. Their love is truly enviable, and I wish you both eternal happiness. The guests responded in unison, raising their glasses to toast the newlyweds. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi moved gracefully among the attendees, graciously accepting each blessing. Meanwhile, Shang took the opportunity to present Chi-Chi with a universal capsule, advising her to open it the following day, revealing nearly all the wealth he had acquired. As night descended, the sky sparkled with countless stars. Bulma activated another surprise she had prepared, and vibrant fireworks illuminated the night sky. The pyrotechnics blossomed into a myriad of exquisite patterns, resembling Sun Wukong's cloud and Chi-Chi's headband, alongside hearts symbolizing their love. Hand in hand, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi strolled to the seaside, gazing at the fireworks dancing above. The gentle sea breeze caressed them, carrying the scent of the ocean. They embraced and kissed, and on this enchanting night, amidst the blessings of family and friends, their love shone as brilliantly as the fireworks and was as profound and eternal as the sea. They understood that the path ahead may hold challenges, but they would face them together, forging ahead like warriors on their journey, for they had each other and this invaluable love. This wedding was not merely the union of two souls. It marked the beginning of a legendary love story, destined to be etched in the hearts of all present. Chapter 42. A brief respite in the southern and northern villages. The cuckoos busily sang, while the fragrant rice blossoms graced the fields. Piccolo's ambition to conquer the world had been utterly vanquished, ushering in a scene of peace. Following the wedding, everyone parted ways to pursue their own training, occasionally reuniting. Shang Yun settled nearby Sun Wukong's home, constructing 3 modest houses where he practiced and awaited the arrival of Wukong's brother, Raditz. He knew Raditz would come, but had forgotten the exact timing. Meanwhile, Lan Fong, feeling excessively bored, set off on a journey. It wasn't long before Chi-Chi discovered that the universal capsule Shang Yun had gifted at their wedding contained 1 billion zeni, which she learned from Lan Fong was nearly all of Shang Yun's savings. Determined to return the money, she was met with Shang Yun's refusal. After much back and forth, Shang Yun resignedly explained that the funds were intended for their future child, urging them not to squander it, as they would need to allocate money for many necessities once they had a child. Upon hearing Shang Yun's words, Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately blushed and agreed, suggesting that their future children should regard Shang Yun as their godfather. Shang Yun gladly accepted. Sun Wukong, observing the exchange, had no concept of the amount Shang Yun had provided, but felt immense joy at the thought of his children having such a good brother as their godfather. The 5 years following Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi's marriage were filled with both sweetness and challenges. Initially, their life together in Baozi Mountain was quite pleasant. Chi-Chi plays the role of a devoted wife, managing the household affairs with remarkable efficiency. Although Sun Wukong possesses little understanding of romantic matters, he relishes the warmth that Chi-Chi brings to their home. Within a month, Chi-Chi becomes pregnant, prompting the Bull Demon King to move in to care for her, conveniently residing at Shang Yun's home. Grateful for the unwavering support this kind soul offers to his family, the Bull Demon King feels deeply appreciative. Soon, Chi-Chi is about to give birth, and it is Bulma who assists in finding the finest hospital. In memory of his late grandfather, Sun Wukong names the child Sun Wufan. The arrival of Wufan brings abundant joy to everyone, yet it also renders Chi-Chi busier than ever as she dedicates herself to his care and education. However, as time passes, various issues begin to surface. Sun Wukong, a martial arts enthusiast, remains fervently devoted to his training, frequently venturing out to practice or participate in martial arts tournaments, thus contributing little to family life. This causes Chi-Chi to harbor grievances, yearning for Sun Wukong to embrace his responsibilities as a provider. Yet Sun Wukong believes that his training is essential for the protection of Earth, leading to frequent conflicts between them. In terms of their child's education, differing aspirations emerge. Chi-Chi envisions Wufan as a scholar, hoping for a stable future, and does not encourage martial arts training, while Sun Wukong wishes for Wufan to inherit his martial prowess. This divergence becomes increasingly pronounced as Wufan exhibits remarkable martial potential. Chi-Chi fears that Wufan may follow in Sun Wukong's footsteps, neglecting his studies, while Sun Wukong is eager to nurture Wufan's combat abilities. Whenever discord arises, it is Shang Yun who pulls Sun Wukong away for training, while the Bull Demon King comforts his daughter. Despite their numerous conflicts, a profound affection endures between Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong. Chi-Chi prepares lavish meals for Sun Wukong upon his return from training, attending to his laundry and daily needs, while he demonstrates care and protection for his family during critical moments. Their lives, though mundane, are filled with myriad stories. Sun Wukong retains his pure and tenacious spirit, relentlessly pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts, while Chi-Chi tirelessly strives to maintain familial stability and nurture their child's growth amidst the trivialities of domestic life. Though their personalities and lifestyles are starkly contrasting, it is this very complementarity that allows their marriage to navigate the tumultuous waves of joy and sorrow together. Observing the harmonious existence of Sun Wukong's family, Shang Yun is poignantly reminded of his own wife and children, reflecting on his past life. Despite the noise and complaints, there was ultimately love. Even the closest couples experience conflicts and quarrels. How could he have failed to see this at the time? In light of this profound psychological disparity, Shang Yun loses interest in training and struggles to comprehend the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita. He resolves to journey and cultivate his understanding of life's myriad forms. After all, without experiencing loss, how can one claim indifference? Without immersing oneself in the mundane, how can one transcend it? Thus, Shang Yun spends most of his time traveling the world, absorbing the local customs and cultures, sometimes staying for only a few days, while at other times, he may reside in a place for several months. Every year, on the birthday of Sun Wukong, Shang Yun returns to celebrate, bringing with him stories and toys from around the globe. Perhaps it is Shang Yun's deep yearning for a child that leads him to perceive Sun Wukong as his own, always striving to offer him the best and to be a constant companion. Yet, Shang Yun is acutely aware that Sun Wukong is not his child, and that he must maintain a respectful distance, for the boy has his own parents. One day, Shang Yun reflects on the inherent flaw of his rebirth, or rather, the limitation of his humanity, the necessity of oxygen for survival. In battles that could easily obliterate the Earth, he realizes that if he were to find himself in the cosmos, devoid of oxygen, even if resurrected, he would not endure long before facing death again. The cyclical nature of life and death in such a manner would be akin to self-imprisonment. Thus, Shang Yun seeks out Bulma, borrowing the Dragon Radar to embark on a quest for the 7 Dragon Balls. He first acquires the 4-star Dragon Ball from Sun Wukong and, after a month of searching, finally gathers all 7. Upon summoning the Eternal Dragon, the sky darkens ominously. Shang Yun senses several powerful auras approaching. Likely Sun Wukong and his companions, drawn by the use of the Dragon Balls. He wishes for the ability to survive in any environment. But the dragon informs him that such a wish is unattainable. Instead, he opts to wish for independence from oxygen, enabling him to thrive in the vastness of space. This time, the Eternal Dragon grants his wish, and the 7 Dragon Balls transform into stones, scattering across the sky. As they disperse, Shang Yun swiftly seizes the 4-star Dragon Ball. The sky brightens once more, and Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and even Piccolo arrive, astonished to see Shang Yun, a being devoid of desires, making a wish with the Dragon Balls. Acknowledging their surprise, Shang Yun explains, "I have encountered a bottleneck in my training and wish to explore the universe beyond Earth to deepen my understanding. Thus, I sought the Eternal Dragon's assistance." The group quickly comprehends the gravity of his undertaking. After exchanging pleasantries, they return to their training. Shang Yun returns the Dragon Radar to Bulma and purchases 2 large boxes of universal capsules, a supply of food and water, and fills a box with fish from the sea. He then ascends to Corinne Tower to exchange for the latest batch of senzu beans. In Chapter 43, The 3-Foot Deity, it is revealed that Shang Yun has traversed the time-space machine of the Heavenly Temple over 500 times, experiencing the cycles of human life, joy, sorrow, and the passage of time. Though he has gleaned insights, a lingering sense of unreality shadows him, as if all his experiences were mere illusions, akin to a film. Now, he recognizes this truth. After bidding farewell to his companions, he continues his earthly journey to consolidate his understanding. Upon reaching the precipice of enlightenment, Shang Yun ascends to the Heavenly Temple, greeting the God of Heaven and Mr. Popo, seeking a space to enter a state of serene meditation. On a tranquil night, under the luminous full moon, Shang Yun rises into the air, soaring towards the celestial orb that hangs high in the sky. His figure streaks through the night, reminiscent of a shooting star, propelled by determination and anticipation, racing towards the cool, distant moon. As his feet gently touched the barren and enigmatic terrain of the moon, Shang Yun slowly settled into a cross-legged position, his heart a tumult of emotions. There was trepidation regarding the unknown path of cultivation, alongside a yearning to transcend his limitations. He closed his eyes, striving to immerse his mind and spirit completely within the vast cosmos. Initially, his thoughts galloped wildly, untamed like a wild stallion. Amidst the infinite silence and void, Shang Yun endeavored to empty his soul, as if groping in the darkness for a path to unite with the universe. Time slipped away quietly, and he gradually began to perceive the subtle rhythms of cosmic energy, an existence transcending time and space, vast and profound enough to instill awe, mysterious and grand to the point of near disorientation. Uncertain of how long had passed, when he opened his eyes once more, a dazzling light flooded his vision. It was the sun, distant and blazing, mercilessly radiating boundless warmth and illumination. The brilliance of day filled the vast expanse, the fiery orb illuminating the heavens. Its light was piercing, as if an arrow had pierced the veil of the sky, its heat searing, akin to flames consuming the tumultuous sea. As dawn broke, it scattered morning rays to warm the earthly realm. As dusk descended, it cast the remnants of its glow, painting the clouds in hues of twilight. It hung suspended in the cosmos, perpetually revolving, witnessing the ever-changing tapestry of the world. Shang Yun gazed at the sun, a surge of indescribable awe swelling within him. He sensed the sun's intense heat, capable of melting all things in an instant, a power that commanded reverence. He also felt its indifference, unperturbed by anything, merely following its own trajectory in silence. This solitude and resoluteness struck a chord within him. Amidst this fervor and indifference, Shang Yun's thoughts inevitably drifted towards the great Sun Buddha of Zen Buddhism. The great Sun Buddha, much like the sun suspended in the sky, gazes down upon all beings with compassionate eyes. Its radiance illuminates every corner of the world, bringing warmth and hope, allowing all things to flourish and reproduce. This boundless compassion evoked deep admiration in Shang Yun. Yet, when the world's evils and darkness proliferate, the great Sun Buddha's punishment is as merciless as the blazing sun, capable of obliterating all wickedness in an instant, a justice that plunged him into contemplation. Both the sun and the great Sun Buddha embody a duality of compassion and indifference, both unwavering and deeply affectionate. They are impartial, favoring neither side of the earthly realm, treating all beings with absolute fairness. Immersed in this profound realization, Shang Yun felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his heart suddenly illuminated. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with an uncontrollable excitement, slowly raising his hands, palms turned upwards, as if to bear the weight of the entire universe. His arms trembled slightly, but as his breathing steadied, that power began to coalesce within him. Shang Yun understood that he had transcended, gaining insight into a new martial technique. This technique involved entrusting his spirit to the void 3 feet above his head, allowing him to enter a state of absolute rationality and clarity. He took a deep breath, abruptly bringing his hands together in prayer before his chest, simultaneously closing his eyes and concentrating all his mental energy. His body leaned slightly backward, veins in his neck bulging, as if he were contending with an invisible force. Gradually, his spirit ascended like a wisp of smoke, coalescing into an ethereal orb just 3 feet above his head. At this moment, Shang Yun experienced an unprecedented tranquility within his heart. He could sense the tumultuous emotions brewing deep within, akin to a tamed beast, powerful yet no longer uncontrollable. In such a state, human emotions do not diminish. Rather, they become a wellspring of strength. For it is often under the impetus of emotion that one can unleash a mightier force. However, ordinary individuals are prone to losing their reason amidst the tempest of emotions, leading to misjudgments and erratic actions. Yet, the martial technique Shang Yun had comprehended allowed one to maintain a clear mind even amidst extreme emotions, remaining unshackled by feelings, thus unleashing their absolute, 100% potential. Shang Yun understood that the essence of this technique lay in the balance and mastery of the inner self. He reflected on his myriad experiences in the mortal realm, those errors born from emotional turmoil, the regrets stemming from moments of lost reason. Once, he had harmed others in a fit of rage, and in moments of euphoria, he had lost his way. Those memories pricked at him like thorns, serving as constant reminders of the importance of cultivation. At last, he had discovered a method to transcend the shackles of emotion. In the distant cosmos, a spherical spacecraft hurtled towards Earth like a shooting star. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the void of the universe, initially grasping the true essence of the great Sun Tathagata. The Heart Sutra has ascended to the 4th level, with your current realm being the refining void and merging with the Tao. Ding! Congratulations, host. The martial technique, Diamond Prajna Force, has broken through to the 2nd level, enhancing physical capabilities fourfold. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have grasped a new combat technique, allowing your spirit to transform into a divine entity, resting 3 feet above your head, illuminating your being, maintaining absolute rationality, ungoverned by any emotion, and fully realizing your current state of 100% potential. Please name this technique. Shang Yun christened his newly comprehended technique as the 3 feet of Zen Heart Divine Being, symbolizing the divine presence 3 feet above. A constant reminder to approach actions and thoughts with reverence, harnessing the power of emotion through absolute rationality and wisdom. To master this technique, Shang Yun embarked on a protracted and arduous journey of cultivation on the moon. Day and night, he immersed himself in profound exploration of his spirit and emotions, continuously adjusting and refining himself. Each session of training was a challenge to the limits of his inner self, each breakthrough, an elevation of self-awareness. Throughout his cultivation, Shang Yun faced numerous difficulties and challenges. He discovered that accurately placing his spirit in the void 3 feet above was no simple task. It demanded a heightened refinement and mastery of spiritual power, requiring acute perception and immense concentration. Moreover, when emotions surged, swiftly entering a state of absolute rationality necessitated relentless practice and perseverance. Initially, he often faltered in his attempts to concentrate his spirit, with emotions breaching the defenses of reason, leading to feelings of frustration and defeat. Yet, Shang Yun remained undaunted by these challenges. With unwavering conviction and indomitable perseverance, he steadily advanced towards the pinnacle of martial prowess. Countless days and nights were spent on the moon, enduring innumerable failures and setbacks. Yet, each failure deepened his understanding of the essence of martial arts. Every setback fortified his resolve to succeed in his practice. He repeatedly reminded himself that this was the crucible of his training, and only through persistence could he achieve greatness. Meanwhile, as Shang Yun devoted himself to the cultivation of a tranquil mind, a spherical spacecraft was entering Earth's atmosphere on the opposite side of the planet. Chapter 44. Sun Wukong on the other side of the Earth. The sun shone brilliantly. Ever since Sun Wukong vanquished the demon King Piccolo, the world had returned to a state of tranquility, yet this peace was on the verge of being shattered by an unexpected visitor. A humble farmer toiled diligently in his field, clutching a shotgun as he vigilantly protected his crops. Suddenly, an unusual light streaked across the sky, and a fireball, resembling a meteor, soared above the farmer's head, crashing into a nearby hillside with a thunderous explosion. What was that? The farmer, filled with a mix of fear and curiosity, hoisted his shotgun and drove towards the source of the blast. Upon arrival, he discovered a massive crater in the ground, at the center of which lay a metallic sphere. With a click, the sphere opened, and from within emerged a tall figure with long hair and a tail, landing not far from the farmer. Indeed, the inhabitants of this planet were still alive. How foolish of Kakarot. Ah, you. Who are you? The farmer raised his gun, aiming at the stranger. The figure, clad in peculiar battle attire, regarded the farmer with disdain. The device before him emitted a series of beeps, and moments later, a mocking smile curled upon his lips. Humph. What use is that broken gun to you, with a power level of merely 5? Startled by the bizarre individual before him, the farmer instinctively aimed his weapon. Yet, the figure merely waved his hand, effortlessly catching the bullet with his bare hand. Ah! The farmer gasped in shock. The figure flicked the bullet back, sending it hurtling towards the farmer at a speed surpassing that of its arrival. The farmer barely had time to scream before he collapsed, lifeless on the ground. Humph! Such a weak race. The figure looked down at the farmer's corpse with contempt when suddenly, the detector emitted another series of beeps. There is someone with formidable power in that direction, a distance of 4,880. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. He relished the challenge of confronting the strong and immediately surged towards the source of the signal. Unbeknownst to him, he was heading towards Piccolo's location, who had already sensed an overwhelming force approaching, so potent that it caused him to tremble. Who could it be? This immense power, could it be Sun Wukong? Before long, accompanied by a fierce gust of energy, the figure stood before Piccolo. You are not Kakarot. Who are you? The stranger questioned Piccolo with an undeniable tone. What do you want from me? Piccolo retorted, I did not come seeking you. Then what brings you here? Looking for death? The stranger laughed heartily, displaying boldness. He activated the machine before him and turned his gaze towards Piccolo, who heard the machine emit a series of beeping sounds. Humph, a power level of 322. I didn't expect it would require some effort, yet you remain no match for me. What did you say? Do you realize who you were speaking to? Piccolo, feeling the stranger's disdain, was engulfed by fury. I do not know. Enraged, Piccolo raised his hands to unleash an energy blast, yet the stranger remained unfazed, arms crossed, standing resolutely. Boom. As the smoke dissipated, the stranger stood unscathed. Humph, mere child's play, merely stirring up dust, utterly futile. He waved his hand dismissively, brushing aside the dust as he nonchalantly remarked, Now it is my turn to strike. Allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. Observing that his full-force attack had not even grazed the stranger, Piccolo was left astonished, a chill creeping into his heart as he trembled involuntarily before the imposing figure. The stranger raised his right hand, gathering energy while regarding Piccolo with mockery. What's the matter, little monster? Are you afraid of me? Piccolo understood that he was undeniably outmatched, yet he would not easily submit. Just as the stranger was about to make his move, the machine emitted another signal. Beep beep. There is another powerful force nearby. It's immense, perhaps the strongest on this planet. It must be Kakarot. With a frown, the stranger momentarily released Piccolo, soaring towards the new target. Have you lost the dignity of a scion, the universe's mightiest warrior? Kakarot. As the stranger departed, Piccolo slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat. It's impossible. I was actually intimidated by that man. Meanwhile, on Kirin Tower, a gathering was underway. By the way, Bulma, where's Yamcha? Krillin inquired while nibbling on pastries. Yamcha, Don't mind that guy, he infuriates me. You two always love to bicker, Master Roshi interjected. Forget him. By the way, where's Launch? I don't know. She left with Tien 3 years ago and hasn't returned, Krillin replied. This power. So formidable. Could it be Goku? Just as Piccolo regained his composure, he sensed a powerful force approaching from the distance. Indeed, it was Goku, carrying Gohan in his arms, riding the flying Nimbus toward Korin Tower for the gathering. At that moment, the two arrived at Korin Tower. Goku, who is this? When did you become a babysitter? Bulma queried, noticing Gohan in Goku's arms. He is my son, Goku replied with a chuckle. Ah, your son. Indeed. Let's greet everyone, Son Wukong remarked to Son Gohan. Hello. Everyone, Son Gohan replied in a sweet, childlike voice. Ah, greetings. Greetings. The others quickly responded. His name is Son Gohan. Ah, I see. You named him after your late grandfather. How surprising. I never imagined Wukong had a son, Master Roshi exclaimed. Gohan, how old are you? 1, 2, 3. 3 years old. Who would have thought Wukong's son would be so polite? Bulma remarked, gently patting Son Gohan's head. It's all thanks to Chi-Chi's good upbringing. By the way, where are Shan Yun and Lan Fang? Krillin inquired. Lan Fang is at home with Chi-Chi, and Shan Yun, after making a wish to the dragon, said he wanted to comprehend the mysteries of the universe and went to train on the moon. Before he left, he took a large box filled with food and water, enough to last half a year. Considering the time, he should be returning soon, Bulma stated, her big eyes wide with excitement. Godfather. It's been so long since Godfather visited Gohan. Gohan, Mrs. Godfather. Upon hearing Shan Yun's name, Son Gohan exclaimed. Godfather. The others responded in confusion. Chapter 45, Raditz, ah? It's Shan Yun. He is Gohan's godfather, a decision made by Chi-Chi, Son Wukong explained, scratching his head. At our wedding, Shan Yun generously gifted us a considerable sum, reportedly around 1 billion. Chi-Chi insisted we return it to him, but they ultimately agreed to use the money for Gohan, who would then recognize Shan Yun as his godfather. 1 billion. Shan Yun is truly selfless, Krillin marveled. Indeed, that must have been all of Shan Yun's savings. Gohan, as you grow, what do you aspire to be? Bulma asked. I wish to become a great scholar. A scholar, With a tail? Bulma noticed the tail behind Son Gohan. I wonder if this child might engage in any peculiar activities. Son Wukong interjected, for instance, undergoing any transformations on a full moon night. What are you talking about? A full moon night? I wouldn't know. Shan Yun told us to go to bed early, and we've all grown accustomed to it. Wukong, do you think your son will be as strong as you? I can't say. Chi-Chi doesn't allow Gohan to train with me. She believes the world is at peace now and that there is no need for cultivation, asserting that in the future, the world will belong to scholars. Who would have thought that the once carefree girl has now transformed into a devoted wife and mother? Master Roshi mused. What a pity. By the way, is that a Dragon Ball embroidered on Gohan's hat? Krillin asked, astonished. Yes, it is the 4-star Dragon Ball, brought back by Shan Yun after he made his wish, in memory of his late grandfather. The 3-star and 6-star balls are at home now. How nostalgic. How about we gather the Dragon Balls and make a wish? But I don't have any wishes at the moment. As the group engaged in idle chatter, Son Wukong suddenly sensed a powerful and malevolent energy rapidly approaching. It seems someone is coming our way, Son Wukong said with a serious expression. Ah, could it be Yamcha or Tien? No, the newcomer is even stronger. Son Wukong sensed danger and immediately shielded Son Gohan behind him, gazing warily at the sky. The individual descending from the spaceship was indeed the one who had emerged earlier. He landed slowly on the island, his eyes fixated on Son Wukong. You must be Kakarot, correct? I never imagined you would find such comfort on this primitive planet. Son Wukong, perplexed, replied, Who are you? I am not Kakarot. My name is Son Wukong. The newcomer sneered, I am Raditz, your brother. We are both scions. And you were meant to conquer other planets alongside me, rather than mingling with these feeble beings. My brother. How can that be? Impossible. Raditz continued, Kakarot. You were sent here to annihilate all the humans on this planet. Though you arrived as an infant, we scions can transform into giant apes during the full moon. With your strength, you could easily conquer this world. Raditz cast a haughty glance at Krillin and the others. Where's your tail? Upon noticing the absence of a tail behind Son Wukong, Raditz was taken aback. Tail? I had it cut off long ago, Son Wukong responded. No wonder you coexist peacefully with them, Raditz realized. Scions are already a minority, and with our home planet destroyed by an asteroid, many scions perished, including our parents. I have come to find you because we have located a prime planet. But the resistance there is formidable and requires your assistance to eliminate them and sell the planet for a good price. Sun Wukong retorted, I am not Kakarot as you claim. Even if you are my brother, I shall not accompany you. Please leave. Shaking his head, Sun Wukong declared, I will not go with you. I have my family and friends here on Earth, and I must protect them. Raditz scoffed, you? You are completely unaware of your potential and the mission of the scions. Nevertheless, since you refuse to come with me, I shall have to take you by force. That must be your child, Raditz said, noticing Sun Gohan behind Sun Wukong. No, what do you intend to do? Humph, you cannot deceive me. He has a tail. Which is a mark of our scion heritage, Raditz proclaimed arrogantly. I shall take him away. Think it over, and come find me. Hey, regardless of whether you are Sun Wukong's brother, you are exceedingly arrogant, Krillin interjected, unable to bear it any longer, as he charged at Raditz to deliver a punch. Come back, Krillin, Sun Wukong shouted. But it was too late. Raditz flicked his tail and sent Krillin flying. So powerful. Krillin spat blood as he collapsed to the ground. Unable to rise. Damn you. Sun Wukong roared, rushing forward to strike Raditz, only to be met with a punch that left him doubled over, unable to stand. Humph. I will take your child. If you wish for him to return to you, you must obey your brother's commands, Raditz said, ensnaring Sun Gohan with his tail. Wah. Wah. Daddy, let go of Gohan. Sun Wukong yearned to rescue Sun Gohan, yet at that moment, he could scarcely rise to his feet. How infuriating. Wukong was unable to withstand a single blow from this fiend. Krillin, witnessing Raditz's strike that felled Wukong, was left in a state of shock, his body immobilized. If only Shan Yu were here, combining forces with Wukong, they could surely thwart this villain. I see no alternative for you but to join us. However, prior to that, you must demonstrate your resolve. Rest assured, it shall not be overly arduous. By this time tomorrow, you need only to slay 200 individuals on this planet and pile their corpses here. In return, I shall permit you to join our ranks. Should I not behold the bodies by tomorrow, your son shall pay the price. Do you comprehend? Raditz, gazing at the fallen and furious Wukong, scoffed. Krillin and Master Roshi were struck dumb by Raditz's murderous aura, each staring in disbelief at him, astonished that someone could speak of killing with such nonchalance. When I return tomorrow, I shall await your decision. After all, he is my nephew. I cannot bring myself to kill him. Father. How terrifying. Save me. Son Gohan was utterly terrified. How despicable. Resorting to threats against a child. Indeed, Wukong would never resort to murder. Krillin and the others glared at Raditz in fury. That is of no consequence, if he is indifferent to the boy's fate. Nevertheless, even if he survives this encounter, the doom of you Earthlings is inevitable. Once we conquer this planet, our next target will be Earth. Raditz cast a sidelong glance at Master Roshi, coldly declaring, Humph. In less than a month, the three of us scions could eradicate every soul on this planet. What? Father, save me. Chapter 46, A Decisive Alliance. Humph. I look forward to your wise decision. Do not make things difficult for me. With your underdeveloped combat power, you stand no chance against us. Ha ha ha. Raditz flew off, clutching Son Gohan. Father. Farewell. I eagerly await the dawn of tomorrow. How infuriating. Return Gohan to me. Ha ha ha. Father. Gohan. How outrageous. After Raditz departed, Master Roshi and Bulma dared to approach Wukong's side. Wukong, are you alright? We are so sorry for our inability to assist. How infuriating. Nimbus Cloud. Wukong clutched his abdomen, preparing to pursue. Do not act impulsively, Wukong. Do you truly believe you could defeat him if you catch up now? Krillin hastily restrained Wukong. Then what do you suggest I do? There must be a way. You need to regain your strength. Krillin helped Wukong to sit on the steps. I know you are deeply saddened. To unexpectedly encounter an elder brother who is a great villain is disheartening. Yet, his power is beyond our capacity to confront. Bulma consoled Wukong. The tail. Yes, the tail. If one could grasp his tail, he would surely lose all his strength. I was once in such a predicament. Indeed. That is true. Master Roshi responded hastily. However, how do you intend to grasp your brother's tail? Krillin quickly restrained the excited Goku. It would be impossible for me to manage alone. Goku regained his composure. If only Shan were here. Bulma lamented. Yes, with Shan's capabilities, he could certainly withstand Raditz's assault. Alas, Yamcha and Tien are also absent. Indeed, If the three of us could confront him, perhaps there would be a chance. However, I possess little confidence in my own abilities. Krillin muttered, conflicted, then turned to Bulma and said, Bulma, if I were to perish again, I would implore you to ask the eternal dragon to revive me. No problem. You can count on me, Bulma assured, patting her chest. That is impossible. Have you forgotten? The dragon will not grant the same wish twice, Goku said with a grave expression. The dragon has already revived Krillin and Master Roshi once. Have you all forgotten? Thus, this time, it cannot be done. Really? But I do not care, Krillin shouted. You are willing to assist me? Of course, Master Roshi quickly exclaimed. By the way, I have an idea. If we collect all 7 Dragon Balls and wish for the world's salvation, what do you all say? Is it feasible? Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Yes. Great idea. Oh, do you think we can gather the Dragon Balls in a single day? True. We should launch a surprise attack on Raditz. He would never anticipate our initiative and would likely be caught off guard. Goku suddenly rose, fists clenched, speaking with unwavering determination. However, how can you ascertain Raditz's location? Bulma, do you have the Dragon Ball radar with you? Yes. I just remembered that the ball embroidered on Gohan's hat is a Dragon Ball. We can use the radar to locate it and thus find that fiend's whereabouts. Bulma quickly produced the radar to pinpoint the 7 Dragon Balls. The radar displayed the positions of the 7 Dragon Balls, one of which was moving at high speed. We have a response. Look, one Dragon Ball is moving swiftly. Soon, that Dragon Ball came to a standstill. It has stopped. Right here. Splendid. It is still on Earth. Not in space. Wonderful. Let us proceed. Fate lies in our hands. Wait for me, Gohan. Indeed, even if we cannot defeat him, we are destined to perish. We might as well take the risk and fight him. Perhaps there is still hope. While the group was formulating their plan, Piccolo had followed Goku's energy to the skies above Master Roshi's island. You cannot succeed with just the 4 of you. Piccolo gazed down from above at the few individuals on Kame House. Sun Wukong and the others looked around, unable to discern the speaker, while Krillin raised his eyes to the sky and spotted Piccolo. It's the great demon King Piccolo. What brings you here? Piccolo slowly descended, coldly remarking. I came here following him. You have already encountered Raditz, haven't you? Sun Wukong responded. Indeed, it seems you all would find it impossible to defeat him. I will accompany you. What? I am more acutely aware than any of you of that fellow's formidable strength. He is not an adversary to be easily vanquished by either of us. However, if we unite our efforts, there may be a slim chance of overcoming him, Piccolo stated. Locking eyes with Sun Wukong. Why the sudden change of heart, Piccolo? Sun Wukong inquired. Do not misunderstand. My intentions are not rooted in a newfound desire for peace or concern for your son's fate. The existence of those individuals presents an obstacle to my ambition of world domination. Piccolo sneered. My collaboration with you is strictly limited to the task of defeating that foe and his companions. Once they are eliminated, my next target will be you, followed by the conquest of the entire world. You may rest, but given the current circumstances, I believe our alliance is a prudent proposal. And it appears to be our only recourse, Piccolo continued. Ha. Indeed, you must endure this arrangement. Frankly, the thought of compromising myself to assist you is rather displeasing. He added, Bulma, could you lend me the Dragon Ball radar? Sun Wukong extended his hand toward Bulma, his gaze fixed on Piccolo, wary of any sudden movements. Oh, all right. After acquiring the radar, Sun Wukong leaped onto the Nimbus cloud and addressed Piccolo. Can you keep up with the speed of the Nimbus? Do not underestimate me. My flying technique far surpasses your trivial skill. Very well. With that, the two set off in the direction indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. As they swiftly vanished into the horizon, Bulma and the others remained momentarily stunned. Shouldn't we be pleased? Krillin remarked, dazed. It's nothing to worry about. Their combined strength is unparalleled in history. Perhaps we truly have a chance to defeat that scion. Kame Sennin mused with a hint of excitement. But can we trust the great Demon King Piccolo? That is a valid concern. What are you all discussing? This is a rare opportunity for a spectacle. Bulma, do you remember the location indicated by the Dragon Ball radar? We should set off to investigate. Chapter 47. The battle begins meanwhile, at Sun Wukong's residence atop Poza Mountain. Chi-Chi was tidying up the household. She wondered whether Wukong and the others were enjoying themselves on Kame House. Oh dear, the homework from the tutoring class. Gohan has only completed half of it, she sighed, glancing at her son's notebook. I hope there won't be any issues. Father, I am utterly terrified. Son Gohan cowered beneath the deceased farmer's vehicle, quietly weeping. Raditz, in an impatient manner, effortlessly lifted the car with one hand, and with a devastating energy wave, obliterated it into fragments above Gohan's head. At this moment, Son Gohan felt utterly helpless and fearful. Unable to suppress his emotions any longer, he burst into tears. Silence. How long do you intend to cry? Raditz admonished. Do not forget, the blood of brave Saiyans flows through your veins. Now come with me. Raditz seized Gohan and dragged him into a deep pit, casting him into the spacecraft and sealing the hatch, leaving behind an even more terrified Gohan, who incessantly pounded on the windows of the hatch. Wait, let me out. Please, I beg you, let me out. Time was running short, Raditz declared. I must go find something to eat. Ignoring Gohan's pleas, he turned his attention to a battle power detector that was beeping insistently. Odd. Why is it emitting a warning signal? The reading indicated a power level of 710, alarmingly close to him. Raditz scanned the surroundings and ultimately pinpointed the source within the spacecraft in the pit, specifically Son Gohan. What? Impossible. Raditz was taken aback. But soon the detector's readings stabilized. It seems the device must be malfunctioning, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in the sky, Goku and Piccolo were hastening towards the scene. We're getting close. It would be prudent to descend from here and approach cautiously, Goku suggested, glancing at the dragon radar. No need for caution, we can go straight in. That fellow possesses a peculiar machine that seems capable of detecting the intensity and location of energy signatures, Piccolo replied. So he is aware of our approach? Goku inquired. Perhaps. He likely has already detected us. Is that true? Then we have no choice but to confront him directly. At that moment, Raditz had satiated his hunger. Having consumed an entire mammoth, it appeared Saiyans truly had hearty appetites. Holding a few fruits, he munched as he made his way back, taking a bite and discarding the remnants. Beep. The battle power detector emitted another alert, still indicating Gohan within the spacecraft. Power level 710, huh? It is indeed malfunctioning. Beep. Two readings approaching rapidly. 1, 2. Power levels 322 and 334, one of which is akin to Kakarote's. Raditz turned his gaze towards the sky, but that brat shouldn't be here. He must realize that resisting me is almost futile, and he likely does not know of my presence here. This is bad. The battle power detector must be broken. Raditz resolved to find a place to rest. Beep. No, something is coming. At this moment, Raditz could see Goku and Piccolo drawing near in the sky. Could it be that the device is not malfunctioning after all? Raditz seemed to have a sudden realization, turning his gaze towards Gohan within the spaceship. No, it cannot be. If there were no malicious intent, how could that little brat possess a combat power of 710? Before Raditz could further contemplate Gohan's situation, Goku and Piccolo had already appeared above him. Goku executed a backflip, landing gracefully behind Raditz. Raditz turned to face the two, leisurely taking a bite of the fruit in his hand. He regarded Piccolo with disdain, remarking, So, you are the other one. How did you know I was here? I want to tell you. Goku retorted with a cold scoff. Very well, I shall rephrase my inquiry. What brings you here? Isn't it obvious? I am here to reclaim my son. I cannot believe you are foolish enough to think that. You aren't planning to confront me together, are you? Abandon that thought. Piccolo discarded his cloak, which fell to the ground with a dull thud. Goku, stop wasting time with him. Piccolo, do you also train in heavy clothing? Goku exclaimed upon witnessing this. Indeed, just like you. My body hasn't felt this light in ages. Following this, Goku removed his own weights. It seems you are also diligently training. That is good. With you by my side, we should avoid the disastrous defeat we suffered last time. Beep. Kakarote's combat power has risen to 416, and that fellow S has reached 408. Raditz observed the readings on the power level detector, tossing aside the fruit and laughing heartily. Do you truly believe this makes you strong? How utterly laughable. To possess such meager strength and dare challenge me. How utterly deluded you are. Strength in battle is not merely about brute force. We have devised a strategic plan, Goku stated confidently. Kakarote, I have given up on the notion of you joining us. For you would only diminish our collective power. You are a disgrace to our race. Perish. Raditz shouted furiously as he charged at Goku and Piccolo. Goku and Piccolo barely managed to assume defensive stances, yet were unable to withstand the onslaught. In an instant, Raditz was behind them, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent them flying. Ah, ah. Fortunately, both were seasoned fighters, quickly regaining their composure and landing on their feet. Remarkable. Such incredible speed. He approached us from the front and, in the blink of an eye, leapt behind us to attack. Humph. Your defenses are commendable, but alas. You will eventually meet your demise at my hands. Be warned, I shall intensify my assault from now on. The disparity in strength is staggering. I must find a way to seize his tail and render him powerless. Useless. No matter how you attack, you will never defeat me. Humph. Before you perish, allow me to share a revelation. Aside from myself, the other two surviving scions possess even greater combat prowess than I do. Ah, what? Chapter 48, The Demon's Light Cannon. How infuriating. The remaining scions are indeed stronger. How can this be? Upon hearing Raditz's words, Piccolo clenched his teeth in shock. Ha ha ha. Only now do you grasp the terror of the scions? It is far too late. Raditz laughed heartily at Piccolo's astonishment. How frustrating. Had I known, I would not have listened to him. Goku too was taken aback. Are you feeling spirited now, Goku? Humph. How brazen of you. I feel as though I have been doused with cold water, shivering in fear. Humph. Soon you shall feel even more despair, Raditz scoffed. Enough of your prattle. Where's my son? Where have you hidden him? I have not concealed him. That brat has been wailing incessantly, so I locked him away. Isn't there a pit behind you? He is there. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Goku rushed over, only to find Gohan sobbing against the window. Daddy, Daddy, come save me. Gohan also spotted Goku. Fear not. Gohan, your father will rescue you soon. Humph. Do not harbor such foolish hopes. You will not be able to save him. For before this, I have already defeated you. Very well. Let us engage. This should have been done long ago. Humph. Knowing Raditz's formidable strength, Goku and Piccolo ceased holding back and launched a full-scale assault. Ha! Ha! The two attacked Raditz simultaneously. Goku aimed a right punch at Raditz's face, while Piccolo delivered a kick from the side. However, Raditz reacted swiftly, effortlessly dodging their strikes, and before they could react, he had already positioned himself behind them, delivering a powerful kick that sent both Goku and Piccolo flying. After landing, Goku and Piccolo quickly regained their footing and attacked once more, coordinating their efforts to strike Raditz from both sides. Unperturbed, Raditz ascended into the air, and the two adjusted their trajectory, charging towards him. As they neared, Raditz slowly spread his arms, gathering energy rapidly, unleashing two beams of light. Goku, noticing this, swiftly sidestepped to avoid the attack, the beam grazing his body and hurtling towards a distant hill, which was obliterated in an explosive blast, leaving only a deep crater. Unfortunately, Piccolo was unable to evade in time and was struck by the beam, severing one of his arms, causing him to crash to the ground in agony. Are you all right? Piccolo, rest assured, even with one arm lost, I can still manage to fight. Humph. To think that the two of you together could achieve such a meager result. How disappointing. Raditz laughed heartily, proclaiming, your demise is imminent. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Krillin were en route, traveling by aircraft. I hope Master Roshi and Goku are unharmed. I have an unsettling premonition, one I've never felt before. I sincerely wish for no misfortune to befall us. Rest assured, with Goku and the others united, they shall not fall easily, was the comforting reply. Yet, a shadow of worry loomed. What if Piccolo betrayed Goku and allied with Raditz against him? If Goku cannot vanquish that fiend, we are left to await our doom. What has happened? You seem devoid of your earlier vigor, Raditz remarked, casting a cold glance at Goku and his companions. Goku, do you possess any new techniques? Piccolo inquired, enduring the pain of his severed arm. To be honest, I do not, Goku admitted. Humph, you are quite the sluggard. I have honed my skills through arduous training to develop a new technique, Piccolo retorted with a scoff. Is that so? Can it be executed with just one hand? It is indeed possible, but the technique requires considerable time to gather energy. Until then, you must engage that fiend to divert his attention. Very well. But are you certain this technique will be effective against him? It should be, but if it fails, we shall truly be out of options. This technique was originally intended to eliminate you, Piccolo asserted confidently. So it shall instead aid me, then? Humph. Once we have dispatched that villain, you will be next. I await your technique. For now, I shall do my utmost to hinder him. With renewed determination, Goku adjusted his stance and launched himself at Raditz once more. Piccolo, standing firm, extended his remaining right hand, raising his index and middle fingers to his forehead, and shouted, "Special beam cannon." "Haha. It seems you have resigned yourself to death," Raditz sneered as he observed Goku charging at him yet again. Goku unleashed his full might against Raditz, employing every tactic to capture his attention, darting around Raditz in a flurry, seeking the right moment to strike. Raditz, provoked by Goku's taunts, turned to unleash his full force upon him. Despite Goku's best efforts to evade, he was struck multiple times by Raditz, sustaining significant injuries. In a bid to buy more time, Goku leaped into the air, placing his hands on his hips, channeling all his energy, and shouted, "Kamehameha wave." Beep. What? This is impossible. His power level is continuously rising, now at 924,925. How can he concentrate all his energy into one point to amplify his power? Raditz exclaimed in shock. Beep. The power level detector emitted another warning as Raditz turned to see Piccolo gathering energy. What? That creature's power level is at 1020? Unbelievable. And it continues to rise. Kamehameha wave. Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful Kamehameha, a formidable beam of energy directed towards Raditz. Initially, Raditz attempted to evade it. But to his astonishment, Sun Wukong could manipulate the trajectory of the Kamehameha, relentlessly pursuing Raditz, a technique reminiscent of Yamcha's Spirit Ball. Realizing the futility of evasion, Raditz steadied himself, raised his hands, and astonishingly caught the Kamehameha, countering it back towards Sun Wukong. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong was struck by his own attack and plummeted from the sky. Meanwhile, Piccolo concentrated intently to gather energy, preparing to unleash his special beam cannon. As energy coalesced around him, a formidable aura enveloped Piccolo. "You are indeed tenacious. Now, you shall meet your end." Just as Raditz amassed energy to eliminate Sun Wukong, Piccolo bellowed, "The one who is destined to perish is you." With a power level of 1330, Raditz cursed, "Damn it. How can they so freely control their strength? Behold my might." Special Beam Cannon. Chapter 49, A Flawed Victory. Piccolo directed his finger at Raditz, launching the fully concentrated Special Beam Cannon. A golden wave of energy surged toward Raditz with terrifying force. This technique was immensely powerful, and Raditz, recognizing the threat, exerted every ounce of effort to evade it. What? It passed right by me. What manner of creature is he, moving so swiftly? Raditz thought, narrowly escaping the devastating blow that could have shattered him. Incredible. It effortlessly penetrated my armor. If it had struck me directly, I would have been doomed. Yet, missing renders it meaningless. He gazed at the remnants of his shattered shoulder armor, a nervous chuckle escaping his lips. How dare you leave a mark on me? I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Prepare yourself. I will finish you in one fell swoop. Enraged, Raditz began to gather energy for a lethal strike against Piccolo. "Ah, this is the end," Raditz exclaimed. Just then, he felt his body weaken, unable to summon strength. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong soared from the ground and grasped Raditz's tail. The Scion's tail, a critical vulnerability, caused Raditz to collapse instantly. "Haha, you have grown overly complacent. Your tail is now in my grasp." Sun Wukong laughed triumphantly, tightening his hold on Raditz's tail, rendering him utterly powerless. "When did you sneak up behind me?" Raditz gasped in disbelief. "Piccolo, quickly. While he is incapacitated, unleash your previous technique once more." Sun Wukong shouted, ignoring Raditz's inquiry. "Understood." Piccolo, filled with exhilaration from his narrow escape, trembled with excitement as he pressed his finger to his forehead. "Well done, Wukong. Keep a firm grip on his tail. Using this technique again will be my limit." "Kakarot, how could you contemplate the murder of your only blood brother?" Raditz, fully aware of Piccolo's formidable technique, began to feel a twinge of fear. "Spare me your incessant prattle. I refuse to acknowledge you as my elder brother. A cruel and malevolent creature like you, who wishes to slay your own nephew, has no right to utter such words." At this point, Goku tightened his grip even further. "Ah, I realize my mistakes." Raditz, now gasping for breath, summoned his remaining strength to plead, "I am willing to repent, to start anew, to abandon this planet." "Do not be deceived, Goku. His words are but a ruse to unsettle your heart. He cannot possibly repent," Piccolo shouted, having overheard Raditz's pleas and noticing Goku's wavering resolve. He focused his energy, urging Goku to remain steadfast. "Please, I implore you. Believe me, dear brother. I acknowledge my past transgressions, and I am sincerely sorry. I promise to abide by my words." "Is that truly so?" Goku, ultimately compassionate, found it difficult to condemn Raditz to death. It is indeed true. Raditz, sensing a glimmer of hope for survival, softened his tone. No, you must not loosen your grip on his tail. It is a trap. Piccolo, witnessing Goku's increasingly relaxed hands, shouted in desperation, intensifying his own energy to prevent Goku from relenting. I beg you, Kakarot, trust me. Raditz, equally frightened that Goku might heed Piccolo's warning, intensified his pleas. Ultimately, Goku released his grip on Raditz's tail. Goku! Piccolo exclaimed in terror at this development. Ha ha ha! Raditz felt his strength returning, shedding the earlier guise of weakness and supplication. He rose with a sinister grin and, with a swift elbow strike, sent Goku flying. Goku, convinced of Raditz's genuine remorse, failed to mount any defense, and thus succumbed to Raditz's furious blow, collapsing to the ground. Ha ha ha! Raditz landed a foot on Goku's abdomen, laughing heartily. Goku, you fool! Piccolo, resigned, dropped his fingers from his forehead, seemingly abandoning any resistance. Every word he spoke was true. Fools like you are a rarity nowadays. Raditz laughed triumphantly. I was merely jesting, yet you took it to heart. It is evident that you are not cut out to be a warrior. I, however, am a top-tier fighter. I can mercilessly slay even my own kin. You despicable fiend. Goku, now overwhelmed and powerless beneath Raditz's foot, could no longer muster any resistance. Ha ha ha! Allow me to demonstrate. Perish! Raditz exerted his weight forcefully. Goku could only emit a pained scream. Meanwhile, Gohan, curled up in a corner of the spaceship, heard his father's anguished cries. It must hurt. Raditz lifted his foot and repeatedly kicked Sun Wukong in the abdomen, laughing heartily. Suffer a little more. Ha ha! With each strike, Sun Wukong emitted a cry of anguish. Raditz, observing that Sun Wukong was on the brink of collapse and incapable of resistance, turned his attention to Piccolo, who remained rooted in place, and coldly remarked, What is the matter? Aren't you going to continue? Come at me like before. Piccolo trembled, replying, It's too late. Any further attempts would be futile. On Mount Bauzi, amidst the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blooms, a wisp of smoke curled into the air. Chi-Chi busied herself in the kitchen, humming a tune while holding Gohan's perfect score exam paper. La la la, Gohan, my dear child, how wonderful. You promised to show me your test results after finishing, she mused. Oh my, this score is impressive. Setting down her ladle, she smiled. It seems that forcing him to attend 8 hours of tutoring each day has not been in vain. Hee hee, Goku will surely be delighted to see this. Looking up at the boiling pot, she sighed. Where are Goku and Gohan? They should be back by now. Huh. Ah ha ha ha. Scream. Cry. You will be next. Prepare yourself for death. Raditz sneered at Piccolo after relishing in Wukong's suffering. Chapter 50. Gohan's Fury Die Kakarot. Beep beep. Just as Raditz was about to deliver the final blow to Sun Wukong, the battle power detector emitted an alarm once more. Raditz scanned the surroundings. Aside from the three of them, there was no one else present. A gentle breeze rustled through the grass, silencing the scene. Crack, crack. A series of intermittent cracking sounds echoed. The spaceship containing Gohan was breaking apart. As the fragments scattered, Gohan emerged from the pit, tumbling to the ground, his cap falling off. His face was a mask of fury, and the explosive power born from his anger was formidable despite his small stature. Sun Wukong's son? No, this is impossible. Gohan, hurry and escape. The three onlookers were taken aback by the energy radiating from Gohan. Beep beep. The battle power soared to an astonishing 111,307. Raditz was rendered speechless by the display on the detector. Even Sun Wukong and Piccolo were left astounded by his words. Don't you dare bully my father. Gohan's aura continued to escalate, the energy fueled by his rage warping the air around him. With a powerful push from his legs, he propelled himself towards Raditz, who was momentarily stunned and failed to evade the attack, bracing himself for the impact. The armor on his chest shattered under the force. As Son Gohan landed beside Sun Wukong and saw his father still alive, tears welled in his eyes as he cried out, Father! Gohan, quickly escape! Sun Wukong lifted his head to gaze at Gohan, but found himself unable to rise. Oddly, his battle power was merely at 1 this time, fluctuating with his emotional state. Raditz, clutching his abdomen, approached Son Gohan. You little rascal, you are truly doomed. With a powerful punch, Raditz sent Gohan flying, who rolled on the ground and lost consciousness. Gohan, Sun Wukong shouted in desperation, witnessing Raditz approaching his son again. He struggled to move, pleading, "No, I beg you. You mean to say you don't want to squabble with such a little child?" Raditz sneered. "This little brat's battle power far exceeds yours. I must kill him while he still doesn't know how to harness his strength. Rest assured, you two will meet again soon, but in another world." Ha ha. Raditz cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong, grinning maliciously. Just as Raditz was about to unleash his energy at Gohan, Sun Wukong leaped up, wrapping his arms around Raditz from behind. Due to the earlier impact from Gohan, Raditz found himself weakened and unable to shake off Sun Wukong. "Damn it! Let go of me. Hurry up and release me, you fool." Piccolo, quickly use that ultimate move from before. Faster. Now. I anticipated this outcome. I've been preparing for it all along. Ha. Just give me a little more time. Piccolo exclaimed, laughing. Why didn't you grab his tail? Because Scions can consciously sever their own tails, you know. So you were aware all along. Raditz shouted in fury. Piccolo, hurry. Act now. Damn it. My battle power has been decreasing ever since that little brat hit me. Don't be foolish. If you hold on to me, you'll perish too. Let go of me. I willingly embrace death alongside you. What? Have you gone mad? If this is the only way to defeat you, Sun Wukong, I will show no mercy. If I can take you down with me, it would be a wish fulfilled. Piccolo chuckled sinisterly. Now, witness my power. Your companions will surely seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. Piccolo, hurry, while I still have a hold on him. Act now. Let go. Move. Oh my. This guy's attack intensity is a staggering 1480. Upon seeing the data on the battle power detector, Raditz could no longer endure and began to plead again. Kakarot. Please let go, I was wrong. I will never return to this planet. Let me go? Do you think I would fall for your tricks a second time? I am not lying this time. You must believe me, Kakarot. Let go. Piccolo, hurry up and act. I apologize for the long wait. Wukong, it is time to awaken. Piccolo has completed his charge, compressing energy to its utmost within the tips of his index and middle fingers. As brilliant arcs of electricity flicker upon the dazzling sphere of light. Engage. Wait a moment. The special beam cannon. Cease at once. The swift wave of light pierced through the chests of Raditz and Son Goku, traversing the hillside behind them before vanishing into the horizon. I cannot accept this. I never imagined I would be defeated by such a lowly being. Raditz lay on the ground, gasping for breath. This is your just deserts. Piccolo said as he slowly approached Raditz. Kakarot, that fool, would actually forsake his own life for the sake of Earthlings. How despicable. Fool. Son Goku will soon be revived. You. What did you say? This planet possesses a marvelous entity known as the Dragon Balls. Upon gathering 7 of them, one may summon the eternal dragon to grant wishes, including the revival of the deceased. How infuriating. You've just shared delightful news with me. The situation since yesterday has already reached my distant comrades in the cosmos. Upon learning of my demise at your hands, they will undoubtedly return for vengeance. It will not only be you two. Every human on this planet will be obliterated in an instant, leaving none alive. At that moment, I shall be revived using the Dragon Balls you mentioned. Haha, then I will. What? When will those two arrive? Son Goku struggled to lift his head and inquired of Raditz. A year. It will take merely a year. Your chances of victory this time are 0. During this year, savor life slowly. Raditz began to revel once more, chuckling, declaring, a fleeting victory indeed. Soon you will be crushed like ants. Unable to bear it any longer, Piccolo pierced Raditz's skull with a single finger, and Raditz perished. Chapter 51. The Terrifying Scion on Mount Pozu. Chi-Chi was mending Son Goku's martial arts uniform within the house. Goten must be having a splendid time on Kame House. I wonder how he is getting along. It should be fine. Goten is a very polite child. Had I known it would take so long for him to return, I would have gone along. A plane descended at the entrance. It was the Ox King arriving. Goten, it's Daddy. Chi-Chi hurriedly stepped outside. Where has that boy gone? Goten, Grandpa has brought you many gifts. Come out. The Ox King bypassed Chi-Chi, striding directly to the entrance in search of Son Goten. Yet he became stuck at the doorway due to his enormous size. Haha, Daddy. Chi-Chi felt warmth within her heart upon witnessing the scene. All right. I believe he must be around this vicinity, Bulma remarked as she observed the surroundings beneath the aircraft, addressing Master Roshi and Krillin. Master Roshi and Krillin also leaned against the window, scanning below for the figures of Son Goku and Piccolo. There are people down there. A few individuals are lying on the ground. Let us descend and investigate. At last, they have perished, still rambling on before death. Piccolo confirmed that Raditz was indeed dead. Letting out a sigh of relief, he turned to Goku and said, "Goku, this fellow has perished." As he spoke, Piccolo glanced up at the sky. Where a plane was descending, it was Bulma's aircraft. Standing nearby, Krillin observed that only Piccolo remained upright and muttered to himself, "What on earth has happened?" Upon seeing that Goku's companions had arrived, Piccolo paid no further heed to Goku and turned to the side to recuperate his strength. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, on a planet marred by the scars of battle, houses lay in ruins and flames spread across the landscape. In the dense jungle, by the side of a small river, two individuals sat on the ground, consuming food of indeterminate origin. "Raditz, that worthless fool, is dead," one remarked. "What a disgrace to be slain by someone with a mere power level of 1000. What shall we do now? Should we leave this place for Earth?" Raditz had mentioned something intriguing before his demise, something about the Dragon Balls, correct? Indeed, it appears any wish can be granted. Excellent. Let us set forth. Revive Raditz? Preposterous. I have no desire for such a useless wretch. Instead, let us wish for immortality, to attain eternal life. What do you think? This way, we can relish the thrill of battle forever. Hey, what a splendid idea. Ha ha ha. And so it was. Piccolo explained the circumstances of the battle to Master Roshi and the others. "Oh, I see now. Goku, 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 pull yourself together." Krillin shouted urgently. "Gohan is fine. He merely fainted. It's nothing serious." Bulma cradled Gohan, who was soundly asleep. "I won, so I won't have to endure Chi-Chi's scolding." "Goku." Krillin grasped Goku's hand. "Krillin's death is truly an unfortunate matter." "Indeed, ah? What are you saying?" "Goku, you must rally yourself. Those words do not sound like you at all. This time, it seems truly dire. Rest assured, we shall use the Dragon Balls to bring you back instantly. Please, do so." Goku closed his eyes, succumbing to death. "Ah, Goku, Goku." On the moon, beyond Earth, Shang Yun sat cross-legged, hands clasped, eyes closed, effortlessly employing the technique of levitation while suspended 10 meters above the lunar surface. Encased in a protective energy shield, Shang Yun was honing his combat skill, the Zen Void Realm. As the moon orbited Earth, he remained perpetually oriented towards the sun, absorbing its rays, while a circular shadow loomed behind him on the moon's surface. It appeared that Shang Yun was perfecting his martial prowess within the Zen Void Realm. A subtle sense of awareness seemed to stir within Shang Yun, whose brows lightly furrowed as his aura became momentarily disordered. Just as he was about to open his eyes, a flicker of ethereal light appeared 3 feet above his head. Instantly, his brow relaxed, and his aura returned to a state of tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. The faint glow continued to hover above him, and the patterns on the energy shield appeared to grow increasingly distinct, hinting at the emergence of a formidable divine beast. Indeed, Bulma's estimations were remarkably astute. Had it been the former Shang Yun, the provisions would have sufficed for no more than half a year. However, now that Shang Yun had transcended to the realm of refining the void and merging with the Tao, he could replenish himself by absorbing the internal energy from his Dantian. This not only delayed his hunger, but also gradually purified his essence and enhanced his natural constitution, significantly reducing his need for sustenance. Especially with an ample supply of divine beings at his disposal. On a distant planet, 2 Scions had dealt with the last remnants of humanity and arrived at the location where their spacecraft was docked. One point of concern arose. Kakarot's son exhibited an exceptionally high combat power compared to other Scion children of his age. Indeed, could it be that we misheard? No. Our hearing is intact. It was that little rascal's assault that severely injured Raditz. It appears that the union of Scion blood with that of Earthlings results in the birth of even more powerful hybrids. A Super Scion, perhaps? Oh. Now it all makes sense. If we propagate our lineage on Earth, the resurgence of a thriving Scion race would no longer be a mere dream. Let us refrain from jesting. Should those youngsters mature, the dynamics would surely shift, and it would be we who face peril. That reasoning holds merit. In any case, all of humanity on Earth must perish. Yes, it would take merely 3 days to accomplish that. Until then, we should rest well. It has been far too long since we last closed our eyes. Indeed, a sound suggestion. As they conversed, the two settled into their spacecraft, sealing the hatch. The vessels slowly ascended, emitting a brilliant light as they swiftly departed the planet, heading towards the distant Earth. Goku, 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 you cannot die? Bulma and her companions were weeping uncontrollably over Goku's demise when, unexpectedly, his body began to fade away. What? Disappeared? Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, I see. It must be the work of the Supreme Kai. Only he possesses such abilities. Piccolo, observing the scene, found it curious. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the implications. Dismissively remarking, "Humph, that scoundrel is up to some trivial scheme involving Goku again." What trivial scheme? Chapter 52, The Fate of Goku. What, precisely, does the Supreme Kai intend to accomplish? Nevertheless, since this is a matter concerning the Supreme Kai, we need not be overly concerned. Regardless of the circumstances, we must endeavor to locate the remaining 6 Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku. Krillin picked up the hat that Gohan had dropped, gazing at the 4-star Dragon Ball embroidered upon it, murmuring to himself, "It's infuriating. Yamcha always seems to vanish at critical moments. I wonder where he scurries off to." Bulma, cradling Gohan, expressed her grievances. "Was it not you who insisted he stay behind?" Krillin retorted, casting a bewildered glance at Bulma. "True. But how is it that Goku's brother instantly discerned our location? It's quite peculiar. That is due to a remarkable device affixed to his face, which seems capable of detecting the strength and location of adversaries," Piccolo interjected, having donned his cloak. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Bulma entrusted Gohan to Master Roshi and beckoned Krillin to remove the power level detector from Raditz' face. She retrieved her personal tools and disassembled the device, examining its intricate construction. What an impressive machine. Although it is malfunctioning, a minor repair should render it functional once more. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of such an ingenious mechanism. "Wow, Bulma, you are truly remarkable," Krillin exclaimed in admiration. "Oh, it's nothing. I'll take it back and modify it. Perhaps we can ascertain Yamcha and the others' whereabouts. In any case, I believe it would be prudent for us to return to Kame House. Remaining here serves no purpose," Master Roshi suggested. "Agreed. I shall postpone my search for the Dragon Balls until later. Piccolo, do you have any plans?" The 3 turned their attention to Piccolo, who slightly raised the remaining half of his severed arm, the wound a grim tableau of blood and torn flesh, with severed veins and muscles still emitting wisps of white smoke. His body trembled slightly from the excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo summoned his inner energy to initiate self-repair. The cells at the site of the injury swiftly began to divide and proliferate, emitting a faint green glow, akin to countless tiny sprites laboring diligently. Gradually, some granulation tissue emerged, intertwining and coiling together, forming a rudimentary shape of an arm. As time passed, the skeletal structure began to construct itself within the granulation tissue, producing subtle clicking sounds, reminiscent of a precise architectural framework taking shape. Blood vessels spread like a fine network, entwining through the nascent arm, incessantly supplying energy and nutrients to the rejuvenating tissue. Muscle fibers systematically arranged themselves, clarifying the arm's outline as strength gradually returned. The skin enveloped the new arm like a layer of soft green silk, perfectly encasing all the newly formed tissue. Ultimately, a brand new arm emerged, and Piccolo flexed it, finding the joints agile and the muscles robust. The sight left Bulma and the others retreating in astonishment. "It's reminiscent of a gecko's tail," Krillin whispered. "You may as well seek out the Dragon Balls, for no matter how formidable that deity may be, he cannot resurrect the deceased. However, I intend to take Goku's son with me," Piccolo declared coolly, crossing his arms as he gazed at the trio. What do you want to do?" Krillin exclaimed, stepping protectively in front of Gohan. "I see now, you intend to consume Gohan, don't you?" "How could that be? Why would I want to devour him?" Piccolo retorted, his temper flaring in response to Krillin's accusation. "Then what exactly do you intend to do?" Bulma interjected, positioning herself in front of Gohan as well. "That lad, Gohan, after some rigorous training, should be able to assist us in combating the impending Scion threat. However, it seems prudent to first seek his mother's consent. We don't have time for that. Enough chatter. If you persist, I shall eliminate you both before taking him. A year from now, I will bring this young one to meet you. If Goku is resurrected, please convey to him that he should patiently await my arrival." With that, Piccolo pointed at Gohan, who gradually levitated into his grasp before he turned and soared into the sky. "What should we do? I can't take responsibility for this matter. Gohan is doomed. Even if he survives, he'll likely become a delinquent." Goku and Chi-Chi will surely be furious. In the underworld, the spectral beings were instructed to form an orderly queue as they approached the path to the afterlife. No cutting in line. Form a single file. The Grim Reaper commanded through a megaphone. Not far away, in the Hall of Judgment, the formidable King Yama sat, gazing at the ledger of life and death. Below him stood the deity and Goku, who bore a halo above his head. That is the situation. The little deity brought him here to request your permission for him to train with the King of Worlds. Is that acceptable? The deity implored King Yama humbly. Ah, Goku. Indeed, his merits are exceptional enough to ascend to heaven. But why take the perilous route of the Serpent Road? Is it so vital for him to meet the King of Worlds? King Yama inquired, examining Goku's information within the ledger. Indeed, Goku surveyed the peculiar underworld and inquired, so, everyone who dies comes here. Correct. And what of extraterrestrials? The same applies. Upon death, they too arrive here to report and face judgment from King Yama, determining their fate, heaven or hell. By the way, before I arrived, was there someone named Raditz who came here? Goku asked King Yama. Mind your manners. The deity quickly admonished Goku. Raditz? Yes, he did come. He is your brother and has since descended to hell, King Yama responded, flipping through the pages of the ledger to find Raditz's entry. Did he cause any trouble? Indeed, but I have already subdued him. Wow. You must be quite powerful to have managed that. Sun Wukong was immensely excited and turned to the celestial deity, exclaiming, I believe I can cultivate right here. Your voice is simply too loud. One must not be disrespectful to King Yinluo. The celestial deity swiftly interrupted Sun Wukong's exuberant outburst, and noticing that Sun Wukong was about to speak again, whispered in his ear, silence. The king of the realm is even more formidable than King Yinluo. Do you understand? I have heard you, Earth's celestial deity. Why, you have heard me already. After your demise, I shall send you to the underworld. Haha. Forgive me, King Yinluo. I was unaware that you could hear me. Truly, you are the ears of hell. Please pardon me, ha ha ha. The celestial deity hurriedly chuckled, requesting forgiveness from King Yinluo. Observing this scene, Sun Wukong merely regarded the celestial deity with indifference, displaying no reaction. Sun Wukong, do you lack a sense of humor? King Yinluo inquired, noticing Sun Wukong's demeanor. Very well, since you are determined to meet the king of the realm, you may proceed on your own. Wait over there. I shall send someone to escort you shortly. All right. Sun Wukong dashed towards the exit. However, I must warn you, should you fall from the Serpent Road, I shall bear no responsibility for the consequences. Understood. Wukong, give it your all. Your success hinges on this year's cultivation. Though I still don't fully grasp the situation, I am resolute in my endeavor to meet the king of the realm. Farewell, celestial deity. Please extend my regards to Mr. Bobo. Chapter 53. The Serpent Road. The fate of Earth seems dire, beset by such tenacious adversaries. It appears we have truly reached a critical juncture of life and death. Those two scions are extraordinarily powerful. Even if I were to beseech the dragon to eliminate them, it is doubtful that the dragon could succeed. After receiving guidance from the king of the realm, it remains uncertain how much strength Sun Wukong can truly gain. Alas, the only glimmer of hope now lies with Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan. Regardless of how diligently Piccolo trains him, time is ultimately required. Meanwhile, Shang Yun has gone to the moon for cultivation, with no indication of when he might return. Yesterday, I sensed his energy fluctuating. I wonder what technique he is practicing. Previously, Shang Yun's strength was comparable to Sun Wukong's. I can only speculate how much he might improve after a year. His prolonged seclusion is worrisome. I hope he can return in time. If both Sun Wukong and he join forces, our chances of success should increase significantly. The celestial deity gazed at the vanishing figure of Sun Wukong, lost in contemplation, murmuring to himself. Enough with the noise. Do you think I cannot hear you? Depart quickly. Do not impede my work. King Yinluo slammed the table and shouted at the celestial deity. My apologies. Excuse me. Haha, I shall take my leave. The celestial deity was startled by the thunderous roar and hastily bowed to King Yinluo, awkwardly retreating. I apologize for the wait. I shall now escort you to the entrance of the Serpent Road. It is a treacherous path. Is your health adequate? If not, traversing it will be exceedingly difficult. The ghostly messenger spoke as he drove, addressing Sun Wukong. I am uncertain about this matter. Once a person has departed from life, they can hardly claim to be in good health. Pray, what manner of being is the King of Worlds? What an excellent inquiry. The King of Worlds is indeed the most magnificent deity, unparalleled in greatness. He must possess immense strength, does he not? This matter will surely reach the ears of Chi-Chi. Krillin, I suggest you be the one to inform her. I must go? I have heard that Chi-Chi is a rather strict mother. You may find yourself in grave trouble. At this moment, the ghostly guide led Sun Wukong before a colossal serpent's head, its body extending endlessly behind, concealed within the clouds, rendering the end invisible. Here we are. Is this the serpent path? Indeed. Commence your journey from the serpent's head without veering off. Proceed straight to behold the dwelling of the King of Worlds. Wow, how lengthy it is. Naturally, legend has it that this path stretches 1 million kilometers. 1 million kilometers. Has anyone ever successfully traversed it? Well, it seems that only King Yanluo managed to do so 100 million years ago. Is he that elder? If someone has completed it, I believe with utmost effort, I too could succeed. Do remember to avoid falling beneath the clouds, for below lies hell. Should you fall, there would be no return. I wish I had brought some provisions. Fear not. You are already deceased. Your spirit shall not hunger. I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Are you acquainted with the fortune-telling lady? She visits frequently. That is splendid. When she next arrives, please relay a message to Master Rashi, requesting that the dragon do not resurrect me within this year. Understood. I shall take note. Thank you kindly. I must be on my way. I simply need to ensure I do not fall from the serpent path, correct? Indeed. With a flourish of his technique, Sun Wukong employed the sky dance technique to traverse the serpent path in a linear fashion. How cunning. Observing the vanishing figure of Sun Wukong, the ghostly guide turned and departed. The serpent path is a mysterious route leading to King Kai's planet, narrow and protracted, winding through the vast realms of the underworld and the cosmos, resembling a colossal serpent suspended in the boundless void. Its flanks are steep, unfathomable abysses of hell. Even a slight misstep could plunge one into eternal damnation. Moreover, the surface of this path is riddled with peculiar energy fluctuations, posing a formidable challenge to both the stamina and spirit of those who dare to run upon it. As Sun Wukong soared for a time using the sky dance technique, he soon found himself subdued by the path's formidable powers and was compelled to descend and run upon the serpent's back. Initially, Wukong moved with a light and powerful gait, his form akin to a nimble leopard, darting swiftly across the serpent path. The ground beneath him trembled slightly, as if cheering for this brave warrior. His gaze was fixed firmly ahead, his heart consumed by a singular conviction, to reach King Kai's planet as swiftly as possible and grow stronger. However, as time wore on, the true potency of the serpent path began to reveal itself. An intangible wave of energy began to erode Wukong's body, each step growing increasingly arduous. His breath quickened. Sweat drenched his martial attire, yet his gaze remained resolute. In the course of his run, Sun Wukong encountered various unforeseen dangers. At one moment, the serpent path suddenly shook violently, and enormous fissures erupted from the ground. Wukong deftly leapt over the chasms, but immediately afterward, countless sharp stones descended from the sky, raining down upon him. Unperturbed, Sun Wukong swiftly wielded his hands, shattering the incoming projectiles one by one. However, before he could catch his breath, a powerful gravitational force emerged ahead, attempting to draw him into an endless abyss of darkness. Gritting his teeth, Wukong anchored his feet firmly to the ground, his muscles bulging from the exertion as he painstakingly pressed forward step by step. Despite the overwhelming challenges, Sun Wukong never wavered. He continuously adjusted his breathing and rhythm, striving to find a breakthrough in this hostile environment. Memories of his master, the turtle hermit, and the days spent battling alongside his friends surged through his mind, those precious recollections becoming the wellspring of his perseverance. I cannot lose. I must protect everyone, Wukong shouted within his heart, unknowingly quickening his pace. As time passed, Sun Wukong's stamina began to wane. His steps grew unsteady, each stride feeling as though it drained the last reserves of his strength. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, he suddenly sensed a mysterious power surging within him. It was the yearning to grow stronger, the protective instinct for his friends and family that had awakened his latent potential. Wukong's eyes sparkled anew, and a fresh wave of strength surged through his body, propelling him forward like a gust of wind along the serpent path. At long last, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, Sun Wukong beheld the distant, radiant King Kai's planet. Suspended in the vastness of the cosmos, it resembled a mysterious gem, isolated from the world. Though modest in size, it emanated a unique and gentle light, pulsating with life against the backdrop of the infinite darkness of space, outlining the planet's smooth contours. Sun Wukong's heart brimmed with joy and excitement as he summoned his last ounce of strength to leap towards King Kai's planet. However, just as he neared it, a powerful gravitational force yanked him towards the planet, causing him to crash heavily onto its surface. Smash. Chapter 54. Full Force Training at the Towering Heavenly Temple. The Celestial Lord had already informed Tien Shinhan, Kairatsu, Yamcha, and Krillin via a Kyrolobe that they were to undergo special training. Coincidentally, when a Kyrolobe reached the Turtle Hermit's abode, the fortune-telling old woman had also arrived, informing the Turtle Hermit that Sun Wukong's soul was training at King Kai's, and he should not be revived within a year. Initially, Kiki was incensed that Sun Wukong had spent too much time with Gohan, impeding his studies, and flew to Turtle Island in a plane, while the Bull Demon King, longing for his little grandson, followed suit. Upon learning of Sun Wukong's demise, and that Son Gohan had been taken away by Piccolo, Chi-Chi let out a piercing cry and fainted in the embrace of the Bull Demon King. Observing Chi-Chi's collapse, Krillin felt a weight lift from his heart, exhaling in relief. He exchanged greetings with Master Roshi and Bulma before, guided by the power level detector, he set out to locate Tien and Yamcha. The Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo had devised an array of training methods for Tien and his companions, appointing the diligent and rigorous Tien as the leader to train the other three. Standing resolutely on the platform of the Kai's temple, Tien gazed at the clouds floating across the horizon, his expression resolute and stern. He spoke slowly. Friends, we have only heard whispers of the Scion's might, but it is clear that our current strength is woefully inadequate. This year will be a pivotal period for our transformation. Krillin scratched his head, a hint of concern etched on his face. Tien, you are right. But can we truly achieve significant improvement in such a short time? The Scions are a warrior race of the universe. Yamcha, crossing his arms with confidence, interjected, Humph, let us not raise other spirits while extinguishing our own. We are not to be underestimated. If we give our all this year, we will surely reap rewards. Dumpling, quietly nodding, softly declared, Brother Tien, we will heed your guidance. No matter how arduous the training, we shall not falter. Tien nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards the depths of the Kai's temple. Then let us commence with the fundamentals of physical fitness and energy control. The Supreme Kai has prepared some unique training methods for us, which we must adhere to strictly. As the first rays of morning sunlight bathed the Kai's temple, Tien led everyone into physical training. Run 100 laps around the temple. This will serve as our warm-up. He commanded. Yamcha's eyes widened in disbelief. 100 laps? That is no trivial amount. Yet Krillin had already dashed ahead. No time for complaints. Yamcha, let us get moving. Reluctantly, the others followed in Krillin's wake. Initially, they maintained a brisk pace, but as the laps accumulated, fatigue began to set in. I can't go on. My legs feel as heavy as lead. Yamcha gasped. Tien shouted from the sidelines. Hang in there. If we give up now, how can we hope to confront the Scions? Dumpling gritted his teeth. Though equally exhausted, he encouraged the group. Come on, everyone, we can do this. Thus, amidst the sweat and relentless self-struggle, they ultimately completed their 100 laps of warm-up. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Next came the intense strength training. Tien brought forth massive boulders, instructing, use your strength to lift these stones, and maintain the position for an hour. Yamcha looked at the boulders, a wry smile crossing his face. Tien, do you intend to kill us? But despite their complaints, they approached the stones, attempting to lift them. Krillin's face flushed as he gripped a boulder tightly and strained to raise it. With a resounding shout, he finally lifted the stone, though his arms trembled incessantly. Tien Shinhan effortlessly raised a larger boulder, proclaiming, this challenge tests not only your strength, but also your endurance and willpower. After a period of physical training, Tien Shinhan recognized that energy control was equally vital for enhancing one's prowess. Now, we shall begin to learn how to precisely control our ki, he stated. He first demonstrated by gathering his ki in the palm of his hand, forming a small sphere of energy that radiated a stable and bright blue glow. Curiously observing, Krillin remarked, this is quite difficult. I can never seem to control it properly. Tian Xinhan approached him, saying, "You must feel the key within you, much like you feel your heartbeat. Then, gradually guide it, concentrating it into a single point." Yamcha, attempting to gather his key, found it unstable, fluctuating erratically before ultimately dissipating. "Why is this so challenging?" he lamented. Meanwhile, Kairatsu closed his eyes and calmed his mind, steadily gathering his key as instructed by Tian Xinhan. Although his energy sphere was small, it remained relatively stable. "Yamcha, don't rush. Take your time," he encouraged. Tian Xinhan observed them, offering words of encouragement. "Do not be disheartened. This requires time and patience. Only through mastering energy control can we unleash greater power in battle." Through continuous practice and experimentation, they gradually gleaned insights into energy control, managing to stabilize their ki and engage in simple energy attack exercises. As their training progressed, practical combat drills became an essential component. Tian Xinhan divided everyone into two groups, Yamcha and himself in one, Krillin and Kairatsu in the other. "We will conduct a combat drill. Remember to apply what you have learned in training." As the battle commenced, Yamcha swiftly charged at Krillin, delivering a punch. Krillin sidestepped and retaliated with an energy wave. Yamcha leaped to evade, simultaneously launching his Wolf-Fang fist, sending gusts of energy slicing toward Krillin. "Yamcha, your punches are still not quick enough," Krillin shouted while dodging. Meanwhile, Tian Xinhan and Kairatsu engaged in a fierce confrontation. Utilizing his three-eyed heritage, Tian Xinhan adeptly anticipated Kairatsu's movements, while Kairatsu employed his nimble physique to dart around Tian Xinhan, seeking opportunities to strike. "Kairatsu, your attacks are too predictable. They can easily be countered," Tian Xinhan advised. Kairatsu executed a somersault, altering his approach and delivering a kick from below, which Tian Xinhan caught with both hands before flinging Kairatsu away. Throughout the practical drills, everyone continually identified their shortcomings, striving to improve through mutual exchange and learning. Beyond physical training, energy control, and combat skills, Tian Xinhan understood the paramount importance of mental fortitude in battle. Chapter 55. The predicament of Son Gohan. In addition to physical conditioning, energy manipulation, and combat techniques, the Supreme Kai also instituted methods for cultivating the mental fortitude of Tien and his companions. The four were acutely aware of the significance of mental resilience in combat. When confronted by formidable scions, they must not be governed by fear. "We must forge our mental strength, ensuring that we remain composed and resolute in any circumstance," Tien asserted. Mr. Popo led the group to a serene area within the Supreme Kai's temple, surrounded by ancient ruins and an aura of mystique. "Here, we shall engage in meditation, clearing our minds of distractions and focusing solely on our inner selves and our objectives." Yamcha furrowed his brow. "Meditation? That sounds rather tedious." However, Krillin earnestly settled down. "Yamcha, do not underestimate meditation. It could prove immensely beneficial to us." One by one, they took their seats and began to meditate. Initially, a flurry of thoughts invaded their minds: fear of the scions, longing for family and friends, and exhaustion from training. Yet, as time progressed, they gradually learned to master their thoughts, their inner selves growing increasingly tranquil and steadfast. Upon concluding one session of meditation, Kairatsu opened his eyes, a newfound depth glimmering within them. "I feel as though my inner strength has intensified." Tien nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is the power of meditation. We must persist in this training until our mental fortitude is unassailable." However, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. As time wore on, each faced their own obstacles. Krillin encountered an insurmountable barrier in energy control. No matter how diligently he practiced, he could not elevate his energy to new heights. Perched despondently in a corner of the temple, he wondered, "Am I destined to remain like this?" Tien approached and patted his shoulder. "Krillin, encountering a plateau is a common experience for every practitioner. Do not despair. Let us brainstorm solutions together." Yamcha also found himself ensnared in difficulties regarding combat techniques, repeatedly stumbling over the same maneuvers and struggling to identify new avenues for improvement. "Am I simply unsuited for battle?" he pondered, engulfed in self-doubt. Tien regarded him earnestly. "Yamcha, do not voice such defeatist thoughts. When faced with adversity, we must strive to surmount it. We can learn from one another, drawing upon each other's strengths." Thus, they began to reassess their training methods and exchange insights. Krillin sought Tien's guidance on the intricacies of energy control, while Tien gleaned inspiration from Yamcha's practical experience. And Kaiatsu shared his reflections on cultivating mental resilience. Through their collective efforts, Krillin ultimately shattered the barrier in energy control, witnessing a significant enhancement in his abilities. Yamcha also discovered a fresh perspective on combat, his techniques becoming more agile and versatile. As the day of the Scion's arrival drew ever closer, their training within the Supreme Kai's temple entered its final, fervent phase. Observing the evident growth of his companions, Tianjin Fan felt a profound sense of gratification. Indeed, throughout this year of arduous training, we have invested considerable sweat and effort. Although the true might of the Scions remains unknown to us, we are no longer the individuals we were a year ago. Krillin clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Indeed, we must safeguard our planet. We cannot allow our home to be ravaged. Yamcha, brimming with fighting spirit, declared, "Let those Scions witness the prowess of Earth's warriors." Nearby, Din waved his small fists, affirming, "We can certainly do this." In these final days, they continued to refine their training outcomes, diligently honing their physical prowess, energy control, combat techniques, and mental fortitude. They poured their last drops of fervor upon the sacred temple, preparing thoroughly for the imminent life-and-death clash. Their hearts filled with love for Earth and an unwavering determination for victory, eagerly awaiting the Scion's arrival. On the moon, Shang Yun, enveloped in a protective aura, sat cross-legged with his palms together, his eyes closed. The faint glow hovering 3 feet above his head was barely perceptible. Just recently, on the night of the full moon, as the radiant moonlight bathed Shang Yun, he felt his spirit rise like a clear spring, gradually ascending to the void above. His heart brimmed with an unprecedented tranquility and rationality, his emotions under his control, like docile sheep, no longer reckless. Shang Yun was filled with gratitude for the universe's revelations and contentment for his steadfastness. As his cultivation of the Zen heart, 3 feet divine deepened. The light above his head grew fainter until it completely merged into the void, signifying the culmination of his training. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving mastery in the martial technique, Zen heart, 3 feet divine. Ding! Friendly reminder, gaining power through emotion is ultimately not the righteous path. Please use the Zen heart, 3 feet divine with caution until mastery is complete, to avoid emotional loss of control, backlash, and descent into the demonic path. It seems the risk of succumbing to darkness has increased. Indeed, one cannot solely pursue strength. Gohan, a child possessing the Scion bloodline, yet inherently kind and gentle, was led by Piccolo down a thorny and challenging path of training. I believe you have been informed. Your father has perished. Papa. Upon hearing the news of Goku's demise, Gohan was at a loss, only able to weep uncontrollably. Silence. Do not cry. Piccolo bellowed impatiently. Goku's comrades will gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. In a year, 2 even more powerful Scions will arrive on Earth. I will train you to become a formidable warrior to resist the Scions. Me? I cannot fight. I have not trained. My dream is to become a great scholar. Do not worry. Once we defeat the Scions, you may aspire to be anything you wish. Piccolo seized Gohan and hurled him towards a distant peak. Do not underestimate yourself. Let me show you just how terrifying your potential is. Suddenly hurled towards the mountain peak, Sun Wukong closed his eyes in fear, letting out a cry to mask the terror surging within him. Yet, in an instant, his inner fury was ignited, his fists clenched, and energy waves radiated from his body, striking the mountain with a thunderous roar, shattering it to pieces. This little fellow's power exceeds my expectations, Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the obliterated mountain. Do you see? This is your potential. Come, let us begin your training. Piccolo approached slowly, lifting the now normal Sun Wukong, who had fallen to the ground. Wait, I'm hungry. Wukong protested, how troublesome. Chapter 56. The training of Sun Wukong. Reluctantly, Piccolo prepared roasted fish for Sun Wukong, meticulously dividing it into small portions. After their meal, the two began to grow familiar with each other. Being a child, Wukong no longer harbored excessive resistance towards Piccolo. From this day forth, your training will be akin to enduring hell, Piccolo declared, his stern visage betraying no emotion. His dark green skin exuded an air of authority. Standing atop a towering sand dune, his figure resolute against the howling winds and swirling sands, resembling an unyielding statue. The training grounds Piccolo selected for Sun Wukong were often the vast and scorching desert. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, a colossal orb radiating relentless fury, casting down searing rays without reservation. The endless dunes shimmered in the sunlight, a dazzling expanse of gold, resembling a merciless ocean or a pitiless purgatory. The fierce winds roared, sweeping up clouds of yellow sand, akin to ferocious beasts rampaging through the sea of sand, stirring waves that obscured the sky, plunging the entire desert into chaos and obscurity. Gazing upon this terrifying desert, Sun Wukong's small face was etched with fear and trepidation. "Uncle Piccolo, this desert is so hot. I feel as though I can scarcely breathe." His voice was feeble and powerless amidst the shrieking winds, nearly drowned out by the tempest. Piccolo, however, remained unmoved, his gaze cold and resolute. "If you cannot endure this heat, you will meet certain death when confronting a scion. Here, you must learn to find water and discern direction. These are the essential skills for survival in the desert." After subjecting Sun Wukong to a period of physical training, Piccolo cast him into the depths of the desert and vanished. Alone, Wukong stood amidst the sea of sand, surrounded by desolation and silence. He gazed up at the sky, where the relentless sun scorched him, as if seeking to extract every drop of moisture from within. His throat felt parched, burning with thirst, each swallow bringing excruciating pain. The scorching sands beneath his feet were searing, penetrating through his shoes, making it feel as if he were walking upon embers. Sun Wukong's steps grew increasingly heavy. Each stride felt as though it drained the last vestiges of his strength. Yet, recalling Piccolo's words, he steeled himself and began to rely on his memory to seek out potential sources of water. He struggled to ascend the dunes, the fierce winds relentlessly whipping the golden sands against his face, inflicting sharp pain. His eyes could barely open, squinting into the blurred horizon in search of even the faintest hint of a clue. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at last, he stumbled upon a small patch of damp sand sheltered from the wind. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he quickly crouched down, desperately digging with his hands. Sweat drenched his garments, cascading down his cheeks and dropping onto the parched sands, only to be absorbed instantly. After a protracted and arduous excavation, he finally unearthed a murky pool of water. Sun Wukong eagerly scooped up the water, disregarding the silt, and drank it in one swift motion. Though the water was far from pristine, it felt like a life-giving elixir, barely sustaining his strength and enabling him to escape this desolate desert. Piccolo had been watching from the skies, and once Sun Wukong emerged from danger, he led him to a shadowy valley, surrounded by towering peaks that pierced the clouds. The sheer cliffs were adorned with jagged rocks, resembling monstrous beasts looming over the valley below. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the valley, steeped in an eerie and terrifying aura. When the colossal creature, exuding an aura of ferocity, materialized before Wukong, its massive form nearly filled half the valley. The creature's eyes glowed a menacing crimson, exhaling waves of hot breath, while its razor-sharp claws carved deep grooves into the earth, producing a chilling sound. Sun Wukong stood before the beast, his legs trembling involuntarily. "Uncle Piccolo, I am so frightened," he confessed, his voice quaking noticeably. "Wukong, this is your adversary. Do not expect my assistance," Piccolo replied coldly. Standing atop a boulder with his arms crossed over his chest, his expression stern and unyielding as he observed the confrontation between Wukong and the monstrous foe. Taking a deep breath, Wukong summoned his courage and charged at the beast. Initially, his attacks were erratic, each punch tinged with hesitation and fear. The beast easily evaded his strikes, then lunged forward with a swipe of its claw, generating a howling wind. Wukong narrowly sidestepped the blow, the sharp claws grazing perilously close to his body. "Focus. Observe its movements," Piccolo shouted, his voice echoing through the valley like thunder, reaching Wukong's ears. Determined to regain his composure, Wukong began to analyze the beast's attack patterns. He noticed that the creature would slightly crouch before each strike, so he patiently awaited his moment. Finally, after the beast missed its mark, Wukong seized the opportunity, channeling all his strength into a powerful blow. His fist, accompanied by a rush of wind, struck the beast's vulnerable spot with tremendous force. The creature let out a pained roar, its enormous body swaying before it crashed to the ground. As Wukong gazed at the fallen beast, A tumult of emotions surged within him. There was joy in overcoming his opponent, yet also a profound reflection on the harshness of his training. This period of rigorous discipline had transformed Sun Wukong from an innocent child into a formidable warrior. In this arduous journey filled with challenges and tribulations, he persistently transcended his own limits, both physically and mentally. All of this was merely to safeguard the beloved Earth and his family in the impending crisis posed by the Psiots, instilling within him a flicker of confidence and courage when confronted by such formidable adversaries. As time progressed, Son Gohan continued to evolve under the tutelage of Piccolo. Their training grounds were ever-changing. At times, they found themselves in the midst of a tempestuous wilderness, where icy raindrops struck like bullets against their skin, and the muddy terrain rendered every step excruciatingly arduous. At other times, they ventured into the silent depths of a nocturnal forest, where darkness concealed myriad unknown dangers, and eerie sounds echoed, testing Gohan's bravery and vigilance. During one particular training session in the forest, Piccolo devised a challenge, prompting Gohan to seek out a mysterious orb imbued with potent energy concealed within the woods. Stepping into the profound thicket felt akin to entering a realm of demons. Twisted vines coiled like serpents, shadowy trees loomed like specters, and the mire resembled a monstrous beast ready to engulf him, while scorpions lurked in the shadows like deadly arrows. Each moment fraught with peril that chilled the spine. Chapter 57. The Kaioken navigating through the dense foliage. Gohan found himself surrounded by towering, lush trees whose intertwined branches obscured the sky, allowing only sporadic beams of light to filter through, creating patches of illumination upon the forest floor. The accumulation of decaying leaves beneath his feet emitted a pungent aroma, each step akin to sinking into a quagmire. Suddenly, Gohan sensed a formidable aura stirring nearby. He halted, alert, scanning his surroundings. At that moment, a gigantic spider creature descended slowly from the trees, its body as large as a house, its hairy legs brushing against the trunk with a rustling sound, 8 eyes glimmering with an eerie luminescence. Gohan, this is one of your trials during this training. Vanquishing it will grant you the orb. Piccolo's voice resonated from the depths of the woods. Gohan clenched his fists, his gaze shifting from initial trepidation to resolute determination. He boldly launched an assault on the arachnid, skillfully utilizing the environment of the forest to evade its attacks while searching for vulnerabilities. After an intense battle, Gohan ultimately identified the creature's weakness, delivering a decisive blow that secured him the mysterious orb, thus completing this rigorous trial. The sky of planet King Kai was a spectacle of resplendence, with vibrant streams of energy intertwining like a canvas splashed with colors by divine hands. Occasionally, meteors streaked across the heavens, trailing long tails that illuminated the sky momentarily, leaving behind fleeting yet brilliant memories of light. Upon this enigmatic planet, it seemed as though every inch of space was infused with a rich, extraordinary energy available for the cultivation of those who sought to harness it. Upon his arrival at King Kai's planet, Goku found himself weighed down by the planet's gravity, rendering him nearly powerless. His spirit struggled to acclimate, each step a battle against an invisible force. At that moment, a diminutive figure of peculiar appearance emerged before him. It was the king of the universe. The king possessed elongated ears and a lively tail, his gaze imbued with profound wisdom and authority. Son Goku, you reckless one, while your courage is commendable, you exhibit a blatant disregard for the consequences. The king's voice resonated deep within Goku's soul. Goku scratched his head, revealing his signature, endearing smile. Your Excellency, the situation was dire, and I could only think of preventing Raditz from continuing his malevolent deeds. Surrounding the king's abode were 2 extraordinary pets. One was a colossal Babirusis, its massive frame reminiscent of a mountain, its thick fur shimmering under the light of King Kai's planet. The other, a ferocious creature resembling a rabbit, was a Giragirai, its eyes blazing like flames, exuding an intimidating aura with every leap. Upon spotting Goku, they displayed a wary demeanor. The Babirusa let out a deep growl that seemed to tremble the very ground, while the Giragirai bounded about, baring its fangs in an attempt to intimidate the unexpected visitor. Goku, undeterred by their hostility, understood that the hearts of animals could be swayed by sincerity. He gradually crouched down, emanating an aura of goodwill, his eyes radiating warmth and friendliness. The Babirusa sensed this sincerity, gradually calming down, its heavy breaths becoming more measured. Seizing the opportunity, Goku cautiously approached and gently stroked the Babirusa's fur. The creature blissfully squinted its eyes, emitting a low, rumbling purr, as if expressing its enjoyment. Observing this, the Guriguri softened its demeanor as well, curiously hopping to the king's side, its gaze fixed on Goku. The king observed the interaction between Goku and his pets, nodding slightly, his fondness for this earthling growing. Son Goku, now that you have arrived here, you must engage in diligent training. First, you must acclimatize to the gravity of this place. Only by establishing a firm footing in such a powerful gravitational environment can you pursue more advanced cultivation, the king declared gravely. He informed Goku that the gravity on King Kai's planet was 10 times that of Earth, and that the Scion's homeworld shared the same gravitational intensity. This revelation weighed heavily on Goku, prompting him to embark on the arduous task of adapting to the gravity. He began with the most fundamental stance, legs slightly apart, knees bent, striving to adjust his center of gravity. Each second was a fierce battle against gravity, sweat beading on his forehead, though he was in a spiritual state. The fatigue and soreness felt undeniably real within his consciousness. Gradually, he managed to take a small step, then 2, and then 3. His form moving slowly across the soil of King Kai's planet, each step leaving a deep imprint. As Goku gradually acclimated to the gravity, the king began to impart to him a formidable technique known as the Kaioken. This technique could instantaneously enhance his combat prowess, with the magnitude of the increase dependent on his inherent abilities. However, with each increment, the strain on his body would intensify significantly. When executing the technique, one must concentrate their entire essence, unleashing power from the Dantian while maintaining a tranquil state of mind. Otherwise, one may easily be overwhelmed by their own strength. The King of the Worlds explained in detail while demonstrating the technique. A faint glow emanated from his body, and his aura surged instantly, causing the surrounding air to be compressed by an immense force, producing a sizzling sound. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with desire for this new technique, and he immediately began to practice as instructed by the king. He first closed his eyes, calming his mind to sense the flow of energy within his soul. Gradually, he gathered his essence to the Dantian, exerting a sudden force while shouting, "King's Fist." A surge of power erupted from within him, his hair billowing in the wind, and a faint light enveloped his body. However, in an instant, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, causing his body to sway dangerously. Haha, Sun Wukong. Such an effect on your first attempt is commendable, yet you must continue to practice diligently, the king encouraged. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong persisted in his training on King's planet, each time executing the king's fist while sensing the changes in power, striving to better align his body and soul with the formidable impact. As he delved deeper into the training of the king's fist, he began to attempt amplifying its potency. To perform a double version of the king's fist, he dedicated considerable time and effort. While practicing this enhanced technique, his body endured immense pressure, his muscles taut, and his veins felt as if they might burst. Nevertheless, through sheer tenacity, he repeatedly surpassed his limits. Chapter 58, Spirit Bomb. As Sun Wukong acclimated to the gravity and honed his king's fist, the King of the Worlds introduced him to another formidable technique, the Spirit Bomb. The Spirit Bomb is a powerful technique formed by gathering the life force of all living beings. You must open your heart and perceive the surrounding energy with the purest of intentions, be it mountains, rivers, flora, or fauna, all are imbued with vital essence. When you establish a mental connection with them, they will continuously bestow their energy upon you. The king sat patiently on his little mushroom house, elucidating the technique. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to calm his mind in accordance with the king's teachings, striving to attune to the energy fluctuations of King's planet. Initially, his mind was chaotic, only able to grasp faint traces of energy, akin to distant, elusive whispers. Yet, he did not relent. He adjusted his breathing to attain greater serenity. Gradually, he began to sense the rhythmic vitality of the surrounding plants and trees, their life force flowing toward him like a gentle stream. He extended his hands, palms upward, attempting to coalesce this energy. Slowly, a faint orb of light formed in his palms. Although still unstable, it marked a promising beginning. During breaks in his training, Sun Wukong engaged the king in conversation, filled with curiosity about the king's experiences and the history of King S planet. King, have you always resided on this planet? Have you ever visited Earth? Sun Wukong inquired with wide eyes. The king of the universe gazed into the distance, lost in contemplation. I have spent countless years on this King S planet, safeguarding this realm. Earth, I have observed from afar. It is a vibrant and lively world. Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully, reminiscing about his loved ones and friends back on Earth. I yearn to grow stronger swiftly so that I may return to protect the Earth. My friends are still waiting for me. I cannot allow them to come to harm. The king of the universe, noticing the determination in Sun Wukong's eyes, smiled and said, as long as you persist in your training, you will undoubtedly fulfill your aspirations. Days passed, and Sun Wukong became increasingly adept at the King S fist technique, having mastered the ability to perform a double King S fist with relative ease. During one training session on the plains of King S planet, he took a deep breath, his energy surging instantaneously. Double King S fist, he shouted, and the brilliance surrounding him intensified, power erupting forth. He moved swiftly, his punches like the wind, each strike imbued with formidable strength, tearing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Yet, he was not satisfied. His ambitions soared higher. He endeavored to break through to the realm of the quadruple King S fist. As he unleashed the full force of the quadruple King S fist, the very fabric of space seemed to warp under the pressure of his power. His body bore immense strain, as if it might be torn apart by this force. Yet his gaze remained unwavering. He gritted his teeth, with only one conviction in his heart, to grow stronger. Sun Wukong, you must not rush your progress. Though your body and spirit are continuously strengthening, you must adhere to the principles of training, the king advised from the sidelines. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, gradually dissipating the energy of the King S fist. Yes, my lord, I understand. I simply wish to acquire the strength to protect Earth more swiftly. I fear that if I delay my return, Earth may face calamity. In his training with the spirit bomb, Sun Wukong made significant strides as well. He discovered that when he communicated with the myriad beings on King S planet with sincerity, they were willing to share their energy with him. He traversed the woods of King S planet, conversing with ancient trees and engaging with lively creatures. He gathered the energy he collected in his hands, forming a radiant orb of energy that emanated a mysterious and powerful aura. As he amassed more energy, the orb grew in size, its brilliance becoming ever more resplendent. Sun Wukong also interacted more frequently with the King S pet. He played simple games with Baburus, tossing stones to each other to hone his reflexes. Baburus would swing his massive arms, launching stones toward Sun Wukong like cannonballs, to which Sun Wukong would nimbly leap to evade, swiftly retrieving the stones to throw them back. Gregory would often pester Sun Wukong to recount tales of Earth. Sun Wukong would sit upon the ground, vividly describing the mountains and rivers of Earth, his friends, and the thrilling battles he had experienced. Gregory listened intently, eyes wide open, as if transported into the wondrous world of Earth. Earth must certainly be a place teeming with vitality and energy, the king reflected, listening to Sun Wukong's vivid descriptions. Indeed, O Lord of the Kai, there lies the abode of my beloved and those who cherish me. I must return. With clenched fists, Sun Wukong resolved to journey back. Through relentless practice and communion, he experienced a tremendous leap in power and cultivated a more tranquil state of mind. He comprehended that strength is not solely for combat, but fundamentally for protection. He learned to sense the vitality of life within his training and discovered the essence of harmony and coexistence through interactions with the myriad beings on King Kai's planet. The time he spent in this realm would become a solid foundation for confronting formidable foes in the future. He resembled a star, gradually becoming resplendent through refinement. Awaiting the moment of his return to the Earth's sky, he understood that his mission was far from complete, and his training on King Kai's planet was merely a significant waypoint in his extensive journey. In this world of tenfold gravity, he sought to unearth the limitless potential within his soul, bearing the teachings of the Kai, the newly acquired techniques, and the bonds forged with his companions as he prepared to return to Earth and vanquish the invading Psiots. As time progressed, Sun Wukong's training on King Kai's planet entered a new phase. His mastery of the Kaioken had reached considerable heights, allowing him to transition effortlessly between the first and second levels, while he strived to achieve even greater multipliers. During a confrontation with the planet's harsh climate, He unleashed the threefold Kaioken, powerful energy enveloping him to form a shield against the onslaught of fierce winds, torrential rains, and thunderous lightning. The gale howled, attempting to topple him, yet he stood resolutely, like an immortal monument on King Kai's planet. In his cultivation of the spirit bomb, Sun Wukong had become adept at harnessing the energy of King Kai's planet, compressing it into a formidable energy sphere. In his exchanges with King Kai, he absorbed profound knowledge about cosmic energy and soul cultivation. The Kai revealed to him that every soul harbors immense energy, and by awakening and mastering this energy, one can transcend their limits. Thus, Sun Wukong began to delve into the mysteries of soul energy, meditating alone atop a mountain during the tranquil nights of King Kai's realm. Attuning himself to the rhythm of his own spirit, his bond with Barbarous and Guriguri deepened significantly. Barbarous became his training partner, utilizing its immense strength to engage in sparring sessions, aiding him in mastering the application of power. Meanwhile, Guriguri accompanied him during his soul energy training, employing its unique perceptive abilities to safeguard Sun Wukong from external disturbances. Sun Wukong sensed that the day of his return to Earth drew ever closer. His heart brimmed with longing for his family and friends, while simultaneously harboring anticipation for the challenges ahead. Every moment of training on King Kai's planet was dedicated to ensuring that, upon his return to Earth, he could defeat the invading Scions and protect all that he held dear. Atop the secluded, mist-shrouded mountains, Piccolo was rigorously training the young, yet immensely promising Gohan. A solitary peak pierces the heavens, akin to a sword cleaving the vast sky. Its sheer cliffs rise 1,000 fathoms, steep and sharply hewn, with rugged crags reminiscent of a giant's axe. The distant summits brush against the sky, while gnarled pines hang precariously from the precipices. These sparse, ancient trees take root in the crevices of the rock, standing resolutely against the biting northern winds, their twisted branches adorned with frost-laden needles. The summit vanishes into the clouds, merging with the firmament, where only the long winds howl past, accentuating its lofty and perilous nature. It resembles a colossal titan, standing apart from the world, bearing witness to the vicissitudes of time in this vast, desolate expanse, narrating tales of endless solitude and pride. Ah, Gohan, if you wish to survive in this perilous world and safeguard all that you hold dear, you must endure countless trials, overcoming the dual limits of body and spirit. Piccolo's expression remains stern, yet a glimmer of hope for Gohan's future shines within his eyes. With a sudden motion, Piccolo seizes Gohan as one might lift a chick, then, channeling strength from his core, hurls Gohan towards a boulder atop the mountain. The small figure of Gohan flails helplessly through the air, accompanied by the rush of wind. And with a resounding thud, he lands heavily beside the stone, sending a cloud of dust into the air. As nightfall descends like ink, the temperature at the summit plummets, and the cold wind becomes increasingly biting. Exhausted, Gohan's eyelids grow heavy, and he succumbs to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Piccolo sits cross-legged, rising slowly into the air, hovering above like a statue in the night. His dark green form blends seamlessly with the shadows, his piercing gaze fixed on the slumbering Gohan below. Though a pang of reluctance stirs within him, he understands that only through such harsh trials can Gohan's latent power be awakened. At this moment, a luminous moon ascends silently into the sky, its full orb resembling a perfectly crafted jade disc, flawless and sumptuous, captivating and intoxicating in its beauty. The earth appears cloaked in a dreamlike frost, with all things revealed in this crystalline radiance. The moon's silhouette, akin to a masterfully sculpted masterpiece, enchants all who gaze upon it, drawing them into its ethereal embrace. Awakened by an urgent need, Gohan rubs his eyes groggily and stumbles to his feet. Unintentionally, he looks up at the luminous moon hanging high above. In an instant, a mysterious and potent force surges within him like a tidal wave. The Scion blood coursing through his veins ignites, and the moonlight casts a powerful glow, acting as a key to forbidden doors, penetrating Gohan's very being and sweeping through him like wildfire. Before long, Gohan's body begins to swell at an astonishing rate, muscles inflating as if filled with air, bones cracking as though being reshaped. His eyes become engulfed in a sea of crimson, and a deep, primal roar escapes his lips as he transforms into a colossal, ferocious great ape. Piccolo, startled by this sudden upheaval, feels a jolt of fear as he beholds Gohan's towering form. exuding an overwhelming aura of rage. Wherever Gohan treads, boulders are effortlessly tossed aside, some crushed to dust beneath his immense hands. The mountains trembled violently under his relentless fury, as if on the brink of collapse. The sheer magnitude of this force was utterly terrifying. If he continued his unrestrained destruction, the Earth might face annihilation long before the Scions arrived to invade. Piccolo's heart raced with anxiety, his thoughts galloping like wild stallions. The memory of his battle against Raditz alongside Goku surged into his mind. Raditz's arrogant yet foreboding words echoed in his ears. On the night of the full moon, the Scions are at their most powerful, and in that moment, we shall be invincible. At this instant, Piccolo realized that the source of all this chaos lay in that accursed moon and Gohan's tail. He endeavored to approach Gohan, fully aware that only by halting Gohan's reckless actions could he save the Earth from impending doom. Like a specter, he darted through the air, searching for an opening in Gohan's onslaught. However, after transforming into a giant ape, Gohan's power surged, and his attacks became utterly erratic. Each punch unleashed a howling gale, the force of his colossal fists slicing through the air like blades, making it nearly impossible for Piccolo to close the distance. Each time he drew near, Gohan's formidable attack waves forced him to retreat, narrowly avoiding blows from Gohan's massive arms, which were as thick as pillars. The consequences of being struck would be dire. What to do? Was there truly no way out? Sweat beaded on Piccolo's forehead, glistening like pearls in the moonlight. He spiraled rapidly in the air, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. His gaze frequently fell upon Gohan's swaying tail, and a thought flashed through his mind. Severing the tail might restore him to normalcy. Yet, Gohan was in a state of extreme rage. Forcibly cutting it could severely injure him during his struggle. Piccolo's heart waged a fierce battle within, his hands instinctively clenching and releasing. Suddenly, a glint of determination sparkled in Piccolo's eyes. Only by obliterating the moon could he potentially sever the source of this power. Chapter 60. The Return of Shang Yun. Piccolo took a deep breath and slowly descended, his feet firmly planted on a massive rock atop the mountain. With swift motion, he extended his hands forward, palms facing each other, as the energy within him surged forth like a raging river. A dazzling sphere of energy quickly formed in his palms, and with each infusion of power, its brilliance intensified, ionizing the surrounding air with a crackling sound. A grave expression settled on Piccolo's face as he clenched his teeth and let out a furious roar. Disperse. The shockwave shot forth like a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky, bearing the momentum of devastation as it surged towards the lofty moon. With a deafening roar, the moon shattered under the might of the shockwave, countless fragments scattering like meteors into the depths of the cosmos, and the once luminous moonlight vanished completely in that moment. With the continuous radiance of the full moon lost, the tempestuous power within Sun Wukong seemed to be extracted from its very foundation. His body began to gradually diminish, muscles relaxing slowly, and the crimson hue in his eyes faded away. Before long, he reverted to his original, youthful, and endearing form, and soon his legs buckled, sending him into a deep slumber. Piccolo gently descended beside Sun Wukong, his heart entwined with mixed emotions as he gazed at the sleeping figure. The Scions could harness the moon's power to become so formidable, had I not destroyed the moon in time. Any future confrontations with other Scions would have led to utter despair. Piccolo crouched down, tenderly stroking Sun Wukong's head, a pang of guilt swelling within him. Wukong, this is also to protect you, to safeguard the Earth. I had no other choice. As Piccolo rose, his gaze fell upon the now still tail behind Sun Wukong. He extended his hand, slowly grasping the tail, and with a slight tug, he severed it. Observing the smoothness of Wukong's form, Piccolo pondered for a moment before extending his right hand, murmuring incantations. A radiant aura emanated from his hand, and a battle suit similar to that of Sun Wukong gradually materialized around him, though the insignia on the chest and back was replaced with a prominent character for demon. Piccolo then summoned a sword glimmering with a cold light from the void, placing it beside Wukong. Wukong, may you soon become truly powerful. The road ahead remains long. Piccolo lifted his gaze to the moonless night sky, silently contemplating future battles with the Scions. He understood that this was merely the beginning, and Wukong would be the key force for Earth in its confrontation with the Scions. He must train Wukong more rigorously, ensuring he could stand alone in the face of future crises. Enlightenment does not require a lotus seat. Even amidst the mundane, one can attain Zen. Shang Yun stood upon the barren and expansive land of the moon, enveloped by an endless silence. His figure appeared diminutive yet resolute against the silver-gray lunar soil. Here, there was no clamor of earth, no sounds of wind or rain, nor any whispers of living beings, for the cosmos was indeed a vast and silent expanse. The distant and radiant sun, a colossal sphere of fire, incessantly emitted light and warmth, its brilliance traversing the boundless starry sky to reach Shang Yun. In this tranquility, his gaze traversed among other celestial bodies, those bright and dim stars, each resembling a mysterious world filled with infinite unknowns. In this soundless universe, Shang Yun's ears were no longer disturbed by external noises, allowing him to turn his focus inward. He could clearly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, steady and rhythmic, echoing like the primordial drumbeats of the universe. With each heartbeat came a tide of thoughts, as he began to delve deep within himself, examining his past, present, and future. As time flowed on this serene lunar surface, Shang Yun's realms of heavenly sight and hearing quietly ascended. His heavenly sight could pierce through the cosmic mists, perceiving subtle changes in distant star systems, as if the flickering lights concealed the secrets of the universe's birth and evolution. The celestial ear granted him the ability to perceive the faintest whispers from the depths of his soul, a profound spiritual resonance that transcended the material realm, heralding his union with the cosmos. Ding! Congratulations, host. The realms of the heavenly eye and heavenly ear have been elevated. The mechanical voice of 9527 interrupted Shang Yun's meditation, prompting him to relinquish his forced concentration and awaken from his cultivation. Is he still unable to break through? It seems his innate aptitude is insufficient. He remains unable to achieve a new level of enlightenment. Should he return to seek the Dragon Balls and request Shinran to transform his potential into that of a supreme being? Awakening from his practice, Shang Yun appeared to have encountered a bottleneck, rendering him incapable of calming his mind for further cultivation. Perhaps it would be best to abandon such an obsession with power, as 9527 would remind him that such relentless pursuit could disrupt his mental state, increasing the risk of succumbing to darkness. He feared the possibility of truly descending into madness. If his strength were to diminish or the system were to abandon him, it would be a devastating loss. Rising to his feet, Shang Yun stood upon the lunar surface, gazing at the sun, reflecting, at least it was not without merit. Indeed, during this lunar journey, Shang Yun not only forged the Zen Heart 3-foot deity, but also mastered his cultivation to perfection. He refined the techniques of the Void Spirit domain and the Zen Awareness Spirit Avoidance technique, which could transport others when enacted, albeit with increased mental strain proportional to the number of individuals involved. Furthermore, while manifesting the Void Spirit domain, he no longer needed to sit cross-legged, but could move freely. However, it could only absorb and transform energy attacks. Opponents could enter the energy shield and engage Shang Yun in close combat. Yet those who entered would find their internal energy gradually siphoned by Shang Yun's conscious manipulation. This meant the larger they were, the more fatigued they would become, while Shang Yun could potentially redirect their energy attacks back at them. As this realization dawned upon him, a smile involuntarily spread across Shang Yun's face, followed by a hearty laugh. Just as he reveled in his amusement, a flicker of light caught his peripheral vision, and an inexplicable sense of danger surged within him like a tidal wave. Fortunately, Shang Yun remained in the state of the Zen Heart 3-foot deity, unaffected by emotion. Zen Awareness Spirit Avoidance. Just as the dazzling light wave was about to strike the moon, Shang Yun executed the combat technique, Zen Awareness Spirit Avoidance. His form twisted like a wisp of blue smoke, teleporting rapidly at the critical moment. In an instant, Shang Yun found himself in the void not far away. Almost immediately after he departed, the terrifying wave of attack, imbued with overwhelming force, crashed down. Accompanied by a blinding radiance, the moon was vaporized into oblivion. Staring blankly at the spot where the moon had once existed, Shang Yun murmured, "The moon has been attacked. Only those few could obliterate it." And the motive to destroy the moon could only be Gohan transforming into a great ape. No. Goku and Chi-Chi would know that Gohan would transform upon seeing the full moon. They surely wouldn't let him gaze upon it. Moreover, the aura from the light wave was unmistakably that of Piccolo. This is bad. The Scions have arrived. Chapter 61. Communication of combat techniques. Shang Yun contemplated the reason behind the moon's assault, surmising it was to thwart the scions from transforming into great apes. The battle must have commenced, yet the whereabouts of the battlefield remained unknown. With urgency, he soared towards Earth, directing his flight towards the heavenly temple. Knowing that the deity would surely be attentive to the battlefield and would possess knowledge of its location. Upon arriving at the heavenly temple, Shang Yun beheld a fierce confrontation among 4 warriors, Tian Xinhan, Yamcha, Krillin, and Kaiatsu. Sensing his presence, the 4 ceased their skirmish and turned to regard him. Shang Yun, you've returned? Krillin exclaimed, recognizing him and rushing forward to embrace him, tears streaming as he cried out, Shang Yun, Goku is dead. As Krillin knocked him to the ground, thoughts raced through Shang Yun's mind. Could it be true that Goku had perished? The 4 still engaged in training suggested that Raditz had indeed arrived, yet Vegeta and Nappa had yet to make their appearance. Everyone was diligently honing their skills in preparation for the impending Scion threat. The moon, it seemed, had been destroyed by Piccolo after Gohan transformed into a great ape. With this realization, Shang Yun felt a slight sense of relief. The situation had not yet reached its most dire state. He helped Krillin to his feet, soothing his distress. Krillin, aware of Goku's potential for resurrection, was simply overwhelmed by emotion upon seeing Shang Yun. After greeting the other 3, along with the deity and Mr. Popo, Shang Yun learned of the current circumstances. The time until the Scion's arrival was now less than a month. Shang Yun, your previous strength was on par with Goku's. And now that you've resumed your training, our chances of victory have increased, Yamcha declared with enthusiasm. Tien and Krillin's eyes brightened at this revelation, eager to respond. When the deity approached, leaning on his staff, Shang Yun, what is your current power level? He inquired. Indeed. Shang Yun, what is your current strength? Tian Shinan added. When you entered the heavenly temple, we momentarily failed to sense your energy, and even now, it is difficult to gauge your true strength. As for strength, I am uncertain of my current capabilities, Shang Yun replied. During this time, he had been diligently contemplating the Heart Sutra of Great Wisdom, elevating his mental state to an impressive level, believing he had nearly reached the pinnacle of mortal achievement. Should he advance further, he could transcend boundaries and attain the realms of Arhood or Immortal. Yet, the divide between the mortal and the celestial was vast, akin to the chasm between clouds and mud, especially for one like Shang Yun, who had grasped such insights with relative ease. However, the realm of thought did not equate to true power. Shang Yun's innate talents were limited, and the enhancement of his physical prowess was ultimately insufficient. Although he had progressed to the 4th tier of the Heart Sutra, his internal energy was gradually converting into true energy and beginning to nourish his innate qualities. The process remained sluggish. Given his original aptitude, any improvement would inevitably be constrained. Time. What he lacked most was time. I too am unsure of my current strength. My aptitude is limited, and my progress is gradual. My cultivation has become somewhat peculiar. My current state is that of refining emptiness to achieve unity, Shang Yun admitted. Closing his attributes panel and awkwardly scratching his head, smiling at the expectant gazes of his companions. Refining emptiness to achieve unity? What does that mean? It sounds impressive. Krillin asked with curiosity. In essence, it is about transcending the boundaries of mental communication and merging oneself into the void. Upon achieving complete success, one's prowess will experience a qualitative leap. However, prior to this success, there is little enhancement. Shang Yun gazed at the crowd and elucidated. Does that mean the dumpling wishes to convey something? Was interrupted by Tianjin Fan. Nonetheless, my techniques primarily emphasize defense and control, which should still prove effective, Shang Yun added. Not wishing to disappoint anyone, he continued, I have devised a unique combat technique that I can impart to you all, which should enhance our fighting capabilities. Very well. I too have created a technique. I would appreciate your insights on its potential improvements, Krillin chimed in, eager to alleviate any awkwardness among his comrades. Subsequently, Shang Yun explained the method of cultivating the Zen heart 3 feet divine. All present were formidable martial artists, and there was no need for extensive explanation from Shang Yun. They understood the profound impact emotions have on one's strength. However, excessive emotions could also impair training and decision-making during combat. Following Shang Yun's exposition, the crowd recognized the formidable nature of the Zen heart 3 feet divine and set aside their prior dismissiveness towards him. Krillin then shared his newly developed technique. the Qi Yuan Slash. This technique involves concentrating the internal energy within one's palm through mental fortitude, compressing it into a powerful energy sphere. By harnessing concentrated mental power, the compressed energy sphere is made to spin rapidly within the palm, the centrifugal force further compressing and condensing the energy. This technique endows the Qi Yuan Slash with formidable cutting and penetrating capabilities, shaping the high-speed spinning energy into a razor-thin disc, enhancing its slicing effectiveness. Ultimately, the Qi Yuan Slash is hurled forward in a straight line toward the enemy, its immense cutting and penetrating power capable of cleaving foes asunder. Upon hearing Krillin's description of the Qi Yuan Slash, the audience marveled at its astonishing destructive potential. Tianjin Fan then elaborated on the cultivation methods for the Qi Cannon and the Solar Fist. The Solar Fist involves transforming one's internal energy into light energy to produce a blinding flash that temporarily incapacitates the enemy. By placing both hands against the forehead and controlling the energy, the practitioner releases it in the form of light. The greater the energy's intensity, the more potent the resulting light, thus improving the blinding effect. Conversely, the Qi Cannon gathers and compresses energy between the hands, releasing it in an explosive manner to generate immense impact and destructive force, capable of subduing opponents whose strength far exceeds one's own. However, this technique is extremely taxing on stamina and, if not controlled properly, can pose a life-threatening risk. This bears some resemblance to the Kamehameha wave, albeit with greater power. The Kamehameha can be enhanced through charging, with its strength dependent on the user's energy intensity, resulting in comparatively less stamina expenditure than the new Qi Cannon. Shortly thereafter, Yamcha presented his perfected energy orb. He described the process of concentrating his entire energy into his right palm, forming an energy sphere. This energy accumulation requires intense mental focus and precise control over the energy to ensure its stable convergence within the palm, culminating in the formation of a potent energy sphere. While gathering energy, electrical power is also utilized to assist in the control and guidance of this energy. The interaction between electricity and energy enhances the stability and manipulability of the energy sphere, serving as a crucial factor in the unique effects achievable by the energy manipulation technique. Once the energy sphere is projected, it can be directed through the extension of the index and middle fingers, allowing it to deftly change direction mid-air, repeatedly assaulting the opponent, and even burrowing underground for surprise attacks. This precise control over the energy sphere necessitates formidable mental strength, rendering the energy manipulation technique a highly flexible and covert means of attack. Chapter 62. Breakthrough of the Mindset. Krillin, Yamcha, your techniques rely on mental strength for manipulation. Could they be combined? Suggested Shang Yun, intrigued by a question he had pondered in his previous life. If so, the energy blade could be maneuvered like the energy sphere, thus becoming even more powerful. Upon hearing Shang Yun's proposal, both men experienced a moment of enlightenment, clapping their hands in agreement. Consequently, they commenced training in combat techniques and engaged in fusion experiments, which consumed 2 days but ultimately ended in failure. Both techniques require substantial mental strength as a foundation, and merging them necessitates an even greater mental fortitude. Given their current abilities, it proved challenging for them to simultaneously manifest the high-speed rotating energy blade and control its direction at will. This explains why Krillin's energy blade possesses significant striking power but suffers from a singular attack trajectory, making it easily evaded, whereas Yamcha's energy sphere, while agile, lacks sufficient defensive strength. Speaking of mental strength, Jiaozi possesses remarkable mental prowess, having specialized in it. However, despite both techniques relying on formidable mental strength, the fundamental requirement remains a robust energy foundation. Jiaozi's insufficient power means that even when he attempts to execute the techniques, they manifest as weakened versions devoid of any real offensive capability. Nevertheless, the group did not leave empty-handed. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged insights on each other's techniques, allowing the energy blade to make slight directional adjustments after being unleashed, which was already impressive. Meanwhile, the energy sphere, through compression and condensation, became smaller, significantly enhancing its offensive capability and agility. Of course, Shang Yun's mental strength could enable him to execute both techniques simultaneously, but upon attempting this, he discovered that the inner energy within his dantian had not fully transformed into true energy. Regardless of which energy he utilized, his attack power fell short of Krillin's. As they exchanged ideas, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Shang Yun's mind. It seemed he had conceived something momentous. He promptly seated himself in a meditative posture, closed his eyes tightly, and joined his hands in prayer, even invoking the Zen mind of the 3-foot deity. Shang Yun, what is happening? Seeing the faint glow above Shang Yun's head, the group expressed their curiosity, prompting Krillin to step forward and inquire. Krillin, do not disturb him. Shang Yun appears to have gained insight, interjected Tianxin, demonstrating a deeper understanding of Shang Yun's state as he swiftly halted Krillin's intention to interfere. But what precisely is occurring with Shang Yun at this moment? What realization has he come to? Shang Yun has come to realize that his current state reflects the concept of the emptiness of the 5 aggregates. The 5 aggregates, namely form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness, encompass all material phenomena, including our physical bodies and the myriad elements of the external world. Form represents the tangible existence that we can perceive. However, Zen Buddhism posits that form is empty, indicating that these seemingly solid and real substances do not possess an independent, eternal essence. For instance, our bodies are composed of countless cells that constantly undergo metabolic changes. From birth to aging, the body is perpetually in flux, and there is no fixed entity that can be designated as the body. Feeling pertains to the sensations that arise from our sensory interactions with the external world, encompassing painful, pleasurable, and neutral experiences. When we savor a delightful dish, we feel joy. Conversely, we experience suffering in the face of setbacks. Yet, these feelings arise from the interplay of various conditions, fleeting and transient, lacking inherent existence. For example, the same cup of tea may taste fragrant and sweet when we are in high spirits, while it may seem bland and unremarkable when we are feeling downcast, illustrating that feelings do not possess an immutable essence. Perception arises from our feelings, giving rise to cognitive activities such as thoughts, imaginations, and concepts. We label, categorize, and judge phenomena, constructing various notions and ideological frameworks. However, these thoughts are shaped by subjective consciousness and past experiences, failing to represent the true nature of things. For instance, different individuals may perceive a flower differently due to cultural backgrounds and personal preferences. The concept of a flower is merely a human construct, devoid of an absolute, fixed essence, thus rendering perception empty. Mental formations primarily involve will and behavioral tendencies, prompting us to act, pursue goals, and make choices. Nonetheless, the emergence of these actions is also propelled by myriad conditions, lacking independence and permanence. For instance, an individual striving for fame and fortune is influenced by desires, aversions, and various factors such as social environment and familial background. When these conditions shift, the motivations and methods of behavior will likewise transform, indicating that mental formations too lack substantiality and are empty. Consciousness is the mental faculty through which various phenomena are recognized and discerned, encompassing visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, tactile, and mental consciousness. It relies on the other 4 aggregates for its existence and plays a pivotal role in perception and cognition, yet it is not an independently existing entity. For example, during deep sleep or a comatose state, the function of consciousness may temporarily cease or diminish, underscoring that consciousness also depends on specific conditions for its existence, and its essence is empty. However, the emptiness of the 5 aggregates reveals the nature of emptiness from the perspective of human sensations, cognition, and will. Thus, Shang Yun's practice has predominantly emphasized spiritual transcendence on the intellectual plane, while neglecting the material transcendence of the physical body. This recent exchange with others has led Shang Yun to realize that spirit and body are inherently one, necessitating a unified approach to cultivation. This revelation illuminated Shang Yun's understanding of why his progress remained stagnant. He realized that his comprehension of the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita was merely superficial. Within the emptiness of the 5 aggregates, there existed the emptiness of the 4 great elements. The 4 great elements refer to earth, water, fire, and wind. The earth element embodies solidity and the material characteristics of hard substances, such as bones and rocks. The water element symbolizes moisture and fluidity, akin to blood, bodily fluids, and the rivers, lakes, and seas of nature. The fire element signifies warmth and energy, encompassing body temperature and the heat of the sun. The wind element manifests as movement, the flow of gases, respiration, and the circulation of air. Zen Buddhism posits that all phenomena, including the human body, are composed of these four elements in a state of interdependence and combination. For instance, a house consists of various components: wood, earth, nails, earth, paint, water, warmth generated by its inhabitants, fire, and the circulation of air within, wind. There exists no eternal entity called a house independent of these elements. When these components disperse, the house ceases to exist. The human body follows the same principle. The four elements interrelate and interact throughout the life process, and upon the cessation of life, their separation leads to gradual decay and dissolution, thus affirming the emptiness of the four great elements. Chapter 63, Shangyun Strength. The concept of the five aggregates emphasizes the emptiness of the human body and mind as a whole, revealing the illusory nature of subjective experience and cognition of the world. Conversely, the emptiness of the four great elements focuses on the fundamental constituents of the material realm, elucidating the inherent emptiness of all things from an objective standpoint. Together, these concepts complement one another, aiding practitioners in profoundly grasping the essence of worldly phenomena, thereby liberating them from attachment and desire towards both the mind-body and the material world, guiding them towards the path of enlightenment and liberation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the profound meaning of the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita and the emptiness of the four great elements. Integrating this understanding with the emptiness of the five aggregates, elevating your state of mind to the realm of the emptiness of all phenomena. A friendly reminder: you have finally considered cultivating your physical form. Thankfully, you have not strayed too far from the path. Do remember that the harmonious cultivation of both spirit and body constitutes the true path. Shangyun never anticipated that one day he would be mocked by 9527. Ding! Congratulations, host. Leveraging the realm of the emptiness of all phenomena, you have creatively developed a new combat technique by combining the Solar Fist, Qi Yuan Slash, and Qi Bomb. This technique utilizes the Qi Yuan Slash as a medium, allowing for directional control post-execution, enabling self-detonation at will to inflict damage while emitting a blinding light to disrupt the opponent. Additionally, utilizing its high-speed rotational properties, it can be elevated to defend against incoming attacks. Please assign a name to this technique. Zen Essence, Yuan Light Shield Slash. Opening Attribute Panel. Host, Shangyun Age. 24 Mental Method. Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita Realm. Emptiness of all phenomena. All forms appear like dreams. The essence of dharmas cannot be confined. All are mere illusions scattered by the wind. Emptiness shines with a tranquil, profound rhythm. Demonic concealment. Ultimate emotion and nature. Forgetting emotion leads to severance of nature. Absolute detachment extinguishes nature. Divine ability. Heavenly eye. Able to perceive the joys and sorrows of sentient beings across the six realms. Witnessing all forms and colors in the world without obstruction. Currently, at the elementary level, one can perceive the inner emotional fluctuations of others within a radius of 1 kilometer. Awakened by compassion and mercy. The ability to hear the voices of beings across the six realms, encompassing their joys and sorrows, is also at an initial stage, allowing one to discern all sounds within the same distance. Furthermore, the knowledge of one's own and others' destinies across countless lifetimes is attainable at this basic level, facilitating an understanding of another's experiences in this lifetime. The practice of the Prajna Heart Sutra, at its fourth stage, is derived from the Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra, representing a supreme method of cultivating energy, currently at the stage of merging with the Tao. The martial technique, the Vajra Prajna Force, at its second stage, also stems from the Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra, embodying a supreme method to harness energy that can integrate with any combat skill, enhancing physical prowess immensely. When executed, a Vajra manifestation forms outside the body, capable of counteracting all damage until its dissolution, with no upper limit to its realm. However, the consumption of inner energy and spirit accelerates dramatically with each ascension and stage, doubling the enhancement of physical attributes from the previous level. With the enhancement of strength and an increase in combat methods, the subsequent task for Shangyun is to fully transform the inner energy within his dantian. Silently invoking the closure of his attributes panel, he opens his eyes, realizing he is now alone, as others have departed to train, uncertain of his awakening. Understanding that time is his most pressing scarcity, Shangyun seeks the celestial being, explaining his predicament and requesting entry into the house of spirit and time. In this realm, a single day equates to an entire year outside, with each individual permitted only 2 days in their lifetime. Having previously spent some time within, he knows he cannot remain for the full duration again. Soon, 2 days pass, and Shang Yun emerges from the house of spirit and time, his aura now subdued, resembling an ordinary person devoid of aggression. Indeed, Shang Yun has entirely transformed the inner energy in his dantian into true energy, seamlessly integrating the charging techniques of Tianjin Fan's martial skill, the Kamehameha, into the universal shocking palm, rendering the strikes swifter and more formidable, albeit with the potential risk of excessive energy consumption endangering his life. Shang Yun, you're out. How do you feel? Krillin inquires upon hearing the door creak open. Turning to face Shang Yun. Yes, Krillin, I sense my strength has increased. Shall we spar? Certainly. The others, including Tianjin Fan, pause upon hearing Shang Yun's challenge to Krillin. Krillin's demeanor shifts from playful to serious. He knows Shang Yun will not launch the first attack. Taking a deep breath, he initiates the confrontation, swiftly moving his palms as energy blasts soar toward Shang Yun like shooting stars. Upon witnessing the scene, Shang Yun made no attempt to evade. Instead, he clasped his hands together and shouted, Zen meditation in the void's spiritual domain. He charged forward to meet the energy blast head-on. A faint golden energy shield manifested 3 feet around him, effortlessly absorbing Klin's assault. The energy ball collided with the shield, producing not a sound, as it was seamlessly assimilated. Realizing this, Klin ceased his energy projectiles and swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a flurry of fierce punches and kicks, each strike accompanied by a rushing wind. Shang Yun raised his hands to counter, and their pace quickened with each exchange. Shang Yun, who typically surrendered during bouts, surprised everyone with his formidable prowess. Tianjin Fan watched Shang Yun skillfully engage Klin, exclaiming his admiration. He merely lacked a penchant for combat, but was far from inept. Being fellow disciples, Yamcha felt compelled to defend Shang Yun against any disparagement from Tianjin Fan. As the aerial duel continued, a noticeable shift occurred. Beads of sweat began to form on Klin's forehead, while Shang Yun appeared relatively at ease. Seizing an opportunity provided by Shang Yun's kick, Klin leapt from the energy shield, aware of its unparalleled defense. Without hesitation, he declared, "Receive my technique, Chi Elemental Slash." Stabilizing his stance, determination flashed in his eyes as he raised his right hand overhead, generating a swift vortex. Klin unleashed the Chi Elemental Slash towards Shang Yun in the air. Anticipating this, Shang Yun dodged swiftly, preparing to counterattack, only to see Klin subtly repositioning his right hand's index and middle fingers. Suddenly, realization struck Shang Yun, sending chills down his spine. Klin had gained the ability to slightly manipulate the direction of the Chi Elemental Slash, which had veered around and was now hurtling back toward Shang Yun's right side. Unprepared, and with the previous exchange indicating that the Zen meditation in the void's spiritual domain might not withstand this attack, he found himself at a critical juncture. In a moment of urgency, Shang Yun swiftly invoked the Zen Heart 3 feet divine, calming his emotions and restoring inner tranquility. He rapidly executed the Zen Awareness Spirit Evasion technique, successfully evading Klin's Chi Elemental Slash once more. "Where has he gone?" Yamcha exclaimed, astonished as Shang Yun seemingly vanished in an instant. "There." Tianjin Fan's eyes widened as he spotted Shang Yun appearing 100 meters away in the sky. How impressive. He seemed to vanish without a trace. How did he accomplish that? Jiaozi remarked, his expression one of disbelief. Was it sheer speed? Yamcha pondered aloud. No. This must be a technique of Shang Yun's, allowing him to instantaneously evade danger when threatened, Tianjin Fan thoughtfully explained. When we faced the formidable Demon King Piccolo together, Shang Yun employed a similar maneuver, but it seems he has extended the distance of his evasion. Moreover, the fellow Shang Yun has held back. I recall he possesses the ability to manipulate his position after evading an attack. If he were to appear behind Klin, just as Klin is reveling in his perceived victory, it would surely be a moment of dread. At this thought, Tianjin Fan's forehead began to bead with cold sweat. Indeed, Shang Yun is not someone to be trifled with lightly. Yamcha and Jiaozi were also struck with a chill at Tianjin Fan's vivid description. Upon locating Shang Yun's position, Klin surprisingly grasped his right wrist with his left hand, attempting once more to control the Chi Yuan Slash and alter its trajectory. At this juncture, Klin was drenched in perspiration, and his grim expression revealed that his mental stamina had reached its limit. The Qi Yuan slash carved an even larger arc through the air, once again hurtling toward Shang Yun. Exhausted from his overexertion, Klin collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Shang Yun was eager to test his new combat technique. With his eyes widening dramatically, a fierce light erupted within them as he called out, Zen Yuan Light Shield Slash. His right hand swung downward, fingers splayed wide. As the surrounding air seemed to congeal, delicate strands of light began to emanate from his palm, gradually coalescing into a shield that radiated a gentle aura, adorned with faint, ethereal patterns reminiscent of Zen philosophy. With another swift motion, Shang Yun propelled the Yuan light shield forward, directing it toward the approaching Qi Yuan slash. The two spirals of energy collided, producing a dazzling shower of sparks, and moments later, the Qi Yuan slash was deflected away. Watch out, Klin. Dodge. Just as the others were engrossed in the spectacle, Tianjin Fan suddenly shouted. They hurriedly turned their gaze toward Klin, only to realize that the Qi Yuan slash, having been redirected by the Yuan light shield, was now barreling toward the incapacitated Klin. With a throbbing headache and too weak to evade, Klin could only cross his arms defensively over his chest. As the others rushed to his aid, Shang Yun too perceived Klin's dire predicament. He clenched his right fist, extending his index and middle fingers to command the Yuan light shield to soar toward Klin with greater speed. No, Shang Yun, don't. Tianjin Fan and the others believed Shang Yun intended to once again deflect the Qi Yuan slash with the Yuan light shield. However, at this moment, the Qi Yuan slash was less than 3 meters from Klin. Even if the Yuan light shield could catch up, the outcome of their collision remained uncertain. With a mighty roar, Klin gathered energy in his arms to bolster his defense. In the blink of an eye, the Yuan light shield finally surpassed the Qi Yuan slash. Ya! Shang Yun shouted, as the Yuan light shield adjusted its position, standing upright just as the Qi Yuan slash was about to make contact with Klin, swiftly inserting itself between them. The cold, glimmering Qi Yuan slash collided with the Yuan light shield, which had initially held the advantage, now quaking violently under the fierce impact. The luminous surface of the shield began to fracture like a spider's web, the Zen patterns warping and distorting in response. The edges of the Qi Yuan slash scraped against the Yuan light shield, igniting sparks of energy that danced like stars. With each collision and friction, the brilliance of the Qi Yuan slash and the Yuan light shield diminished incrementally, while the contours of the two spirals gradually became indistinct. From their initially defined, lethal disc-like forms, they slowly twisted and warped, their dazzling radiance fading into obscurity. As more energy was expended, the rotation speed of the Qi Yuan slash steadily decreased, ultimately dissipating into the void amidst a faint ripple of energy. Simultaneously, a sharp yet muffled sound resonated, fracturing the Yuan light shield as cracks surged across its surface, scattering light and debris like shattered glass, which sparkled momentarily under the sun before slowly vanishing into the air. Observers watched with subdued expressions as the two spirals gradually disappeared, feeling the lingering energy fluctuations in the atmosphere, lost in contemplation. Krillin, are you all right? Shoyun fell beside Krillin, helping him up and inquiring about his injuries. Krillin, how are you? Are you okay? Prompted by Shoyun, the others rushed over to assess Krillin's condition. Fortunately, Krillin had merely exhausted his mental energy, and with a brief respite, he would recover. Shoyun, what was that technique you just used? It resembled Krillin's Qi Yuan slash quite closely, Yansho asked, relieved to see Krillin unharmed. Shoyun chuckled and explained, I combined your Qi Orb technique with Krillin's Qi Yuan slash execution, along with Tien's solar flare, and infused it with my own insights to create this move, which I call the Zen-inspired Yuan light shield slash. You're truly impressive, Yamcha admitted, acknowledging Shoyun's remarkable insight. The solar flare? I didn't notice any of its characteristics, Kaiatsu remarked, glancing at Tien and directing his question to Shoyun. My Yuan light shield can also self-detonate, causing damage while emitting a brilliant light akin to the solar flare. Shoyun responded, his gaze shifting toward Tien. Tien, sensing Shoyun's look, chose to ignore him, though he secretly admired the intricacies of the Yuan light shield. Tien, Yamchu, Kaiatsu, shall we have a sparring session as well? Shoyun proposed. I think I'll sit this one out. I can't even defeat Krillin, Yamcha declined, shaking his head vigorously. I won't fight either. Your mental energy surpasses mine, Kaiatsu added. also refusing. Everyone turned their gaze toward Tin, who, feeling the scrutiny, grew somewhat irritated, his forehead veins bulging as he glared at Shou Yun and declared, "Don't assume your combat skills completely counter mine. I'm not afraid to accept the challenge. Come on." With that, Tien stepped forward, his three eyes fixed on Shou Yun. Shou Yun smiled slightly, rising to face Tien's three eyes with narrowed ones of his own, as the surrounding air fell into a hushed stillness, as if time itself had frozen. Chapter 65. Confrontation with Tien in the Temple of the Gods. The atmosphere was tense, almost palpable, prompting even the god and Mr. Popo to emerge from the sanctuary. Krillin and the others held their breath, their eyes locked intently on the two adversaries standing off in the temple grounds. The prowess of Tianjin Fan is beyond question, renowned for his strength, second only to Sun Wukong and Piccolo. At this moment, he stands tall, his gaze revealing a composure and sternness forged in the crucible of battle. Opposite him, Shang Yun emanates an equally formidable aura, surrounded by a mysterious ripple of spiritual energy. Clearly having invoked the Zen Heart 3-feet deity, a testament to his respect and regard for Tianjin Fan. "Today, let us settle our unfinished business from the World Martial Arts Conference," he declares. Sensing Shang Yun's intent, Tianjin Fan's expression softened slightly, breaking the silence with a voice deep yet filled with power. Shang Yun smiles faintly. "That suits me well, Tianjin Fan. However, back then, I truly could not match you." In an instant, Tianjin Fan refrains from further words, his form blurring as he employs the void dance technique, soaring into the air and circling above. Gazing down upon Shang Yun, unyielding, Shang Yun lightly taps the ground, channeling his inner energy, and ascends gracefully, creating a standoff with Tianjin Fan. With a sharp glint in his eye, Tianjin Fan swiftly places his hands on his forehead, spreading his fingers wide as he chants, "Solar Fist." Instantly, his hands radiate an overwhelming brilliance, akin to miniature suns bursting forth, blinding light directed at Shang Yun. Shang Yun perceives a blinding white haze before him, the intensity nearly robbing him of sight. Yet, he is prepared. Closing his eyes, he reflects on his lapse in caution. Zen Void Spiritual Domain. A peculiar ripple emanates from his surroundings as a layer of pale golden spiritual energy envelopes him, effectively shielding against the searing sunlight. Seizing the moment of distraction caused by the solar fist, Tianjin Fan alters his stance, extending his index fingers towards Shang Yun, shouting, "Cavitation Wave." Multiple sharp energy beams erupt from his fingertips, slicing through the air like blades, hurtling towards Shang Yun. Although blind to the attack, Shang Yun, through his connection to the void spiritual domain, senses the encroaching peril. However, he does not evade. Instead, he channels the full force of the void spiritual domain. The beams strike the energy shield, creating ripples before dissipating. "Humph, quick on your feet," Tianjin Fan scoffs, stabilizing himself in midair, resolved to unleash an even greater technique. Suddenly, his back expands as muscles tense, and with a series of cracking sounds, 2 additional arms sprout from his back. 4 demon fists, he bellows, all 4 arms moving in unison, conjuring a flurry of afterimages in the air as they unleash a tempest of relentless assaults upon Shang Yun. Shang Yun slowly opens his eyes, determination flashing within. He swiftly moves his hands, forming 2 spirals of energy, invoking the Zen Essence Light Shield Slash. With a flick of his wrists, he sends the shield hurtling backward while charging forward to engage Tianjin Fan in battle. Tianjin Fan watches the spiraling shield with a grave expression. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of this technique, as all 4 of his arms exerted force simultaneously to fend off Shang Yun's relentless assaults, while also having to remain vigilant against the disturbances caused by the Yuan Guang shield. However, the speed and angles of the Yuan Guang shield were too swift and cunning, often darting between them just as Tianjin Fan was about to strike Shang Yun, even positioning itself directly in front of his fist to obstruct his attacks. Gradually, Tianjin Fan began to feel the strain. This cannot continue. He pondered silently, and suddenly a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. He halted his offensive, retreating to concentrate all his energy, enveloped by a brilliant golden aura. With a resounding shout, he unleashed the 4 bodies fist, instantly splitting his form into 4 identical Tianjin Fans, charging towards Shang Yun from 4 different directions. Shang Yun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a maneuver from Tianjin Fan. However, he quickly regained his composure. employing the Void Spirit domain with full force to engage in close combat with the 4 Tianjin fans. Within the Void Spirit domain, the energy consumption of Tianjin fan was accelerated, and Shang Yun adeptly converted this energy into his own attacks. Moreover, with 4 Tianjin fans, the rate of energy conversion was even more rapid. Over time, Tianjin fan felt a profound alarm as a powerful suction force tightly bound his body, causing his energy to deplete at an alarming rate. Observing this, Shang Yun smirked, concentrating his assault on 2 of the Tianjin fans while manipulating the Yuan Guang shield to strike the other 2. Just as the Yuan Guang shield was about to collide with Tianjin fan, a third eye on his forehead abruptly opened, emitting a brilliant beam of light towards the Yuan Guang shield. The clash of the beam with the shield generated a tremendous surge of energy, distorting the surrounding space. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of this energy wave, Tianjin fan broke free from the constraints of the Void Spirit domain. His 4 bodies swiftly converged, and after taking a deep breath, he slowly drew his hands apart in front of his chest, beginning to gather an overwhelmingly powerful energy. His expression grew solemn, for he understood that this technique would demand a significant toll on his stamina and vitality. Yet, he had no alternative at this juncture. Kamehameha, Tianjin fan roared, and a colossal beam of energy erupted between his hands, resembling a golden dragon, fierce and clawing as it lunged toward Shang Yun. The energy contained within the Kamehameha was immensely potent, ionizing the air along its path, which crackled with dazzling sparks. Shang Yun sensed the cataclysmic force of the Kamehameha and dared not underestimate it. Eager to test the might of the Kamehameha himself, he refrained from employing the Zen Perception Spirit Evasion technique, instead channeling all his true energy into the Void Spirit domain. The patterns on the energy barrier of the Void Spirit domain instantaneously became more solidified, glowing even more radiantly. Simultaneously, he pointed his hands, retracting the Yuan Guang shield that had been swirling around Tianjin fan, placing it defensively in front of his chest. The Kamehameha collided with the energy barrier of the Void Spirit domain, producing a deafening roar. The Void Spirit domain struggled to convert such overwhelming energy in time. As the Kamehameha penetrated through, striking the Yuan Guang shield, which began to show hairline fractures, forcing Shang Yun to stagger backward with each impact. At the heart of the energy collision, Tianjin fan and Shang Yun gritted their teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to endure. Chapter 66. The Astonishing Palm of All Nations. Tianjin fan's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, yet he steadfastly persevered, continuously channeling his internal energy into the Kamehameha. Meanwhile, Shang Yun's body trembled slightly, although the energy shield of the Void Spirit domain and the Yuan Light shield temporarily mitigated most of the Kamehameha's assault. The overwhelming force still surged within him, causing a tumult of blood and energy. As time passed, the Kamehameha's potency gradually waned, and the cracks on the Yuan Light shield expanded, ultimately shattering and dissipating into the Void Spirit domain. Given Tianjin fan's current strength, the Kamehameha was no longer a life-threatening forbidden technique after just one usage. Just as Tianjin fan prepared to summon energy once more for the Kamehameha, Shang Yun seized the opportunity, exclaiming, "Huh!" He retracted the Void Spirit domain, and the pale golden energy shield surrounding him rapidly contracted. With a forceful thrust of his hands, he transferred the residual energy from the Kamehameha, previously converted through the Void Spirit domain, entirely into his palms. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised his hands, palms facing each other, the muscles in his arms taut, veins bulging. As the power converged, dazzling arcs of electricity began to flicker between his hands, the crackling sound of the currents shattering the surrounding silence, the brilliance intensifying as if to eclipse the sun. When the energy reached its zenith, Shang Yun bellowed, "The astonishing palm of all nations." His voice resonated through the heavens, the sound waves rippling outward. With a swift thrust of his palms, the sky transformed dramatically. The once clear blue sky was abruptly shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbling and lightning flashing, as if the very cosmos trembled before this force. A colossal hand, composed of pure energy and shimmering with countless arcs of electricity, surged forth from Shang Yun's palms, racing towards Tianjin fan. Yet, this immense hand remained under Shang Yun's control, connected by thin strands of electric arcs. As it hurtled through the air, the hand grew larger, soon obscuring the sky, its intricate patterns visible within the palm. The air it traversed instantly ionized, emitting a sharp, piercing howl. Tianjin Fan, already mobilizing his internal energy to unleash another Kamehameha, found himself unable to adjust his stance to evade the suddenly unleashed astonishing palm of all nations, paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of oppression. Rendered motionless as he could only watch helplessly as the colossal hand, laden with surging electricity, surged forth like a devastating tsunami. Tianjin Fan could only emit a wretched cry. Upon being struck by the astonishing palm of all nations, his body was instantly engulfed in a torrent of electricity. His garments were torn to shreds by the sheer force of energy, fragments disintegrating into powder and dispersing in the air. The surface of his skin was rapidly charred. Grotesque wounds splitting open, blood gushing forth, only to evaporate instantaneously in the intense heat, leaving behind a charred residue. His eyes widened in horror, filled with agony. The bloodshot orbs seemingly on the verge of bursting from their sockets. With his mouth agape, he yearned to cry out, yet his throat was paralyzed by an electric current, rendering him utterly voiceless. Only a faint, rasping sound emerged from his throat, akin to the labored gasps of life. His body trembled uncontrollably, muscles spasming violently under the relentless stimulation of the electricity, while his bones creaked painfully, as if they might splinter under the immense strain. This all transpired in the fleeting moment when Tianjin Fan was struck by the world-impacting palm. Shang Yun had not anticipated that the incorporation of the energy technique would amplify both the explosive force and suppressive power of the attack to such an extent. Fortunately, the energy mobilized by the world-impacting palm was merely a conversion of the energy from Tianjin Fan's earlier Kiko cannon, and did not draw upon the remaining true energy within his Danshin. Upon witnessing Tianjin Fan's dire state, Shang Yun hastily severed the connection to the world-impacting palm. The current in his palms gradually dissipated, and the electric arcs enveloping Tianjin Fan vanished into the ether. The sky instantly brightened, revealing a vast expanse of clear blue. Stripped of the control exerted by the world-impacting palm, Tianjin Fan could no longer execute the sky dance technique and began to plummet. The interval between Tianjin Fan's impact and Shang Yun's withdrawal of power was but a few fleeting seconds. And amidst the blinding light and deafening roar of the electric arcs, no one noticed the plight of Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan, brother. Upon seeing his brother's distress, Jiaozi swiftly soared toward him, intent on catching him. However, Shang Yun was swifter, reaching him first and embracing the falling Tianjin Fan. At that moment, residual electricity coursed through Tianjin Fan's body and into Shang Yun, leaving him momentarily numb. Had Jiaozi attempted to catch him, given his strength, it was likely that both would have plummeted from the divine hall. Tianjin Fan was not unconscious. He was merely unable to articulate his thoughts due to the numbness. Yet he continued to gaze intently at Shang Yun, his three eyes still filled with a dim resolve. Gently, Shang Yun descended to the ground of the divine hall, placing Tianjin Fan down and offering him a magical bean. In an instant, a soft golden radiance emanated from within Tianjin Fan, spreading like ripples and enveloping his battered form. The bones, on the verge of electric fracture, emitted faint cracking sounds in the glow, as if invisible hands were swiftly mending them. The fissures miraculously healed at an astonishing rate, while the wounds on his skin closed visibly, disappearing entirely to reveal a complexion as smooth as before. Tianjin Fan's breath gradually steadied and strengthened, his once dull gaze reigniting with vibrant intensity, filled with indomitable spirit and boundless vitality. He abruptly rose to his feet, muscles taut, and, despite his tattered clothing, radiating a renewed sense of power, as though he had transcended from the brink of death to the pinnacle of strength in an instant, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Brother, are you all right? Jiaozi flew to Tianjin Fan's side, tears glistening in his eyes as he embraced him. I'm fine, Jiaozi. Tianjin Fan gently patted the dumplings and turned to Shang Yun, saying, Shang Yun, you are impressive, but I shall defeat you. Ha. Shang Yun chuckled, scratching his head as he explained, the universal shockwave palm originally lacked such formidable power. I merely integrated the techniques of your ki blast, and unexpectedly, its potency surged immensely. No need for explanations. Your ability to meld two combat techniques is a testament to your skill. Tianjin Fan resumed his aloof demeanor, though no longer with arrogance, clearly acknowledging Shang Yun's prowess. Chapter 67. The resurrection of Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and the others were aware of the miraculous effects of the Senzu beans. Before arriving at the Heavenly Temple, they first gathered at Corin Tower, where Master Corin bestowed upon them a bag of Senzu beans and enlightened them about their purpose, encouraging them to train without reservations, for as long as they were not deceased, the beans would restore them to their prime. However, due to their intense training, they had consumed them all. Later, upon descending to Corin Tower to seek more, they were informed that the beans had already been devoured by Yajirobe, and the new harvest was yet to arrive. To their surprise, Shang Yun also possessed Senzu beans. Noticing that Tianjin Fan was unscathed, Shang Yun greeted the deities and turned to find a place to meditate and recover. As Tianjin Fan watched Shang Yun's retreating figure, he silently vowed to continue his training and enhance his strength. One day, he would confront Shang Yun once more to determine the true victor. In the profound depths of the vast cosmos, on the mysterious and distant planet King, an unusual aura pervaded the surroundings. The king of the universe gazed gravely at Sun Wukong, who had completely mastered the secrets of the spirit bomb. The king's unique, piercing voice resonated through the silence like a jolt of electricity, clear and solemn. Wukong, you must refrain from using the spirit bomb as much as possible. Understand that everything in the universe is imbued with a vital energy that is ceaselessly flowing. This technique can harness the energy of all entities, including that colossal, blazing sun suspended in the heavens, which radiates boundless light and heat. If there is even a slight miscalculation during its execution, this overwhelming force, potent enough to alter destiny, could obliterate the earth in an instant, reducing it to cosmic dust, lost in the infinite darkness. Sun Wukong instinctively scratched his spiky hair, and a signature innocent smile blossomed across his face, his eyes reflecting the resolute glint of stars twinkling in the deep night sky. Lord King, I understand. I will exercise utmost caution and refrain from using it lightly. The king nodded slightly, about to speak further when a sudden realization struck him like a thunderclap in his mind. His face turned ashen. Oh dear, my forgetful memory. The Scions are set to arrive on Earth tomorrow, and I completely neglected to account for the extensive time you spent traversing Snake Way. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback. Vivid images of his arduous journey along the lengthy and perilous Snake Way flashed through his mind, where he had endured hardship for half a year. Anxiously, he exclaimed, Lord King, what shall we do? Time is of the essence. Yet I find myself light years away on King Kai's planet, unable to return in haste. King Kai paces anxiously, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. Suddenly, he raises his head with a flicker of determination in his eyes. Goku, swiftly establish a mental link with Master Roshi through me, so that he may use the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. This may be the only solution to our pressing predicament. Goku, feeling the weight of urgency, gathers his focus, channeling all his mental energy in an attempt to forge a psychic bridge across the stars to the distant Earth, where Master Roshi is blissfully enjoying a rare moment of tranquility in the restroom, humming a cheerful tune, completely immersed in his own little world. Abruptly, a thunderous voice reverberates in his mind, echoing Goku's frantic call, Grandpa Roshi. Startled by this sudden intrusion, as if the voice had materialized from thin air, Master Roshi nearly loses his balance on the toilet. Flustered, he hastily adjusts his attire and responds, still recovering from the shock, Goku, you rascal. Why do you resort to such a startling method of communication? You nearly gave this old body a heart attack. With urgency, Goku replies, Grandpa Roshi, have all the Dragon Balls been gathered? Master Roshi takes a moment to steady himself, inhaling deeply before responding. Yes, they have been collected long ago. What is the matter? Goku, is there a dire situation unfolding? Goku quickly divulges, Grandpa Roshi, I am currently on King Kai's planet and unable to return. However, the vicious Scions will arrive on Earth tomorrow. I urgently need you to wish for my resurrection so I can return swiftly. Master Roshi furrows his wrinkled brow, concern etched across his face. Goku, are you certain this is the only course of action? Will you be able to make it back? With unwavering resolve, Goku asserts, Grandpa Roshi, I am absolutely certain. Please, grant me resurrection so that I may return without delay. Master Roshi, understanding the gravity of the situation, responds, very well. Goku, I shall make the wish. But you must promise me to return safely. Goku's voice resonates with profound gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa Roshi. I will certainly return alive. Emerging from the restroom, Master Rashi summons Bulma to retrieve the 7 Dragon Balls and place them in the clearing of Kame House. He gazes down at the 7 orbs, which radiate an enigmatic glow, silently praying for a favorable outcome. With hands clasped together and lips trembling, he begins to recite the ancient incantation to summon the dragon. Arise, eternal dragon. In an instant, the once clear sky darkens, clouds swirling ominously like a colossal wave, thunder and lightning erupting as if the apocalypse were upon them. A massive, resplendent dragon, gleaming with golden light, ascends majestically from the Dragon Balls, its authoritative voice resonating throughout the cosmos. State your wishes. I shall grant any one of them. Master Rashi takes a deep breath, summoning all his strength, and proclaims loudly, Eternal Dragon, please resurrect Goku. The enormous eyes of the dragon, reminiscent of lanterns, flickered momentarily. Seemingly an affirmation, Sun Wukong? Are we certain of his resurrection? The turtle sage, unwavering and resolute as a mountain, replied without hesitation, Yes, dragon. The earth requires him. Please bring him back to life. The dragon nodded slightly, its colossal form swaying gently amidst the clouds. As you wish, Sun Wukong shall soon be revived. On planet King Kai, Sun Wukong distinctly felt a mysterious and potent force surging toward him like a tidal wave, the halo above his head fading away. He understood within his heart that the turtle sage's wish had indeed come to fruition. Turning to face King Kai, he respectfully proclaimed, My lord, I must return. I will dedicate every ounce of my strength to safeguard the earth and shall not disappoint you. King Kai gazed at Sun Wukong, his eyes brimming with trust and anticipation. Go forth, Wukong. You will surely be in time. Chapter 68. Planet Moai. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, adjusting his energy as he prepared to embark on the perilous journey back to Earth. His heart swelled with anticipation for the imminent, thrilling battle, intertwined with a thread of anxiety and unease. He was acutely aware that the Scions were no ordinary adversaries. They hailed from a distant and formidable extraterrestrial lineage, endowed with terrifying power and a ruthless nature. Yet, for the sake of the Earth and his comrades who stood by him through thick and thin, he had no choice but to press forward, regardless of the treacherous path ahead, fraught with thorns and death. He would charge ahead fearlessly, ready to defend the peace and tranquility of the Earth with his very blood and life. Meanwhile, on Earth, the turtle sage quietly watched as the dragon gradually vanished into the clouds, the Dragon Balls reverting to their mundane stone forms. In his heart, he silently murmured, Wukong, the next steps lie entirely in your hands. May fate smile upon you. May you triumph over all formidable foes and return safely. As the narrative diverges, one must ponder, are the Scions truly as vicious and malevolent as the legends suggest? Moreover, can Vegeta and Nappa genuinely endure an entire year within that small spacecraft? The answer is evidently implausible. What experiences did they undergo before arriving on Earth? Not long ago, in the vast and boundless depths of the cosmos, the Scion warriors Vegeta and Nappa sped toward the distant Earth aboard their spaceship. The Scion race is renowned throughout the universe for their formidable combat instincts and insatiable thirst for battle. Vegeta, the prince of the Scions, harbored an intense ambition to become the mightiest warrior in the cosmos. Nappa, his loyal follower, was a towering figure of immense strength, ever obedient to Vegeta's command. Their spacecraft traversed the stars, akin to a shooting star streaking across the dark canvas of the universe. During their lengthy voyage, the replenishment of resources became a necessity. On this day, the ship's scanning system detected a mysterious planet, suggesting the presence of something valuable, perhaps a source of energy or precious materials. To the Scions, any unknown planet could potentially serve as a treasure trove for acquiring power and wealth. The spacecraft descended slowly onto the surface of the planet, its hatch opening to reveal Vegeta and Nappa, who stepped out and were immediately struck by the scene before them. The vibrant spectacle they had anticipated was absent, replaced instead by an eerie desolation. What might have once been a bustling city lay in ruins, with remnants of walls and structures scattered about, the ground marred by deep fissures as though torn apart by some formidable force. A thick haze hung in the air, its acrid scent making breathing laborious, while the sky bore an unsettling shade of dark crimson, as if stained by blood. What on earth has transpired here? Nappa furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, appearing as though he had witnessed the aftermath of a brutal conflict. Vegeta's gaze was steely and vigilant as he surveyed their surroundings. Regardless, Let us explore. We may yet uncover something of value. Just as they prepared to commence their search, two insectoids suddenly emerged from the rubble. These peculiar beings were clad in a hard exoskeleton, their slender antennae quivering and multifaceted eyes glinting with an eerie light. Insectoid A cackled. Look at these two miscreants, covered in dust. Come to beg for scraps, have you? Insectoid B joined in the mockery, huh? They must be pitiful creatures unable to survive in the cosmos. Vegeta's expression darkened, fury igniting within him. You, wretched beings, dare to speak to me in such a manner. With that, he readied himself to strike. However, the insectoids showed no fear. They swiftly assumed combat stances and launched an assault on Vegeta and Nappa. Insectoid A swung its sharp forelimbs like blades, slicing through the air towards Vegeta's throat, while Insectoid B sprayed a corrosive liquid from behind, targeting Nappa. Vegeta deftly evaded Insectoid A's attack, then leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick to its abdomen. Insectoid A was sent flying, crashing heavily against a boulder, debris scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, Nappa opened his mouth and unleashed a thunderous roar, the sound waves dispersing the corrosive spray from Insectoid B. He then advanced, seizing Insectoid B and squeezing it tightly, eliciting a painful shriek. Despite their seemingly diminutive size, the insectoids possessed remarkable vitality. Insectoid A rose from the ground, charging towards Vegeta once more, shouting defiantly, "Do not revel in your triumph. When you meet King Moai, you will understand true power." Exchanging glances, Vegeta and Nappa were simultaneously struck by a sense of curiosity. Vegeta pondered, who exactly is this King Moai, to instill such audacity in these lowly minions? Thus, he resolved to alter his approach. He signaled for Nappa to halt, then addressed the insectoids. "Humph, let us see what this King Moai is capable of. Take us to him." Insectoid A and B exchanged glances, a glimmer of pride evident in their eyes. They began to escort Vegeta and Nappa deeper into the planet's interior. Along the way, Vegeta and Nappa remained vigilant, observing their surroundings. They discovered that this planet bore the scars of battle everywhere, with enormous skeletal remains scattered along the roadside, some of which bore deep gashes, as if narrating the tales of a once ferocious conflict. This celestial body must have been prosperous in the past. It is a mystery what has led to its current state, murmured Nappa. Vegeta remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead as he contemplated various possibilities. At last, they arrived at the entrance of a colossal fortress. The castle loomed high into the clouds, its architectural style foreboding and eerie, with walls adorned by an array of strange symbols and patterns. The massive doors creaked open, unleashing a formidable aura. King Moai, towering and grotesque, appeared before them, his form seemingly composed of a blend of rock and metal, impenetrably hard. His head resembled a colossal fleshly tumor, brimming with eyes that glimmered with a chilling light. His limbs were robust and powerful, with each step causing the ground to tremble beneath him. In a thunderous voice, King Moai proclaimed, "So these are the so-called outsiders? They seem rather unremarkable." Vegeta scoffed, "Are you the lord of this wretched place? Merely a facade." Enraged, King Moai retorted, "Impudent fools! What brings you to my domain?" Vegeta replied, "We were merely passing through until provoked by your foolish minions. We wish to see what abilities you possess." Nappa, standing beside him, shouted, "King? More like a monstrous aberration. You shall soon see." King Moai laughed heartily. "Ignorant wretches, you shall not leave here alive." With a wave of his hand, a throng of minions surged forth from the castle, encircling Vegeta and Nappa. Chapter 69, A Helping Hand. Moai's minions were a motley crew, some wielding sharp claws, others carrying massive weapons, all roaring as if awaiting King Moai's command, poised to pounce upon Vegeta and Nappa. Yet, the two warriors showed no fear, standing back to back, vigilantly observing their adversaries. Vegeta calculated silently, knowing that in such a predicament, rash attacks would be folly. He needed to discern the enemy's strength and weaknesses first. Nappa, however, was restless, whispering to Vegeta, "Your Highness, these brutes seem overly confident. Allow me to teach them a lesson." Vegeta quietly urged him to wait. "Patience. Let us assess the situation first." King Moai, observing the calm demeanor of Vegeta and Nappa, felt a twinge of doubt. He had expected these outsiders to be cowed by his imposing presence, yet they remained composed. "Do you think I will let you go so easily?" King Moai bellowed once more. Vegeta retorted with a smirk, Do you truly believe you can hinder us? We Scions are not to be trifled with. Just as a stalemate ensued, an alarm suddenly blared from within the castle. A minion hastily approached King Moai, breathlessly reporting, "My lord, trouble looms. The energy core is exhibiting anomalies. Something appears to be invading." The expression on King Moai's face shifted dramatically as he realized that the two outsiders before him might not be his greatest concern. "Keep an eye on them. I shall investigate the situation regarding the energy core," he declared, turning to venture deeper into the castle. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta and Nappa exchanged knowing glances. "It seems our chance has arrived," Vegeta whispered. They swiftly took action. Like a bolt of lightning, Vegeta dashed towards the nearest foe, delivering a flurry of punches that fell upon the enemy like rain, each blow infused with formidable strength, causing the adversary to retreat in disarray. Nappa, capitalizing on his superior power, charged forth like an enraged bull, sending the enemies surrounding him flying. After an intense skirmish, Vegeta and Nappa successfully extricated themselves from the enemy's encirclement. They pursued the direction of the energy core, eager to uncover what was threatening the planet's energy source. Upon entering the chamber housing the energy core, they beheld a colossal energy apparatus, radiating brilliant light, while peculiar beings darted through the luminescence, creatures seemingly composed of energy, transparent and exuding powerful energy fluctuations. King Moai was engaged in combat with these energy entities. Despite his massive stature and great strength, he struggled against their agility. "What are these creatures?" Nappa inquired, astonished. Vegeta furrowed his brow. "They appear to be some form of energy life form. They likely seek the planet's energy source." Rather than immediately joining the fray, Vegeta and Nappa observed from the sidelines, attempting to discern the weaknesses of these energy beings. After careful scrutiny, Vegeta noted that the core of these entities seemed to be their Achilles heel. "If we strike at their core, we can vanquish them," he asserted. "Nappa, let us target their cores," Vegeta instructed. Nappa nodded in agreement, and together, they charged towards the energy beings. Vegeta unleashed his signature technique, deftly maneuvering to evade the energy beings' assaults while seeking openings to strike at their cores. Meanwhile, Nappa harnessed his strength, directly confronting the energy beings to draw their attention, thereby creating opportunities for Vegeta. Through their coordinated efforts, the energy beings fell one by one. Witnessing this, King Moai felt a mix of surprise and gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance," he acknowledged. "I had previously misjudged you." Vegeta replied nonchalantly, "We merely wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Now we must continue on our journey." Nodding in understanding, King Moai recognized that these formidable warriors had their own mission. Vegeta and Nappa departed from Moai Planet, boarding their spacecraft and setting a course towards Earth. This brief interlude, though fraught with challenges, had afforded them a glimpse into the myriad of strange beings and unknown dangers that the cosmos harbored. The King of the Worlds gazed at the fading figure of Sun Wukong, feeling a sense of gratification. The Scions truly embody the spirit of warriors. Who would have thought that in just a year of training, Sun Wukong has grown so remarkably strong? Indeed, judging from the immense aura Wukong had just displayed, he appeared to surpass even Lord King. The little grasshopper, Gregly, turned to look at the king. Roar. Beside him, the gorilla Baburus thumped his chest in agreement, seemingly endorsing Gregly's observation. "Oh, really? Ha ha ha." Yet his sense of humor pales in comparison to mine. The king scratched his head to alleviate his embarrassment and chuckled. "I wonder when Wukong will arrive. I hope it's still on time. I should notify the Earth's god and prepare the warriors for what lies ahead." In the serene yet mysterious training grounds of the goddess temple, which felt almost detached from the world, Shang Yun, Krillin, Yamchu, Tin, and Dumpling were wholly immersed in their intense training. Each drop of sweat sparkled with determination under the radiant sun, with every movement infused with the strength and resolve to protect the Earth. Their singular focus was to hone their skills in order to safeguard the beloved blue planet amidst the vast cosmos. Shang Yun sat cross-legged in the air, eyes shut tight, hands clasped, swaying gently with the wind. Krillin, with unwavering concentration, was absorbed in his training realm, his agility reminiscent of a nimble monkey leaping through the forest. Every punch and kick accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, as if he were tearing through the very air. Yamcha furrowed his brow, the veins on his forehead subtly protruding, deeply contemplating each flaw in his technique, continuously adjusting his movements in an effort to surpass his limits. His singular focus rendered the world around him irrelevant. Only the pursuit of strength mattered in this moment. Tien bore a grave expression, resembling a steadfast mountain. His aura stable and powerful. He and Dumpling moved in perfect harmony, engaging in specialized training, their figures intertwining fluidly across the training ground. As if their minds were in sync, with every glance and motion executed flawlessly, showcasing the profound rapport cultivated over time. Chapter 70. Adjusting the state. Just as the atmosphere of intense training reached its zenith, the god, who observed from the side, suddenly received a telepathic message from the king that reverberated like a great bell in his mind. Instantly, the god adjusted his posture, his already stooped figure bent further, adopting an exceedingly respectful demeanor as he listened intently to the king's mental transmission. Moments later, the once calm visage transformed, akin to a tranquil lake disrupted by a boulder, becoming tense and wide-eyed, filled with shock and disbelief. The king's voice echoed persistently in his mind. Earth God. The Scions will arrive on Earth within less than a day. Sun Wukong has just been resurrected and is racing back along the Snake Way. But it remains uncertain if he will arrive in time. Before his arrival, the warriors of Earth must withstand the Scions. Shang Yun sensed a disturbance in the divine aura, his brow slightly furrowing as he gradually opened his eyes. Turning to gaze at the deity, he pondered deeply. The deity, taking a deep breath, struggled to suppress the tumultuous chaos within, fully aware that he must serve as the unwavering anchor for all present, maintaining composure while conveying the thunderous news to those engaged in their training. He slowly approached Tianjin Fan and the others, each heavy step seemingly burdened with immense weight. The others, keenly perceptive, halted their training, their expressions filled with curiosity and unease as they turned to him. The deity regarded them, his voice steady yet tinged with underlying concern as he spoke. Friends, I have just received word from the King of the Worlds. Scions are set to invade, and time is of the essence. Less than a day remains until they reach Earth. Sun Wukong has been resurrected and is en route, though we do not know when he will arrive. Upon hearing this, shock and gravity washed over the faces of the gathered. Krillin's eyes widened with urgency as he exclaimed, "What? Although we have been preparing, I never anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly." His voice trembled, hands clenching and unclenching involuntarily, betraying his profound anxiety. Yamucha's fists tightened, knuckles whitening from the strain, his gaze revealing tension. Indeed, how formidable could these two Scions truly be? His brow furrowed, shrouded in an ominous fog of unknown fear regarding the impending adversaries. Tianjin Fan inhaled deeply, as if absorbing all the calm in the atmosphere, and with resolute eyes declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must not falter. Our training has not been in vain. We must believe in our own strength." His words struck like a hammer, resonating within the hearts of everyone present, gradually restoring their previously scattered resolve. Dumpling silently nodded in agreement, though he remained silent, his gaze brimming with determination, silently conveying his unwavering commitment to stand alongside his companions through thick and thin. Shang Yun gently descended beside them, smiling as he addressed the group. "Do not worry. Wukong will surely arrive. And as for the Scions, we shall not be easily defeated. This is our Earth to protect, and even if it costs us our lives, we shall make them aware of our might. Since we know the Scions will arrive within a day, let us not exhaust ourselves further in training. Instead, we should rest well, prepare ourselves, and ready for the battle ahead." His tone was gentle, yet his words resonated with authority and determination, exuding a powerful confidence that enveloped all present. Tianjin Fan looked at everyone and proclaimed, "Indeed, Shang Yun is correct. Our priority now is to restore our energy and fortify ourselves. This battle will determine the fate of Earth. We cannot afford the slightest negligence." His voice resonated throughout the divine hall like a command, urging everyone to cast aside their distractions. Nods of understanding swept through the crowd. They all recognized the significance and brutality of the impending battle. Although their hearts were laden with tension and unease, there was no trace of retreat in their gazes. Rather, they burned with a fierce determination to protect the Earth. Clint took a deep breath and said, "Let us first take a moment to rest and adjust ourselves, so we may face this life and death struggle with the best of spirits." With that, the group dispersed, seeking quiet corners to gather their thoughts. Yet, their minds remained restless, replaying the scenes of their recent training and contemplating strategies for the forthcoming confrontation. Some silently recalled their learned techniques, while others pondered how to coordinate with their comrades to unleash their fullest potential. Each individual was making their final preparations for the impending battle. As time ticked away, an atmosphere of tension and oppression enveloped the entire divine hall. Shang Yun sat quietly in a corner, hands clasped in prayer, silently beseeching for Sun Wukong's safe return. His resolute face radiated determination and hope, as if his belief could transcend time and space, reaching the heart of Sun Wukong, who was racing along the serpent path. Clin paced back and forth in his room, his steps hurried and disordered, striving to relax, yet his heartbeat quickened involuntarily, the sound echoing clearly in the stillness of the room. He reminisced about the days spent training alongside Sun Wukong. Those arduous sessions had now become their fighting capital. Each fall and every injury transformed into a wellspring of strength, aiding him in finding his composure. Yamucha sat at the edge of his bed, gripping his weapon tightly, its handle dampened by his sweat. He continually encouraged himself, reminding himself not to succumb to fear. Gazing out at the sky, he silently vowed to protect this land, beneath which lay everything he cherished, friends, family, and homeland, promising that he would not allow anyone to destroy it. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi rested nearby, their breathing deep and steady, striving to achieve a state of optimal readiness. Tianjin Fan rehearsed various combat scenarios in his mind, devising strategies for different situations, while Jiaozi quietly attuned to Tianjin Fan's thoughts, their spirits drawing closer in this tranquil atmosphere, preparing for a flawless synergy against the formidable foe that awaited. Chapter 71. The arrival of the Scions. At that moment, Sun Wukong was fully unleashing his sky dance technique on the serpent path. His figure flashed like a streak of golden lightning, racing along the winding trail. His eyes were filled with urgency and resolve. He understood that the earth was in grave peril, and he must return swiftly. Each leap he took embodied his concern and protective spirit for the planet, his speed surpassing all limits, as if he were racing against time itself. Damn it, how swiftly the Scions have arrived. I hope everyone can hold on, Goku thought to himself, as he quickened his pace even further. The very ground beneath him quaked slightly from the shock waves generated by his explosive energy, and his figure gradually faded into the endless horizon, leaving behind a golden trail as he raced towards Earth. As the moment drew near, the warriors of Earth had already braced themselves for battle. They gathered outside the Temple of the Gods, gazing at the sky, awaiting the arrival of the Scions. Their expressions were resolute and composed, emanating an aura of fearless determination, reminiscent of warriors poised to charge into battle. Shang Yun looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, keep your spirits high. No matter the circumstances, do not panic. We must unite and unleash our utmost strength." His voice was deep and powerful, like an invisible force instilling courage into each heart. In unison, the crowd responded, "Yes." Their voices resonated like thunder across the heavens, showcasing their resolve and bravery. On what appeared to be a calm, ordinary day, the skyline of Earth was abruptly pierced by a dazzling light, so brilliant it seemed capable of tearing the sky asunder. It was the small spacecraft piloted by Vegeta and Nappa, hurtling through the atmosphere with an unstoppable momentum, akin to a rogue meteor streaking towards Earth. As the vessel drew closer, the air beneath it seemed to be violently compressed by an invisible yet immensely powerful hand, producing a thunderous roar akin to the Earth splitting apart, as if the heavens themselves were lamenting in agonizing fury. The colossal spacecraft finally descended with the weight of a mountain upon the bustling heart of a vibrant metropolis. In an instant, it unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave, radiating outward from its point of impact, like a tidal wave born from the depths of the abyss. Towering skyscrapers, symbols of humanity's architectural triumph, crumbled under the force, fragile as children's toys in the face of such overwhelming power. The nearest building to the landing site was shattered in an instant, countless concrete fragments and razor-sharp glass shards cascading like a torrential downpour in a nightmare. Within the building, those who had been immersed in their daily routines had scarcely the time to utter a cry for help before being mercilessly buried beneath the mountain of rubble, their flames of life extinguished cruelly and abruptly. Meanwhile, the once solid ground had been violently shattered, creating a deep abyss that seemed to lead into an endless void of darkness. The surrounding streets appeared to have been mercilessly kneaded by an invisible hand of a capricious demon, the originally smooth and even pavement fractured instantaneously, with cracks spreading like a spider's web. Vehicles were overturned like helpless ants, tossed aside by an unseen might, while utility poles collapsed like soldiers with broken spines. Sparks flickered amidst the ruins, resembling the desperate struggles of a soul in darkness, as the entire city plunged into a chaos reminiscent of the apocalypse. Such a breathtaking and terrifying spectacle naturally drew countless citizens, like moths drawn to a flame. Some fled in panic from the nearby dilapidated buildings, their faces etched with fear and their steps unsteady. Others were already on the streets, bearing witness to this horrific scene as if a demon had descended upon the earth. The expressions on their faces were filled with terror and disbelief, their eyes wide as if threatening to burst from their sockets, mouths agape, yet silenced by overwhelming fear. Time seemed to be cruelly frozen by an invisible hand in that moment. What on earth is happening? Could it be an alien invasion? A young man, his voice trembling like a string in the wind, spoke to his equally pale companion. Beads of sweat, resembling pearls on a broken string, rolled down his forehead, tracing the contours of his fearful visage. "I truly don't know, but we must leave this place at once," his companion responded, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing as he grasped the young man's arm tightly, desperately pushing through the crowd as if demons from hell were in pursuit. However, this was merely the terrifying prelude to a cataclysmic disaster. A towering figure, muscular and formidable as if forged from steel, stood indifferently beside the spacecraft, resembling a dark deity from the abyss, surveying the chaos before him. It was Nappa, a scion, whose lips curled slightly into a disdainful and arrogant smile, as if imbued with the utmost contempt for earthly life. Nappa slowly raised his tree trunk-like arm, palm upward, and began to gather a brilliant and dazzling energy sphere with an unnerving speed, reminiscent of the sun's might. The sphere's radiance intensified, akin to a small star in the throes of formation, its light piercing the eyes with painful intensity. The surrounding air seemed to ignite with this surging energy, emitting a crackling sound, as if the very atmosphere was lamenting in agony. "Humph, these earthlings are utterly feeble, hardly worth a second thought," Nappa coldly scoffed, his voice akin to a chilling winter wind. "Let them witness the invincible power of the science, and experience what true, bone-deep terror feels like." As the energy amassed reached a zenith capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence, Nappa hurled a sphere of energy, seemingly infused with apocalyptic might, towards a distant city. The energy orb, akin to a miniature sun cast adrift from its orbit, trailed a long, fiery tail that blazed through the once azure sky, now shrouded in terror, striking the heart of the city with unerring precision. In an instant, a blinding light, potent enough to render the world sightless, burst forth, followed by a deafening explosion that seemed capable of shattering souls. Chapter 72. Inducing panic, the entire city succumbed to the cataclysmic force that seemed to emanate from the depths of the cosmos. As if trampled by a colossal beast from ancient times, skyscrapers crumbled to dust beneath this overwhelming power, transforming into a landscape of ruins. Streets were devastated beyond recognition, the rising dust akin to a roaring sandstorm that obscured the sun. The shockwave from the explosion spread outward at a terrifying speed, leveling everything in its path, be it sturdy edifices or vibrant lives, erased in a heartbeat. Countless lives vanished in that fleeting moment, while the survivors, amidst the hellish remnants, emitted heart-wrenching cries and pleas for help, plunging the city into an abyss of despair and darkness. Standing nearby, Vegeta observed this tragic spectacle with a satisfied and smug smile, arms crossed, exuding the demeanor of a deity presiding over the fate of worlds. His gaze brimmed with arrogance and disdain, as if the lives of earthlings were no more significant than those of ants. "This is the might of us, scions. These earthlings are utterly unworthy to oppose us," Vegeta declared with a tone of condescension, thick with contempt for the people of Earth. "Indeed, Your Highness, they are as insignificant as ants before us," Nappa replied. A sycophantic grin plastered across his face as he bowed slightly, overflowing with respect. "What shall we do next?" "Continue our search for those capable of battle. I wish to see how many worthy opponents remain on this planet to excite me," Vegeta said coldly, a hint of bloodlust gleaming in his eyes, anticipating a more intense confrontation. This sudden calamity, reminiscent of the apocalypse, spread swiftly like a plague, becoming headline news across global television networks. In a news studio, anchor Emily struggled to suppress her inner fear and trembling, reporting the unfolding events with palpable tension. Dear viewers, we interrupt this broadcast with an urgent update. Just moments ago, our city was struck by an unidentified attack. A massive unidentified flying object has landed in the city center, triggering a series of explosions and destruction. We have currently lost communication with the affected area, and the casualty figures remain unclear. Yet, from the footage transmitted from the scene, the situation appeared exceedingly dire, resembling a living nightmare. Emily's voice trembled noticeably. Despite her utmost efforts to maintain composure, the terror reflected in her eyes surged forth like an uncontrollable tide. The camera shifted to an aerial view of the disaster site, revealing a scene of utter devastation, akin to a landscape forsaken by the world. The audience was profoundly shaken. The once thriving city had now transformed into a desolate ruin, with smoke and debris permeating the air, concealing beneath the rubble countless lives and aspirations. While an overwhelming sense of fear and sorrow enveloped the hearts of the people. Could this be a terrorist attack? Or perhaps extraterrestrial beings had indeed descended upon Earth? Emily voiced her concerns, her brow furrowed, her gaze filled with confusion and apprehension. We shall continue to monitor the developments of this incident. Please remain calm and seek shelter in safe locations. In another corner of the city, Master Rashi reclined contentedly on his tranquil little island, basking in the warm sunlight. A steaming cup of fragrant tea beside him. Bulma, Launch, Oolong, and Puar were eagerly tinkering with some peculiar inventions nearby. Suddenly, Oolong looked up, perplexed, as he felt the ground tremble unexpectedly in broad daylight. What could be causing this? He wondered, his round head swiveling in search of answers, his eyes brimming with bewilderment. I wonder if there is some large-scale construction happening nearby? Puar chimed in, his small ears twitching as if trying to catch more information. Bulma, however, furrowed her brow, an ominous premonition welling up within her. She quickly opened her laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard as she began to scour the news reports. Upon seeing the broadcast regarding an unidentified flying object attacking the city, her complexion drained of color, as if her very lifeblood had been siphoned away. This is no ordinary incident. It could be the Science. Bulma exclaimed in terror, her voice tinged with desperation and her eyes filled with fear. Upon hearing this, Launch's previously relaxed demeanor vanished without a trace. She immediately stood up, her expression turning grave and serious. The Science? They have finally arrived. What shall we do? Goku hasn't returned yet. Bulma said anxiously, tears glistening in her eyes, embodying both the fear of an uncertain fate and the longing for Goku. Let us not panic. We must first ascertain the situation. Master Rashi stood up, recognizing the need for calm amidst his own worries. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Bulma, can you reach out to others? Perhaps Yamcha or Krillin. Bulma nodded, hastily retrieving her scouter, attempting to locate Yamcha and Krillin. However, after a series of beeping sounds, no information emerged. I can't find them. They might be too far away, Bulma said frantically, her fingers continuing to manipulate the scouter, as if it were her last glimmer of hope. At this moment, in another part of the Earth, Vegeta and Nappa were diligently searching for their target using their newly upgraded, high-tech power level detector. The device displayed the power levels from various locations around the planet, and upon discovering multiple targets exceeding a power level of 1,000, a spark of excitement flickered in Vegeta's eyes, intertwined with a thirst for battle and an anticipation of formidable opponents. It appeared that this planet harbored some beings of considerable strength. With a cold smirk, Vegeta remarked, "It seems there are indeed some worthy adversaries on this planet." The corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards, revealing a cruel smile. Which one shall we pursue first? Nappa inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his gaze. Let us seek the strongest among them. These inferior creatures are hardly worth our time, Vegeta declared, directing his focus towards the location of Piccolo and Gohan as indicated by the detector. His eyes reflected a resolute and ruthless determination, as if to him, Piccolo and Gohan were merely obstacles on his path to conquering Earth. Humph, no matter who you are, do not think you can impede my progress, Vegeta. Once I have dealt with you, I shall seek the Dragon Balls, he muttered to himself, and then, together with Nappa, they soared towards their target, leaving behind a trail of destruction and terrified inhabitants. Over that land, fear and despair enveloped every soul like a dark cloud, and at that moment, the fate of Earth teetered on the edge of a precipice. Chapter 73, Divine Realm on the Divine Temple, the Supreme Kai, Mr. Popo, Shangyun, Krillin, Yamchu, Tian Shinan. And Dumpling stood at the railing, their eyes wide with apprehension as they gazed down below. When Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth, the overwhelming and malevolent energy they emanated was palpable to all. "They're here," Krillin shouted as he sensed their presence. Indeed, they had descended into the heart of the city, wreaking havoc and destruction. Due to his divine responsibilities, the Supreme Kai could observe all happenings on the surface, but, for the same reason, was unable to descend himself. "Let us hurry. We cannot allow these fiends to act so brazenly," Yamcha exclaimed, preparing to leap from the divine temple. "Yamcha, wait. That is the city center. Engaging in battle there would endanger innocent lives." Shangyun quickly intervened to prevent Yamcha's impulsive action. "Didn't Krillin mention they possess a power level detector? They would seek out those of us with significant strength first. Let us bide our time. As for those slain by the Scions, once we defeat them, we can summon the dragon to resurrect them," Tian Shinhan remarked, squinting his three eyes downward, though discerning the scene below proved challenging. Dumpling looked up at his senior brother with admiration. "They are on the move," the Supreme Kai suddenly exclaimed with excitement. "They are heading towards Piccolo." "Piccolo? They must believe him to be the strongest. It seems Piccolo's power has indeed increased." Krillin was the first to react, quickly shouting, "This is bad. Gohan is still with Piccolo." Upon finishing his words, Krillin disregarded everyone else, sensing the auras of Piccolo and Gohan, and leaped down from the heavenly temple, dashing towards them. Upon hearing Krillin's proclamation, Shangyun also came to his senses and hurriedly jumped down, while the others exchanged brief farewells with the deity before closely following suit. Aware that with Piccolo watching over, Gohan would be safe, yet fearing the unforeseen, Shangyun, in a state of anxious concern, utilized the Zen Heart technique, fully employing the Sky Dance technique. Soon, he surpassed Krillin, leaving him far behind. As Krillin flew with all his might, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "I'm off first." Immediately, a blazing golden light streaked past him like a bolt of lightning, causing the space around to ripple ever so slightly, leaving behind a long, golden trail akin to a comet's magnificent tail slicing through the heavens. That was Shangyun. Although Krillin could only catch a glimpse of the elongated golden shadow left in Shangyun's wake, a mechanical voice chimed, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended one of the 6 supernatural powers of Zen, the Divine Realm Passage, also known as the Freedom of Body and the Divine Foot Passage. This grants the ability to move freely without hindrance, unbound by the constraints of time and space, manifesting at will. Currently, the level is elementary. With the awakening of compassion and benevolence, instantaneous movement is possible within a radius of 1 kilometer." Upon hearing the mechanical voice of 9527, Shangyun was momentarily taken aback. Recalling his anxious training on the moon, yearning to break through, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It turned out that his recent accumulation of effort was not in vain. It merely required an opportunity for breakthrough. In the fervor of rescuing a child, Shangyun unexpectedly gained insight into the Divine Realm Passage. The Divine Realm Passage, also referred to as the Freedom of Body and the Divine Foot Passage, encompasses more than just the ability to teleport freely. It also includes the capacity to exist simultaneously in different locations without the constraints of time and space, as well as the ability to alter one's physical form at will. Of course, at his current level, he had only grasped the surface of the Divine Foot Passage. At that moment, Shangyun's Sky Dance technique was significantly enhanced by the infusion of Zen essence from the Divine Realm Passage, driven by his urgent desire to save his child. Although it still required the awakening of compassion and benevolence, it was no longer necessary to sense danger, as with the Zen awareness avoidance technique, to manifest it. He hoped this would prove useful in the forthcoming battle. Within a kilometer, instantaneous movement at will, is it? Very well. Shangyun halted midair, contemplating silently. Selecting a direction from his aerial vantage, he executed the Divine Realm Passage. In an instant, his figure dissipated like a wisp of smoke into the void, leaving no sound in its wake, no clouds disturbed. As though he had merged with the vast expanse of the sky, leaving no trace behind. Moments later, on a cloud a kilometer away, Shangyun's form materialized quietly, as if emerging from the crevices of time, seemingly as if he had always existed in that very sky. His gaze unwavering, he did not pause for a moment. Once again employing the transcendent technique, his figure vanishing from the spot, reappearing mysteriously 1,000 meters away. He traversed the sky like a specter, relentlessly racing towards Son Gohan, while the heavens above remained undisturbed, tranquil as ever. In a secluded corner of Earth lay a serene, yet somewhat desolate mountainous terrain. As if it had been forgotten by the world, jagged stones surrounded the area, massive boulders piled atop one another, resembling fortresses built by the passage of time. Some of these colossal rocks lay like sprawling beasts, exuding an ancient and dignified aura. Others stood like towering pillars, reaching toward the clouds, as though competing in height with the heavens. Sparse vegetation struggled to survive within the crevices of the stones, with a few desiccated weeds trembling in the gentle breeze, seemingly recounting the hardships of life. Sunlight poured down but failed to penetrate the solitude and chill of this place. The shadows of the stones intertwined, forming patches of dimness, akin to a silent battle between darkness and light. Piccolo sat cross-legged atop a towering boulder, his deep green form resembling an ancient and enigmatic statue amidst the somber surroundings. As if he were one with the land, quietly safeguarding its peace. His breath was steady and profound, akin to a deep ocean, concealing boundless strength beneath a calm surface. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, two beams of brilliance shooting forth like lightning, shattering the surrounding stillness. He felt distinctly the formidable and malevolent auras of Vegeta and Nappa, surging like a tidal wave, swiftly approaching his location. Son Gohan stood a short distance away, having grown considerably taller, his posture more upright, resembling a robust sapling. Though he still bore the naivety of youth, he began to exhibit resilience. His tousled black hair swayed gently in the wind, as if whispering to the breeze. Chapter 74. Preparing for battle. Son Gohan's face retained a hint of youthful roundness, yet his eyes shone with determination and resolve, proclaiming to the world that he was no longer the innocent child he once was. He wore a simple blue tunic, its edges slightly frayed, telling tales of past adventures. His trousers were plain linen, and his feet were clad in dust-covered boots, radiating a spirit of simplicity and bravery. Piccolo leaped gracefully from the boulder, landing firmly before Son Gohan. With a serious expression, he addressed him. "Gohan, they are coming. Two formidable auras are approaching us. They must be the two Saiyans. These foes should not be underestimated. But do not fear, for you are no longer that weak child. Within you lies immense power, potential yet to be fully realized. Now is the time to unleash it. Your clothes are torn. Change into something new and prepare for battle." Son Gohan tightened his fists slightly, a flicker of anxiety flashing in his eyes, a natural instinct when facing powerful adversaries, but it was swiftly replaced by determination. He looked up at Piccolo and said, "Uncle Piccolo, I understand. I will fight with all my might. Uncle Piccolo, I desire an outfit akin to yours." Piccolo cast a fleeting glance at Gohan, the corners of his mouth subtly curling upward, revealing a barely perceptible smile, and softly replied, "Humph, very well." With that, he extended his right hand towards Gohan. Fingers splayed wide, conjuring a spell. A radiant green light emanated from his palm, resembling a nimble sprite, entwining itself around Gohan. As the luminescence flickered, Gohan was adorned with a headband and cape identical to Piccolo's, the headband enveloping his tousled hair, while the cape billowed dramatically. Gohan, brimming with excitement, touched the headband, a confident smile illuminating his face, as if he had just acquired boundless power. The two stood in serene anticipation of their foe's arrival, the air around them seemingly frozen in time. Suddenly, a figure materialized silently beside them, unannounced. Piccolo and Gohan remained unperturbed, as if three individuals had always coexisted in that space. The newcomer, sporting short hair and clad in an orange martial arts uniform embellished with a turtle insignia on both the front and back, was none other than Shang Yun, whose relentless exertion of his divine prowess had propelled him here at an astonishing speed. "Gohan, you've grown taller," Shang Yun remarked, squinting at Gohan with a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Who?" Piccolo's full attention was absorbed by the two formidable presences he sensed, and upon hearing the voice nearby, he was taken aback, swiftly grabbing Gohan and leaping a considerable distance away. "Piccolo, it has been a while. It seems you've trained my son remarkably well," Shang Yun observed with satisfaction, noting Piccolo's protective instinct for Gohan. Piccolo acknowledged Shang Yun with a slight nod, inquiring, "Is that you, Shang Yun? When did you arrive? I had no inkling of your presence. And why does your aura seem so feeble, as if you were on the brink of demise?" I could hardly detect it unless I focused intently. You aren't faltering, are you? Cough, cough. Piccolo, rest assured, I am quite capable. My cultivation method is rather unique. And my current state is somewhat unstable, Shang Yun replied dismissively, opting not to elaborate further. Overjoyed, Gohan dashed forward to embrace Shang Yun, exclaiming, Godfather. His voice was infused with joy and trust, as if the mere presence of Shang Yun guaranteed their victory. Yet, in the blink of an eye, tears welled in his eyes as he lamented, Godfather, why did you take so long to return? Daddy is gone. Shang Yun gently ruffled Gohan's hair, offering solace, fear not. The turtle sage has already summoned the eternal dragon to revive your father. By the way, son, your attire is quite impressive. Do you aspire to be a formidable presence like Uncle Piccolo? In this ensemble, you truly resemble a young warrior, and I believe you will excel in battle. Gohan, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Just as Piccolo looked on, speechless at Shang Yun's comforting words, Vegeta and Nappa came into view. Instantly, Piccolo's gaze turned icy and sharp, like twinkling cold stars. Shang Yun attempted to shield Gohan behind him, but Gohan resolutely declined, standing defiantly between Shang Yun and Piccolo. Glaring fiercely at Vegeta and Nappa, Shang Yun gazed at Sun Wukong, who was no longer the child he once knew, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. Yet he chose to remain silent. Vegeta and Nappa descended with a forceful impact, causing the ground to tremble violently, fissures radiating outward in chaotic patterns. Stretching for hundreds of meters, Vegeta, tall and proud, donned battle armor that emanated a chilling aura, its metallic sheen glinting under the sun, evoking a sense of dread. His gaze, as frigid as distant stars, was deep and merciless, as if he could see through the frailty and insignificance of the world. Nappa, a formidable figure with a brutish countenance, exuded an air of ferocity. Each muscle seemed to narrate tales of his brutality and strength, rendering him akin to a mobile mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression. I am Vegeta, the great prince of the Saiyans, a formidable force in the universe. I have come to this inferior Earth to avenge Raditz, to mercilessly exterminate all life on this planet and sell it off. Should you possess any sense of prudence, surrender the Dragon Balls, and I may grant you a swift demise. Otherwise, humph. Vegeta's voice sliced through the tranquility of Earth like an icy blade, each word laced with undeniable arrogance and dominance. Nappa then bellowed, I am Nappa, a powerful warrior of the Saiyans. Prepare to meet your demise, you insignificant insects of Earth. When Vegeta's gaze fell upon Piccolo, he paused momentarily, a smirk of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth as he coldly remarked, judging by your appearance, green skin, wrinkled ears, and those distinctive antennae, you must be a Namekian. It is said that Namekians possess extraordinary power, but today marks your end. Piccolo, filled with confusion yet undeterred by fear, furrowed his brow and replied with a low, resolute tone, Namekian? I do not comprehend your words. Vegeta, cease your theatrics. I care not whence you hail, but you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Do not mistake me for an easy target. More arrivals? Vegeta glanced skyward, his battle power detector emitting a series of beeps. At that very instant, a powerful gust of wind swept downward from the sky, and a figure descended beside Shang Yun. It was Krillin, who had followed closely behind. Nappa observed the data on his power detector and erupted in boisterous laughter. Ha ha! A bunch of lowly beings with pitiful combat power. That green fellow possesses the highest power at merely 1220, the child beside him is at 981, and that bald-headed one is at 1083. There's even one with a mere power of 10, with such feeble strength. I could crush you like ants with a single hand. Before us Saiyans, your earthling race is nothing but a collection of inferior beings. Yet Vegeta understood that matters were far from simple. He furrowed his brow and addressed the boastful Nappa. Do not rely too heavily on those readings. They can alter their own combat power. These earthlings seem to possess the remarkable ability to unleash unforeseen strength in the face of adversity. Though Nappa remained somewhat perplexed, he obediently complied, hurling the combat power detector aside with great force, causing it to kick up a cloud of dust as if it too trembled in anticipation of the impending battle. Yet Vegeta chose to disregard Nappa's arrogance, his thoughts lingering on Piccolo as he continued, You Namekian, cease your pretense of ignorance. I suspect the Dragon Balls on this planet are your creation, are they not? That wondrous artifact capable of granting wishes is undoubtedly the work of a Namekian, such as yourself. Piccolo found himself utterly bewildered, pondering internally. What place is this Namek that Vegeta speaks of? Is it my homeland? The Dragon Balls were crafted by that old deity, and what concern is it of mine? However, he refrained from dwelling on this matter, instead maintaining a vigilant watch over Vegeta, his own energy surging within, ready to embrace the forthcoming conflict. Piccolo was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the two adversaries before him. Nonetheless, he, as the Demon King Piccolo, could not afford to retreat even a single step, resolutely contemplating, "This earth shall be mine to conquer. I have an idea, Nappa. Eliminate them all." Vegeta seemed to have a sudden revelation. What are the Dragon Balls? Nappa questioned, confusion etched on his face. "Fear not. I have already devised a plan. That individual is a Namekian. We shall venture to Namek and undoubtedly uncover even more powerful Dragon Balls," Vegeta sneered. At that moment, Tien Shinhan, Kairatsu, and Yamcha arrived like 3 gusts of wind, landing on a nearby hill. Tien, with a poised and athletic stature, stood firm like a resilient pine amidst the tempest. His gaze steadfast and fervent, ignited by the flames of battle. In response to Vegeta's overwhelming presence, Sean exhibited little reaction, while Krillin, with a grave expression, gazed intently at Sean. "Sean, you seem remarkably composed. Do you have a strategy?" Sean shook his head. None. Then how can you remain so calm?" "I tremble all over. Your composure is truly admirable." "You are utterly fearless," Krillin replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. Sean paused slightly, responding with a faint smile. "Fearless, perhaps? Yet, fear serves no purpose. We must fight. However, I hold you in high regard, Krillin." Deep down, Sean recognized himself as a coward. His apparent calmness stemming from the knowledge that he could be revived, that Goku would emerge at a crucial moment to defeat Vegeta. Knowing their side would ultimately prevail instilled a sense of invulnerability within him. Yet, this was not true fearlessness, for he was aware of his own survival. He understood the outcome of this battle, the future of their world, and the cosmic principles governing their existence. In contrast, Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Kairatsu, Yamcha, and Gohan remained oblivious. They understood only that they faced the might of Vegeta and the potential for their own demise. However, they also recognized that if they failed to vanquish Vegeta, not only would they perish, but the Earth itself would face annihilation. Despite their trembling bodies and reluctance to obey their own instincts, they stood resolute, confronting their fears and buying time for Goku's arrival. This, indeed, was the essence of true bravery. As for Krillin, he was acutely aware that he had already been resurrected by the dragon once. In his understanding, should he meet his demise again, there would be no opportunity for revival. Yet, facing the formidable Vegeta and Nappa, he boldly stepped forward, fully aware of the imminent danger to his life. In Shang Yun's eyes, this act of courage, knowing the futility yet still pursuing justice, epitomized true valor. Vegeta lifted his chin slightly, and, with a tone laced with mockery, remarked, "Humph. It seems the warriors of Earth have arrived. How fortuitous. I shall capture all of you in one fell swoop. Nappa, let them engage in one-on-one combat with the plant people. This is their chance to exhibit their so-called bravery before me." "Very well, Prince Vegeta," Nappa replied with a chuckle. "There are precisely 7 plant people, 1 for each of you. Do not fight over them." He then retrieved a small vial containing 7 oval-shaped seeds. Nappa knelt down, meticulously creating 7 holes in the ground with his fingers, uncapped the vial, and planted each seed, covering them with soil. He then produced another bottle filled with a luminescent green liquid, carefully watering the spots where the seeds lay buried. In an instant, the ground quivered as if disturbed by a great beast. Soon, a tender green sprout cautiously broke through the surface, seemingly testing the world around it. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the sprout appeared to receive boundless encouragement, growing wildly upwards. It extended branches and unfurled leaves, the slender stalk rapidly ascending. The foliage thick and ample, swaying gently in the breeze. At the pinnacle of the stalk, a human-like silhouette began to emerge. The head gradually swelled, the rounded shape becoming clearer. The limbs, as if meticulously sculpted, transitioned from indistinct to well-defined, long, and robust. The features of the face slowly took shape under the persistent energy, with the eyes slightly sunken, the nose straight, and the mouth closed, exuding a calm yet mysterious expression. Ultimately, a complete plant person appeared as if awakened from slumber, standing silently, enveloped in a shroud of flickering green light that seemed to narrate its extraordinary origin. Its gaze fixated on Nappa, awaiting his command, poised for battle. Following suit, the remaining 6 plant people emerged, collectively observing Nappa, anticipating his orders. Each of these beings possessed a combat power of 1200, equivalent to the strongest among you, the Namekian. I shall not deceive you. You may confront them one by one. Ha ha ha. Nappa laughed heartily at Piccolo and the others. Humph, such trash. I could eliminate them with ease. Just as Piccolo was about to step forward to annihilate the 7 plant people, aiming to assert his strength before Vegeta and Nappa, he was halted by Shang Yun. Chapter 76. Confrontation with the plant people. Shang Yun restrained Piccolo, who intended to dispatch the 7 plant people in one swift motion, and whispered, Piccolo, we made a promise to them. Goku has just been revived and is currently en route back to Earth. We do not know when he will arrive. We must buy time. Humph. Then you all go ahead. Bick came to a halt, snorting in displeasure at their misplaced hopes in Sun Wukong. Allow me to take the lead. Tianjin Fan, aware of their plan to delay time, which had been discussed back in the Celestial Temple, leapt forward first. Stepping into the battlefield, he bellowed, do not underestimate Earthlings. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Humph. You go first. Eliminate him. Upon witnessing Tianjin Fan's bold advance, Naba coldly commanded one of the plant beings to engage. The plant creature, seemingly sensing Tianjin Fan's lack of strength, sneered disdainfully and charged forward. As the battle commenced, Tianjin Fan did not flinch from the oncoming assault. He spread his legs apart, assuming a firm stance, inhaled deeply, and placed his hands upon his forehead, splaying his fingers wide. The energy within him rapidly coalesced, and with a thunderous shout, he unleashed the solar fist. In an instant, a beam of brilliant light, as intense as the sun itself, erupted from his palms, flooding the battlefield and aiming to disorient the vegetable creature. This technique, one of Tianjin Fan's signature moves, utilized blinding brilliance to create an opportunity for attack. He mused internally, this move will surely disrupt your formation, monster. Without delay, Tianjin Fan darted forward like a wraith, his legs executing a series of rapid kicks. Each strike was imbued with formidable strength and cunning angles, seemingly capable of tearing through the very air itself, as he shouted. This kick avenges the earth you have trampled upon. The vegetable being found itself momentarily overwhelmed, retreating under the barrage of Tianjin Fan's relentless assault. Seizing the moment, Tianjin Fan leapt high into the air, spinning gracefully, placing his right hand atop his left, and roared, unleashing the Kamehameha. The energy blast surged forth like a tumultuous wave, striking the vegetable creature and sending it hurtling several meters away. In midair, the creature regained its balance and promptly opened its mouth to expel a noxious white liquid, akin to an arrow aimed at Tianjin Fan. Reacting swiftly, Tianjin Fan dodged, watching as the liquid splattered onto the ground, creating a deep crater that released a pungent odor. Realizing the formidable strength of this creature, Tianjin Fan steeled himself, vowing not to be easily vanquished. He unleashed his full potential, his fists roaring with wind and his legs casting heavy shadows, pouring all his strength and resolve into each strike. Just as the plant creature faltered, Tianjin Fan seized one of its legs, delivering a swift side kick that sent it crashing to the ground, writhing in pain, desperate to rise again. Naba, witnessing this, widened his eyes in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity as he roared, "How is this possible? This feeble earthling possesses such power." Meanwhile, Vegeta narrowed his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at Naba, his tone icy as he remarked, "I have warned you before, do not overly rely on the power level readings. Their combat abilities are far more complex than the detector suggests, likely exceeding 1200. These warriors of Earth seem to possess not only hidden strengths, but also the ability to enhance their combat prowess through the gathering of energy." As he spoke, he unleashed a wave of energy that obliterated the defeated vegetable creature, leaving the air infused with the acrid scent of charred matter. "Humph, what utter waste. You go?" Nappa, having witnessed Vegeta's ruthless elimination of the plant being, approved of his actions and commanded another vegetable warrior to engage in battle. Initially hesitant, the latter found the fierce gaze of Nappa impossible to ignore and steeled himself to step forward. "This fellow is truly merciless, even slaying his own kind," Krillin remarked, his brow furrowed. Indeed, judging by their actions, Their pursuit of the Dragon Balls could not be for the mere wish of resurrecting Raditz. It likely harbored a far more sinister intent. Shan Yun struggled to recall the original purpose behind Vegeta's quest for the Dragon Balls on Earth. Regardless of the wish, it must be thwarted. These two nefarious beings surely harbored no noble desires, Krillin declared through clenched teeth. Tianjinhan, take a breather. I shall step in. Upon witnessing Tianjinhan effortlessly dispatch a vegetable warrior, Yamcha sought to join the fray. Very well, be cautious of the foul projectiles it may launch. Tianjinhan nodded in agreement. Yamcha inhaled deeply, adjusting his focus, feeling both anger towards the foe and a twinge of anxiety. As he entered the battlefield, Shan Yun felt a tightening in his chest, urgently recalling the events of his previous life and whether Yamcha might face peril. Yamcha's fighting style was notably agile and versatile, adept at combining close-quarters combat with ranged assaults. He dashed towards the vegetable creature, his form tracing a graceful arc in the air as he unleashed the Wolf Fang fist. His fists rained down upon his opponent with relentless speed, creating afterimages that danced in the air as he internally roared, "I must fight for Earth's honor." The vegetable creature could only respond with passive defense. Realizing he was not gaining much advantage in close combat, Yamcha swiftly distanced himself, placing his hands at his waist and bellowing, "Kamehameha." A brilliant blue energy wave surged forth like a torrential tide, crashing into the vegetable creature with a thunderous boom, rendering it motionless on the ground. Just as Yamcha exhaled in relief, believing victory was assured, he turned to share a triumphant smile with Shan Yun and the others, intent on departing the battlefield. In that fleeting moment, however, the vegetable creature miraculously staggered back to its feet and lunged at Yamcha with astonishing speed. "Yamcha, be careful." As the creature struggled to rise, Shan Yun suddenly recalled that this vegetable warrior possessed the ability to self-destruct. With a battle power of 1200, a detonation at such close range would be catastrophic for them all. Shan Yun hastily warned Yamcha not to let his guard down and activated instant transmission, attempting to interpose himself between Yamcha and the creature to deliver a kick that would send it flying. Yet the distance between Yamcha and the vegetable being was perilously close. And having only just grasped the technique of instant transmission, Shan Yun was unable to maneuver swiftly enough. He was ultimately a fraction too late, as the vegetable creature had already embraced Yamcha from behind. Chapter 77. The Death of Yamcha. As Shan Yun's figure appeared beside Yamcha, a brilliant red light suddenly emanated from within the plant humanoid. Yamcha's eyes widened in terror, filled with despair and reluctance. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted as the vegetable creature self-destructed. The overwhelming force engulfed Yamcha, propelling his body like a kite severed from its string, sending him tumbling down the mountainside until he came to a halt, lifeless, his eyes forever closed. In his final moments, his heart was heavy with sorrow for the earth and fury towards his adversaries. Shan Yun, having just manifested, had no time to execute any defensive techniques before being thrown back by the shockwave of the explosion, landing on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, struggling to rise. How is it possible that this fellow survived the plant humanoid self-detonation? Naba pondered, observing Shan Yun's struggle. He was perplexed that someone with a combat power of merely 10 could withstand such a blast at such close proximity. I have long warned against over-relying on combat power detectors. This individual has been concealing his true abilities, and did you not notice his sudden appearance? Vegeta scoffed, too weary to comment further on Naba's intelligence. Indeed, he was just on that mountain peak and then suddenly appeared here. Naba finally acknowledged the peculiar manner of Shan Yun's arrival. This fellow must possess some extraordinary means, Vegeta mused, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. Now intrigued by Shan Yun. How could this happen? I could have saved Yamcha. Shan Yun's gaze grew vacant, his expression one of despondency. He could not comprehend why. Despite knowing Yamcha's fate and being prepared to intervene, he was unable to prevent the tragedy. Perhaps this was a case of divine abilities falling short against fate. "Father!" Gohan exclaimed, seeing Shan Yun injured, filled with anxiety and wanting to rush over, but was halted by Piccolo. "I'm fine. Gohan, do not come over," Shan Yun quickly urged, preventing Gohan from entering the battlefield. He cast aside his troubling thoughts and summoned his inner energy to mend his wounds, his eyes fixed on the battlefield to avert any further calamities. As Yamcha was blasted away and fell to the ground, Krillin soared towards him. "Yamcha! Ah, you wretched creatures! You will pay for this. Yamucha's demise ignited a tumult of rage within Krillin, his eyes reddening as the fury in his heart surged like a volcano ready to erupt. Humph. I said we should have taken out these plant creatures in one fell swoop, Krillin remarked coldly. With a powerful push of his legs, he charged at the remaining 5 plant humanoids. Despite his seething fury, Krillin retained his composure, swiftly attacking while searching for openings in his opponent's defenses. With a fierce shout, he surged towards the remaining foes, his body weaving through them with the agility of an eel, executing his afterimage punch technique. In an instant, multiple phantoms of Klin appeared on the battlefield, their authenticity indistinguishable, leaving the vegetable beings bewildered and repeatedly striking empty air. Observing their reactions, Klin recognized the opportune moment. Seizing the chaos among the vegetable beings, Klin leapt high into the air, spinning his body as his legs kicked rapidly like propellers. The immense strength and speed of his strikes left the vegetable beings reeling, each kick resonating like a hammer against their forms. Following this, Klin swiftly gathered energy in his hands, forming 2 spiraling vortices in his palms. Thanks to the assistance of Xiangyun, Klin was now capable of executing the Qi element slash with both hands. You fiends, perish! Klin exclaimed as he forcefully unleashed the Qi element slash, which sliced through the air like a frisbee, cleaving the atmosphere with a sharp, whistling sound. In a series of thunderous explosions, 3 vegetable beings were instantly severed in twain. To prevent any resurgence of their self-destructive tendencies, Klin skillfully maneuvered the 2 Qi element slashes in an interweaving rotation, reducing the 3 vegetable beings to mere fragments. The rapidity of the battle left Klin somewhat breathless, and at that moment, the remaining 2 vegetable beings hesitated in their assault, having witnessed Klin's lethal efficiency. Their courage faltered, and they contemplated retreat, only to be reprimanded by Naba, who threatened them with death should they fail to engage in combat. Reluctantly, the 2 vegetable beings exchanged glances and lunged at Klin, only to be struck down by 2 beams of light that detonated upon impact, none other than Bick, who had soared into the air, timing his magical flash perfectly. Klin turned to Bick, nodding in gratitude. Humph, I didn't do it to save you. You can't all die. I want you to witness my victory over these creatures before I personally eliminate you and conquer the earth. Bick retorted with a cold snort. Upon witnessing the demise of all the vegetable beings, Naba was utterly incensed. He bellowed in fury, gathering several blinding waves of laser energy in his hands and unhesitatingly directing them towards those present. Tianjin Fan shielded Jiaozi from Naba's laser waves, while Klin utilized his aerial technique to soar above the onslaught. However, Sun Wukong, momentarily stunned by the battlefield's brutality, found himself unable to evade in time. Standing dazed, Sun Wukong was overwhelmed by the recent violence, the image of Yamucha's demise haunting his thoughts. Just then, 2 figures rapidly appeared before him, Xiangyun and Bick. This time, Xiangyun did not use his divine realm technique. Instead, he immediately embraced Sun Wukong, turning his back to the approaching laser wave. Without hesitation, Bick flew in front of Sun Wukong to shield him. The laser wave struck Bick, erupting in a dazzling display of light. With a muffled grunt, Bick staggered slightly, but resolutely maintained his stance. Gritting his teeth, he emitted a low growl, his eyes filled with determination and resolve, clearly realizing he had underestimated this scion, who was far more formidable than the vegetable beings. Uncle Bick, Sun Wukong cried out, tears streaming down his face, fearing for Bick's life. Bick endured excruciating pain as he covertly mended his wounds, casting a glance back at Sun Wukong, signaling him to remain calm and not to worry. At that moment, the battlefield was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and the surrounding mountains had been devastated and collapsed by the indiscriminate laser beams unleashed by Naba, transforming the landscape into a charred wasteland. The mountains crumbled, ruins scattered everywhere, and the ground was riddled with fissures, as if the earth itself were groaning in agony. The sky was shrouded in smoke, rendering the sun's rays powerless to pierce through the pall of death and despair, enveloping the entire world in darkness and fear. Chapter 78. Eruption. Klin surveyed the horrific scene before him, his sorrow morphing into a deeper animosity toward the enemy. He clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the strain, silently vowing to avenge the fallen Yamucha, vowing that these 2 scions would not triumph. The flames of vengeance burned in his eyes, always ready to rejoin the fray. Meanwhile, Xiangyun remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on Naba and Vegeta while also monitoring Sun Wukong's condition. He understood the immense potential within Wukong, yet sensed the turmoil that now plagued his heart. Softly, Shang Yun encouraged, "Wukong, gather your strength. We cannot give up now. You must believe in your power." Sun Wukong lifted his head slightly, tears glistening in his eyes, yet he resolutely nodded. He knew this was not the time for sorrow. He had to fight bravely for the fallen Yamcha, for the earth itself. Naba, infuriated that Bick had thwarted his assault, charged toward Bick and Wukong, each step causing the ground to tremble. He swung his powerful arms with a fierce gust, as if intent on crushing everything in his path. Together, realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, Shang Yun ceased to hesitate and, with a mighty roar, set Wukong down before launching himself at Naba. Tianjin and Jiaozi swiftly followed, while Klin spread his arms, conjuring two swirling cyclones, preparing to unleash his energy attack upon Naba. Bick shielded Wukong behind him, focusing all his strength on healing his injuries, while his right hand rapidly concentrated energy for the demon energy cannon. Zen Mind, 3 feet of divine light. Tranquil void spiritual domain. As Shang Yun charged toward Naba, he unleashed 2 formidable techniques, a faint golden aura enveloping him. A single star shining from the crown of his head, gradually fading as it reached 3 feet above. Indeed, this fellow conceals his capabilities. Vegeta mused as he observed Shang Yun's transformation. Like a flash of orange lightning, Shang Yun accelerated, leaping into the air, his form twisting as he executed a rapid sequence of kicks that created a whistling wind, akin to a pair of swiftly rotating windmills, aimed directly at Naba's temple. Naba, however, remained unfazed, simply tilting his head slightly, allowing Shang Yun's fierce kick to graze his cheek, his eyes still radiating disdain and arrogance, taunting, "You are too slow." Tianjin followed closely, joining forces with Shang Yun to assault Naba. After missing his strike, Shang Yun deftly performed a backflip mid-air, landing steadily several meters away. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he unleashed his power, propelling himself like a bolt from a bow towards Naba once again. This time, he executed the turtle school technique, his fists raining down upon Naba's chest like a relentless storm, the wind of his punches howling, almost producing a sonic boom. Naba, unfazed, raised his muscular arms, effortlessly parrying the onslaught from Shang Yun and Tianjin Han. Each collision between fist and arm sent visible ripples of energy radiating outward, producing a series of dull thuds akin to the reverberation of war drums, vibrating the air around them into a low hum. Seemingly bored, Naba once more collided his left arm with Shang Yun's right leg, swiftly seizing Shang Yun's ankle with his right hand, and hurled him heavily towards Tianjin Han, who was caught off guard and sent flying. Naba then slammed Shang Yun down onto the ground repeatedly, thrice in total. Fortunately, thanks to the protective barrier, Shang Yun sustained no serious injuries, though he felt slightly dizzy, the faint glow above his head becoming hazy. Noticing Shang Yun's stillness, Naba flung him high into the air, opening his mouth to unleash a powerful energy beam aimed at Shang Yun, intending to create a spectacular aerial display. This was Naba's most formidable technique, possessing immense power and causing significant damage. In midair, Shang Yun swiftly adjusted his position, locking eyes with Naba, placing his hands upon his forehead, and shouted Sun Fist. Instantly, a radiant light erupted between them, exploding like a miniature sun, blinding Naba with its brilliance. Naba winced in pain, instinctively shutting his eyes. Zen Sense Spirit Avoidance Technique. Although Shang Yun had momentarily obscured Naba's vision, the energy beam was already unleashed, leaving him no choice but to employ the Spirit Avoidance Technique. Now was the moment. Krillin seized the opportunity, launching his energy slash, 2 streams of energy swiftly hurtling towards Naba. Tianjin Han also took advantage of the moment, charging in again. Meanwhile, Jiaozi soared upward, his form resembling a streak of lightning as he darted towards Naba, his palms rapidly unleashing a barrage of Dodone waves, blue energy beams shooting forth like a torrential downpour. "Naba, be cautious." Vegeta, having witnessed the might of the energy slash, shouted a warning. Hearing Vegeta's admonition, Naba clenched his eyes shut, bellowing as he crossed his arms over his head, forming a pale golden energy shield around himself. Jiaozi's Dodone waves struck the shield, merely creating faint ripples, akin to an ant trying to shake a tree, failing to stir any real turbulence. Krillin's 2 energy slashes collided with the energy shield, piercing through it and slashing against Naba's chest armor. However, the shield absorbed most of the attack's force, resulting in only a shallow gash across Naba's armor. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, he looked down to see blood trickling from the scratch, his fury igniting. You lowly earthlings dare to make a noble scion bleed. Taking advantage of the brief interlude, Tianjin Fan leapt high into the air, curling his body into a compact form before suddenly extending like a cannonball. His legs taut and poised to strike with the weight of a mountain upon the head of Nab. Should this explosive knee strike connect, an ordinary individual would surely suffer a catastrophic fate. Yet, Nab merely squinted slightly, and as Tianjin Fan approached, he erupted into laughter, inviting him to try again. With a swift motion, Nab extended his massive hand, gripping Tianjin Fan's ankle with the precision of an iron clamp. Tianjin Fan was taken aback, struggling desperately. But he could not escape Nab's grasp. A cruel smile crept across Nab's lips as he abruptly flung Tianjin Fan away, sending him crashing into a distant mountain peak like a kite severed from its string. A resounding crash echoed as the mountain shattered, debris scattering, shrouding Tianjin Fan's figure in a cloud of dust. Nab ambled over, intent on delivering a final blow, when he suddenly stumbled, nearly losing his balance. It was then that Dumpling unleashed his unique abilities, extending his hands forward, concentrating intently, with a focused expression etched upon his face, his eyes locked onto Nab. Chapter 79. Tragic Heroism. It's you scoundrel! Nab exclaimed, glancing around until he pinpointed Dumpling as the source of his disturbance. His fury igniting as he broke free from Dumpling's influence and unleashed an energy wave with a casual flick of his wrist. Meanwhile, Shang Yun, who had quietly activated his own ethereal abilities, prepared to intervene. Upon witnessing Dumpling in peril, he instantaneously moved in front of him, employing the Void Spirit domain to intercept Nab's energy wave. Following this, Shang Yun executed a feint, placing his hands upon his forehead, and shouted Solar Fist. Unaware of the ruse, Nab slightly bowed his head, raising his arm to shield his eyes. Tianjin Fan surged forward, leaping high with taut leg muscles, delivering a swift and formidable whirlwind kick, slicing through the air like a razor towards Nab's head. You're quite tenacious, Nab remarked, unfazed, a smirk of disdain curling his lips as he tilted his head slightly, evading the fierce strike with ease. Immediately, with a sweeping gesture of his hand, Nab unleashed a torrent of energy, akin to a roaring beast, charging towards Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan's expression darkened as he swiftly crossed his arms before his chest, summoning his energy to withstand this powerful onslaught. With a thunderous crash, he was propelled backward several meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Is this all you can muster? Then prepare to meet your end. Nab sneered, his face a mask of contempt. Clenching his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, Tianjin Fan's fury surged within him. Taking a deep breath, he leapt into the air, placing his right hand atop his left, directing all his energy towards Nab, and shouted, Kamehameha. A formidable wave of power surged forth like an invisible tsunami, overwhelming and crashing towards Nab. Upon witnessing the scene, Naba's expression momentarily hardened, and he swiftly raised his hands to defend himself. In an instant, two formidable forces collided, creating a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. The surrounding rocks, overwhelmed by this tremendous power, shattered like fragile building blocks, disintegrating into countless tiny fragments that billowed dust into the atmosphere, gradually obscuring the figures of the two combatants. Yet, an insurmountable gap in strength existed between Tian Xinhan and Naba. As Tian continued to exert his energy, his stamina began to wane like the receding tide. Naba, keenly attuned to this opportunity, flashed a ruthless gleam in his eyes and bellowed, Scion Blade. A crescent-shaped energy blade glimmered with a chilling light, shooting forth like a peerless weapon. Tian, exhausted and unable to evade, heard the sickening sound of his right arm being severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain and staining the ground crimson amidst the dust. Nevertheless, driven by his indomitable will, he gathered his remaining strength with his left arm, trembling as he attempted to unleash the Kikaho once more. However, Naba offered no respite. He lunged forward like a mountain, delivering a decisive kick to Tian's abdomen. With no strength left to resist, Tian was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Meanwhile, Shang Yun sought to invoke his divine realm again. But this time it seemed even more elusive, unable to be summoned instantaneously. Ultimately, he forced it into existence, appearing behind Tien and catching him as he hurtled through the air. The two collided heavily against a distant mountain, the void realm absorbing some of the impact. Yet the mountain still trembled under the force, sending countless stones cascading down to mercilessly bury them both. Tien Shinon, Shang Yun cried out, leaping from the rubble, only to find Tien had lost his breath. Panic surged through him as he shouted. Hearing Shang Yun's desperate call, Jiaozi understood that his senior brother had perished. His small face flushed crimson with rage and determination. His diminutive form seemed to harbor boundless fury, and he darted towards Naba like a bolt of lightning. With swift precision, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves, blue beams of energy striking Naba like a torrential downpour. Naba, however, merely smirked, a hint of disdain in his expression, as a faint golden energy shield enveloped him. The energy waves collided against this shield, producing only minor ripples, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, failing to provoke any genuine disturbance. Naba disregarded Jiaozi, shifting his gaze towards Piccolo on the distant mountaintop, sauntering over with deliberate pace. Jiaozi's heart sank. He understood that his meager strength was utterly inconsequential against Naba, incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm. Yet, there was no hint of retreat in his gaze. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he proclaimed, "Even if I perish, I will not allow you to prevail." Jiaozi, no. Krillin realized Jiaozi's intent and shouted in a desperate attempt to dissuade him. Undeterred, Jiaozi pressed himself against Naba's back, his body beginning to swell. The surrounding air seemed to tremble with the intensity of his resolve. As he expanded, a brilliant light enveloped him, and he shouted, "Senior brother, I am coming." With a thunderous roar reminiscent of the heavens collapsing, a colossal surge of energy erupted, akin to a runaway nuclear explosion. Everything in the vicinity was engulfed, and a torrent of smoke billowed forth like a black tidal wave. The earth trembled violently under this force, as if the apocalypse had descended. Yet, as the smoke gradually dissipated, Naba remained unscathed, standing firm in his place, albeit with his back armor shattered and his rear charred. Shaking his head with a look of disdain, Naba remarked, "You overestimate your capabilities." At the moment of his self-detonation, Jiaozi had already struck Naba's back to form a defense. "Ah, Goku, where are you?" Krillin, witnessing Jiaozi's explosion and Naba's contempt, fell to his knees, weeping bitterly. 9527. Why can I not invoke the divine realm or unleash the diamond prajna power? Shang Yun, cradling the lifeless body of Tianjin Fan, glared at Naba with bloodshot eyes. The starlight atop Shang Yun's head began to shimmer once more, pulsating gently as if in struggle. Ding. Host reminder. The Zen powers require a heart awakened with compassion and mercy to be utilized, as does the diamond prajna power. At this moment, the host, in aiding the killing of others, harbors no compassion. The mechanical voice of 9527 echoed once more. Vegeta and Naba intend to annihilate all life on Earth. They are the true villains. I am helping Krillin and the others to eliminate evil and save all Earthlings. Does this not embody compassion? Shang Yun, perplexed, bellowed as the starlight above him quivered even more intensely. Warning to the hostess' heart is currently overwhelmed by murderous intent, and the divine calm of Zen cannot suppress this fury. Answer me. Chapter 80. Good and Evil Host. Good and evil are not absolute. The boundary lies within the heart. While you profess that destroying evil is an act of compassion, you have yet to comprehend the underlying reason. Remember, to speak contrary to one's heart is also a transgression. 9527 Caution Shang Yun. Upon hearing 9527's words, Shang Yun was momentarily lost in thought. In his past life, born into an era of peace, he had been educated to abide by the law and treat others kindly. He had never engaged in fights, let alone taken a life. In that advanced nation, he had heard the tenet that eradicating evil is a form of goodness and had accepted it, yet he had never delved deeply into its implications. Furthermore, in his understanding, whether good or evil, he deemed himself unworthy to take a life. That was the duty of Uncle Hat. Thus, deep within Shang Yun's psyche, taking a life was inherently evil. As Shang Yun lapsed into contemplation, Naba had already positioned himself before Piccolo. Furrowing his brow, Piccolo approached with a grave expression. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his adversary, yet his gaze bore no trace of fear, only a fierce fighting spirit ablaze within him. Slowly, Piccolo gathered a vibrant green energy sphere before his chest. As the energy coalesced, the sphere's radiance intensified, resembling a diminutive dark green star. With a mighty shout, Piccolo propelled this energy sphere, imbued with all his might, towards Naba. The sphere, exuding an aura of annihilation, shot forth like a meteor. With Piccolo charging in its wake towards Naba, Klin rushed forward, ever in search of the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow to Naba. With swift, fluid movements, he conjured two spiraling energy blades, fully aware that their impact would be minimal, yet, even a mere concern from Naba would unveil an opening. With a resounding shout, Klin unleashed the energy blades towards Naba, slicing through the air like impeccably sharp daggers. However, Naba remained unfazed, effortlessly catching the energy orbs emitted by Bick with steady hands. Flexing his muscular arms, he crushed the seemingly formidable orbs as though they were mere bubbles. Then, with a subtle lift of his hand, he sent the energy blades careening away with sheer force. Realizing his initial assault had faltered, Klin launched a barrage of energy waves at Naba, but the latter simply crossed his arms, nullifying the attacks with ease. At that moment, Bick appeared behind Naba, delivering a fierce kick accompanied by a sharp gust of wind aimed at his back. Yet, Naba, seemingly forewarned, did not flinch. He countered with a grip akin to a vice, seizing Bick's foot and, with a powerful heave, hurled him violently to the ground. A thunderous crash echoed as the earth was dented, dust swirling into the air. Understanding that energy attacks were futile, Klin advanced for hand-to-hand combat, only to be sent flying by a casual swipe from Naba, crashing heavily onto the ground. Seizing the moment, Naba unleashed a potent energy wave that struck Klin, rendering him utterly defeated and devoid of combat capability. Bick quickly rose from the pit, engaging Naba in close quarters like an enraged leopard. His fists fell upon Naba in a relentless downpour, yet the latter's body was as unyielding as iron. Bick's strikes merely elicited a slight sway, akin to tickling a giant. Suddenly, Naba unleashed his strength. His fist, the size of a cooking pot, whistled through the air and struck Bick in the abdomen. A jolt of excruciating pain surged through Bick, forcing him to expel a torrent of blood uncontrollably. "Huh, you wretched beast, is that all you've got?" Naba boasted, his laughter reverberating across the desolate battlefield. Wiping the blood from his lips, Bick's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, "You are the true monster." Channeling all his strength, a dark green aura enveloped him, preparing to unleash his ultimate attack, the magic convergence cannon. Yet, Naba would not grant him the luxury of time. He preemptively gathered his energy into his hands, releasing a formidable energy wave that manifested as a brilliant golden beam, striking Bick instantaneously. As Bick was hit, his body slowly succumbed, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of unwillingness. At that moment, the young son Gohan witnessed his companions fall one by one, igniting a fierce blaze of rage within him. Though still in his youth, he harbored immense power within. His small face tightened, his gaze resolute and furious, and without hesitation, he charged towards Naba. Son Gohan swiftly ascended into the sky, then charged towards Nappa with fervor, unleashing his youthful, yet potent fists upon him. However, Nappa's body was far too resilient, rendering Gohan's attacks akin to mere tickles, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Undeterred, Gohan persisted in his assault, gathering his energy to unleash a wave of power directed at Nappa. Nappa, observing Gohan's effort, wore a disdainful smile, effortlessly dispersing the energy wave with a single hand or absorbing it without flinching. During the skirmish, Nappa seized upon Gohan's vulnerabilities and struck him with a ferocious punch, sending Gohan's petite form hurtling like a cannonball, crashing violently to the ground. Subsequently, Nappa unleashed another energy wave that struck the still recovering Gohan, grievously wounding him and rendering him incapable of further combat. At the brink of despair, Piccolo summoned the last vestiges of his strength, struggling to reach Gohan's side. Gazing upon the injured boy, his eyes brimmed with concern and resolve. "Gohan, do not give up. Focus on feeling the energy within you," Piccolo urged, placing his hand upon Gohan, transferring his remaining energy to him. Gohan felt a warm, formidable force surge within him, gradually stabilizing his aura. "Uncle Piccolo, I will not give up," he declared through gritted teeth. With Piccolo's assistance, Gohan slowly regained some stamina and fighting spirit, yet Piccolo soon closed his eyes, succumbing to his last breath. "Uncle Piccolo, Gohan cried out in anguish upon witnessing Piccolo's lifeless state. Piccolo. Upon hearing Gohan's voice, Sean regained a flicker of awareness. Turning his gaze towards Piccolo. Piccolo is dead. The Guardian is dead, and the Dragon Balls are rendered useless, Krillin murmured, his eyes vacant. Ah! Sean roared towards the heavens. A tempest of fury igniting within him, as the stars above trembled violently, with dark tendrils beginning to manifest. Warning! The host is succumbing to darkness. Please regain your composure. Warning! The host is succumbing to darkness. Please regain your composure. Warning! The host is succumbing to darkness. Please regain your composure. Silence. To hell with this darkness. Sean bellowed. Disregarding the warnings, utterly unconcerned with notions of good or evil, his singular desire was to obliterate Nappa. Chapter 81. The first descent into darkness. Sean relinquished the burden of Tianjin Han, rising slowly with a visage consumed by wrath. His right pupil gradually turned white, while dark energy seeped from the corners of his eyes, and even his once black hair began to exhibit signs of whitening. Suddenly, Sean felt a tremor in the energy within his dantian, as if he could now harness the true power contained therein. Second level of the Diamond Prajna technique. No longer hesitating, Sean pressed his palms together, eyes wide with fury, channeling the Prajna energy within him, activating the Ren and Du meridians, and directly unleashing the second level of the Diamond Prajna technique, amplifying his strength fourfold. Following this, he roared, Zen Essence Light Shield Slash, as he flung his arms outward, sending forth 2 waves of radiant energy shields, slicing through the air towards Nappa with lethal precision. At this moment, a radiant golden light emanated from Shang Yun, swiftly coalescing into a 1-foot-tall golden avatar behind him. This ethereal figure, translucent and gold-hued, bore a striking resemblance to Shang Yun and mirrored his every movement. However, the avatar, which should have worn a blank expression, instead displayed a fierce countenance, with tendrils of black smoke seeping from its golden eyes. This smoke did not dissipate, but rather infused into the avatar, forming inexplicable dark patterns upon its golden form. Simultaneously, Shang Yun's own eyes emitted wisps of black smoke. His right pupil and short hair had transformed into a silvery hue, glimmering like starlight. Humph, this fellow has indeed concealed his capabilities, Vegeta scoffed, observing Shang Yun's transformation. Yet again, this technique. As Shang Yun unleashed the energy shield, Nappa dismissed it, believing it akin to Krillin's energy slash. Nappa, get out of the way. His combat power exceeds yours, Vegeta urged, glancing at the readings on the combat power detector, which he then decisively crushed, losing faith in its accuracy. What? How can this be? The detector must be malfunctioning, Nappa exclaimed in shock, hastily conjuring an energy shield and dodging to the left. As he watched the energy shield soar past him, he sighed in relief, thinking he had evaded the attack. However, after launching the energy shield, Shang Yun followed up with a leap into the air, resembling a divine being descending from the heavens, the avatar radiating an overwhelming aura. Upon seeing Shang Yun's emergence, Nappa's eyes glinted with malice as he let out a thunderous roar, swinging his colossal fist, akin to a small mountain, with enough force to shatter anything in its path. Slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, Shang Yun's visage hardened, his gaze filled with ruthlessness and fury, his body sank slightly, his feet rooted to the ground like ancient trees. Just as Nappa's fist was about to make contact, Shang Yun's form flickered like a specter, executing a phantom punch that instantaneously created multiple illusory duplicates. Nappa was momentarily bewildered, his attack missing its mark, and before he could react, Shang Yun had teleported behind him. Fool, he's behind you, Vegeta warned, though too late. With a thunderous shout that reverberated like rolling thunder, Shang Yun clenched his right fist, muscles bulging and veins pulsating as if a dragon were coiling within. This punch, infused with the wrath and murderous intent of Shang Yun, distorted the very fabric of space at its epicenter. When this fist struck Nappa's back, it resonated with the deafening sound of a meteor crashing into the earth. Nappa's massive form shot forward uncontrollably, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing through boulders and stirring clouds of dust that obscured the sky. Struggling to rise from the rubble, Nappa's eyes burned with rage, his muscles taut, breath ascending wildly as he recklessly charged at Shang Yun once more. Each swing of his arms carried the might to rend mountains as the barrage of fists cascaded upon Shang Yun like an overwhelming tide. However, Shang Yun remained undeterred, taking a deep breath as a tumultuous energy surged within him. With the invocation of the Void Spirit Domain, a golden aura enveloped both combatants. The energy within Naba was rapidly depleting, being siphoned into Shang Yun's grasp. In that moment, Shang Yun's speed and strength escalated to a terrifying pinnacle, allowing him to navigate effortlessly through Naba's relentless barrage of punches, each movement leaving behind a trail of golden light. In a flash, Shang Yun evaded a powerful straight punch from Naba, simultaneously unleashing a sweeping kick with his left leg, infused with the transformed energy akin to a steel whip. Striking toward Naba's midsection. Caught off guard, Naba was struck, spiraling through the air like a top before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. Without granting Naba a moment's respite, Shang Yun leaped above him like a leopard pouncing on its prey, swiftly positioning his hands at his waist, a prelude to the Kamehameha wave. Concentrating all his energy between his palms, a golden sphere rapidly formed, expanding in brilliance as the surrounding air crackled with electricity. Kamehameha wave. Shang Yun bellowed, launching the fully concentrated energy wave toward Naba. The golden beam surged forth like a devastating rainbow, imbued with destructive power. Naba, eyes wide with terror, attempted to evade, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the Kamehameha wave engulfed him. Amidst a blinding flash and a thunderous explosion, Naba was propelled away by the overwhelming force, crashing against a distant mountain, which instantly crumbled, burying him beneath the rubble. Lying in the debris, battered and breathless, Naba had completely lost the will to fight. What is happening? This boy's speed and strength have multiplied several times over. Vegeta observed the formidable display of Shang Yun with incredulity. What an incredible prowess! Gohan murmured in awe as he witnessed Shang Yun's triumph over Naba. Tien Jinhan had previously mentioned that Shang Yun possessed a transformation technique that could exponentially enhance his combat prowess. Could this be it? Krillin was equally astounded. Shang Yun descended into the ruins, gazing at the barely conscious Naba, raising his right index finger to condense energy, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Ding! Warning! Host is succumbing to madness. Please regain composure. The mechanical voice of 9527 echoed in his mind, striving to awaken Shang Yun's rationality. Ultimately, Shang Yun refrained from striking Naba, instead lifting him with one hand and hurling him toward Vegeta, coldly stating, "He can no longer fight. I advise you to take him and vanish from this planet immediately." Naba landed at Vegeta's feet, struggling to extend his left hand toward him. "This guy is too despicable. Vegeta, save me." Chapter 82. The death of Naba. Observing the feeble Naba, Vegeta raised his left hand to grasp him, scoffing, "Humph, save you?" With a powerful toss, Vegeta flung Naba into the air. "What do you intend to do?" Vegeta, Nappa, suspended in the air and unable to move, could only cry out in terror, fully aware of Vegeta's nature, desperately attempting to awaken any semblance of conscience within him. A motionless scion holds no value. To Vegeta, Nappa had already become expendable. Given Nappa's severe injuries that hindered his mobility and could potentially jeopardize Vegeta's future plans, Vegeta made the ruthless decision to eliminate him. As he watched Nappa scream in agony, Vegeta's eyes reflected no compassion. He raised his hand to gather energy, and an intense current surged around him due to the energy's concentration. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful energy beam towards Nappa. The force of this energy was tremendous, and the storm it generated stung Shang Yun's face. Nappa's eyes widened in horror. He had no time to react as the energy beam struck him instantaneously, accompanied by a colossal explosion and a deafening roar. Nappa's body was entirely consumed by the energy, vanishing amidst the ruins and smoke. Vegeta, his expression unchanging, regarded the scene as if merely attending to a trivial matter. He then turned to search for Shang Yun, his figure appearing particularly cold and resolute amidst the swirling dust. Scanning his surroundings, Vegeta failed to spot Shang Yun until he noticed him aloft, cradling Krillin and Gohan, soaring into the air to evade the shockwaves of the explosion. How terrifying! This guy even kills his own comrades. Krillin trembled in shock at Vegeta's overwhelming power. Gohan, Krillin, this man is far too powerful for me to contend with. I am uncertain when Goku will arrive. I will hold him off while you two escape. Shang Yun's expression was grave as he observed Vegeta below. Indeed, Gohan. Did you hear that? We should leave. Krillin, momentarily stunned, regained his senses. But, Gohan, that guy is too formidable. We won't be of any help here. In fact, our presence may distract Shan Yun during his confrontation with him, which could be detrimental. Is that true, Godfather? Gohan inquired, looking at Shan Yun. I apologize, but his strength exceeds mine. You must retreat first. He has crushed the scouter, so he won't sense your energy and cannot locate you. If I can hold out until Goku arrives, that would be ideal. If not, once I fall, wait for Goku to come. Do not take any further risks. At that moment, Shan Yun had forgotten his ability to be reborn, a sense of tragic bravery welling up within him. Very well, I understand. What is the plan? Who will face death first? Vegeta smirked coldly at the three above him. Shan Yun descended rapidly, while Krillin and Gohan fled to a distant mountain. Haha, your comrades have abandoned you. Vegeta taunted. Humph, we Earthlings are not as cold-blooded and heartless as you, Shan Yun retorted. Enough chatter. Prepare to die? Vegeta replied impatiently. At this moment, Shan Yun's internal energy was nearly depleted, and he could not sustain the Diamond Prajna technique for long. Thus, he refrained from engaging in a direct confrontation with Vegeta, whose presence was formidable. His current objective remained to buy time, awaiting Goku's arrival. In order to conserve his energy, Shan Yun sheathed all his combat techniques, including the Diamond Prajna, and stood at a distance, locking eyes with Vegeta while quietly channeling the Heart Sutra to restore his internal energy. What's this? Has he withdrawn? Could it be that he has exhausted himself and can no longer hold on? Vegeta mused, observing Shan Yun revert to a seemingly harmless state. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, but he quickly reassured himself that, given Shan Yun's strength, sustaining such intense combat must have taken a tremendous toll. Do you not wish to know how I have exponentially increased my power? Shan Yun was acutely aware that he could not conceal this from Vegeta. For when it came to battle experience, Vegeta was undoubtedly more seasoned. Humph, it seems I cannot finish him off so swiftly, Vegeta thought, intrigue stirring within him. If he could uncover Shan Yun's method of amplifying his strength, his own prowess as the prince of all Saiyans would reach new heights. In this mountainous battlefield, surrounded by towering peaks and tumultuous waves, the very earth seemed to tremble in anticipation of the impending clash. Shan Yun stood resolute amidst it all, small yet unwavering, facing Vegeta, who radiated an innate regal aura and a chillingly potent presence. The oppressive force emanating from Vegeta spread like a tangible entity, dimming the very landscape around them. Vegeta, born of pride and arrogance, regarded the weak as merely deserving of subjugation or annihilation, whilst the strong were worthy of his attention. Shan Yun raised his gaze toward Vegeta, fully cognizant of the vast chasm that separated their powers. Vegeta's hawk-like eyes appeared capable of piercing through to his very soul, and his austere countenance was etched with disdain and derision. Shan Yun understood that in Vegeta's eyes, he might as well be an insignificant insect. Yet, he harbored no thoughts of victory or morality. His singular focus was to delay Vegeta, to stall for time until Goku's arrival. The spark of battle ignited under Vegeta's icy gaze. Vegeta's hands moved with the swiftness of the wind, a ghostly blue light illuminating his palms. He thought to himself, let this insect witness the terrifying power of a prince. In an instant, countless energy waves surged forth like unleashed cheetahs, howling toward Shan Yun. The trajectories of the energy waves sliced through the air, leaving trails of cold light, reminiscent of the scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper. Wherever they passed, the hard rocks were torn asunder, jagged gashes erupting in their wake, while debris and dust were sent soaring into the air, creating a tumultuous sandstorm amidst the mountains. The valley reverberated with deafening explosions, birds scattered in fright, and trees on the mountainside splintered under the immense energy impact, branches and leaves swirling through the air. Each energy wave contained the power to obliterate a small hill, and the surging energy coalesced like a cataclysmic tsunami, threatening to engulf Shan Yun in an endless tide of destructive force. Second-level Diamond Prajna technique. Shan Yun dared not exhibit the slightest relaxation. He inhaled deeply and swiftly activated the second tier of his Diamond Prajna force. In an instant, the once dwindling and dormant vital energy within his Dantian surged forth like a torrent, violently crashing against his governing and conception vessels. Chapter 83. Shan Yun Falls. Golden light radiated from Shan Yun's entire being, gradually solidifying into a magnificent, translucent golden form resembling him closely, akin to a deity descending into the mortal realm. the Zen Awareness Spirit Avoidance Technique. Harnessing the enhanced power bestowed by the Diamond Prajna Force, Shang Yun executed the Spirit Avoidance Technique, causing his figure to vanish amidst the impenetrable storm of energy waves, reappearing high in the sky, 100 meters above. He wished to evade battle on the ground, for the aftermath would obliterate the bodies of Tianjin, Fan, and the others. However, the vital energy within his dantian could no longer sustain the distance required to lure Vegeta away. Vegeta swiftly detected Shang Yun's presence, adjusting his attack trajectory. Unleashing a torrent of energy waves toward the heavens, the sky opened up considerably, allowing Shang Yun to rely on his agility to evade. Each dodge was accompanied by the flickering of golden light, reminiscent of shooting stars traversing the night sky. In terms of battlefield experience, 100 Shang Yuns would not measure up to Vegeta, who soon capitalized on his extensive combat knowledge to pinpoint Shang Yun's evasive maneuvers and deliver precise strikes. Seeing that evasion was futile, Shang Yun continued to employ the Spirit Avoidance Technique, altering his direction, yet Vegeta, driven by his instinct for battle, rapidly homed in on Shang Yun's position. This cycle repeated several times, draining Shang Yun's vital energy and mental fortitude. Observing Shang Yun's frequent reliance on such an extraordinary technique to evade his energy waves, Vegeta felt an increasing sense of alarm. Originally anticipating an effortless victory, Vegeta was astonished by the finesse of Shang Yun's combat skills. The Zen Awareness Spirit Avoidance Technique rendered his attacks futile time and again. Where on earth did this boy acquire such remarkable techniques? Vegeta pondered, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. The once cold and haughty expression on his face began to shift, his brows furrowed slightly, and the condescension in his heart gradually dissipated. Vegeta swiftly altered his hand gestures, concentrating energy into his palms, swinging his fists, which flickered with an eerie blue light, unleashing a barrage toward Shang Yun. Each punch emitted a sharp, whistling sound, as if the very air was being torn asunder by the ferocity of his strikes. Shang Yun found himself engulfed in a tempest of blue light and relentless punches, akin to being trapped within a blue storm. Vegeta, attacking relentlessly, mused, "If you can evade ranged attacks, then I shall employ rapid and fierce close-quarters combat. Let us see how you can escape." Shang Yun struggled to fend off Vegeta's onslaught, desperately seeking survival amidst the gaps between the punches. With frustration mounting as this round of attacks failed to achieve complete success, Vegeta let out an enraged shout, retreating suddenly to create distance. He then slowly brought his hands together before his chest, purple energy swirling wildly between his palms, forming a colossal, rotating energy sphere. The brilliance of the sphere intensified, compressing the surrounding air into visible whirlwinds. Gallic Gun. Vegeta's gaze was frigid as he thrust forward, propelling the energy sphere towards Shang Yun, his mind resolutely intent on inflicting severe injury upon his opponent. Void Spirit Domain. Shang Yun seized the opportune moment to unleash his Void Spirit Domain, a delicate golden barrier materializing around him like an eggshell, adorned with intricate, flowing patterns reminiscent of mysterious runes. With all his might, he attempted to dissipate Vegeta's formidable energy sphere, yet its overwhelming power compelled him to once again employ the technique of spiritual evasion. Having activated the Void Spirit Domain, Shang Yun was acutely aware of the tremendous drain on his vital energy. Thus, he resolved to cease merely evading and instead charged towards Vegeta, engaging him in close combat. After exchanging several blows, Vegeta abruptly interjected, his voice dripping with undeniable arrogance. "Humph! You pitiful insect, do you think you can resist me within this gossamer shield? My patience is finite, and I present you with a choice for survival. Surrender to me the method to instantly elevate your battle prowess and become my servant. Or perhaps you may glimpse the realm of true strength under my protection. Otherwise, I shall subject you to torment more harrowing than death itself, reducing everything you hold dear to ashes, leaving you to be consumed by endless regret and despair, while you become yet another defeated soul beneath my heel." Denied even the solace of rest, a flicker of thought crossed Shang Yun's mind. As long as he could speak, he could buy time. Thus, he feigned compliance. "Prince Vegeta, your might is undeniable, and I shall comply. However, the method is complex. Please allow me to explain it slowly." Yet, his actions belied his words as he continued to maintain the Void Spirit Domain, relentlessly assaulting Vegeta. Vegeta, incensed by Shang Yun's mockery of his authority, gaped in fury. His pride would not tolerate such insolence. "You despicable wretch, how dare you toy with the prince?" Vegeta roared, as Xiang Yun pressed his relentless offense. Vegeta's patience was utterly exhausted. Resolving to unleash his full power, a flicker of determination and wrath ignited in his eyes. He swiftly blocked Xiang Yun's advance with his left hand, channeling energy into his right palm, and unleashed a devastating strike. This force surged forth like a falling star, imbued with the intent to obliterate everything in its path, racing towards Xiang Yun. Despite his utmost effort to transform this overwhelming might within the confines of the void spirit domain, it proved futile. He was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, retreating from the state of diamond-like pristine energy, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Lying there, blood gushed from his mouth, staining the earth beneath him. His bones lay fractured in multiple places, rendering him incapable of further combat. The void spirit domain faltered, and as he struggled to rise, his consciousness began to fade, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Watching Xiang Yun lying motionless on the ground, Vegeta stood rooted, his heart a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he felt justified in his victory. On the other, the resilience displayed by Xiang Yun during their battle compelled him to harbor a modicum of respect. At this moment, the setting sun bled into the horizon, and the evening glow hung in the sky, casting a lavish aura over the mountains, while a profound silence enveloped the battlefield. Although Vegeta held a modicum of admiration for Xiang Yun as the proud prince of the Saiyans, his ego forbade him from feeling even a trace of pity for the weak. "Humph, foolish earthling." Vegeta slowly approached Xiang Yun, a scornful smirk playing upon his lips. "Since you are so stubborn, allow me to grant you your wish." If Xiang Yun were still conscious at this moment, he might indeed wish for Vegeta to end his life. However, fate is fickle, and fortune is often a matter of chance. Just then, a piercing howl echoed through the sky, and a figure streaked across the heavens like a golden meteor, racing towards the battlefield. Chapter 84. The arrival of Son Goku. Upon arriving in the underworld, Son Goku quickly exchanged greetings with King Yama before hastening to Earth. Sensing the malevolent and formidable energy of the Saiyan, Goku was seized by an overwhelming sense of urgency. As he beheld the ravaged city, mercilessly devastated by Vegeta and Babidi, a fiery rage ignited within him, akin to surging magma threatening to erupt from his chest. The air was thick with the scent of death and despair, and the once thriving streets had been reduced to mere ruins, the horrific scene piercing his eyes like a dagger. When Goku reached the battlefield, witnessing his friends, who normally laughed and fought alongside him, lying lifeless on the cold ground, their bodies battered and broken, extinguished of life, his mind buzzed as if the world had plunged into an abyss of darkness and silence. Grief engulfed him like a relentless tide, interwoven with fury and sorrow, echoing a tortured roar deep within his soul. The faces of each fallen friend flashed before his eyes, memories swirling like a lantern's flickering light, guilt and regret gnawing at his heart. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood trickled through his fingers as he silently vowed to make Vegeta pay a grievous price, to repay blood with blood, seeking justice for the shattered land and lost lives. Seeing Vegeta poised to strike Xiang Yun, Goku swiftly intervened, positioning himself between the two. "Humph, so you are Kakarot. It seems they have been waiting for you." Vegeta assessed Goku with disdain. "You wretched fool. You have killed so many." Goku's fury blazed within him. "Goku, Dad!" Krillin and Gohan, upon spotting Goku's arrival, hurriedly flew to his side, relaying the events that had transpired. Vegeta stood by, allowing their exchange, convinced they were praising his strength. "Well, do you now comprehend my power? Kakarot, prepare to meet your demise." Once Krillin and Gohan finished, Vegeta cast a scornful glance at Goku. "Humph, to me, you are nothing but trivial." Under the tutelage of King Kai, Sun Wukong's strength has experienced a remarkable enhancement, rendering him untroubled by Vegeta's current power on the ground. "Humph, allow me to demonstrate my true prowess." Vegeta, incensed by Sun Wukong's composure, begins to gather his energy. In an instant, a tempest erupts, howling like a feral beast unleashed, with sand and stones soaring through the air like concealed weapons, heralding the commencement of a brutal confrontation with a symphony steeped in despair and slaughter. Vegeta is entirely consumed by the flames of fury, his aura resembling the churning fires of hell, leaping and dancing wildly, casting him as a demon emerging from the abyss. A colossal shockwave, akin to a tsunami wrought by a prehistoric beast, radiates outward from Vegeta's center, causing the earth to tremble violently, as if writhing in unending terror. Cracks spread across the ground like grotesque wounds, as though the very planet groans in agony beneath this overwhelming force. With a piercing gaze, Sun Wukong, sensing the imminent danger, employs his extraordinary speed and keen perception to swiftly rescue Shan Yun, Krillin, and Gohan, transforming into a streak of golden lightning that pierces the clouds, narrowly evading the onslaught of the tempestuous energy. Upon reaching a safe altitude, Krillin's expression is grave as iron, beads of sweat cascading from his brow, soaking his attire. Breathing heavily, he addresses Sun Wukong. Wukong, this place is perilous. We must find a way to relocate the battlefield. If Tien and the others' bodies are destroyed, reviving them will pose a great challenge. Sun Wukong's eyes brim with concern, and upon hearing Krillin's words, he exhales deeply. Piccolo is already deceased, and the Supreme Kai should have perished as well. The Dragon Balls may be rendered useless. Without them, how can we revive everyone? With unwavering determination, Krillin clenches his fists, knuckles whitening with resolve, as if channeling all his conviction into that grip. I have my own plans. You must first take Vegeta away. Trust me, Wukong. I will find a way to bring everyone back. Sun Wukong gazes at Vegeta, a flicker of hope igniting within his eyes. All right, Krillin. Though I am unaware of your method, I will certainly lure that guy away to another location. He then turns to Gohan and Krillin. A look of remorse etched upon his face. Gohan, Krillin, I am truly sorry. Take Shan Yun and return to Master Roshi's house immediately. I am unable to protect you both. Your presence here will only distract me. I cannot allow you to fall into greater peril. That is the last thing I wish to see. Tears well in Gohan's eyes, trembling as he speaks. Dad, please be careful. I will obediently return. You must come back safely. Vegeta, let us change the venue, Sun Wukong declares. Taking a deep breath, he turns and speeds away into the distance, trailing a golden comet-like glow behind him, resembling a graceful, undulating dragon. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, a cold laughter that seemed to mock Goku, as if belittling both the warrior and the impending battle, ridiculing Goku's audacity. Without hesitation, he pursued him, moving with a speed as swift as a phantom, his figure slicing through the air like a bolt of black lightning, chasing after Goku. Soon, they arrived at a desolate valley. Surrounding them were jagged rocks, resembling the fearsome fangs of monstrous beasts emerging from the earth, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Dust swirled through the air, shrouding the entire valley in a dim, yellowish fog, akin to a wasteland of the apocalypse, where vision was consumed by a haze of obscurity and silence. Vegeta, undeterred, quipped, "Humph, it appears this is the grave you've chosen for yourself." Goku's gaze was sharp as an eagle's. He suddenly let out a mighty roar, his voice resonating through the valley like a resounding bell, echoing endlessly. As he approached Vegeta with ghostly swiftness, the wind from his fist howled, pressing directly toward Vegeta's face. The power contained within seemingly capable of shattering the very air around them. Yet Vegeta remained composed, his eyes reflecting a blend of indifference and confidence. He sidestepped with a graceful agility reminiscent of an elegant cheetah, effortlessly evading the attack, before raising his leg in a sweeping motion. The force of his kicks sliced through the air like a blade, accompanied by a deafening roar that tore through the atmosphere. Goku quickly raised his arm to block, only to feel an overwhelming force crashing upon him, sending him sliding backwards several meters, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Dust billowing as if the earth itself lamented under such pressure. Chapter 85. Goku's defeat. Krillin and Gohan, holding on to Shan Yun, were en route to Kame House when the biting cold wind roused Shan Yun from his slumber. He inquired about the situation, to which Krillin explained Goku's decision to confront Vegeta alone, urging them to return to Kame Island. That's not an option. Vegeta is far too powerful, and Goku may not stand a chance against him. We should go. Perhaps we can assist him, Shan Yun proposed, and coincidentally, Krillin and Gohan shared his concerns for Goku's safety, leading to a unanimous agreement among the three. Due to Shan Yun's lingering weakness, he was supported by Krillin and Gohan as they flew onward. Goku was acutely aware of Vegeta's formidable strength, a might akin to an insurmountable mountain. Resolutely, he decided to unleash the Kaioken technique. Double Kaioken. In an instant, Goku radiated a brilliant light, as dazzling as the sun, his muscles taut. Each one seemingly imbued with the explosive power of a volcano, ready to incinerate everything in his vicinity. His energy surged exponentially, and he lunged at Vegeta like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. In that moment, the air was alive with the howling winds of their fists, their figures intertwining. The valley resonating with the thunderous sounds of their fierce clashes, reminiscent of ancient deities in battle, each collision threatening to shatter the valley itself, as stones tumbled from the cliffs, raising clouds of dust. However, even with Sun Wukong unleashing the Kaioken ×2, he found himself unable to suppress Vegeta. Instead, Vegeta seized the opportunity, darting forward with the swiftness of a specter. A precise kick struck Sun Wukong in the abdomen, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against a massive boulder which, under the tremendous impact, disintegrated into dust, scattering shards like lethal projectiles in every direction. Struggling to rise, Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, leaving a glaring streak upon his cheek. Yet, his gaze remained resolute as if forged from rock, igniting with an indomitable flame that seemed capable of dispelling all darkness. With a determined heart, Sun Wukong resolved to stake his life on the outcome. Kaioken ×3. Once again, Sun Wukong erupted with greater power, unleashing a more formidable Kaioken. With a thunderous roar that seemed to tear the very heavens asunder, a dazzling radiance enveloped his form, his strength and speed surging anew as he launched a ferocious assault on Vegeta. Each punch bore the weight of his determination and courage, as if he aimed to utterly vanquish Vegeta. For a moment, Vegeta found himself unable to counter the relentless barrage, caught off guard by the tempest of furious strikes. Ultimately, a punch landed squarely on his chin, sending him crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust that fell like a flag of defeat. Vegeta rose from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood that blossomed into a dark red flower upon the earth. His eyes brimmed with resentment. Kakarot, I never imagined this inferior warrior could wound me. But you fool, the gravest mistake was severing your tail. You failed to comprehend the true power of a Saiyan. You will never experience the pinnacle of that strength. Sun Wukong, with a puzzled expression and furrowed brow, seemed to ponder a profound enigma. What would happen if the tail were severed? Why was it so significant? Vegeta sneered. On the night of the full moon, a Saiyan transforms into a great ape. That is the ultimate form. By cutting off your tail, you have clipped your own wings, forever severing your connection to the peak power of a Saiyan. It is a strength and ferocity beyond your imagination. With those words, Vegeta lifted his gaze to the sky, filled with anticipation as he sought the full moon. Yet, only the blinding sun met his eyes, its brilliance mocking his hopes. Initially taken aback, Vegeta soon deduced, Humph. The Earthlings must have discovered the Saiyan's secret and destroyed the full moon in advance. Nevertheless, it matters not. A Saiyan can create a mini full moon. With that, he slowly gathered energy with both hands, forming a swirling vortex in his palms, a portal to a mysterious realm. Moments later, a miniature moon ascended, casting an eerie glow that rendered the valley even more sinister. Vegeta fixated on the artificial moon, and his body began to undergo a violent transformation, swiftly morphing into a colossal great ape, his form towering as if it could fill the entire valley. Surprisingly, he retained his intellect, his eyes now gleaming with an even more ferocious light, as if intent on reducing everything before him to ashes. That radiance resembled the ghostly flames of hell, sending chills down the spine. Vegeta opened his massive jaws, harboring a colossal energy sphere within, and with a thunderous roar, unleashed an energy wave directed at Goku. Kamehameha. Goku promptly retaliated with his own Kamehameha wave, clashing against Vegeta's assault. However, it soon became apparent that Goku was in dire straits. After transforming into a great ape, Vegeta's power surged exponentially, pushing the energy wave relentlessly toward Goku. Fourfold Kaioken. Goku bellowed, amplifying his Kaioken technique 4 times over, resulting in a further enhancement of his strength, thus reversing the tide of the energy wave toward Vegeta, who was taken aback as both forces collided. Yet, Vegeta emerged relatively unscathed, merely slightly disoriented, while Goku, having exhausted his strength through the fourfold Kaioken, stood precariously, unable to maintain his empowered state. Vegeta straightened his posture and with a sweeping gesture, ensnared Goku in a vice-like grip that felt as if it could crush his bones. Agonizing pain coursed through Goku as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. His face pale as parchment, yet his eyes burned with indomitable spirit, the last bastion of his resolve. Nevertheless, Goku was not one to concede defeat easily. He grit his teeth against the searing agony, focusing all his energy. Just as Vegeta hurled him to the ground and mocked him, Goku summoned every ounce of strength. Clasping his hands above his head, channeling energy that erupted into a powerful energy wave, a blinding laser that struck Vegeta's right eye with pinpoint accuracy. Vegeta howled in anguish. Clutching his injured eye, his roar echoing like a wounded beast in despair. Enraged, he seized Goku once more, bellowing, "I shall grind you to dust, and you will pay dearly for your insolence. You shall regret your ignorance and arrogance." At that moment, Shan-Yun, Krillin, and Gohan arrived, landing on a nearby hilltop. Shan-Yun immediately sat cross-legged to restore his energy. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Goku's brutal torment at the hands of Vegeta, filling them with an overwhelming sense of indignation and fury, a blaze that threatened to engulf their hearts. Understanding that Vegeta's weakness lay in his tail, Krillin stealthily maneuvered to the hill behind Vegeta and, without hesitation, unleashed his energy slash. Chapter 86, Energy Shield Slash. Krillin's hands moved swiftly, sending forth a razor-sharp energy slash that shot toward Vegeta like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the air with a hissing sound reminiscent of the whisper of death. Despite one injured eye, Vegeta's acute senses quickly alerted him to the impending danger. He released Goku, sidestepped clumsily, but successfully evaded the attack, then turned to unleash a retaliatory energy blast, akin to a cannonball, aimed at Krillin's position. Krillin was instantly propelled backward, crashing to the ground, grievously injured. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, struggling to rise. "Dad!" Gohan rushed toward the fallen Goku. At that moment, Shan-Yun, who had been fervently restoring his energy, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his hands moving rapidly as if summoning something. Indeed, do you remember? As Shan-Yun engaged in battle with Nappa, he launched 2 energy shields, which Nappa skillfully evaded. However, rather than retracting the shields for a renewed assault, Shan-Yun chose to conceal them in the heavens, anticipating the perfect moment. Soon, the 2 energy shields re-emerged, one following the other, hurtling toward Vegeta. Having learned from his previous encounter, Vegeta approached with heightened caution and quickly discerned the impending threat. "Humph, are you back for more?" The great Saiyan will not be struck by the same trick twice. With a subtle flick of his tail, he attempted to evade the incoming shields. Yet, Vegeta miscalculated. The shields were not aimed at his tail, but rather at his uninjured eye. Realizing the direction of the attack, Vegeta hastily raised his hand to block. "Now!" shouted Shan-Yun. "Energy shield, detonate!" As the first shield neared Vegeta, he triggered an explosion, unleashing a blinding white light. Vegeta let out a pained scream, momentarily blinded. Energy shield. Flash. In that fleeting moment when Vegeta was distracted, Shan-Yun maneuvered the second shield toward the unguarded tail, severing it with a sharp crack. Exhausted from exerting the last remnants of his mental energy, Shan-Yun collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain control over the energy shield, which careened into the distant hillside. Vegeta erupted in a deafening roar, a sound akin to the death knell of the world, his body beginning to revert to its humanoid form. His strength waned significantly, trembling with fatigue and indignation, embodying a fallen king stripped of his former majesty. "I should have ended you sooner," he seethed, glaring at Shan-Yun as he rose and approached. "Do you think severing my tail can defeat me? Humph. I can still annihilate all of you." At this point, Shan-Yun was utterly spent, choosing to relinquish concern for the battlefield. He clasped his hands together and closed his eyes, channeling all his energy into recovery, eager to discover what insights might arise from his impending demise at Vegeta's hands. Goku, struggling to rise, called out to Gohan, "Gohan, your potential knows no bounds. Believe in yourself and learn to harness your strength. You are our last hope. Do not falter. Powerful blood flows within you. Unleash it." Encouraged by Goku's words, Gohan's resolve solidified, his gaze turning steely. He took a deep breath, concentrating his energy into his hands, and charged at Vegeta, each strike imbued with unwavering conviction. Vegeta, still weary, found himself on the defensive as Gohan pressed the attack. Their silhouettes danced amidst the swirling dust, trading blows with a cacophony of impact, each collision stirring up clouds of debris that marked the ferocity of their clash. Seizing the opportunity during the fierce exchange between Vegeta and Gohan, Goku called out for Krillin. Dragging his battered body, Krillin staggered to Goku's side, weakly inquiring, "Goku, what should we do? Is there any way to defeat Vegeta?" Sun Wukong extended his right hand, firmly grasping Krillin's hand, and said, "Krillin, this is the spirit bomb I learned from King Kai. I have channeled the gathered energy of Earth into your hands. Guide this power to strike Vegeta. This is our final opportunity to turn the tide of battle. We must seize this moment." Krillin felt the overwhelming energy surging through his palm, as if it could shatter his arm. Gritting his teeth, he poured all his strength into condensing the energy into a spirit bomb, a radiant sphere resembling a brilliant sun, which he hurled towards Vegeta. Its brilliance illuminated the entire valley, akin to the dawn of hope. Vegeta, engaged in a fierce battle with Gohan, sensed the impending danger behind him. He leaped into the air, narrowly evading the spirit bomb. However, his speed had significantly waned, and he appeared quite exhausted. Yet, the spirit bomb continued its trajectory towards Gohan, who was instantly gripped by panic, his eyes filled with dread. Krillin, too, turned pale, his lips trembling, wanting to shout but feeling powerless, as fear bound him tightly. Seeing this, Sun Wukong called out loudly, "Gohan, do not be afraid. The spirit bomb is a force of righteousness, our own power, and it will only punish evil. Extend your hands and deflect it back. Believe in yourself. You can do it." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Gohan was filled with a surge of fearless courage. He chose to believe, extending his hands to push the spirit bomb back towards Vegeta, the power embodying all his faith and hope. Vegeta, unable to evade in time, was struck directly by the spirit bomb, sustaining severe injuries. He plummeted to the ground like a bird with broken wings, crashing heavily and stirring up a cloud of dust, his body lying limply like a shattered kite. Yet, he still struggled valiantly, propping himself up with his hands, his face contorted with rage and defiance. Clearly not yet devoid of fighting spirit. This guy is incredibly tenacious. He refuses to die, Krillin exclaimed, grinding his teeth in fear as he watched Vegeta slowly rise. Fueled by fury, Vegeta resolved to unleash his full power. In an instant, his muscles tensed, each fiber seemingly ablaze, and he let out a thunderous roar akin to a thunderclap. A tremendous force erupted from him, radiating outward like a bomb explosion, sending those nearby flying. While the ground heaved, as if a minor earthquake had struck, the boulders in the valley trembled and rolled, producing a resounding crash. Chapter 87, Vegeta's defeat. The nearest to Vegeta, Gohan, was also knocked unconscious by the force of his explosion, his body collapsing to the ground, motionless, as if ensnared in an endless slumber. Just as Vegeta was about to deliver a fatal blow to the unconscious Gohan, he was startled to see Gohan's tail mysteriously sprouting. Alarmed, he thought, "When did this guy grow a tail? This is bad." The moon. Vegeta glanced up at the small, full moon he had created, fully aware that if Gohan transformed upon seeing it, the consequences would be unimaginable, and he might truly face defeat. Thus, a glimmer of madness and determination flickered in his gaze as he valiantly suppressed his pain, summoning the last vestiges of his strength in an attempt to slay Gohan. However, he was now at the limits of his endurance. The prior explosion of energy had nearly drained him of all vitality, and his raised hand trembled uncontrollably. In this critical moment, Gohan fortuitously turned over, and Goku seized the opportunity to shout, "Gohan, look at the moon in the sky. Gohan, look at the moon." Hearing Goku's urgent call, Krillin quickly joined in the chorus. Gohan, in a daze, cast a fleeting glance at the moon, and his heart raced, transforming him into a colossal ape. Yet, despite his newfound strength, Gohan had lost all reason and began to wreak havoc. Each of his attacks could obliterate a small mountain, and the surrounding boulders were effortlessly shattered by him, while deep cracks marred the cliffs of the valley. Even Goku narrowly avoided being struck by Gohan's rampage. Ultimately, Gohan's gaze fell upon the only standing figure, Vegeta, and his instinct for destruction propelled him towards him. Vegeta, in a state of desperation, could only evade with frantic movements, his figure a chaotic blur, anxiously searching for an opportunity to sever Gohan's tail, his eyes reflecting a mix of panic and fear. At last, Vegeta spotted a chance. As Gohan leaped high to smash down upon him, his tail inadvertently became exposed. Vegeta seized the moment, delivering a fierce punch, the force of which, imbued with energy, struck Gohan's tail and severed it in an instant. As Gohan transformed back into his human form midair, he crashed down upon Vegeta, inflicting grievous injury upon the already exhausted warrior. Vegeta lay there, on the brink of death, utterly drained, his eyes half closed. The unconscious Gohan sprawled over him, incapable of rising, gasping for breath on the ground, his life flickering like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Krillin, weary and battered, trudged slowly toward Vegeta, hatred flickering in his eyes, a light that seemed capable of consuming Vegeta whole. He was resolute in delivering a fatal blow to avenge his fallen comrades, each step laden with boundless resentment. Observing this, Goku hurriedly called out, "Krillin, do not kill him. We are not like him. We fight to protect the Earth and our friends, not for the sake of slaughter. Killing will only breed more hatred. We must break this cycle." Krillin halted. A look of confusion etched upon his face as he turned to Goku. "Why, Goku? Vegeta's hands are stained with blood. He has slaughtered countless innocents. Why spare him? His sins are unforgivable." Goku's expression grew solemn as he replied slowly, "Krillin, if we kill him, how are we different from him? Let him go. Perhaps one day he will recognize his mistakes and find the right path. We must strive to touch his heart with kindness and forgiveness, rather than resorting to violence." "I hope you are right." Krillin reluctantly lowered his raised fist and said to Vegeta, "You may leave." Vegeta, lying on the ground, scoffed, "You will regret this. The humiliation I have suffered today, I shall repay tenfold." Despite Vegeta's utter lack of gratitude, Goku's resolve remained unshaken, his eyes radiating a steadfast conviction, as if he were safeguarding a loftier moral code. Ultimately, Vegeta regained a fragment of strength, rising to his feet with a disdainful snort, forcefully shoving aside Krillin who stood nearby. With his battered and torn body, he struggled to ascend into the diminutive spacecraft. As the vessel slowly ascended, it unleashed a deafening roar, gradually vanishing from the sight of the onlookers, cradling the unconscious Gohan. Krillin's solitary and diminutive figure was stretched long in the fading twilight of the small moon above. His gaze was vacant, hollow, fixated on the direction of Vegeta's departing ship, which carried with it an aura of malevolence and dread, transforming into a mere speck before being engulfed by the infinite darkness. Krillin's arms trembled uncontrollably, as Gohan's youthful visage lay pale in his embrace. Unbidden, the harrowing images of the recent, brutal battle flooded Krillin's mind. The formidable and merciless silhouette of Vegeta loomed like a demon's shadow, indelibly etched in his psyche, each assault laden with the menace of death, mercilessly wreaking havoc upon the battlefield. The sight of his comrades falling one by one in the fray struck him like a series of piercing daggers. Each thrust a profound agony to his heart. Shang Yun approached, taking Gohan from Krillin's arms, gazing down at the boy, his heart filled with anguish and confusion. This child was still so young, meant to thrive under the warm embrace of family, frolicking carefree on the grass, learning in bright classrooms. Yet he had been thrust too soon into this brutal struggle for survival, forced to confront bloodshed and terror. Shang Yun instinctively tightened his embrace, as if to construct an impregnable sanctuary for Gohan, while simultaneously seeking a sliver of solace in this small gesture, even if that comfort felt feeble and illusory. Suddenly, a sharp roar sliced through the heavy, almost frozen silence like a blade. Krillin, akin to a startled beast, abruptly raised his head, his gaze sharpening to that of a hawk, muscles tensing as he instinctively assumed a defensive posture. In that fleeting moment, his heart nearly ceased its rhythm. Fearing that Vegeta had returned, dread and tension coiling around him like two frigid serpents. Only upon realizing it was an aircraft gently descending did he exhale in relief, his taut body relaxing slightly, though the worry in his eyes lingered, silently speculating that perhaps Bulma and the others had arrived. With a resounding clang, the aircraft's door swung open, and Chi-Chi's anxious voice pierced the air like an arrow. "Gohan, my Gohan, how are you?" Chapter 88. Sorrow and Strength. Immediately, she dashed off the plane like a tempest, forcefully shoving aside the turtle hermit who stood in her path. Her eyes were filled with urgency and panic, as if the entire world revolved solely around the safety of Gohan, rendering everything else inconsequential. She did not even spare a glance at the injured Goku beside her. instead violently pushing past Shang Yun and enveloping Gohan in her arms, weeping uncontrollably. Gohan, are you all right? It is my fault. I failed to protect you, allowing you to endure such suffering at such a tender age. It is all my fault for not stopping you, for placing you in such perilous circumstances. Tears streamed from Chi-Chi like a torrential flood, incessantly falling onto Gohan's pale visage. Her hands frantically searched Gohan's body, meticulously ensuring he bore no wounds. Her gaze a tapestry of heartache and self-reproach, as if she were assessing a most cherished treasure that she had inadvertently harmed. Shang Yun stood to the side, silently observing the scene, his eyes brimming with helplessness and sorrow. After a prolonged silence, he softly spoke. Chi-Chi, Gohan, he will be all right. Chi-Chi abruptly lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with rage and resentment, as she shouted at Shang Yun. All right? Just look at him. How could he possibly be all right in this state? It is all your fault, all of you who only know violence day in and day out, dragging Gohan into this mess. What kind of fathers are you? Krillin bowed his head, his voice low and hoarse. Chi-Chi, I understand your anger, but we did not wish for this battle. Vegeta is too formidable. We have tried our utmost. Tried your utmost? Is this what you call your best? Chi-Chi interrupted, tears continuing to flow. Gohan is still so young. He should not have to bear this. At that moment, Bulma descended from the plane. Her complexion as pale as a sheet, her eyes swollen and red. She glanced at Goku, a faint smile gracing her lips as she softly said, Goku, well done. You have won. Yet, that smile was more bitter than tears, her sorrow and exhaustion unmistakable, as if she had pieced together a semblance of solace with her last vestiges of strength. Krillin's face was etched with grief as he trembled. Speaking to Bulma, everyone is gone. Tenshinhan is dead. Yamcha is dead. In an instant, tears brimmed in Bulma's eyes, and she bit her lip to stifle her cries. I know. I saw it in the video. Please, do not say any more. However, before she could finish, she could no longer contain herself, collapsing to the ground, cradling her head in her hands, weeping uncontrollably. Her cries reverberated through the desolate ruins, each sob a poignant call for lost lives, tugging at the hearts of all present, suffocating the already heavy atmosphere. Shang Yun, dragging his feet as though burdened by lead, stepped forward, his face etched with guilt. I am sorry, I was unable to fight in time. Bulma abruptly raised her head, her eyes ablaze with fury, shouting, Why have you always hidden away, refusing to strike? Where have you been? If you had acted sooner and killed that Bu, would Yamcha still be alive? Shang Yun seemed struck by an unexpected fury, standing dazed and bewildered, his mouth moving without producing a single word. He found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend why he had been unable to unleash his power until this critical moment. As for the notion of inner demons, he was utterly confused. His thoughts a chaotic tangle, like a mass of intertwined threads. A chilling breeze swept through, stirring up the dust and debris at their feet, swirling around them with a rustling sound, as if the souls of the departed were silently weeping, adding an air of desolation and sorrow to the land. The group stood silently upon the ruins, enveloped by a sorrowful atmosphere that felt like an invisible, impenetrable net, tightening around each individual and making it difficult to breathe. The scent of death lingered, as if the earth itself were lamenting, narrating the tragic tales that had unfolded here. In the distance, the ashes of what once burned still danced in the wind, remnants of vibrant lives and cherished hopes, now reduced to mere dust, dissipating into nothingness. At that moment, Akalob rushed over, panting, and upon seeing the somber expressions of the group, scratched his head and inquired, Did I arrive too late? What has transpired here? Krillin glanced at him, weariness etched on his face as he replied, Vegeta just left, and the losses are severe. Master Roshi sat on a nearby stone, shaking his head in sorrow. This battle was too brutal. However, Vegeta will not easily relent. Indeed, Master Roshi continued, we must devise a strategy to confront the impending crisis. Goku, struggling to lift his head, gazed at Chi-Chi and Gohan, softly murmuring, Chi-Chi, I am sorry. I failed to protect Gohan. Chi-Chi shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, What good are your words now? All you know is fighting. Do you still care for this family? Shang Yun lowered his gaze and said to Akalob, It is all my fault for not exhibiting my strength earlier. Perhaps we could have mitigated some of the casualties. Akalob patted Shang Yun's shoulder, reassuring him, Do not be too hard on yourself. We must now consider our next steps. Along the way, Krillin silently guided Bulma as they sought the remains of their companions. They discovered the bodies of Tien and Yamcha, while Master Roshi trembled as he circled the area, hoarsely murmuring, "Where could Dumpling be?" Shang Yun sighed deeply. His eyes filled with sorrow. Dumpling has been reduced to ashes. He can no longer be found. He perished in an explosion. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped them once more. The only sound piercing the eerie stillness was the drone of the airplane's engine. As if it were composing a mournful elegy for the lives lost, they quietly moved their fallen comrades' bodies to the aircraft, each face etched with grief and exhaustion. The heavy atmosphere pressing down upon their hearts like lead, making it nearly impossible to breathe. This battle had been nothing short of a nightmare. The formidable strength of the enemy was unlike anything I had ever witnessed, and on several occasions, I felt as though I might perish on the spot. Krillin's voice was hoarse and fragmented, as if it had been repeatedly rubbed against coarse sandpaper, each word imbued with the tremors of survival and lingering dread. Chapter 89. Maternal love and hope. The anguish etched on Krillin's face resembled a landscape of deep ravines, rife with the terror of battle and the profound sorrow for fallen comrades, his swollen eyes reflecting the weight of ages, as though he had weathered a millennium's worth of trials. Indeed, Shang Yun interjected. Chi-Chi clutched the recently awakened Gohan tightly, tears welling in her eyes, her body trembling gently with each sob. Gohan's small face was pale and filled with fear, his little hands gripping his mother's garment with desperation as he murmured, "Mom, Gohan, my dear, there is no need to be afraid anymore. It's all over. We have triumphed," Chi-Chi reassured him, her voice soft yet tremulous as she held him tighter, as if to envelop him in an embrace that would shield him from all fears. Her arms became a steadfast shield, fiercely guarding her cherished child. Krillin stepped forward, gently patting Gohan's head, striving to muster a semblance of a comforting smile. "Gohan, you were incredibly brave in this battle. You outshone many adults. You truly are the son of Son Goku." With tear-filled, wide eyes, Gohan, his voice quivering, inquired, "Where's Dad? How is he?" "Your father is resting behind us. He has been injured, but he will be all right. Do not worry, Gohan." Chi-Chi pointed towards Son Goku, her fleeting concern quickly masked by a resilient facade, as if a delicate veil concealed the tumult within her heart. Shang Yun gazed at Chi-Chi, empathy and understanding filling her eyes as she softly remarked, "Chi-Chi, this journey has not been easy for Gohan. His small frame has borne an overwhelming burden. Yet he has exhibited extraordinary courage, and you should be proud of him." Chi-Chi lifted her tear-streaked face to meet Shang Yun's gaze, her voice thick with emotion. "Shang Yun, I am aware. However, every time I think of him confronting those terrifying foes on the battlefield, it feels as if my heart is being wrenched by a blade. He is but a child, meant to be in school, playing, not teetering on the brink of life and death." As she spoke, fresh tears cascaded down her cheeks, landing softly upon Gohan's hair. Chi-Chi's hands trembled slightly, her fingers unconsciously tightening on Gohan's clothing, as if this act could confirm his presence beside her. The familiar child in need of her protection, it was a profound expression of a mother's deep affection and concern. Shang Yun lowered her head slightly, gravely stating, "Chi-Chi, this battle is one we all wish to avoid, yet Gohan's bravery may signify an extraordinary destiny. We shall exert every effort to safeguard him, ensuring he incurs no further harm." Krillin's brow furrowed, his gaze revealing determination and remorse, his fists clenching unconsciously, seemingly vexed by his inability to protect Gohan more effectively. Those tightly clenched fists spoke volumes of his inner turmoil and resolve. Gently caressing Gohan's cheek, Chi-Chi's eyes brimmed with love and reluctance. "I only wish for him to grow up safely, to live like an ordinary child. This experience has been exceedingly harsh for him, and I truly fear that he may be left with psychological scars." Shang Yun gently patted Chi-Chi's shoulder, offering solace. "Gohan is remarkably resilient. With us by his side, he will gradually heal. From now on, we shall be more vigilant in our guardianship, ensuring that such tragedies do not recur." Subsequently, a profound silence enveloped the group until Krillin shattered the stifling quiet. "In truth, there is no need for despair. There may still be a glimmer of hope. Though it is faint, it is nonetheless a prospect." Upon hearing this, the others looked at Krillin in astonishment, and Bulma, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired eagerly, "Krillin, what do you mean by that? What is going on?" Krillin hesitated before turning to Shang Yun. "Shang Yun, Do you recall what Vegeta said upon seeing Piccolo? Xiangyun furrowed his brow slightly, and, after a moment, replied, I remember. He remarked that Piccolo is a Namekian, a being capable of extraordinary magic. Upon recognizing Piccolo, he believed that the Dragon Balls were crafted by him, leading him to abandon his quest for our Dragon Balls in favor of exterminating us all. He also mentioned that finding Namek would yield even more powerful Dragon Balls. Precisely, Krillin affirmed. Vegeta claimed that Namekians can create even stronger Dragon Balls. If we can locate that planet and beseech their assistance, perhaps we could resurrect Yamcha and the others. Bulma's eyes sparkled with hope, despite the tears that glistened within them. This is splendid. Yamcha can be saved. Only after exclaiming this did she realize her emotional outburst. Her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze and turned to fiddle with the aircraft, attempting to mask her inner excitement and joy while silently praying that this thread of hope might manifest into reality. This is wonderful. Uncle Piccolo can also be revived. Gohan exclaimed, sitting up in exhilaration. What are you talking about, Gohan? Chi-Chi quickly interjected, still seeing Piccolo as the malevolent demon he once was. At that moment, Xiangyun continued, Gohan is correct. If Piccolo is revived, the Earth's Guardian can also return, and the Dragon Balls will regain their potency. After all, Piccolo and the Earth's Guardian are intrinsically linked, the Guardian separated from the evil entity to eliminate wickedness, thus giving rise to the demon King Piccolo. Their fates are intertwined. And if we can use the Namekian Dragon Balls to restore Piccolo, the Earth's Dragon Ball system will return to normal, providing us with greater security and strength to confront our adversaries. Hearing this, Master Roshi nodded slightly, a flicker of hope surfacing in his eyes. If that is the case, this plan is feasible. Though challenges and obstacles are inevitable, it remains a hope worth pursuing. We cannot easily abandon our comrades. They are heroes who sacrificed themselves to protect the Earth, and we have a duty to bring them back. Goku clenched his fists, struggling to rise. His gaze resolute as iron as he looked at Xiangyun. Xiangyun, no matter how arduous the path ahead, I will not relent. Those fallen comrades are my dearest friends, and we must ensure their resurrection. Xiangyun regarded Goku with a glimmer of admiration and nodded slightly. Goku, I understand your resolve. I too am reluctant to witness the demise of my companions. However, it seems that the path ahead is fraught with inevitable conflict. My fervent hope is to minimize unnecessary casualties and, if possible, to discover a peaceful resolution. Sun Wukong gazed unwaveringly at Xiangyun, his eyes brimming with determination. Xiangyun, I comprehend your sentiments. We shall endeavor to avert needless strife. Yet should anyone dare to obstruct our quest to resurrect our comrades, we must retaliate. For the sake of our friends, for the sake of justice, we must not cower. The crowd exchanged words, and the previously oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipated, replaced by hope and resolve. Although the road ahead was laden with uncertainty and peril at that moment, they all shared a singular objective: to locate the Dragon Ball and revive their fallen companions. Chapter 90. The Dragon Ball in an instant. It seemed as if the group, after wandering in darkness for an eternity, had suddenly glimpsed a sliver of dawn. However, Bulma appeared to have come to a realization, and with a sudden cold laugh. Her expression betrayed her, as if she had heard an utterly ludicrous jest. What is this? I thought it was some grand idea. After all this, it's merely this? This is nothing short of a fantasy, sheer nonsense. The Dragon Ball? It's easy to say, but who knows where that wretched place is hidden in the cosmos? She spoke with an air of exasperation. Krillin, caught off guard by this sudden splash of cold reality, stared wide-eyed, filled with astonishment and helplessness. He spread his hands helplessly and said with a bitter smile, I've only heard there is a possibility, but I truly do not know the specifics. The fervor that had ignited moments ago was instantly extinguished, plunging the atmosphere back into silence. The group either bowed their heads in contemplation or gazed vacantly into a corner, each lost in their own thoughts of uncertainty for the future and grief for their departed comrades. At this moment, Xiangyun spoke. Wukong, might the king of the world know the location of the Dragon Ball? Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up, a steadfast glimmer shining within them. He grinned widely, revealing his signature goofy smile, and with a resonant voice declared, Leave this to me. I am certain the king of the world knows. With that, he closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, and called out from the depths of his spirit, King of the world, can you hear me? As Sun Wukong's call resonated, The distinctive voice of the king of the world rang clearly in everyone's ears. Ha ha, Wukong, I have heard your voice. This voice seemed to possess a wondrous enchantment, instantly shattering the oppressive atmosphere within the cabin. Master Rashi, astonished, nearly dropped his jaw. His eyes widened, mouth agape, as he took a moment to regain his composure and marveled. Wow, is this truly the voice of the king of the world? Even this old body of mine can hear it. His face was etched with wonder and reverence. Sun Wukong quickly responded with respect. King of the world, it seems everyone can hear your voice. Could you tell us where the Dragon Ball is? We truly need to find it to revive our companions. The king of the world chuckled with pride, his laughter resonating through the mental connection. Of course, I can. Who am I? I am the king of the world. Firstly, I must express my sincere admiration for you, Sun Wukong. When you were defeated, I feared all was lost, yet you and your companions remarkably triumphed in the end. Particularly impressive was that young lad named Shang Yun, whose meticulous planning was nothing short of extraordinary. Shang Yun, flattered by the praise, blushed and bashfully scratched his head. Chuckling, Your Excellency, you flatter me. I merely did what I could. However, a hint of melancholy and regret lingered in his gaze. Sun Wukong, anxious, pressed on, Your Excellency, let us set aside such matters and reveal to us the location of Namek. His fists clenched instinctively, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, betraying his inner turmoil. The King of Worlds replied, Do not fret, allow me to search. Ah, here it is. Namek resides in the 4th planet of the 27th star system of the Lyra constellation. Master Rashi, bewildered, scratched his head in confusion, exclaiming, What? My mind cannot grasp this. His eyes reflected sheer puzzlement, utterly lost. However, Bulma seemed to grasp a crucial detail, her eyes sparkling with realization as she muttered, It's here. Turning to Master Rashi, she urged, Old Turtle, come over and pilot the aircraft. I need to calculate the precise location. Master Rashi, with an exasperated sigh, muttered, Humph. That title is rather disrespectful towards elders, yet obediently made his way to the pilot's seat, grumbling softly, Alas. Why must this old body follow you young ones on such wild escapades? Meanwhile, Bulma was at the control console, her fingers dancing rapidly across various instruments and buttons. Her expression intense and anxious, beads of sweat dotting her forehead as she murmured calculations, fully immersed in the intricate computations. The King of Worlds continued, Let me take a look at Namek. Ah, here it is. Namek was once a breathtaking planet, adorned with vast green forests, crystal clear rivers, and azure skies, where its inhabitants coexisted in harmony, brimming with vitality. However, not long ago, a dreadful climatic upheaval struck, unleashing raging storms and volcanic eruptions that severely ravaged the environment, resulting in the tragic loss of many Namekians. Upon hearing this, Yachirobe's face turned pale with fear, his eyes wide with terror as he exclaimed, Does that mean there is no hope? What if we travel all that way and cannot find the Dragon Balls? Or worse, what if the Dragon Balls we find cannot revive anyone? Wouldn't that be a futile journey? Karen, frowning disapprovingly, struck Yachirobe on the head with his staff, glaring at him as he admonished, You, stop whining. Faced with a little adversity, all you do is shout. Can't you show a bit of initiative? Upon finishing his thoughts, Master Karen stroked his beard contemplatively and slowly remarked, It suddenly occurs to me that the Supreme Being must be one of the Namekians who fled to Earth. Could it be that he does not remember his origins due to sustaining grave injuries upon his arrival, resulting in amnesia? Or perhaps he was merely too young at the time, unable to recall many events? Yachirobe, clutching his head which had been struck, muttered softly, That was quite a blow. Yet could not help but interject, But can't he use the Dragon Balls to wish for his memory to be restored? The Dragon Balls can grant any wish, can't they? Why doesn't he simply wish to regain his memories? Master Karen patiently explained, You foolish child. The Supreme Being has previously stated that the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls have limitations, constrained by the power of their creator. If the Supreme Being himself cannot remember those events, how could the Dragon Balls possibly restore his memories? It is akin to wishing for the Dragon Balls to eliminate Vegeta directly, which is utterly impossible, as the power of the Dragon Balls is finite. Yachirobe shouted once more, Then the Dragon Balls are utterly useless. What good are they? At this, Chi-Chi could no longer contain herself, her face flushed with anger. She rose abruptly and delivered a sharp punch to Yachirobe, causing him to stagger. Chapter 91. A long journey ahead. Chi-Chi, unable to endure Yachirobe's incessant complaints, struck him and exclaimed in frustration, "Be quiet. You, always here spouting nonsense. If you dare speak out of turn again, I shall throw you off this spaceship." Master Karen chuckled derisively. "Humph, that is the price of being loquacious. You rascal, take a lesson from this. Do not always react so dramatically." At that moment, King Kai declared loudly, "I found it. The Namekians are a profoundly peaceful race. They are kind-hearted and innocent, possessing formidable spiritual strength and a unique culture. Although their planet has suffered tremendous damage, I believe that as long as there are survivors, there remains hope." Master Karen, reminiscing about the past, slowly stated, "Oh, so it seems that the Supreme Being had once mentioned some vague information regarding Namek. At the time, we took little heed, never imagining it would become relevant now. Hey, what do you know?" Yachirobe inquired curiously, grinning as he leaned closer. Master Karen glanced at Yachirobe and continued, "The Supreme Being once said that Piccolo is the embodiment of his malevolent consciousness, the reasons for which I suspect only he comprehends. Perhaps finding Namek will unravel this entire mystery." Master Roshi speculated, could it be that during his training, the Supreme Being experienced inner conflict and struggles due to his interactions with Earthlings, which awakened his darker thoughts, leading him to separate Piccolo? Yachirobe suddenly understood. So there must be many others in the world like Piccolo. King Kai added, "Upon further examination, there are currently 100 Namekians left on Namek. They may be scattered across the farthest corners of the universe, striving to survive." Upon hearing this, Yachirobe was instantly beset by images of 100 Piccolo Daimao. The terrifying scene causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his face as pale as parchment, and his legs weak to the point of nearly collapsing. He thought to himself, "What shall we do? 100 Piccolo Daimao. How can we possibly contend with that? Even with 10 lives, it wouldn't suffice to face them." His eyes brimmed with fear and despair, and his body involuntarily recoiled a few steps, as if desperate to distance himself from planet Namek. Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, his gaze radiating unwavering determination. He addressed the group, saying, "Regardless of the odds, we must venture to planet Namek. This could mean a chance for Tien and Yamcha to be resurrected." A chorus of excited affirmations echoed from the others. "Impossible." Just as hope reignited among them, Bulma, who had been engrossed in calculations, suddenly exclaimed, "You are all being utterly unrealistic." The group was startled by Bulma's abrupt outburst, halting their discussion while casting bewildered and incredulous glances at her. Waving a sheet of paper, Bulma stepped into the center of the gathering, her expression tinged with urgency and frustration, continuing, "Planet Namek undeniably exists, but do you have any idea how far it is from Earth? I just conducted precise calculations using my father's most advanced engine technology, and the result is staggering. If we were to travel to Namek aboard a ship utilizing this technology, it would take 276 years and 2 months. Just think about it. Who could possibly live that long?" Krillin cautiously accepted the data Bulma handed him, and after a mere glance, his complexion drained of color, his mouth agape, eyes wide in shock, he stammered, This is too exaggerated. Is the technological gap really that vast?" Son Goku, perplexed, silently pondered, "King Kai, you possess immense power. Is there any way you could assist us?" The voice of King Kai resonated slowly in their minds, tinged with resignation. "Goku, I am afraid I am at a loss as well." Krillin's eyes gleamed with a sudden realization, and he clapped his hands together, saying, "Everyone, hold on. If we're talking about a spaceship, I have an idea. We could take the Scion spaceship to planet Namek." Bulma frowned, her expression reflecting impatience as she looked at Krillin, asking, "Is that it? I thought you might have a more brilliant plan. Didn't the Scion ships all take off?" Krillin chuckled, pulling out a small remote control from his pocket, displaying it proudly before the group. "When Vegeta left, I kept an eye on him. I saw him press this twice, and the spaceship came. I picked up this remote, and I recall that Vegeta's ship was rather small, accommodating only one person, so I surmised there must be another spaceship, specifically, the one belonging to Baba. It should still be on Earth since she was defeated by Shan Yun." Upon hearing Krillin's words, Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, indeed. I remember now, they landed near that city, and the spaceship must be there." Bulma's previously clouded expression brightened, giving way to a joyful smile as she leaped up and declared, "Wonderful. Our next destination shall be Namek. We might truly find the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone." The sterile hospital room was suffused with the scent of disinfectant. A nurse, wearing a mask, was diligently tending to Goku's wounds as he lay on the bed. Outside the ward, the others waited patiently. Krillin, Shan-yun, and Gohan had already received treatment and were seated quietly on a bench. Kiki hurriedly entered, carrying a hefty bag. She approached Gohan and thrust the bag into his hands, then began to admonish him. Gohan, you must make the most of your time to study diligently. Do not let these conflicts interfere with your studies. You need to grasp the knowledge within these books and catch up on any missed lessons. At that moment, the doctor emerged from the ward, removing his mask to address the gathering. Krillin, Shan-yun, and Gohan have only sustained minor injuries. They should fully recover in about 3 days, while Shan-yun's injuries are somewhat more severe, likely requiring around 2 weeks. Goku's condition, however, is quite serious, with multiple fractures throughout his body, and he may need about 4 months for complete recovery. With that, the doctor departed. Though Shan-yun's injuries were slightly more grave, the heart sutra he practiced would aid in his healing, allowing for a potentially swifter recovery. Chapter 92. The Goddess Spaceship. As everyone entered the hospital room, Corinne nodded reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry too much. In a month's time, the new magical beans I planted will be ready. Once Goku consumes them, he will regain his former strength in no time." Suddenly, a girl's bright voice rang out from outside. "Quick, look at the television. There is something important." Master Roshi sprang towards the door, only to find Bulma standing there. He chuckled, teasing, "I thought it was a lovely nurse bringing us good news." Bulma rolled her eyes at him, pushing him aside with irritation, and urged loudly, "Stop dawdling. Hurry and turn on the television." With curiosity, the group switched on the TV, revealing a serious-looking host reporting on the spaceship from Naba. "What are we going to do? The spaceship has already been taken by the authorities. How can we retrieve it?" Krillin exclaimed, visibly distressed. Bulma, observing the screen, pulled out the remote control Krillin had given her the day prior. With newfound confidence, she announced to the others, "Do not worry, we still have this. I spent the entire night studying this remote and have a fair understanding of how to operate it. If we aim this remote at the spaceship, we should be able to summon it back. How fortuitous that we have the television to monitor the ship's location while we operate it." As she spoke, Bulma took a deep breath and pressed a button on the remote control. Everyone's gaze swiftly fixed upon the television, which suddenly erupted with 2 deafening sounds. In an instant, the ship was engulfed in flames, resulting in a violent explosion. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. The television host, equally bewildered, gaped in disbelief and stammered, "I don't know what just happened. The spaceship inexplicably exploded. This is so strange." Goku lay on the bed, letting out a resigned sigh. His eyes filled with despair. "What shall we do now?" he lamented. "Even riding the flying Nimbus won't help. The distance is too great. How are we supposed to reach Namek?" The hospital room fell into a profound silence, each person engulfed in a deep sense of helplessness. The hope of reaching Namek, which had seemed so close, now appeared utterly unattainable. Shan-yun observed the silent group without uttering a word, concentrating on recovering from his injuries. With Vegeta having departed, he was soon to enter a phase of diminished combat power and needed to hasten his recovery to avoid falling too far behind. Suddenly, Bulma's face flushed crimson, her eyes wide as saucers, and her chest heaved with agitation. She paced anxiously around the room, reached the window, and abruptly turned to Krillin, exclaiming, "Krillin, this is all your fault. Just look at the junk you picked up, the remote control. Now the spaceship has self-destructed, and all our plans are in ruins. What are we supposed to do now?" With that, she halted, hands on her hips, glaring furiously at Krillin. Krillin, feeling wronged and aggrieved, weakly retorted, "How is this my fault? It was you who was fiddling with it, pressing buttons randomly, and now it all falls on me." Before Bulma could respond, a shadow appeared unexpectedly outside the window. The group's attention was drawn as if by a magnetic force. Bulma sensed the sudden anomaly, her body stiffening as she slowly turned her head. The sight rendered her pallid, her heart racing as if gripped by an invisible hand, and she let out a piercing scream. It was Mr. Popo. Krillin's eyes lit up as if he had seen a savior, and he shouted, "Mr. Popo, how did you suddenly appear here? Do you have important news for us?" Mr. Popo, calm and composed, spoke in a low, gravelly voice as if from a distant realm. "I have come to bring you a spaceship. Is that true? Is there really a spaceship?" The group paused in astonishment, their faces soon blooming with a mix of surprise and joy. "It must be a spaceship. One of you should come with me, Mr. Popo stated leisurely. The group exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily. After a brief discussion, they unanimously concluded that Bulma, having a better understanding of the spaceship, should be the one to accompany him. Bulma felt an overwhelming sense of fear as she gazed at Mr. Bobo's enigmatic demeanor, her legs trembling slightly. Yet, contemplating that this might be their final glimmer of hope. She gritted her teeth, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to suppress the tide of terror surging within her, reluctantly agreeing to proceed. With utmost caution, Bulma stepped onto Mr. Bobo's flying carpet, and as her feet touched its surface, she felt as though she were treading on clouds, her body trembling involuntarily. Mr. Bobo gently closed his eyes, murmuring incantations of a mysterious spell. Instantly, the carpet seemed infused with formidable power and soared into the air, racing towards the unknown edge of the world. The rush of wind howled in her ears, akin to the roars of countless beasts. She tightly shut her eyes, gripping the edges of the carpet with such force that her nails turned pale. Time became indistinct as the carpet gradually decelerated, slowly descending. Bulma kept her eyes tightly shut, her heart racing within her chest. After what felt like an eternity, she cautiously opened her eyes. At that moment, a colossal and ancient spaceship loomed before her, encrusted with moss from the passage of time. This was the very vessel once occupied by the Great Kai. Mr. Bobo's voice remained deep and calm. As Bulma beheld the historically rich spaceship, her fear began to dissipate, replaced by awe and excitement. A faint smile crept across her lips, a long-forgotten expression. Mr. Bobo stood beneath the spaceship, stating, "The command to open the vessel was once shared with me by the Great Kai." Upon uttering the phrase, the spaceship's door swung open. Mr. Bobo invited Bulma aboard, and as he spoke the command again, the door closed behind them. They entered the control room, where Bulma stood before the console, frantically operating it, only to receive no response. Frustrated, she stamped her feet and muttered, "It seems the spaceship requires a command, likely in the Namekian language." She tugged at her hair, knocked her head in exasperation, her eyes brimming with helplessness and confusion, her brow furrowing deeply. Chapter 93. The Transformation of Gohan. Just as Bulma found herself at a loss, Mr. Bobo remained composed and spoke leisurely. "As for the Namekian language, I believe I can manage." Bulma's eyes widened in desperation, as if she had clutched a lifeline, her voice trembling with urgency. "Mr. Bobo, you know Namekian?" Mr. Bobo nodded slightly, his expression inscrutable, his voice low and gravelly. "Yes, I learned a bit from the Great Kai. I can give it a try." With that, Mr. Bobo stepped forward confidently, reciting the incantations in a tongue she could not comprehend, imbued with an aura of mystique. As he spoke the command, the spaceship trembled slightly before it actually took flight. Bulma stood beside him, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with astonishment and admiration, unable to restrain her exclamation, "Mr. Bobo, you are truly remarkable." Mr. Bobo's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a barely perceptible smile as he gently remarked, "Let us return. You all have much to prepare." Soon, the spaceship landed steadily in Bulma's yard, stirring up a cloud of dust. Bulma called her father to thoroughly examine the spacecraft. Without wasting a moment, Bulma and Mr. Bobo hurried to the hospital. At that moment, everyone was anxiously awaiting news in the ward, like ants on a hot pan. Only Shang Yun leaned casually against the wall, exuding an air of calm. Bulma burst into the ward, unable to contain her excitement, and announced loudly, "Listen up, everyone. The spaceship is perfectly fine. This vessel is extraordinary. Its energy system is unimaginably powerful, with enough reserves to sustain us for an extended period without any concern for running out of power mid-journey. Moreover, it boasts a remarkable defense mechanism. Should we encounter any danger, such as asteroid collisions or alien attacks, it can instantaneously activate a protective barrier, shielding us like an impregnable fortress. And let me tell you, its speed is astounding. Traveling at faster than light speeds is as effortless as a game for it. I calculated that it would take approximately 34 days to journey from Earth to Namek." Master Roshi's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "So, a round trip would take nearly 2 months? That's quite a long time." Bulma turned to Mr. Bobo with a pleading gaze, saying, "Mr. Bobo, given the circumstances, you are the only one who understands the Namekian language. Would you kindly make a trip to Namek?" Mr. Bobo shook his head repeatedly, his face reflecting resignation. "I cannot. I have not returned to the Heavenly Palace for 2 months and must go back to check on things." Bulma anxiously paced, muttering, "What shall we do? Without you? How can we operate the spaceship? No one else speaks Namekian." Mr. Bobo calmly replied, "I can teach you the Namekian language." Krillin chuckled from the side. Then Bulma, "It seems you will have to make a trip to Namek." Bulma glanced at everyone, seeing their earnest expressions, and reluctantly said, "If I must go, then so be it. However, I need someone to protect me. After all, I am but a delicate girl." At that moment, Yachirobe, curled up in a corner, quickly waved his hands, saying, "I don't want to go." Master Karen shot him a disdainful look and retorted, "No one is asking you to go." Meanwhile, Master Roshi perked up, straightening his back with anticipation. "Let this old man take it upon himself to protect you," he declared. Bulma shot him a glance filled with scorn and replied, "Old turtle, you must be dreaming. Having you along would be even more dangerous." Upon hearing this, Master Roshi deflated like a punctured balloon, resignedly sitting back down and muttering, "Humph. A good deed met with ingratitude." Bulma turned her gaze towards Krillin and Shangyun, addressing them directly. "I would like for Sun Wukong to protect me, but he is currently incapacitated, leaving me feeling quite uncertain. Shangyun, Krillin, would you accompany me on this journey?" Upon hearing Bulma's words, Krillin grimaced, his face reflecting reluctance. "All right, Bulma, but it will take 2 months for the round trip. I was hoping to focus on my training to prepare for any Scion disturbances." Shangyun, however, appeared indifferent, crossing his arms leisurely as he replied, "Fine." Bulma smiled faintly, poised to speak, when Son Gohan, seated on the bed, began to fidget restlessly. With keen eyes, Chi-Chi rushed over, squatting down to grasp Gohan's small hand, gently inquiring, "Gohan, dear, is something troubling you? Please tell Mama." Gohan's face flushed crimson, his tiny hands nervously tugging at his clothing as he stammered, "I want to." Chi-Chi, anxious, urged him, "What is it? Speak to Mama." Gathering his courage, Gohan declared loudly, "I want to accompany Aunt Bulma to Namek. I want to use my own hands to revive Uncle Piccolo." Chi-Chi reacted as if a cat had its tail stepped on, leaping up and exclaiming, "No, absolutely not. Gohan, you are a student, and your studies must come first. This year has already seen you fall behind due to all this fighting and chaos. 2 months away would mean neglecting your education entirely." Tears brimmed in Gohan's eyes as he pleaded, his voice quivering, "Mama, please. Everyone is doing their utmost to protect Earth, and I want to help too." Chi-Chi looked at Gohan with a heart full of concern, her voice trembling. "Gohan, just look at you. Your injuries have yet to heal. The outside world is perilous. And what if something were to happen to you? What would Mama do?" From his bed, Sun Wukong observed the scene, struggling to sit up. "Chi-Chi, do not hinder Gohan. He is growing up and has his own thoughts." Chi-Chi dashed forward like an arrow, pressing down on Wukong's hand. "You stay put. Gohan is still a child. He does not understand, and you should not encourage this foolishness." Stubbornly, Gohan began to unwrap his bandages and stepped down from the bed, approaching Chi-Chi with unwavering determination. "Mama, I am truly better now. Earth is in danger, and everyone is fighting. I cannot retreat. I must go to Namek to revive Uncle Piccolo and protect Earth alongside everyone. Oh dear, my Gohan has turned into a rebellious youth." Chi-Chi's tears flowed freely as she reached out to grasp Gohan, yet her hand hovered in midair, trembling. Behind her, the Ox King gently remarked, "Chi-Chi, this time your son has prevailed." Chapter 94. Journey to Namek. Shangyun secretly gave Gohan a thumbs up, stepping forward to gently pat Chi-Chi's shoulder. "Chi-Chi, do not worry. I will take good care of Gohan this time." Krillin chimed in, scratching his head. "Yes, Chi-Chi, with us around, Gohan will be safe." Chi-Chi bit her lip, her heart torn in anguish. Ultimately, she sighed in resignation and said, "Very well, but upon your return, you must make up for all the lessons you have missed." Son Gohan leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Hooray!" Bulma then declared, "All right, it's settled. It will be me, Krillin, Shangyun, and Son Gohan who will go." Mr. Popo looked at Bulma and inquired, "When will you come to learn the Namekian language with me?" Bulma frowned, counting on her fingers. "Oh dear, I still need to translate the Namekian language, input it into the translator, modify the spaceship, and install a bathing pool, music, and gourmet food. Given all that, it will take nearly 10 days. So, let's set the departure for 10 days from now." 10 days later, in Bulma's garden, Shangyun, and Krillin had already prepared early. "Where's that boy Gohan? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Bulma impatiently asked while standing in front of the spaceship. With her short hair styled elegantly and dressed in her self-designed flight suit. She looked striking. Shang Yun sat cross-legged nearby, hands together in meditation. And upon hearing Bulma's words, he paused and gently remarked, he should be arriving soon. He was at home just yesterday. Chi-Chi insisted he stay home an extra night. However, Gohan has been diligently training lately, so perhaps it's best he gets a moment to relax. Bulma furrowed her brow, lamenting, had I known, I would have let them stay here last night to avoid this waiting. Krillin shrugged helplessly. What can we say about Chi-Chi's arrangements? If it means Gohan gets to spend an extra day with her, it makes her happy. He then pondered, by the way, where has Lan Fang gone? It's been ages since we last saw her. Shang Yun stood up and replied. Lan Fang mentioned she wanted to train alone, stating that Earth has become too perilous, and she wishes to grow stronger without always relying on protection. Krillin's eyes widened in confusion. I really don't understand what goes through the minds of these girls. Bulma shot a glance at Shang Yun, her lips curling into a smirk as she teased Krillin, you little bald head, how could you possibly comprehend a woman's thoughts? At that moment, an airplane roared from the sky and landed smoothly beside them. The Ox King emerged, burdened with numerous bags, followed closely by Chi-Chi. Krillin hurried over, scanning the surroundings. Where's Gohan? Where is he? Chi-Chi turned and called into the airplane. Gohan, hurry up and come down. Slowly, Gohan emerged from the plane. Impeccably dressed in his school uniform, complete with a cap and backpack, resembling an obedient little student. The sight elicited laughter from everyone. Chi-Chi, hands on her hips, exclaimed, what is so funny? This is just the attire of an ordinary student on Earth. What is amusing about it? Bulma chuckled and waved her hand to silence the group. All right, enough of this. Let us get going. Have we packed everything? Chi-Chi pointed to a heap of luggage on the ground. We have everything right here. Shang Yun approached the pile, surprised, so much. Chi-Chi rolled her eyes and began to list the items. Is this too much? Look, this is Gohan's clothing. We must ensure he has enough for changes. These are the toiletries and the study materials that Gohan typically requires. Bulma nodded in agreement, urging everyone to hasten and load the luggage onto the spacecraft. With that, she approached the vessel and called out loudly, Piccolo. With a resonant clang, the spacecraft's hatch slowly opened. Bulma directed the group, place the luggage inside, make sure everything is stowed properly. The crowd busily transported the bags into the ship. Gathering at the hatch, Bulma called out again, Piccolo. As the hatch began to close, taking her place at the controls, Bulma addressed everyone, buckle up and take your seats. We are ready for departure. Yet, before anyone could fumble to secure their seatbelts, Bulma shouted, let's go. The spacecraft jolted violently, soaring into the atmosphere like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling toward the vast cosmos. From the ground, Chi-Chi shouted, Gohan, don't forget to dry off with a towel after your shower. Once the spacecraft stabilized in space, Bulma stood, stretching lazily, and declared, all right, everyone can change clothes. Take a shower, and then get some sleep. It's going to be a long journey. With that, she turned and entered a cabin. Krillin, looking puzzled, asked, huh? We're going to sleep already? I was hoping to find a spot on this ship to train. I feel like my strength has stagnated lately. Gohan leaned towards Krillin, tugging at his shirt, and whispered, Uncle Krillin, I want to train too, but Mom keeps an eye on my studies at home and one tea let me practice. Krillin smiled at Gohan, affectionately ruffling his hair. Gohan, training doesn't necessarily require a vast space. Later, I'll teach you some techniques that you can practice even in a confined area. What do you say? Gohan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded. Really? That would be amazing, Uncle Krillin. I want to be as strong as Dad. Shang Yun, chuckling nearby, remarked, you little rascal, all you think about is training. Aren't you worried about tiring yourself out? Gohan puffed out his chest and earnestly replied, I'm not afraid. I want to protect the Earth, my mom, and everyone. Seeing the determination in Gohan's eyes filled Krillin with pride. Well done, Gohan. Let us start by practicing the basics of energy sensing. At that moment, Gohan rummaged through his bag and excitedly pulled out a set of clothes, saying, I secretly brought a change of clothes. He then put them on. Shang Yun, noticing, teased. Aren't those Piccolo's clothes? You really do admire him. Gohan scratched his head and grinned. Yes, I think Uncle Piccolo is incredible. I respect him just like I do Dad and my godfather. He taught me many training methods, and wearing his clothes makes me feel like he's right here guiding me. As the spacecraft continued its voyage through the cosmos, Bulma reclined lazily on the plush bed, her signature blue hair cascading loosely around her. Strands playfully fell beside her porcelain-like face, further accentuating her striking beauty. Chapter 95. The mysterious fleet. The pink silk nightgown she wore embraced her form like a delicate second skin, perfectly outlining her slender waist and the voluptuous curve of her hips. The neckline, slightly ajar, revealed a patch of alabaster skin that glimmered softly under the ambient light. As Bulma absent-mindedly munched on snacks, she idly flipped through the magazine in her hands. Suddenly, she tossed the magazine aside and exclaimed, "Oh dear, this life is utterly tedious. There is still an entire month to endure. I simply cannot bear it any longer." With that, she slipped on her slippers and exited the room. To her surprise, she encountered Krillin and Gohan sitting cross-legged in the corridor of the spaceship, facing each other with their eyes shut tightly, their expressions focused and serious. Gohan's face was flushed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently, as if he were engaged in an intense battle. Krillin, clenching his teeth, had the muscles in his face quivering slightly, his fists resting on his knees, his body occasionally trembling. Curiously, Bulma approached them, circling around the two, her face a mask of confusion. "Hey, what on earth are you two up to?" she inquired. Shang Yun, who was meditating nearby, opened his eyes and explained, "Shill. They are training, engaging in mental cultivation." Bulma's eyes widened with intrigue as she pressed further. "What do you mean by mental cultivation? Can one really train just by sitting there?" With utmost seriousness, Shang Yun replied, "They are engaged in a mental battle, simulating a combat scenario within their consciousness, relying solely on their willpower to fight. This method is quite beneficial for enhancing their strength." Bulma nodded, somewhat comprehending, and folded her arms, quietly observing the two, careful not to disrupt their training. Meanwhile, having boarded the spaceship, Vegeta, his body battered and bruised, struggled towards the Frieza Force's base. His body was riddled with internal injuries, blood seeping from his wounds and staining his tattered clothing. Each movement of his arms tugged at his injuries, sending sharp pangs of agony coursing through him. Yet he gritted his teeth, stifling any sound of distress. At last, Vegeta arrived at the Frieza Force's base. The soldiers, taken aback by his appearance, displayed expressions of astonishment. Summoning every ounce of strength, Vegeta shouted in a hoarse yet commanding voice, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and fetch a doctor." The soldiers promptly ran to relay the message, and shortly thereafter, several medical personnel rushed in, lifting Vegeta and transporting him to the treatment room. Upon seeing the severity of his injuries, the doctors gasped in shock. Vegeta glared at them, his eyes fierce, and bellowed, "Hurry up and treat me. Stop dawdling." One doctor, speaking cautiously, replied, "Lord Vegeta, your injuries are grave. Several ribs are broken, and your internal organs have sustained varying degrees of damage. You will require extensive treatment and recuperation." Impatiently, Vegeta interrupted, "I do not care. Use your finest equipment and medicine. I must recover swiftly. Those entities on Earth are still awaiting my conquest. I cannot succumb so easily." The physicians, unwilling to disobey, immediately commenced their diligent work. They first employed instruments to stabilize Vegeta's fractured bones, followed by the injection of various reparative cells and energy-enhancing serums. Lying on the treatment table, Vegeta's gaze exuded determination and defiance, silently vowing, "Once I recover, I shall ensure that those on Earth pay dearly for their transgressions." In the vast, boundless universe, as deep as an endless black hole, Bulma, Krillin, Gohan, and Shawn navigated their somewhat worn spacecraft towards Namek at full speed. The prolonged journey mirrored a stagnant pool, surrounded by an eternal darkness, with only the sporadic twinkling of distant stars, akin to sparse candle flames flickering in the far reaches, adding to the atmosphere of desolation. Within the spacecraft, the monotonous beeping of instruments intertwined with the somewhat labored breaths of the crew, permeating the confined space with a heavy, oppressive air. That day, Krillin, in a fit of ennui, pressed his face against the porthole, his gaze vacantly fixed on the vast cosmos beyond, his thoughts drifting far away. Suddenly, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets, as he trembled and pointed into the distance, shouting, "Bulma! Bulma! Come quickly, what is that?" Bulma, seated and furrowing her brow in contemplation over the data on her device, was startled by Krillin's sudden exclamation and quickly rose. Squinting in the direction he indicated, "Where? I don't see anything. Are you imagining things?" At that moment, Gohan approached, his keen eyes immediately honing in on the target. He raised a finger, declaring, "There? Look, it's emerging." The group's expressions tightened, akin to hunters alerted by a trigger, fixating intently on that direction. Gradually, some indistinct shapes began to materialize in the darkness, resembling a mysterious behemoth lurking in the abyss, slowly revealing its fearsome visage. As the distance rapidly diminished, an unimaginably vast fleet came into view, those warships resembling colossal beasts forged from steel, emanating a chilling metallic sheen. Each vessel appeared as a mobile fortress, exuding an oppressive aura that instilled dread, hurtling towards them at full speed. Even from afar, the warships activated their assault systems, launching missiles like furious fire serpents, trailing long flames as they screeched through the darkened cosmos, targeting their spacecraft. Where the missiles passed, the very fabric of space contorted and warped, as if crumpled like a wrinkled cloth. "Olma, initiate a counterattack," Sean shouted anxiously, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his hands instinctively clenched into fists. Olma swiftly dashed to the cockpit, her hands flying over the controls, her lips moving in incantation as she utilized the Namekian language translator to command the ship's defenses and counteroffensive maneuvers. A formidable wave of energy swiftly coalesced at the forefront of the spacecraft, radiating brilliance akin to the rising sun, colliding violently with the incoming missiles amidst a resounding roar. In an instant, a series of explosions erupted in the cosmos, casting dazzling light and unleashing shockwaves that surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, causing the entire vessel to tremble violently. Chapter 96. Frisia's base, steady yourselves, shouted Shang Yun, gripping the handrails tightly as his body swayed with the ship's tumultuous movements. "Who are these assailants? Why do they seek to attack us?" Clin's furrowed brow reflected a mix of anger and confusion. Under the onslaught of the energy wave, the enemy warships were not spared. They were obliterated like fragile toys, reduced to mere debris scattered across the void of space. Just as they exhaled a sigh of relief, a spacecraft strikingly similar to theirs surged forth from the side with ghostly speed, too swift for them to react. "Olma, quickly change course," Shang Yun yelled, his voice strained and sharp from the tension. Olma frantically manipulated the controls, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. "I'm trying. This ship doesn't respond that quickly." However, the opposing vessel appeared to be executing a similar maneuver, resulting in an eerie alignment of their trajectories. As a catastrophic collision loomed, Olma desperately attempted to adjust their course once more, but it was too late. "It's over," she cried in despair, shutting her eyes tightly. Ultimately, the two ships collided with an unavoidable ferocity, causing the entire vessel to shudder violently, as if it would be torn asunder in an instant. Items tumbled from their shelves, and the crew was thrown to the ground in disarray. Miraculously, instead of the anticipated explosion, the ships were enveloped in an enigmatic light. This luminescence resembled a colossal vortex, exuding a mysterious and eerie aura, tightly wrapping both vessels as if they were embarking on a cryptic journey through space. Soon after, the two ships began to merge slowly, metals intertwining and permeating one another with a sizzling sound, until they vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void of silence in the vast cosmos, with the dissipating light suggesting that nothing had transpired. In the endless darkness of the universe, Frisia's base loomed like a slumbering primordial beast, quietly residing in the frigid expanse of space, emanating an aura of chilling authority. From a distance, the base appeared as a grand and colossal metal fortress, its surface adorned with a labyrinth of intricate patterns and sharp, menacing protrusions. These spikes glimmered beneath the cold starlight, radiating a ruthless sheen, reminiscent of the indomitable scales of this colossal creature. Upon entering the interior of the base, one is immediately greeted by a broad and profound corridor. The walls are forged from an enigmatic black metal, cold to the touch and as unyielding as iron, instilling a palpable sense of oppression. Interwoven within are veins of energy that emit a faint blue luminescence, flowing languidly like blood vessels, infusing this desolate and frigid structure with a chilling vitality, shrouding the corridor in an atmosphere of eerie mystery. Above, immense metallic conduits entwine and twist, resembling serpents in a frenzied dance, occasionally resonating with a deep, muffled sound of energy surging, akin to the labored breaths of a slumbering giant echoing through the vast corridor, quickening one's heartbeat in response to the ominous sounds. At intervals along the way, pale white lights flicker uncertainly, reminiscent of ghostly flames, casting an ominous and bizarre illumination upon the surrounding space. The air is thick with a faint metallic tang and the acrid scent of burnt energy, intermingling to create a uniquely oppressive atmosphere, as though death and destruction quietly herald their arrival, permeating every corner of the base and evoking an involuntary sense of dread. Venturing deeper into the base reveals vast chambers filled with an array of peculiar instruments and equipment. Some devices are adorned with countless blinking lights, resembling a multitude of strange eyes, fixated intently on every movement. Others exhale clouds of white mist that flow languidly across the floor, as if phantoms escaping from the depths of hell, enveloping the space with a mysterious and perilous aura, rendering these chambers as enigmatic sanctuaries fraught with unknown dangers. At the core of the base lies the command center of the Frisia force. The vast space is dominated by a colossal screen that spans an entire wall, displaying a chaotic tapestry of intricate data and star maps, clearly delineating the Frisia force's dominion within the vast cosmos and the trajectory of each operation. At the room's center stands an enormous black throne, intricately carved with the likeness of bizarre and ferocious creatures, their vivid depictions seemingly poised to leap forth and devour. This throne exudes an overwhelming sense of suffocating authority. In the medical bay, Vegeta reclines within a massive, crystal-like healing pod. Surrounding the pod are an array of sophisticated medical apparatus and energy storage devices. The chamber is filled with a pale green restorative liquid that churns and swells, as if brimming with the essence of life, gradually mending Vegeta's myriad wounds. His eyes are tightly shut, brows furrowed, and a pained expression graces his features, a manifestation of both physical agony and the humiliation that plagues his mind. Vivid images of Goku and Krillin inflicting harm upon him flash through his consciousness, each detail piercing his pride like steel needles. Cursed Kakarot, cursed Earthling, how could I, Vegeta, the Prince of the Science, suffer defeat at your hands? His teeth ground together in frustration, and an inferno of rage blazed within him. At that moment, a trembling soldier hurriedly entered, pausing nervously before the healing pod. After a brief hesitation, he spoke. Lord Vegeta, you have awakened? Humph. Does Frisia know of my return? Vegeta scoffed. Has Frisia sent you to deliver a message, summoning me to his presence? Lord Vegeta, Frisia the Emperor departed for Namek before your return, the soldier stammered. Moreover, before his departure, Frisia expressed great satisfaction with the news of the Dragon Balls you brought back. He instructed that you take your time to heal, assuring you that upon your return from making wishes, you would receive a generous reward.